Do you remember Are You Afraid of the Dark? It was a scary story anthology series that came out in the early 90s and showed a group of friends who would gather together each week to tell a scary story. In my mind, this show was Goosebumps, but for big kids. Each story felt a little more grown up than Goosebumps and a little bit more complicated, and in general, a lot more scary. Rewatching the series, I'm surprised with how many creepy moments and monsters pop up in each episode. There's death and the occasional bit of gore, and so many episodes lead to a feeling of existential dread that in hindsight, it's surprising that this was on Nickelodeon and was known as a kids show. Lately, I've been watching it again and have completely fallen in love with this series. Every episode is different from the last, and it's so fun to try to guess at twists or be surprised when terrifying scenes unlock memories that I buried years ago to try and avoid childhood trauma. I'm talking about you, Zebo, you freaking nightmare clown. And this rewatch got me thinking, who tells the best scary story in Are You Afraid of the Dark? You see, the series revolves around a group of kids who have formed together to make a club that they call the Midnight Society. Each week, a member of the club tells a story. We get concepts anywhere from ghosts and lost spirits to mirrors that make people old. Some of them are funny, some are intense, some are love stories, but they're all tinged in horror because the Midnight Society is a club that loves scary stories. I'm mostly going to focus on the stories themselves, rate each one based on the quality of the story, the horror of the scares, and give a few bonus points for things that stick out like really good music, really fun camera work, interesting monsters, or twists that caught me off guard. Each season the cast of kids shifts up just a little bit, but they always have unique personalities and tell stories that tend to fit their own personal styles. They do have some overarching moments where we see them bond and joke around the fire. I'm not going to be covering a lot of that in this video because I mostly want to focus on the stories that they're telling, but it's interesting because we can see their personalities bleed into the stories and get to learn a lot about them by the stories that they tell. But before we get into those stories, I will go over each of the characters really quick just to give you an idea of who our storytellers are. The founder of the Midnight Society and the leader of the group is a boy named Gary. He tends to tell stories with themes of magic or cursed items, which kind of fits since I'm pretty sure he's got a lightning bolt scar somewhere on his forehead. Next is Kristen, a girl seen as very clean and proper by the others, yet also very squeamish and terrified of clowns. She likes fairy tales and love stories, and tends to dress up when it's her turn to be the storyteller. David is a bit of an introverted, shy kid, and his stories usually have a theme of warnings about past events or dark potentials within normal people. Also, he and Kristen have a little bit of a crush on each other, and that plays out through the first few seasons. Then we've got Betty Ann, whose stories are weird and twisted. I feel like her monsters are some of the most memorable, and her stories tend to be the ones that really caused the most childhood trauma. Eric is a bit of a sassy guy who makes jokes and comments about the other stories, but his stories tend to have a theme of underlying loss somewhere hidden inside of them. Kiki reminds me of Buttercup from the Powerpuff Girls, where she's kind of tough and tomboyish and likes to make fun of the others, but she's only got one story in this first season, so it's not clear what her storytelling themes are yet, but we'll figure that out as we continue through the series. And finally, we've got Frank, the bad boy of the group. The first episode is about his introduction to the Midnight Society, and we see him get along really well with the others, though he is a bit of a hothead and likes to throw out threats of violence right away. He's also only got one story this season, so I'm not quite sure what his theme is yet. And that's everyone. The characters do change around from season to season, and I'll go over those shifts as they pop up, but these 7 are the OGs who started it all, the original Midnight Society. And now, just as every episode begins, submitted for the approval of the Midnight Society, I ask you the question, who tells the best scary story in Are You Afraid of the Dark? The very first episode in the series is told by Frank, and it's called The Tale of the Phantom Cab. This one is about 2 brothers named Denny and Buzz who get lost in the woods because Buzz doesn't know how to work a compass.
It's metal. The needle's always gonna point to it because it's a magnet.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, uh-oh.
After wandering in the wrong direction all day and giving us some of the greatest line deliveries of all time,
I know this place. We've got to be close to town.
they stumble upon a stranger named Flynn, who says that he knows his way around the woods and can bring the boys to safety.
We far from town?
Farther than you know, my friends, farther than you know.
While they walk, he keeps asking if the boys are good at solving riddles, but he never elaborates on why he's asking. As they near a lone cabin in the woods, Flynn says that this is the home of the good doctor. But the boys get distracted when nearby plants begin to move and cry. When they turn around, Flynn has disappeared, and now, even more lost, they decide to knock on the cabin door. The man who opens the door is bearded and frazzled, and he introduces himself as the good doctor, Vink.
Vink's the name, Dr. Vink.
Dr. Fink?
Vink, with a V.
I love this guy. He shows up in a few different episodes, playing different characters each time, and each time he's an absolute treat. The inside of the cabin is really strange. There are specimens of unidentified animals in jars, beakers filled with strange liquids. There's a skull on the shelf, so things are definitely a little bit off. And Vink explains that he's out here studying flora and fauna before he pulls out a slab of meat and says that this is the brain of a boar.
Ew, cool.
And then, just like Flynn, Vink asks the boys if they're good at riddles. To test them, he asks,
How far can you walk into the woods?
a riddle which Buzz is able to answer without issue.
Halfway.
So the boys have passed the test, but now they have to solve a harder riddle, and if they don't, he says that he'll cut the phone line and kick the boys out of his cabin. He asks the riddle,
What is it that has no weight, can be seen by the naked eye, and if you put it in a barrel, it would make the barrel lighter?
and Buzz is ready with an answer.
I don't know.
Or not. So now they've failed, and Vink says that the boys either need to get out or leave him with a specimen. What kind of specimen, you ask?
This!
Yeah, the boys don't go for it, and instead they book it out of the cabin. After running for a while, they come across a taxi cab driving in the woods. Oh yeah, sorry, Vink said that they would find a taxi if they failed the riddle, but the boys didn't believe him, because they're in the middle of the woods. But hey, here it is.
He wasn't lying. It's a taxi cab.
And they're even more surprised to find that the driver of the cab is none other than the mysterious Flynn. The boys ask to be driven home, and as they drive, Flynn tells them the story of how he met Dr. Vink. And now is where the story starts to go from strange to pretty spooky. Flynn drove the doctor up to his cabin over 40 years ago, but when the doctor exited the cab, he offered Flynn a large tip if he could answer a riddle. Flynn wasn't able to answer correctly, so he drove off, but the doctor took a specimen from him. Yeah, that specimen was from Flynn. While driving away, Flynn got into a car crash. He hit a tree and, well,
You might say, I sort of died!
look at that! Can you imagine watching this as a kid, all snuggled in and ready for a new show, only to have a neck-snapping jump scare out of nowhere? I'm sure this scene alone was responsible for so many nightmares. And the crazy thing is, it's kind of tame compared to later episodes. But man, hitting us with this in episode 1 is so mean. Well, it turns out that if anyone fails Vink's riddle, then they're picked up by this phantom taxi cab and forced to relive that same car crash and explosion that Flynn died in 40 years ago. So the boys are off to their deaths. But before the crash, they do still have the opportunity to solve the riddle. Denny and Buzz rack their brains, and just before the cab hits the tree, Buzz has a moment of inspiration.
Say it!
It's a hole! It's a hole in the barrel!
Here we go! Yeah!
They discover the answer, releasing the souls of all those killed by Dr. Vink and causing the cab to disappear and leave them next to the death tree. They're found a little bit later by a park ranger and taken home safe and sound.
How are you at riddles?
So, episode 1 starts off pretty strong. I think it's a great first taste of the series and gives some really good expectations of what we can look forward to in the show. I think this story is fun. A madman doctor, a killer cab driver, a bunch of riddles. It's a solid 7 out of 10. It was a little bit light on the scares. The doctor pulling out the hand jar out of nowhere and then that neck break for the cab driver were definitely the highest points of horror, but the rest of the episode was a little bit on the tame side, so I'm just gonna give it a midline 5 out of 10 for the scares. And as for the bonus points, I love Dr. Vink, so you know I'm going to be giving him a point for his great acting alone. And then the plot twist of Flynn not only being the cab driver, but also being dead all along was really fun. So a total of 2 bonus points for this one. So in the end, Frank's first episode gives us a total of 14 out of 25 total points, and we're off to episode 2. Episode 2 is told by Betty Ann, and it's called The Tale of Laughing in the Dark. And this is one that I'm sure led to plenty of nightmares, because this one is about a haunted killer clown, and just look at this thing. It's downright creepy. It's straight up scary. Even watching it now as an adult, this thing puts me a little bit on edge. It's such a horrifying haunted prop. So this episode starts with a kid named Josh and his 2 friends, Kathy and Ouija. I don't know what kind of a name Ouija is. It's gotta be short for Waluigi. It's gotta be short for Ouija board. Those are my only 2 Ouija related jokes I could think of. Anyway, he's a pretty minor character, so we don't get a whole lot of Ouija lore to go off of. But Josh is a little bit of a cocky fella, and he says he's not afraid of anything. So Ouija and Kathy goad him into going into a haunted house all by himself. But of course, this haunted house has a history. A show clown named Zeebo stole a bunch of money and hid out inside of this haunted house. He would have gotten away with all of the cash if he hadn't thrown away a cigar, which caught the whole place on fire and burned him alive while he was stuck inside. Now, the rumor is that the ghost haunts this haunted house and specifically inhabits the Zeebo puppet. So Josh says that he'll go inside by himself, and as proof, he'll bring out Zeebo's nose, which Ouija will have to wear to school for a full week. Before he goes inside, Josh is stopped by Dr. Vink. 2 episodes in a row of this guy is such a treat. I promise he's not in every episode, but if he was, I don't think that'd be a bad thing at all, because he's always one of my favorite parts of these stories.
It's the most fun in the park when you're laughing in the dark.
Josh heads inside what's got to be the coolest haunted house of all time. It's such a fun design with these crazy mirrors, a room full of funky doors, a freaking dragon that blows real fire. They must have had so much fun making this place. It's mostly just the fun kind of scares. They're a little bit low at first, but then in one of those crazy mirrors, Josh sees this freaking terrifying clown man. Then he ends up in the room full of doors and opens a few before he finally finds Zeebo. He snatches the nose, but Zeebo seems mad as some cigar smoke plumes from underneath the door. Something that I will be bringing up in a few of these episodes is the fashion of the 90s. Man, that was a strange time for clothes, and this show is such a great time capsule for things that we never really thought were clashing? What's a good fashion word? Ugly? Gross? Tragic. 90s fashion was tragic. Well, for a very small taste of the fashion, we get Josh wearing a shirt that looks like Lois Griffin tucked into his shorts, and we get Kathy wearing like 4 off blue shirts all sewn together. Like I said, this is just a little taste of what's to come, but know that the fashion in the 90s, it was kind of that awkward growing period where nothing was figured out, so everything just goes. After Josh steals the nose, he starts to notice the smell of cigar smoke showing up all over the place, and one day when he's home alone, things really start to pop off. His mom made dinner, and the little hooligan just attacks a bowl of chocolate pudding with his fingers, but he gets scared by a sound and drops it all over the floor. He then gets a phone call from Zeebo himself.
What are you gonna do?
Give it back. Give it back.
Now, to defend himself, Josh starts to do something with all of his utensils. I really don't know what he's going for. But his plan never pans out because his food is magically transformed into cigars. And he notices a giant footprint in the pudding, so he runs to his room and calls Ouija for help. But his phone call's interrupted when Zeebo hops on the line and makes some more threats.
If you don't give it back, I'll come up and get it.
Who was that? Josh, you there?
So Josh runs to lock his doors, and we see a shadow on the other side, and then a balloon blows up ordering Josh to give the clown back his nose. The terrified Josh decides to follow the clown's commands. He goes back to the haunted house and apologizes to Zeebo, giving the clown back his nose and even offering him a brand new box of cigars that Josh definitely, he just stole it from his dad. Like there's no way he could have bought these, right? Even in the 90s, there were age restrictions for buying cigars. So he just stole them from his dad and gave them to the Nightmare Clown. This episode ends with Josh leaving the haunted house and another quick appearance from Vink, although now he's holding a cigar and laughing, showing that he was actually the ghost of Zeebo all along. I think.
It's the most fun in the park when you're laughing in the dark.
Now, this episode is scary. I really liked it, but man, seeing this as a kid messed me up. Like, I already didn't like clowns, and then having this monstrosity to just fuel my trauma, man, it's just the perfect concoction for reoccurring nightmares. So, thanks for that, Zeebo. The story is another one that I think is pretty good. The kid actors aren't great, but the ghost of a dead carny tormenting a kid is a lot of fun. I'm gonna give it a 6 out of 10. As for scares, yeah, this one's pretty freaking scary, man. The clown in the mirror is horrifying. Zeebo's design is a nightmare. The suspense of Josh in his house being bullied by a ghost clown is really well done, and I loved all the little hints of lingering creepiness of the cigars all over the place. This one definitely gets a 9 out of 10 for the scary factor. For bonus points, you already know we're gonna give one for Vink/Zeebo guest starring, and I also really loved the haunted house design. It's just so much fun and made me wish that I could have gone somewhere like this as a kid, so that's gonna get a point as well. There are also a few little things that I really loved in this episode, like the use of cigar smoke, the balloon under the door scare, the tease on whether or not Vink was the dead carny all along, and I guess the name Ouija. Those things are all coming together for another bonus point, so a total of 3 for this one. That leaves episode 2, The Tale of Laughing in the Dark, with a total score of 18 out of 25. Episode 3 is told by David, and it's called The Tale of the Lonely Ghost. It's the very first episode that, while I wouldn't say it's bad, it's a definite step down, especially compared to episodes 1 and 2. Episode 3, it just doesn't have that it factor. Sorry, David. This one stars a girl named Amanda and her bully of a cousin, Beth. Amanda is staying at Beth's house for the summer, and Beth ends up forcing her to do all of her chores as a precursor to hanging out with any of her friends.
I suppose she told you we're gonna do all sorts of fun stuff together.
Yeah.
Wrong.
And there's also a final step for being invited to the group of friends, which comes in the form of an initiation where Amanda will have to stay the night in an abandoned and haunted house. Beth also has this nanny, And it's really funny because she just gets bullied the entire episode, and the way she acts is just so broken and beaten down and pathetic. It's incredibly sad, but when you think about the fact that it's just a 12-year-old being mean to an old lady, it just ended up making me laugh every time something bully-like happened.
No! If you touch our contaminated, wrinkly old hand, I'll never let you touch my things again.
The nanny also has this little locket that we see a few times, and that's important for later on. So Amanda tries to stay the night in the haunted house, and it turns out that it really is haunted. The words "help me" appear backwards on the wall, so Amanda looks in the mirror to read it, and as she does, the reflection of a ghost girl appears. Amanda screams and runs out, and Beth tells us the story of what happened to the girl. And actually, it's pretty sad and disturbing. Of course, the story is being told by a kid, so it's got the tone as if Beth is making a joke. But here's what happened. The girl was shipped off to live with her grandmother while her mom went to the war front to help nurse her injured father back to health. It's pretty heavily implied that this story took place around World War II. But on her way to the grandmother's house, the little girl got stopped by a group of mean girls who ended up chasing her back home to her empty house, and the girl closed the door to her room, but it got stuck and she ended up starving to death inside. Like I said, it's disturbing, but Beth just doesn't have the chops to tell the story right. The next day, Beth's mother's all mad because there's a bunch of writing on the walls in the abandoned house, and she makes Amanda and Beth go over to clean it up. Also, Beth is wearing what I can only describe as a tomato salad blouse. So, 90s fashion strikes again. Inside the room, they find the backwards help me's all over the wall, but Beth gets distracted from cleaning when the mirror shifts and shows her a collection of dolls and stuffed animals. Beth walks towards the mirror and ends up falling inside, which causes her to swap places with the ghost girl. But the girl isn't mean or bad. She just walks forward and offers Amanda a necklace before writing "help me" again on the wall. Amanda realizes that the girl just wants help. She's a real Sherlock Holmes putting all these pieces together. So she runs to get the nanny and shows her that the locket on the necklace matches the one that she's had on her shirt this whole time. She's able to convince the nanny to come to the house with her, and once inside, they find the ghost girl, and Nanny reveals that this is the ghost of her dead daughter. They walk together into the mirror, and in a super sweet scene, we see that they get to live their lives together again inside of the mirror world. Beth starts to freak out because she's afraid that she's been locked inside of the mirror world, but Amanda just opens the closet door and lets her out after she promises to stop being a bully. And that's the end. Like I said, this one isn't my most favorite. I think the story is alright. The bully kid and nice kid trope was overplayed even in the 90s, and the haunted abandoned house just isn't super original or unique. It does take a fun direction with the mirror world and reuniting the nanny with her daughter, but overall I'm still just gonna give it a 4 out of 10 on the story. It's also super light on the scares. Really, the only scary thing that happened was the ghost girl showing up in the reflection and the 5 seconds of her spooky walk towards Amanda before it's revealed that she just wants her mom. So for scares, it's only getting a 2 out of 10. I will give it 1 bonus point for the ghost girl. I think that she acted really well, and in that spooky reflection scene, I think the lighting was well done, and it had some good impact. But that's all the bonus points I'm gonna give it for this one. So episode 3, The Tale of the Lonely Ghost, will only be getting a total score of 7 out of 25. Better luck next time, David. And what do you know? David has a shot at redemption right away because episode 4 is another one of his stories, and it's called The Tale of the Twisted Claw. This is a pretty fun twist on the myth of the monkey's paw, now told with 2 friends who are big old pranksters. The story starts on the night before Halloween, which they call Mischief Night. And apparently this is a real thing. I had no idea. I thought that they were just making up a night of pranks and vandalism for the story, but apparently it's a widely known unofficial holiday. You learn something new every day. The friends are named Kevin and Dougie, and Kevin is the kid with the vomit hat on his head. Yeah, we're getting some new pieces of fashion to add to our collection with this episode. They go to an old lady's house, and she's rumored around the neighborhood to be a witch, so this is a really brave prank that they're doing. They want to spray her doors with shaving cream, but right before they do, she opens the door and gets a face full of the shaving cream, which causes her to fall backwards and break a vase. The boys run out of there, but the lady just stands in her door, and for some reason, she starts to laugh. Now, Kevin and Dougie aren't the smartest, so they decide to go back to the old lady's house the next night for some trick-or-treating because everyone else is too afraid to trick-or-treat there, and they figure that they'll get all of her candy for themselves. They also figure that she won't recognize them since now they're in costumes. They go over and the old lady is super happy to finally have some trick-or-treaters, and she decides to give them a very special treat.
It's the claw of a vulture. They say it's charmed, and whoever has it will get 3 wishes. Yeah.
So now, each of the boys will be offered 3 wishes, but they leave her house with a warning to be careful what they wish for. Dougie just wants to go home, so he wishes that they can be done with trick-or-treating for the night, and after walking for a few minutes, they stumble upon a group of older kids. This scene was pretty freaky. The older kids just surround them, and in warped voices, they taunt the boys and end up stealing their candy. The masks with the twisted voices plus the camera work here made it pretty intense. So the boys go home and meet up at school the next day. At school, Kevin wishes that he could beat an older kid named Bostic in a race that they're going to have this afternoon, and then they see the claw glow, so the wish will be granted. At the race, a dog just appears out of nowhere, and you might think that it's going to attack Bostic or something. The way that it's shot seems super malicious, and it just sprints out from behind a tree, so it does appear like Bostic is about to get a few new scars, but then it just runs past him and causes him to trip. So Kevin wins the race, but Bostic ended up breaking his leg from the fall, so Dougie's feeling pretty guilty. Oh, I also gotta mention, before the race, the coach just comes up to Kevin and uses his megaphone to yell right in his ear.
Come on, Kevin!
It's not really relevant, it just made me laugh. Dougie puts together that all of the wishes are being granted in bad ways, so he wants to return it to the old lady and tell his parents about what happened. So Kevin, freaking Kevin, man. He's got a magic trinket and he knows that it's magic, but he just can't help himself from being the absolute worst. He wishes that Dougie's parents were gone. He freaking wishes they were gone. And a second later, Dougie gets a phone call from the police saying that his parents were in a car crash. Freaking Kevin killed his parents, dude. Also, they should have wished for a new shirt for Dougie because this straight up looks like a watermelon being stared at from every dimension at the same time. Dougie starts freaking out and he wishes that his grandpa was here to help out, but oh no, his grandpa is dead. They see the grandpa's car slowly driving towards the house, but now both boys are freaking out because they don't want to talk to a dead guy. They're worried that it might just be a skeleton or a rotting zombie or something, and they both start to fight over making another wish. Dougie grabs the claw and says that he knows what will make things right.
We're sorry we broke Miss Chloe's vase, and we wish it never ever happened.
With that wish done, the claw disappears and they realize that Kevin's first place medal is gone because Bostic must have won the race. The grandpa's car is also gone, and when the doorbell rings, Dougie's parents return home, so they're not dead. No thanks to Kevin. They get another knock at the door only to find the old lady's vase at their doorstep with a note saying trick or treat.
All they could hear was the sound of the wind
blowing through the trees? Or was it the cackle of a sly witch? The end.
I will say, David came back strong. This was a pretty good episode. I think the story was really fun and pretty unique. Kids coming to terms with bad wishes makes for a really good life lesson, and it was fun to see how those wishes would turn against them in the end. For the story, I'm gonna give it a solid 7 out of 10. It wasn't the most scary story in the world. Really, the only big scare was with those older kids. That scene had some really great horror elements. I did also like the old lady laughing at the beginning. That was a little bit creepy. And the way that they were so terrified of the dead grandpa showing up made for a pretty intense climax. That being said, it still wasn't super scary, so I'm only gonna give it a 4 out of 10 for the scares. This one definitely gets a few bonus points though. I already mentioned the scary older kids, but I love that scene, so a bonus point for that. Another is going to the coach for yelling in Kevin's ears because that made me laugh. And a final point will be going to Kevin for freaking killing Dougie's parents. It might have been undone, but we all know that Kevin is technically a murderer. So 3 out of 5 bonus points. Episode 4, The Tale of the Twisted Claw, comes out with a total of 14 out of 25. And I'd say that David made a full redemption. He literally doubled his score from the last story, so good job, David. Episode 5 gives us the debut story of Kristen, and it's called The Tale of the Hungry Hounds. This one is by far the most complex and interwoven story that we've seen so far. It's about 2 cousins named Pam and Amy, and Amy is the fashion queen of this episode. She starts off in a shirt that's just like all the cups of Play-Doh mixed together before changing into what I can only describe as something a toddler would wear if they could raid their mother's closet. It's just all of the jewelry and cowboy boots put together. As the kids say, slay queen. Now, if you're terrified of this next part, then I can't blame you, because we learn that Pam is one of the scariest things imaginable. She's a horse girl. All she wants to do is learn to ride horses, but Pam's mother won't let her because her sister Dora died in some horse-related accident a long time ago.
I don't want to discuss it.
Mom, it happened 30 years ago.
Seems like yesterday to me.
30 years ago, such a long time. Such a long time. So, bored one day, Pam and Amy decide to contact some spirits using a Ouija board, and they're given the message, "Let me out," as well as a combination to an old chest that's locked inside of the attic. Inside the chest, they find the belongings of Dora, and when Pam puts on her old riding jacket, the ghost of Dora takes over her body. I love this little transition here. The moment she puts the jacket on, Pam's hair gets all different, and she just walks as if she's in a trance, and the music starts to swell. It's a really great scene. Then, the window to the attic opens up and reveals another world, which Dora, I'm just gonna be calling Pam Dora from now on because she's possessed. So Dora walks outside with Amy following behind her. I also really love the set used for this scene. It's so fantasy and fun with the circular window, the strange stairway, and the trance-like state that Pam's in. It just adds to this really cool strangeness that's happening. It's great. They end up wandering to a graveyard where Dora finds her own grave, and on top of it is a bone, a gift from a fox that she calls Mon Petit Rouge. Between this and Dexter's Omelette du fromage, like Nickelodeon was really trying to get kids to learn French, huh? Omelette du Petit Mon Rouge. How was that? I don't know. I'm French. It turns out that before Dora died, her family was preparing for a fox hunt. They starved all of their hounds and had the fox locked in a cage inside of the barn. But Dora started up a friendship with this fox and ended up naming it. On the day of the hunt, Dora decided to free the fox and rode off after it, but something spooked her horse and she fell from it and ended up dying. But strangely enough, that's not the scary, spooky, ghosty thing in this episode. We learn what that is when the ghost of the Houndmaster steps from the shadows.
Dora, I was wondering when you'd get around to your chores.
I've come to feed the hounds.
You should have fed them while they were alive.
The Houndmaster gets all mad and locks Pam and Amy inside of the barn, where we hear the barks and howls of the hungry hounds. Dora is drawn to the barks and wanders closer and closer. Once free, the hounds chase Amy and force her to climb up on some hay. She thinks that she's a goner before a small fox comes out of its hiding place and gets the hound's attention before running off while the hounds chase it.
Mon Petit Rouge! He saved us!
Amy walks outside to see Dora on a horse before she rides off into the distance, leaving Amy no choice but to leave the strange world and return to the attic alone. But luckily, when she gets there, Pam is back and she has no memory of anything that just happened.
Let's go downstairs. This place is haunted.
The story is wrapped up with us learning that now Pam's mom is fine with her taking horse riding lessons, so her full transformation into a horse girl can finally be completed.
After that, Pam tried one more time to convince her mother to let her take riding lessons. And it finally worked, because her mom was no longer haunted by her sister Dora, and Dora's ghost was no longer tormented by the howling of the hungry hounds. The end.
I think that this episode was pretty awesome. The set pieces they used were really big and weird. The music was rad. The story was something unlike anything that we've seen so far. And like I said at the beginning, it's surprisingly complex for something that would be in a kid's show. So for the story, with its few twists and differing plot lines, I'm gonna give this one a 9 out of 10. I will say, it wasn't that scary though. The Ouija board bit is a little spooky. The ghost of the Houndmaster was kinda creepy as well. The howling of the hungry hounds got kind of intense, but nothing really stuck out to me as truly terrifying. So for scares, this one's only gonna get a 3 out of 10. But this episode will definitely get some bonus points. I'm gonna give 1 for the set pieces, mostly that attic to the strange world transition set. I love the whole look and the vibe of that scene. I'm gonna give another 1 for the music. It's a step up from anything that we've seen so far, and it made parts of the story really stand out and fill with emotion. I'll also give another for the subversion of expectation that the story had, going from ghosts to hounds to a savior fox so fluidly in only 22 minutes could have been muddied by poor pacing and bad acting, but this episode nailed it with all the elements. And finally, I'm gonna give a final point for the acting alone. These are by far the best kid actors that we've seen so far, and if they were worse, they could have completely tanked this episode. So for bonus points, we're giving it 4 out of 5. In total, The Tale of the Hungry Hounds gets a solid 16 out of 25 points. Episode 6 is another debut, this time from Gary, and it's called The Tale of the Super Specs. And there is a lot that goes on in this episode as well. This one takes place on April Fool's Day and mostly follows a girl named Mary Beth and her boyfriend, whose name is Weeds. I don't know if Ouija or Weeds is a weirder name. This show, it just made stuff up, and it just made it up and called it good. It's like, yeah, we'll name a kid Weeds, and we'll name a kid Ouija. What are you guys thinking? So Weeds is super into pranks, and this year he wants to learn some voodoo magic to make his pranks better than before. He does some weird spell, and we see the powder that he throws cover some super specs, but the characters don't see this happen because they get distracted by the store owner, Mr. Sardo.
It's Sardo. No Mr. Accent on the dough.
Sardo is another reoccurring character that I absolutely love. He's always messing with magic, but he never believes that the magic works until it happens right in front of him, so he just causes all kinds of shenanigans, and he's a gem every single time.
Have you seen our vomit?
So Weeds and Mary Beth buy the super specs, and when Weeds puts them on, nothing happens. But when Mary Beth puts them on, she sees a strange figure in the store next to them. This happens a few different times. Every time she puts on the specs, she sees those figures, but when Weeds tries them on, the figures aren't there at all. The episode follows Weeds for a little bit as he's doing some pranks, and we see that magic is just straight up real in this world. He's reading a book called Voodoo Made Easy, probably the same book that Chucky read before he got all dolled up. There's some really fun things that I want to point out in this episode as well that aren't the focus of the story. There's always random background things going on in scenes. A kid just doing flips, these girls posing for some reason outside of the school. There's always something that can catch your eye. The pranks that Weeds does are also really fun, but he never realizes that the voodoo is working because he's impatient. So he ruins a girl's life by giving her a chipmunk voice.
My voice! What's wrong with my voice? I sound like a chipmunk!
And then he hexes a basketball to always make its shots.
Airball! Horse! My game!
Hate this game.
That's 2 sodas, dude. You owe me 2. Nah.
Also, Mary Beth has a cookie jar that looks like a cheetah, and I love it. And I want one. And another quick fashion showcase happens when we see Weeds' friend wearing jeans on jeans on jeans. A truly classic look. Mary Beth is afraid of the specs, so she tries to throw them away, but they keep showing back up in places that she looks, and every time she puts them on, the figures seem to be closer and closer. At one point she sees a bunch of the figures, but the moment she notices them all, they turn around and start slowly wandering towards her. It's pretty freaky. Oh, yeah, she can also see things that aren't just the figures, just small differences in the world that aren't there when she takes the glasses off, and at one point, she sees a fire in her fireplace, and her reaction is, it's so weird. I don't know why she's so disturbed about the fire here. It's literally a place where fire should live, but she's so distraught for some reason. Oh man, there's fire in my fire. Oh shoot, dude. I don't know. She's got weird priorities. So finally, she decides to go back to Sardo for some help.
Sorry, no guarantees. If they don't work, that's your never mind.
No, wait, my problem is they do work.
It turns out that Weeds did the spell of second sight on the glasses at the beginning on accident, so Mary Beth is getting glimpses into another reality.
Am I like seeing ghosts or something?
Ghosts? No. What you're seeing is, another dimension. That's the second sight.
Another dimension?
Well, I don't mean to scare you.
Dude, I love Sardo. Him jump scaring her while saying he's not trying to scare her is so funny. Mary Beth ends up hiring Sardo to come to her house to do a counterspell and close the doorway to the other dimension that seems to have been opened.
What'll it cost?
$50?
What?
All right, 20. But I'm losing on the deal.
Okay, I guess.
Good. Now then, let's see.
So Weeds, Mary Beth, and Sardo sit around a table while Sardo reads the counterspell.
We must close the window. Send them back. Send them back.
The lights go out and the table starts to float. When Mary Beth puts on the glasses, she sees the strange figures creeping all around them, closer and closer. When Sardo finishes off the spell, suddenly the figures all disappear and everything goes quiet.
What happened?
I think we did it.
But then, are you ready? I don't know if you're ready for this next bit. I know I wasn't. 2 giant eyes just appear in the darkness and stare down at the trio.
Take the children!
It turns out that these 3 messed with the balance of the cosmic seal, and now 2 dimensions are overlapping, and that's not good. The eyes read off a spell, and then we cut to 2 people who look a lot like Mary Beth and Weeds, but they aren't them. These were the people in the other dimension, and they also hired a Sardo-like person to help them with their super spec problem.
Funny thing is, they were trying to get rid of you too.
Are they gone for good?
I don't think they'll be bothering you anymore.
And to end the episode, we see Mary Beth, Weeds, and Sardo all trapped inside of a crystal ball. Freaking Gary coming out swinging with this one. I loved this episode. I think the story was great, the voodoo stuff was pretty fun, the other dimension stuff was strange and pretty spooky. Freaking Sardo is a gem, and the plot twist is so rad. The story definitely gets an 8 out of 10. The scares were also pretty prominent in this one. All the scenes with the strange figures were creepy, especially when they're moving closer and closer to Mary Beth. The scene where the whole group just turns towards her all at once was a prime horror moment. Also, we've got those giant eyes just appearing out of the ether. That was terrifying. And it's a scary thought to be trapped in that crystal ball forever and ever, so that definitely adds to the scary factor too. I'd say for the scares, we're gonna give this one a 7 out of 10. For some bonus points, I'm a sucker for Sardo, so easily he gets a point. I also really love the background stuff. All of it was so unnecessary, but they put it in anyway just for some little eye-catching moments, so another easy point for all of that. And then that plot twist, it was so unexpected, it was really cool. The first time I watched this episode, it took me a few seconds to realize that these characters were different from those that we'd been following. And then ending with the realization that our characters are all trapped for eternity. Man, that's some good stuff, so definitely a bonus point there, giving a total of 3 out of 5 bonus points. So, Gary killed it, and the tale of the Super Specs ends up with 18 out of 25 points. For episode 7, we've got our 3rd debut in a row, this time for Kiki and her story, The Tale of the Captured Souls. This one starts with a girl named Danny and her parents who are going on vacation to a little countryside house. There's not really any notable fashion to add to the collection in this episode, but Danny's got that kid who got a hold of the scissors looking haircut. I don't know if that counts. But speaking of terrible haircuts, the housekeeper is a strange boy named Peter. The strangest thing about the house, other than Peter of course, is the fact that it's covered in mirrors. Every room has at least one, while the bedrooms have multiple on each of the walls, and when Danny touches one, it shocks her.
Sorry about that. The wiring is quite old.
In the mirror?
Yeah, you know, mirror wiring, to power your reflection, otherwise it would just be blank. I'm a scientist, I know things. On the first day, Danny's mom wants to take a photo of the dad playing with Danny, but Peter would also be in the photo, and he freaks out and curls into a ball, shouting that he doesn't want his picture taken. So he ends up offering to take the family's photo instead, as long as he's not in it. The vacation takes place over a couple of days, so eventually Danny wants to try and be friends with Peter since they're around the same age. She goes up to his room and he's really weird.
What do you think of my room?
You live here all summer? By yourself?
Possibly longer.
No parents?
I do what I want, when I want. It's like a dream come true.
And when you realize the truth, this line, like this whole scene, really becomes so creepy in a way that the show was definitely not intending. Anyway, Danny finds an old picture and it appears that Pete is in the photo even though it's from the 20s.
It's my grandfather. He looked a lot like me.
Danny ends up running out of Pete's room when he mentions that she's starting to have a breakout on her face and she's all embarrassed now. But when she leaves, we stay with Pete, and he presses his secret button, and the whole room transforms into a lab. It's such a cool transformation, all happening in a single shot with panels coming from the walls and shelves filled with lab nonsense all appearing on tabletops, and then a big tube coming out of the ceiling. It's really cool. I loved it. Pete walks over to a monitor, and we see that each of the family members have their own section, and he flips a switch before walking inside of the tube. We see the dad's perspective as he's looking at his reflection, only to notice his watch moving faster and faster, and when it stops, he's suddenly got some gray hairs. So, if you haven't put it together, I'm just gonna say it so I don't have to beat around the bush for most of these scenes, Pete is sucking out the family's life force. The mom and dad start to get all old and tired, and Danny's face keeps breaking out, and she's getting a little bit older as well.
I think we're gonna have to get some medication for your skin.
Danny hates that she's got zits now, so she goes into the bathroom and gets all mad and ends up breaking a mirror, which reveals a hidden camera behind the glass. Once again, a very unintentionally creepy thing when you consider that this is the mirror in the bathroom. It's scary for a whole lot of reasons that the show was not even thinking of. She ends up dumping some water on the camera, and we cut to see Pete exiting his tube thingy, but now it's all smoking and he's coughing, so the mirrors are his source of life force suckage. The next day, Danny is bored and ends up walking into the nearby woods, where she finds a graveyard, and one tombstone in particular catches her eye, because it's got Pete's name on it.
Born 1907. There's no date. He must still be alive.
That's just not how tombstones work. Like, they don't get made and placed into the graveyard before the person dies. That's just not how it works. At this point, the parents are super old now, and I love how curmudgeon-y they become. They act so funny and over the top, but in such perfect ways.
What are you doing?
No, don't put it back!
Dana, don't be strange.
Can't we just go home?
Ooh, this country air is getting me lightheaded.
So Danny goes snooping while Pete's out of his room, and she finds his secret button and reveals his lab and monitoring system.
Little goon's got hidden cameras.
But on the camera feed, she sees an old man serving tea to her parents. When she goes down to meet the newcomer, all she finds is Pete sitting in the same place as the old man. So the cameras are revealing to us his true age. Danny runs away and finds herself back in the graveyard, where she realizes that Pete's got a freaking kill count marked on a few of the graves.
10 dogs?
With that realization, Pete wanders outside to confront her.
You found our little plot.
You're crazy.
No, I'm very, very smart.
He says that he's been stealing people's life force for decades, and this will be the last night that Danny's parents will be alive. So she runs back to the house to try and get her parents out, but they just want to sleep. They've got all that Charlie's grandparents sort of energy going on now. Bunch of lazy bums all sitting in bed while the mom is working with a giant laundry basket bucket thing. So, out of options, Danny grabs a mirror off the wall and goes up to confront Pete again. He's made his way back into the tube, so Danny shoves the mirror into his face and locks him inside before going to the panel, which she somehow knows exactly how to use.
Well, you messed with the wrong girl, Petey boy.
Danielle, no!
And don't call me Danielle.
She turns the dial from plus to minus, and we cut away to see the parents are all young again, and Danny's face is no longer all zitted up. Pete also comes out of the tube, but all we really see is white hair, so he's probably not doing so good. Danny convinces her parents to leave so that they can continue their vacation, but this time on the beach. And right before they leave, old man Pete shows up and says that he's going outside to die now. Like, he really does basically just say that.
I'm going out back now to join my family. It's been far too long.
And that's where the story ends. I think this one was pretty fun. The mirrors and pictures sucking out souls is a classic little bit of folklore, and mixing it with science to stay young is a really cool idea. The story was pretty unique, but I wouldn't say that it went above and beyond anything that we've seen so far, so I'm gonna give it a solid 6 out of 10. As for the scares, all I gotta say is what scares? This episode it wasn't scary, like, not at all. I guess the idea of your parents dying is kinda spooky, but it never felt like something that Danny was ever really afraid of happening. She just didn't want them to be old. Pete's haircut's a bit scary, but seriously, I don't think that this was actually a horror story. It was really just a fun mirror science tale, so 1 out of 10 for the scaries. I will be giving a few bonus points though. I think Pete was a really fun character. He was weird, he acted really well, so he'll get a point all on his own. And the set change from Pete's room to the lab was so freaking cool and well done. I'm gonna give it 2 bonus points just because I loved it that much. So 3 out of 5 bonus points. Kiki's debut story was fun, but wasn't a scary story, and the tale of the capture souls ends with a total score of 10 out of 25. Episode 8 gives us another Betty Ann story. Her last one gave us Zeebo the Nightmare Clown, so there's some big shoes to fill. And I mean that metaphorically, but like also literally when you consider that pudding shoe print. This one's titled The Tale of the Nightly Neighbors, and it's got a strong opening because it starts with a clip from The Night of the Living Dead, followed very quickly by a bit of sibling bullying.
You're a 0. You'll always be a 0. You won't catch me sitting around like some toad. There's a ton going on in the world, Day-Day, and I'm not gonna miss any of it.
Emma and her younger brother, Day-Day, yeah, they've just completely stopped trying to pretend that these names are real at this point. We're just gonna slide the name Day-Day into the same made-up category as Weeds and Ouija. But Emma and Day-Day notice that they've got some new neighbors moving in, although it's strange because they move in the middle of the night. You see what I did there? Day-Day and night.
Fit this boring neighborhood. Whoa!
These new neighbors are really strange. It turns out that they're from Ukraine, so right now they're on a really bad sleep schedule and are up during the night and asleep during the day. But Emma doesn't think that this is the only reason they're so strange. She notices large boxes being delivered that are supposedly refrigerators. Yet, coffins would also fit in a box like that. And there's a really weird illness that has started to spread around the community where people are losing energy and all cover a specific spot on their necks with a bandage. Then, one night she has a nightmare and it all clicks into place. Yeah, Emma's pretty sure her neighbors are vampires.
Our neighbors are vampires.
Ugh, I'm dreaming.
No, you're not. They're vampires, all right. They gotta be.
And we won't add anything to the closet of weird 90s clothes with this story, but I will say that the nightly neighbors are really rocking that all-black vampire drip. The neighbors are called the Bronze, by the way, and the parents seem weird but functional, while the kid Lex is just weird and weirder. Emma wants to prove her theory before driving a stake into their hearts, so she waits until the Bronze all leave for the night, and then she sneaks over and breaks into their basement. But she doesn't find any coffins. What she does find is a large fridge, and inside are dozens of bottles of blood. It's kind of creepy for a kid's show to have blood in it, right? Like, usually death and blood weren't in shows that you'd see on Nickelodeon, but Are You Afraid of the Dark just pushed the boundaries. It's one of the reasons why I love this show so much. At the same time that Emma is breaking into the basement, the Bronze go over to her house to introduce themselves, and they get invited inside. It's a pretty funny scene because they say that they're all currently working with paramedics to discover new healthcare techniques, but everything that they say is just so over-the-top vampire-related.
It's absolutely fascinating work. although sometimes a bit, bloody.
Don't worry, Dede. Now that we've been invited, I promise you we'll be back.
Now, both Emma and Dede are positive that the Bronze are vampires, so today they want to take action. They gear up with stakes and crosses and head over to the Bronze house again. Only now, the Bronze are outside in the daylight, so they can't possibly be vampires, right?
Hello, children. You must be Dede's sister Emma.
So, that's it. The Bronze weren't vampires after all, and this is just a story about how suspicions can run away with over-imaginative minds. Emma and Dede head home with a smile and a funny story. Only, we don't follow them anymore. We now follow the Bronze as they walk into their basement and open up a locked door to reveal a coffin with Lex sleeping inside.
Wake up, Master. The sun is gone.
You'll feel better soon, Master. You've been invited in by new victims, and no one believes that a little boy can be a vampire.
With ghosts and ghouls, there are no rules, but a vampire's bite only comes at night. The end.
I love a good vampire story. This one had a bit of a vibe like Fright Night, and that dream scene felt a lot like Salem's Lot to me. It was a good one. I do like all the overly obvious hints that led Emma and us as an audience to just straight up say that these neighbors were vampires, but also the twist that we're just jumping to assumptions only for it to twist again, and yep, the vampire conclusion was right all along. It's a solid, straightforward, and fun story with a good twist, so I'm gonna go 6 out of 10. The scares were also really solid. The vampire dream stood out to me as the most scary, but there were a few good intense moments as well, with Emma breaking into the basement and finding the blood, so I'm gonna go a 6 out of 10 for that as well, for the scares. For the bonus points, you know I love a good twist, and a vampire child just hits that perfectly. And I've got to give another point for that small clip of Night of the Living Dead that we got to see. I love that movie, so definitely a point there. Giving us a total of 2 out of 5 bonus points, which leaves the Tale of the Nightly Neighbors with a total of 14 out of 25. Episode 9 is another Betty Ann story. That's right, 2 in a row, and this one is called The Tale of the Sorcerer's Apprentice. Not the Nick Cage movie. This is another Sorcerer's Apprentice, and it tries something that we haven't seen yet in this series. It opens with a mysterious scene from the past. We see a girl with a snake tattoo hide something inside of a school basement before cutting forward to the present day. So we've got a little bit of a setup, a little mystery on our hands that we can try to solve. But I'll be honest, the mystery is a bit half-baked. They do their best, but there's just not enough clues or character moments that we get in this episode for the mystery to really mean anything. But, I mean, hey, they tried. At least they tried. In the present, we follow a boy named Dean, who's kind of just an average kid, and he's tired of blending into the background, but he can't find his way out of this funk.
Dean Burkham was the kind of guy who blended in. He didn't have many friends, he didn't do sports, and he never joined anything. He just kind of was.
His friend Alex is the opposite, always excelling in school, or so we're told. We don't ever really see her do anything of note, but the narration says that she's a standout, so that's what we're gonna go with. Also, look at her locker. It's so weird. She's got a cute little skiing picture, a photo of, like, probably her older brother, and then this freaking terrifying, sassy-looking Lord Farquaad ghoul man. You know, maybe Alex is standing out, but maybe for the wrong reasons. In an archaeology class, they have a guest speaker named Dr. Oliver, who goes over a bunch of rare ancient artifacts that she's uncovered over the years. I particularly like the goat bowl, but she seems to love this goofy-looking snake scepter that she says belonged to a deity called Goth. It's named Goth. You know, it's not just a phase, Mom. It's my new god, that kind of goth. Dean is strangely attracted to the scepter, and after class, Dr. Oliver allows him to hold it, and when he does, the snake's eyes start to glow, and Dean gets put in some kind of trance. And I loved this scene. It just made me laugh because Dean is staring so intently at the staff, but then it's just like screaming snake face. He's like, ah! And then boom, Dean is hypnotized. It's so funny. Dean, in his trance, goes to the basement and pulls up that object that was hinted at in the beginning. And this starts his darkness phase. The next day at school, he's totally entered his demon form, his I listen to My Chemical Romance and secondhand smoke behind the bleachers phase. He's wearing a black shirt and eventually also a leather jacket. He's so cool now. And also, he can hypnotize his teachers, so he starts to ace all of his classes. One day, Alex sees Dean steal some chemicals from the chemistry lab, and she follows him into the basement where she sees him doing some kind of potion-making tutorial with a bunch of fellow demon form kids.
Create the mystic vapors. The return of Goth is at hand.
Dean pulls an orb from a pouch. That's what was in the basement, by the way. And he puts the orb into the snake's mouth, which causes an apparition of a giant head to pop out of the smoke.
Welcome, Goth, ruler of the Netherrealm.
I have waited centuries for an apprentice such as you, young one. There is one final task to be performed before I am freed from this infernal dimension of darkness.
Man, I love the look of this dude. Just a giant head with some golden sheen on his skin and big old buggy eyes. It's creepy, it's kind of cool. Plus, how they shot it through the smoke is super fun. What can I say? I'm a goth fan. Always have been. Always have been. So, Dean has to make even more mystic vapors to release Goth all the way. But while she's watching, Alex makes some noise, and Dean chases her into the auditorium.
Goth has given me the power.
I know that feeling, Dean. I think we've all gone through that feeling. Anyway, Alex ends up getting captured and dragged by the demon form kids into the pool room where the final ceremony will begin. At this point, Dean is totally lost in the sauce and not really in a good way. The kid's acting goes super wild. Like, he starts having an accent sometimes, but for no reason. It's a rough performance.
Too late. I told you too late. I'm far too powerful now.
But it gets better, because once they put all of their stuff together to make the mystic vapors, Goth appears, and man, this dude is so rad. He comes out of the fog looking so strange. His head is weirdly small compared to his giant shoulders, and when he stands out of the mist, we see his lower body is that of a snake. Man, I really am a Goth fan. This guy's awesome.
Alex? What's going on?
Do not interfere! The girl is mine!
Alex, I'm stuck! I can't move!
Alex thinks quick and dumps a barrel of chlorine into the pool, which disrupts the mystic vapors and causes Goth to freaking explode.
What is happening? The Nightshade!
So they kill the deity, and now Dean and Alex hug and walk out of the pool room as Godslayers. But what about the mystery that was set up? Well, Dr. Oliver wanders into the pool room to gather the staff back, and we see that she's got a snake tattoo, so she was the person from the intro.
I'm afraid we failed. But I planted jewels in high schools all over the country. We'll have another chance.
And that's the end. This episode was alright. I appreciate that they tried that little bit of setup, even if it wasn't super well done. Having a kid get enticed by a god is a fun idea, but the whole episode's pacing is way too fast. I can't blame them super hard because they did only have like 20 some odd minutes to tell the story, but it still is going to count against it. So for the story, we're going to go with 5 out of 10. This one also wasn't super scary, but it did have some good moments. Pretty much everything with Goth in it I thought was pretty freaky, and him walking out of the pool and showing off his snake bod was a really good scary moment. But nothing that I think would stick with anybody, so we'll go with a 4 out of 10 for the scares. As for the bonus points, I'm going to give 1 for that silly snake scepter because it made me laugh a whole bunch during the episode, and I'll also give another 2 Goth because I loved his design. So 2 out of 5 bonus points for this episode. That leaves The Tale of the Sorcerer's Apprentice with a total score of 11 out of 25, and Betty Ann might be slipping just a little bit. But on to the next one. With episode 10, Eric finally gets his first story of the show, The Tale of Jake and the Leprechaun. This one's pretty fun. As the name implies, it's a little horror twist on Irish folklore. The main character is a boy named Jake who just got the leading role in a play called The Will of the Wisps. It's about a leprechaun that saves a boy from a goblin, and it opens with this goblin actor guy just popping on the screen before we know that it's a play, and yeah, that's pretty scary looking. But Jake trips and ruins rehearsal, so they call cut for the night. There is this character named Lucy, and this is the only time that I'm going to talk about her because her shirt is making it into the 90s fashion closet. It brought out this really buried memory because her shirt looks like that painting that was in Arthur, like the Aardvark show.
This part of our report took research. At the library, I made copies of the painting and got the addresses of museums and art experts.
The painting that turns out it was upside down and Binky figured out that he needed to rotate it. I know that's random, but her shirt looks like that. And it kind of blew my mind a little bit because the next time we see Jake, he's also dressed like Arthur. I don't know, I guess that shows Canadian too, right? Like, maybe this is just how they dress there, but man, like 2 Arthur memories in 30 seconds, it ripped me right back into childhood. Anyway, there's this actor guy named Aaron who's playing the leprechaun in the play, and he's a really good actor, so Jake wants to be just like him, and he learns that Aaron drinks a really special tea that he claims makes him a better actor. So Jake goes to the local garden to find some of the specific herbs so that he can make the same tea for himself, and just in case you weren't sure that this was really an Irish-based story, the gardener's name is Sean O'Shaney. It's the most stereotypical Irish name that anyone could come up with, but hey, at least it's not a made-up name. It's just like, it's violently Irish instead. Jake gives Sean the list of herbs that he wants, but Sean freaks out and kicks Jake out of the garden.
Bluebells, foxgloves, and ragweed. How dare you bring this here?
During rehearsal, Jake and Aaron recite a little ritual spell, but for some reason, Jake's voice gets all deep and weird.
Turn me now into a spirit bright and leave behind the human plight? What? What's happening?
Keep going on. Don't stop now. You're on to something.
No, stop it.
But Aaron says that sometimes great actors just change a little bit in the moment, so that's completely normal. We obviously shouldn't trust Aaron, but I'm just glad that this isn't like a metaphor for puberty. It's a spell, all right? We're good. Jake goes back to the garden because Sean seemed to know something about the herbs, and after a little bit of convincing, Sean invites Jake into his tiny little garden home so that they can discuss some leprechaun lore. Also, just before he gets invited in, Sean slams this gate in Jake's face, but the gate isn't connected to a fence at all. It's just a freestanding gate. I don't know what the point of it is. I just had to mention it. So it turns out that Sean somehow knows Aaron, and he says that the ritual that he and Jake are doing during the play is a real spell that's turning Jake into a changeling. After another rehearsal, Jake sees that his ears have gone all pointy, and he doesn't take it well at all. He and Sean decide to break into Aaron's room so that they can turn the spell against him, and it's here that we learn that Aaron is a creature known as a banshee. They steal some spell materials from his room, but they have to hide under the bed when Aaron comes back in and starts to shed his human disguise. We see he's got big ol' ears and gnarly feet and a hairy back, which is both gross and kinda spooky. Then Aaron just goes to sleep and Jake and Sean make it out just fine. And we cut to the opening night of the play. They spike Aaron's drinking pouch with a spell potion that they've made, and Sean tells Aaron that he needs to stare at Aaron and not break eye contact with him or the spell will be broken. And Jake instantly just breaks eye contact and looks away. He had one job and he did it for maybe 20 seconds before completely failing. So Aaron sheds his glamour and reveals his true banshee self. He does a spell that turns Jake into a frog, but Sean appears out of nowhere and reveals that he's a real-life leprechaun, and years ago, he apparently stole Aaron's tail. This came completely out of nowhere, it was never mentioned before, but Sean's able to use a spell to just vanish Aaron, and then he does a counterspell on Jake and turns him back into a human. And then the audience for the play goes wild and applause because it's got to be the greatest effects that they've ever seen in their lives. And the story is over. This one was fun, but kind of also just alright. I liked the direction the story was going, but the tail plot twist out of nowhere was strange, and it kind of just makes me question why Sean didn't do that in the first place instead of letting Aaron go as far as he did. But other than that, like I said, this was an alright story. I'm thinking it's a 5 out of 10. This one, also, it wasn't very scary. The Goblin Kid at the beginning and the Banshee design were a bit spooky, and there was a part with spiders that maybe could have gotten a fright out of some people, but otherwise it was pretty light, so 3 out of 10 for the scares. I will definitely give it a bonus point for being such a unique premise, and another one for blowing my mind with memories of Arthur, so 2 out of 5 bonus points, giving The Tale of Jake and the Leprechaun a total of 10 out of 25, and giving a little bit of a rocky start to Eric's storytelling career. Episode 11 gives us Eric again. It's so strange that we get so many back-to-back storytellers in this show. I thought for sure it'd be a different kid every week, but this is like the third back-to-back we've gotten so far. I guess it's kind of a trend? Anyway, this one is called The Tale of the Dark Music, and I hope you're ready for some more buried childhood trauma to surface because this episode has some messed up stuff in it. Andy, his mother, and his kid sister all move into their deceased uncle's house, but strangely enough, no one remembers the uncle at all. He just died, leaving his belongings to Andy's family, and where did he die? Well,
I found him in the basement at the bottom. Let's change the subject.
He was also apparently a millionaire, even though he never left his house, so nobody knows where or how he got his money. I wonder if we'll find that out in this episode. Also, the house number is 420. While moving, Andy goes down to the basement and finds some really cool stuff, including an old radio that he plays with and turns on. Suddenly, the cellar door behind him starts to rattle, and the door opens, revealing a dark room with 2 glowing red eyes.
Hello, Andy. Come on in.
Andy gets scared because this is really scary, and he breaks the old radio before running up to grab his mom. Of course, in a classic fashion, they open up the cellar door, and there's nothing there. So they decide that Andy just psyched himself out, and the mom asks him to be brave and not linger on the horrifying thing that just happened to him. Then we get one of the greatest transitions in television history, going from the dark basement to this dude's bum. I don't know if we can add this outfit to the 90s fashion closet, but I love his look. Just a beer belly out with his prison pants on, smacking your no good son. It's a vibe. Speaking of the no good son, this kid becomes Andy's bully when he throws a paper and knocks over his cleaning bucket.
Oh man, you're gonna die.
The bully chases Andy into his basement, and Andy is afraid at first, but it seems that there really is nothing down here, so he goes back upstairs without incident. That night, Andy's told to fold the laundry, so he heads back to the basement with his radio to listen to tunes and do some chores. But then the door starts to rattle again, And this time, when the door opens, this freaking terrifying giant doll steps out and seems to hypnotize Andy.
Hi, Andy. Won't you come play with me?
Hey, a question for the writers of this episode. Who thought this was okay? First Zeebo and now a giant nightmare doll? There's so much potential to mess kids up in the show. I love it. Oh, one important thing I need to mention is that all of the outlets in the basement are controlled by a switch that's upstairs, so to get Andy's attention, the mom flips the switch off to turn off Andy's music, and when the music goes off, the doll is seemingly sucked back into the door. The next night, Andy is doing laundry again and listening to tunes again, but this time the radio starts to glitch out and it plays this jingly carnival music. So it's no surprise when the cellar door opens, and this time there's a carny inside gesturing for him to come and join in on the fun. Although when Andy starts to walk towards the carnival, suddenly, the carny transforms into a skeleton.
Oh, don't stop now, son. You're almost here.
What's the matter, Andy? Don't you want to have some fun?
The door starts to suck him inside, but Andy's able to grab onto the radio, and before the door gets to him, the radio is unplugged and the music stops, causing the door to close as well. And now Andy puts two and two together and realizes what's happening.
Music. It's music.
He's a pretty smart kid, so he wants to go tell his mom about what he's discovered. But the bully is back.
Nice day for a ride, isn't it?
Stop! I gotta go find my mom!
Your mom's not gonna help you now, kid.
And he destroys Andy's bike. But Andy is already sick of this kid, so he comes up with a plan to scare him. He throws a paper at the bully's head before tricking him into Andy's basement and locking him inside. He then flips the switch and turns on some music, and the door glows red and opens. Andy turns the music off and goes to check on the bully. He just wanted to scare him, but when he goes downstairs, the bully is gone, and in his place is a brand new bicycle. Wanting to know what's going on, Andy flips on some music and the door opens again.
It's yours, Andy. I'll give you anything you want. You only have to do one thing.
What's that?
Feed me, feed me.
Andy, I'm home. Mom says you have to make me dinner, and it better be good or you're gonna get it.
Andy gets a really devious smile on before he hears his kid sister calling to him from upstairs, and then the episode ends. Man, I can't believe it. I loved this one. I love the ending and I want more, but I also feel like this is a really solid place to leave it. It's so rad that Andy just immediately is down to sacrifice people to this door. I think this was one really great little story. It's got some mystery about the uncle that we're able to realize was also feeding the entity in the basement, and the dynamic with Andy and the bully is quick but decently well done. I also just love that Andy ends up basically being the bad guy, and he's also the second kid in the series who technically is a murderer. I still haven't forgotten about you, Kevin, for wishing Dougie's parents dead. So, Andy gets added to the otherworldly killer list. The sacrificing things for riches is always a fun trope in stories like this, so for the story, I'm gonna go 8 out of 10. This one also had some great scares. Everything with the door was just straight up horror. The eyes and the creeping voice, the carny skeleton, the freaking nightmare doll. And then even the bully getting killed, it was all downright scary. Probably not quite to the level of Zebo, but dang, dude, it was close. I'm gonna go 8 out of 10 for scares as well. For a few bonus points, I want to give one for the bully character. I didn't mention it a lot, but it shows him being bullied by his father, and that's the reason that he starts to bully Andy. It's only shown in a few small moments, but I do appreciate them making the bully a full-on character instead of just the typical bully because I'm a bully trope. I'm gonna give another to Andy for choosing to obey the door. I love that ending so much. And I'll give another for the Nightmare Doll, in combination with that bully death scene for using such fun lighting and camera work, so a total of 3 out of 5 bonus points, which leaves the Tale of the Dark Music a very solid 19 out of 25. With this penultimate episode, Kristen gets another go. Her last story was all the way back in episode 5 with the Hungry Hounds, and I loved that story, so there are some big hopes for this one, episode 11's The Tale of the Prom Queen. This one starts in a graveyard with a girl named Dee Dee visiting a grave. Right away, we've got another piece of clothing to add to that 90s closet with Dee Dee's prisoner striped shirt. You put that together with the pants from the bully's dad in the last episode, and you've got the full convict fit. Finally, a look that will let all pedestrians pretend to be prisoners. After paying her respects, Dee Dee walks around but gets scared by 2 boys named Greg and Jam. Don't you call him Jelly. He's Jam. And that's another made-up name for the fake name list. Freaking Jam.
Let's go ghost hunting, boys and ghouls.
Greg and Jam are in the graveyard exploring an old urban legend for the ghost of a prom queen, and they invite Dee Dee to join them in their search to see if the legend is true or not. And Dee Dee's pretty enticed, so she joins up and they become fast friends. The legend says that the ghost girl appears the night of prom every year and waits by the gates in the graveyard for her prom date to pick her up, a prom date that never shows up. They don't find the ghost or any evidence of the ghost in the graveyard, so they all decide to head to the library to see if there are any old newspapers about a girl who died on prom night. And they find an article from the 50s about a girl named Judy who was killed by a passing car while waiting for her date near the graveyard. So, why didn't her date ever pick her up? Well, it turns out that the night was super foggy, and her date crashed his car off of a bridge, and he ended up dying as well, but they never found his car or his body. They decide that they want to help the spirit of the prom queen move on.
Saying we try to contact Ricky's spirit and tell him to pick her up.
Yeah.
Ricky was the prom queen's date, by the way. I don't think I said his name before. Also, Greg starts to fall for Dee Dee a little bit, and he flirts it up, and he gets this as a reply.
Say that you're kind of a strange person, but I like that.
Kink!
I don't even know if it's a word or just a sound, but I guess she's flattered.
Kink!
They go to the river where Ricky died and perform a seance, and as they do, the water starts to bubble.
What was that?
Bubbles from fish?
Greg is dumb. The bubbles keep coming as they deliver their message to Ricky.
She's still waiting for you. She wants you to pick her up.
This is stupid.
And as they finish speaking, the bubbles start to come more and more, and they row out of the river as it seems to them like something is coming. And I just love how Jam screams at Greg as he's rowing. It's not helpful, Jam, but man, that is funny. Once they get to the shore, the bubbles all stop, and they head back to the graveyard to see if their seance will have any effect. While wandering around, they find the grave of Judy, but they know that they'll have to wait until midnight to see if the prom queen will arrive. After a few hours, they do see a figure walking through the graves.
Who are you? It was Jam's idea. He made me do it.
But it turns out just to be a prank set up by Jam. But then they notice a car slowly driving around the corner. A car from the 50s, just like the one that Ricky supposedly crashed in. The music gets really sweet, and we see Dee Dee let down her hair before twirling as she's now dressed in a prom dress.
You see, I couldn't leave the cemetery unless someone brought me with them. And then you solved the mystery of why Ricky never picked me up and got him to come.
It turns out that Dee Dee was just her nickname, and she was Judy all along. She and Ricky drive from the cemetery, finally together again. They drive through the gate, leaving Greg and Jam with a definite existential crisis, and ending the story. I think Kristen tells really, really great stories, although they aren't that scary. They're just layered and interesting. This one was a lot of fun with the whole mystery of the prom queen and following the clues to uncover why her ghost was left stranded by Ricky, plus an incredibly sweet ending. It's definitely an 8 out of 10 story for me. It wasn't very scary though, like I said. The graveyard setting is a little bit spooky. The water scene is like, it's kind of intense. It's probably the scariest this episode gets, which isn't that high of a bar. It's only a 2 out of 10 for the scares. I will give it a few bonus points though. The reveal of Dee Dee being Judy was really nice, so I'll give that a point, and the music of that part was really good. Kind of gave me those happy goosebumps, if that's a thing. Is that a thing? Anyway, that's another point too. I also love that you can see that the grave Dee Dee visits in the intro is the same one that they discover later on. It's a really fun little clue if you're paying attention, so I'm gonna give that another bonus point as well. So 3 out of 5 in total, which leaves the tale of the prom queen with a total of 13 out of 25. Not a super impressive score, but it was a really good little story. Well, Midnight Society, we've reached the final story of this season, and Gary gets the honor of telling us the tale of the Pinball Wizard. This one stars a boy named Ross who is really good at games, especially pinball. He spends a lot of time in the mall and frequents a store owned by a Mr. Olson, who always has fun games and trinkets. One day Mr. Olson is heading out to lunch when Ross says that he'll watch the store for him.
Sit down. Don't move, don't touch the cash register, and don't touch any of the merchandise, especially that new game in the back.
Mr. Olson leaves and it takes Ross like 2 whole seconds before he immediately heads to the back to play that new game that he's not supposed to touch. Before he can get very into it, a customer named Sophie comes in for her throne-themed music box, but it isn't ready yet, so she says that she'll come back later. And now, Ross is free to play the new game uninterrupted. He plays for hours, getting closer and closer to beating the game, but never beating the final boss. And then he realizes that a lot of time has passed and the mall has officially closed. But then, some strange things start to happen. Quarters rain from the sky, and it gave me the heebie-jeebies the way that he just shovels piles of wet coins into his jeans. Just, wet jeans suck, but Ross, he doesn't care. Then, some of my absolute favorite monsters appear. They're just these dudes in business suits made up to look like uncanny humans. And when one grabs Ross, its hand gets ripped away. I love how they all move in unison in these really weird movements. Just something about them strikes me with that carnal fear, but also intrigue. And they're only in it for a few minutes, but I completely love them.
Water. They're afraid of the water.
Ross splashes the mall men away when he suddenly hears Sophie calling to him from above. She drops him a key before she's dragged away by the big bad of the pinball game. The key leads Ross to the lockers where inside he finds a headband, and the moment he picks it up, the escalators activate and he's able to head up to the next floor. Once there, the headband transforms into a tiara, and all the quarters in his pockets have turned into pinballs. Sophie calls to him again and starts to run, telling him to follow her, but he's stopped by a witch and is blown away while Sophie gets kidnapped again. She's very much like Princess Peach in this story. She just always getting kidnapped. Sorry, kid, your princess is in another castle. Sophie yells at him to find the throne, and this leads Ross back to the store that he was supposed to be watching, and that throne music box that Sophie needed to have fixed. Inside the store, he somehow finds Sophie again, all chained up, and he's able to release her and grab the music box. Then an executioner appears and, you guessed it, he kidnaps Sophie again. Being a princess is really hard work, man. Everyone's always just trying to kidnap you all the time. It's gotta be so annoying. Getting the throne and the tiara unlocks the next level, so Ross heads up and realizes now what's going on.
I remember this. It's the pinball game. If I crown Sophie on the throne, I win. And it's over.
The throne music box gets really big before swooping Ross up and moving on its own. It's really fun because the witch tries to get in his way, but the throne just runs her over and it doesn't stop moving. Then Ross is brought to the big bad and he's tossed into an elevator, which restarts the game. But here's the thing. Ross is the video game boy. He knows that he can win, but he'll have to play by his own rules. So he breaks a glass display and arms up with a couple of super soakers. I love every time Ross does something good, he gets this little fanfare jingle. Like, the music in general in this episode is really good. It's video game themed, and you can just tell that they had so much fun while putting everything together for this one.
I'm gonna win this game.
So Ross heads up to the 3rd floor to face the final encounter.
I don't know what's going on here, and I don't know what you are, but if this is some kind of game, you're playing with the wrong guy. Because I never knew.
He starts blasting and gets all of the enemies except for the big bad himself. They have a totally epic showdown before Ross just pulls out his trump card.
You are out of here.
No!
He beats the big bad, earning himself a kiss on the cheek and finally crowning Sophie as queen. But, uh-oh, when he does, the game just resets and he finds himself on the 1st floor again.
I won! I shouldn't be back here!
He hears a laugh coming from the ceiling and Mr. Olson's giant face appears in the skylight.
Hope you enjoy your free games. You'll be playing them forever.
As a giant pinball appears on the escalator, Ross realizes that he's stuck in the pinball machine and he'll be there for the rest of his life. And so ends the final story of the 1st season. I can't lie, I love this final episode. Fantasy horror is one of those genres that will always get me. Mixing madness with magic is a formula for a great time, and this episode mingles it all together in such a great way. Especially using the pinball machine and video game mechanics and themes, it just hits so perfectly. That being said, and me trying my best not to be biased, I still think the story is really fun and well told. There's a good bit of mystery with what's going on, and Ross figuring out that he's in the game that he was playing is great. And all the steps that he needs to take to win the game was super fun. And the reveal at the end is pretty great as well. I'm gonna give this story an 8 out of 10. Unfortunately, it wasn't super scary. I think all of the mall men are pretty creepy, the witch is a little bit scary, and the idea of being trapped in a game forever is a good bit of existential dread, but I wouldn't really call this episode scary. It's more of just an adventure. I'm gonna give it a 4 out of 10 for the scares. I'm going to be pretty giving with the bonus points though, because there is a lot that I loved in this episode. The video game music is rad, so bonus point there. The fake pinball machine that they made was really fun and had a very over-the-top design, and that's going to be another point as well. The plot twist of being trapped forever is great, so an easy point for that. And a final bonus point for the mallmen. I love these dudes so much. They're perfectly weird and uncanny, and pretty much everything about them drew me in. So a total of 4 out of 5 bonus points, and that leaves the final episode, The Tale of the Pinball Wizard, with a total score of 16 out of 25. I think this series is really great. The 1st season is an absolute banger, and I love the idea of a bunch of friends getting together weekly to tell scary stories. Throughout the series, we see all of these characters growing closer as these stories bring them together more and strengthen their friendship. It's got that beautiful, carefree joy just radiating from it that fills me with nostalgic memories. It's really an amazing show. So let's talk about the stats and figure out who tells the best scary stories. I've kept a running total of everyone's story, scare, bonus, and total points. Putting these all together was so weirdly fun, and I'm excited to see where all of the numbers lie at the very end of each season, and then as a complete series. So with the end of season 1, every kid got to share a story, but both Kiki and Frank were the only kids who only got to tell one story. Kiki with The Tale of the Captured Souls, and Frank with The Tale of the Phantom Cab. And then, on the opposite end of things, Betty Ann told the most stories, with a total of 3 out of the 13 episodes being for her, with The Tales of Laughing in the Dark, The Nightly Neighbors, and The Sorcerer's Apprentice. Everyone else told 2 stories each. My least favorite story goes to David, with The Tale of the Lonely Ghost, which scored a really sad 4 out of 10. I just didn't like it very much. But Kristen took up the slack with my favorite story, The Tale of the Hungry Hounds, which got an impressive 9 out of 10. The least scary story in the whole season goes to Kiki with The Tale of the Captured Souls. It was cool, but it just wasn't scary and only got a 1 out of 10. Betty Ann, on the other hand, scared the crap out of kids around the world with her creation of Zeebo the Clown in The Tale of Laughing in the Dark, which scored a 9 out of 10 on that scare meter. Now, taking all of the points together with the stories, the scares, and the bonus points, the worst scary story of the season goes to Kiki with The Tale of the Captured Souls. Like I said, it was an okay episode, but a scary story needs to be scary, not just a story. And she only scored a 10 out of 25. And the best scary story of the season goes to, drumroll please, Eric for episode 10's The Tale of the Dark Music, which scored a 19 out of 25, taking a great story and adding terrifying scares throughout to give us an incredible episode of Are You Afraid of the Dark? And finally, I averaged out all of the scores for every kid. That's where you take the total scores of each, add them together, and divide them by the number of stories that they told, so that we could figure out who tells the best scary stories in this series. At the end of season 1, Kiki is in last place with an average of 10 points. She only got that one story this season, so it's kind of a rough score for her. She's followed by David, who averaged a 10.5 with his 2 stories, then Frank, who scored a 14, Betty Ann, who averaged a 14.3, then both Kristen and Eric, who tied for second place with a score of 14.5, and finally, the man, the myth, the leader of the Midnight Society, Gary, who averaged a whopping 17 between the tales of the Super Specs and the Pinball Wizard, and making him the definitive best scary storyteller in season 1 of Are You Afraid of the Dark? And with that, we wrap up the season and can declare this meeting of the Midnight Society closed.
Till next time.
And with that said, let's talk about the second season. The concept of the show remains the same. A group of friends get together and take turns telling each other scary stories. But with this season, there's one change to the Midnight Society. Eric is no longer in the show, and he isn't replaced with any newcomers, so our group of 7 has now become a group of 6. It's kind of funny, because he told the highest scoring story of last season, basically just dropping the best episode and then dipping out. He's got a pretty great legacy at this point. But otherwise, the Midnight Society is the same. We've still got Gary, the leader, with his magical horror stories, Kristen with her very romantic and fantasy-based horror stories, Betty Ann with her bizarre and overall twisted stories, Kiki, who actually gets more than one story this season and tells tales of deceit and carelessness, David with his very humanizing stories with themes of traumatic past events, and Frank, who also gets more than one story this season and shares tales of classic horror. With as much as I loved season 1, I was surprised to find that I enjoyed season 2 even more. This season took all of the momentum from the first and just rolled with it, giving us stories that are scary and unique and weird. I think this season has some of the most memorable and quoted moments in the entire series. The stories of the Frozen Ghost and the Shiny Red Bicycle are 2 of the top episodes that I've gotten comments about, so I know that a lot of you remember this season fondly as well. So, with that being said, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying this video, and submitted for the approval of the Midnight Society, I asked the question, who tells the best scary story in Are You Afraid of the Dark? Season 2. To start off the season, Kristen is our first storyteller. From the previous season, we've seen that she tends to tell really good and intricate stories, but while the stories are great, her scares are a little bit underwhelming. So let's see if she's kept up that trend. This episode is called The Tale of the Final Wish, and at first it seems like the moral of the story is that kids should grow up and leave behind things that are seen as childish. But that's not what the true moral ends up being. It's more of a story of allowing yourself to grow up while keeping your childlike wonder intact. Kind of like having to deal with taxes and a full-time job, while at the same time getting on the internet and ranting and raving about a 30-year-old Nickelodeon television show. Let's just say, I really took this moral to heart. The episode is about a girl named Jill who's 13 years old but is still obsessed with fairy tales and some toys that she grew up with. While her friends are starting to find interest in boys, Jill seems content with reading her fairy tales and living through the fantasies that they describe. This has caused her friends to start to bully her and has earned her grief from both of her parents and her older brother. And speaking of her older brother, he's a little bit of a prankster in this episode. He knows that Jill is a little scaredy cat and he takes the chance to scare her whenever he can.
Oh, Jill, it's me.
Why did you do that?
Gotcha.
It was you? Mom!
Come on, don't be such a snitch.
I hate you! Why did you do that?
Before we get into the main chunk of this story, we've already got to visit the closet of tragic 90s fashion. If you're new here, just know that this show came out in the 90s, a time when fashion meant both nothing and everything all at once. This episode isn't too extreme in the fashion area, but there is a boy with a tie that looks like tie-dye mixed with vomit, and Jill wears this floral printed coat that reminds me of my grandma's couch. So 2 new additions already, and we're only in episode 1. Wanting everyone to get off of her back, one night Jill clutches a book of fairy tales and wishes that everyone would just leave her alone. She goes to sleep, but wakes up a little bit later to find that everyone in the house has vanished. Then she notices the draping around her bed is moving, so someone must be under there. Assuming it's her older brother again, she lifts the drapes, only to find out it's freaking Bobcat Goldthwait. Now listen, I love this guy. He's hands down my favorite part of the episode, and if you've never experienced Bobcat before, then oh boy, you are in for a treat. The way he talks is as if he's constantly in pain and trying his best not to yell, but failing at that entirely. I think my favorite role of his is in Police Academy. I want to say, I'm pretty sure it's Police Academy 2, but it might be 3. It's just when he busts into the grocery store and basically just screams the whole time while robbing the place. It's wonderful. Anyway, he's in this now, and he plays a screaming and scary Sandman.
John? Come out, will you? You are such a slime. If you think that you're gonna scare me again...
Jill tries to run away, but gets sucked beneath her bed and transported into a world of fairy tales. The scene of her getting transported is so fun and so weird, it looks great, and she finds herself in a room full of ticking clock parts and these images of the backs of people's heads stretching into the distance. It's both really cool and pretty freaky at the same time. In fact, this whole dimension is that way. Each room is bizarre, seeming ethereal and dreamlike, with fun camera angles through moving cogs and foggy floors with no true sense of scale. The music here is also incredible. It captures that ethereal and dreamy feeling so perfectly as Jill explores this new dimension. She walks through a few rooms to find sleeping people all floating in never-ending dream states, until finally she finds the room of the Sandman and is able to get some answers on what exactly is going on.
This is a dream. I've got to be dreaming.
You're getting warmer, but you're only half right. This place is a dream, but you're not dreaming.
And who are you?
Isn't it obvious? I'm the Sandman. And this is my home.
He reveals that her being brought here was his way of granting her wish, so now she can be left alone to explore her fairy tales without anyone ever bothering her. Her family and her friends, and I think also everyone else in the entire world as well, have been put into dreams and will be trapped here forever. But hey, at least Jill will be alone, right? Of course, this isn't what Jill wanted. She tries to run away, but finds herself moving in slow motion, capturing that feeling of running in a dream so well as she can't get away from the nightmare that she's found herself in. She tries a few doors to escape, but each door just leads into another fairy tale, the first showing her the Queen of Hearts from Alice in Wonderland. And the next opening to the evil witch from Hansel and Gretel. Clearly, there's no escape, and eventually Jill goes back to the Sandman and begs him to release her from this world. The kid who played Jill does an amazing job here. I think she's actually crying, but even if they're fake tears, the despair feels genuine. She really wants to leave, to return to the world and release everyone from their eternal sleeps. When begging doesn't work, she immediately turns to threats. She grabs the Sandman's hourglass and threatens to break it if she isn't released from the dream. The Sandman tries to rationalize with her, but it's no use, and when he doesn't do as she asks, Jill throws the hourglass to the ground, and it shatters. With that, everyone is finally released from the world of dreams, and Jill finds herself waking up screaming from that awful nightmare. Her parents run in to comfort her, and Jill agrees to give up on some of her fairy tales, but her mother tells her not to stop being a kid, just to also be okay with growing up. The episode ends with one final word from Bobcat.
The little girl went back to sleep, promising never to believe in fairy tales again. If only she knew, she would have never gone back in that bed again.
The end.
I'll admit, Season 2 is starting off so strong. This has become one of my favorite episodes so far. It's a little bit spooky, but it's also just really weird, and you can tell they went all out with the set designs and the music, and just in general this entire story. The story has a great moral, but also it's incredibly unique. Jill being sucked into the world of dreams with the Sandman antagonist was so bizarre, and it kept me interested the entire time. Also, her running through the dream world and encountering other fairy tales while also discovering her friends and family were trapped in their dreams was really cool. For the story, I'm going to give this one an 8 out of 10. Now, the real question for a Kristen story is, how scary was it? This one had a few good scares. The brothers' pranks were decent for jumps, the Sandman is a creepy character, the sets are really spooky, and the idea of never-ending dreams is pretty horrifying. That being said, this episode was clearly not focused on horror, and I think all of the scary moments end up building together to make a middle-of-the-line 5 out of 10. But as you can probably tell, I really loved this episode, and the bonus points are going to reflect that. Our first point goes to the music. While in the dream world, it was really atmospheric, and when visiting each of the other fairy tales, it mixed up a little bit to capture the vibe of those stories. Another point will go to the sets. In fact, they were so impressive that 2 points will be going to the sets. Everything in the dream world looked incredible, and while a little bit dated, the effect of Jill being sucked into the dream world was really fun and stylistic. A 4th point is going to Jill, because I think she's the best kid actor that we've seen in the entire series so far. She's top tier. Her crying scene alone deserves this bonus point. And I think nobody is going to be surprised by this. I have to give a final bonus point to our man Bobcat. I love him so much, and he killed it in this episode. He made me laugh, he was a little bit creepy, and he looks the part of a being that is constantly in a state of exhaustion. So, for the very first time in the entire series, and in the first episode of Season 2, we've got our first perfect 5 out of 5 bonus point score, which will leave the tale of the final wish with a total score of 18 out of 25, which starts off season 2 on an incredibly high note. Episode 2 is a little bit of a special occasion because finally, after a full season, Frank gets to tell his second story. He hasn't been in the storyteller chair since the very first episode, so let's see what he's got with the tale of the Midnight Madness. The opening shots show us a theater, and the movie playing here is something called The Bostics of Beacon Hill. Now, I only mention this because I'm pretty sure that this is a reference to Betty Ann's story from last season called The Tale of the Twisted Claw. In that one, Kevin, you might remember him for killing his friend's parents via a wish, also wished to win a race, and it ended up being granted by breaking an older boy named Bostic's leg. I did a little bit of research, like a whole 3 minutes of Google researching to be precise, and it doesn't seem like there's an actual movie called The Bostics of Beacon Hill, or any other media that shares in that name. So I'm calling it, this is a reference to the Tale of the Twisted Claw. Now, this is an old-timey theater, the kind of place that you go to experience some classic movies still shown on a film projector, but as it's fallen behind the times, it's starting to go under. Our main characters Pete and Katie work at the theater, and Pete tries everything that he can in order to keep the theater open. He's doing his best because he loves the theater and everything film, but he's also doing it because he is one of the most desperately thirsty characters that's ever been written. Every scene between him and Katie basically just boils down to Pete trying to ask her out and tell her how much he likes her over and over. And there's this one part, like, I actually cringed when he asks for a repeat hug in this one scene.
Let's hug again.
Man, Pete, he's just down so bad. The manager of the theater is named Mr. Kristoff, and he informs Pete and Katie that the theater owners are officially selling it, so they've only got a few weeks before they'll be out of a job. Fortunately for them, there's a knock on the door, and a man with a possible solution shows up just in time. And this man is none other than Dr. Fink.
Dr. Fink?
Vink, with a V.
It turns out that Dr. Vink has moved from his study of flora and fauna and has found a passion in filmmaking. He promises the manager that the theater will start to show success if the manager agrees to show off one of Vink's films. In exchange for his promised success, Vink and the manager make a deal which will allow Vink to show his films on one night every week.
I've come to save your theater. And it won't cost you a dime. And I am not a nutbag.
Vink then vanishes, leaving behind an old film and leaving the trio with nothing but questions. Pete puts on the film one night, and we see that apparently in this universe, Dr. Vink was the man behind Nosferatu. Despite it being a black and white silent film, the audience seems to love it. They exit the theater with high praise and promise to come back again and spread the word of this wonderful place to watch movies. We then jump ahead a couple of weeks, and now the theater is incredibly successful. Obviously it wasn't sold off, as the owners decided to hold off on closing the place down since now it's making some good money. But with this success, we see the return of Dr. Vink. His promise was fulfilled, so now he's come for his end of the bargain. But Mr. Kristoff isn't holding up his end of the deal. With this success, there just isn't room in the schedule to give Vink a full day for his films alone.
One shouldn't make a bargain if they can't honor their commitments.
Kristoff tries to offer money for compensation, but Vink wants only what he was promised, and when he doesn't get it, he leaves with a few cryptic words.
That's where you're wrong, my friend. This story is far, far from over. In fact, it's only just beginning.
That night, Pete is watching Nosferatu alone, trying to study it and figure out what makes it so special. But he's also tired, and just as he's falling asleep, he thinks that he sees the vampire exit the screen. He wakes up a little bit later when he hears Mr. Kristoff suddenly scream. When he and Katie investigate, they find Kristoff face down on his desk with a bite mark on his neck. They rush out of the office to try and find help, but when they get to the front door, they're stopped by the pale vampire himself.
Nosferatu!
Everything with Nosferatu is pretty creepy and decently well done. There's a lot of classic horror moments in clear homage to the original film, and the costume and performance of Nosferatu were really scary. After being chased through the theater, Pete has a eureka moment and has Katie put the film on the projector. He then runs onto the stage and enters the movie. Nosferatu chases him inside, but Pete has seen this movie a dozen times already, so he knows the best way to beat the vampire. He pulls the curtains from the window and blasts the vamp with sunlight, which turns it to dust. Pete then exits only to find Vink is sitting in the audience with a bucket of popcorn and having the time of his life. Kristoff comes out a second later and tells Vink that he feels bad for going back on the deal, and now he wants to honor it. But Vink says that's no longer necessary because he contacted the owners and he bought the entire theater.
I've just purchased this theater.
You what?
Oh, yes. Now I can show my films every night. And believe me, I've got many, many more that are far better than this one.
The end.
If I'm honest, I'm a little bit mixed on this episode. I thought that it was okay, but I feel like I should like it more than I do. I think the setting of the theater got a little bit stale, kind of like the popcorn they're eating, ayo! And whenever Vink or the vampire weren't on screen, things weren't that interesting. But I do love the idea of haunted movies, and then using Nosferatu was pretty fun and spooky. Also, Vink making his second official appearance was a real treat, so I'm thinking that this story is going to be a 6 out of 10. The scares weren't super high in this one either, but it did have some good scary moments. Like I mentioned, everything with Nosferatu was pretty creepy, and him chasing Pete and Katie through the theater was really intense. But when the vamp wasn't on screen, the scares didn't exist. So I think this is another slightly above the midline 6 out of 10. For a few bonus points, you know we're giving one to Vink. Every time he shows up, every scene he's in is a real treat. I just love how chaotic and maniacal he is. I'll give another for Nosferatu. He was also pretty great. He looked great. He was creepy. He was all around one of the best monsters that we've seen in the entire series so far, so he'll definitely get a point. And I think that's it. So 2 out of 5 bonus points, which gives Frank's second story, The Tale of the Midnight Madness, a total score of 14 out of 25. Episode 3 is already another Kristen story. This time she comes walking into camp wearing her parents' old hippie clothes, so we can assume that this episode is going to be real groovy. And it's called The Tale of Locker 22. We follow a girl named Julie who has just transferred to this school from France, and things are immediately not going well. She gets bullied super hard right out the gate. In chemistry class, she accidentally breaks a beaker, and her teacher is he's so dumb with his response.
Don't do that.
Yeah, no duh, don't do that. Like, what a strange response. Like, if it was on purpose, you'd think that he'd be mad, but if he thought it was an accident, then I guess he should ask her to just clean it up or be careful. But instead he's just like, nah, you shouldn't break beakers. Like, freaking Teacher of the Year award right here. And speaking of great teachers, when Julie comes to the school, we meet the assistant principal named Mr. Schaffner. He assigns Julie to locker number 22, but he's kind of just a curmudgeon and he clearly hates his job.
I've been here far too long to take grief from a transfer who's only been here 5 minutes.
I'm sorry. This will be fun.
Since Julie broke the beaker, some bullies have targeted her and they're just so over the top. They sit next to her and just start smack-talking her before trying to spray her with milk, which ends up evolving into a full-on food fight because she ducks out of it. These bullies aren't really important to the story, but because of them, Julie does get introduced to her only friend, a boy named Chris. He's introduced wearing a shirt that looks like every color of the booger rainbow, striped in weirdly non-even patterns. It's an ugly one. So Julie has noticed this strangely dressed quiet girl that just seems to pop up at random times. She never says a word, and once Julie asks her what she wants, the girl just vanishes right before her eyes. So we're working with a full-on ghost here. One day, a bead necklace falls from Julie's locker, and the ghost girl motions for Julie to put it on. But when she does, she's somehow transported back in time to the 60s. I love this jump back in time. All the characters are using cool 60s lingo and dressed in hippie outfits and tie-dye, and then there's this dude that just looks like he's absolutely stoned out of his gourd. Everyone seems to think that Julie is Candy.
Candy, those beats are so far out.
What did you call me?
And when she looks at her locker, she sees Candy's name is on it, so this is why the ghost has clung to her. Julie takes the beads off and appears back to the present day. She then goes to Chris to tell him what she's discovered, and obviously he doesn't believe her, so she puts the beads back on and transfers both of them back to the 60s. This time we see a younger version of Mr. Schaffner. He tells Julie/Candy that she's got to make up her chemistry project today after school or she'll have to do summer school. This is important for a little bit later on, but for now, Julie takes the beads off again and she and Chris return to the present day with questions on their mind. Specifically, what's the deal with Candy? That's my Jerry Seinfeld. They track down an old yearbook and see that Candy seemed to have died in the same year that they keep transporting back to, but there's no information on how she died. So they split up to search for answers, and Julie ends up putting the beads back on, only to get in trouble with the young Mr. Schaffner and being forced into the chemistry lab to complete her missing project. At this same time, Chris tracks down another teacher and he's able to ask him about Candy. It turns out that she died in the chemistry lab in some kind of fiery explosion. So Chris tracks down Julie, only to realize that she must have gone back to the past, which means that she could be in danger of dying in Candy's place. We do get a close-up on a frayed gas line as Julie's trying to light her burner, but fortunately, she's completely hopeless for some reason at lighting a match. She just struggles so hard, but hey, the struggle ends up saving her life, I guess, so that's good. Chris is able to contact the Candy Ghost, who sends him back in time to go and rescue Julie. He then rushes to the chemistry lab just in time to stop Julie from lighting the burner with a candle that she had to walk off screen to go get pre-lit. And then it's pretty funny because Chris then takes that faulty line and he shoves it in Mr. Schaffner's face, and he yells at him that he's incompetent and he's clearly in the long line of work.
Thank God you saw this. If you hadn't,
I would have been toast.
And now, with a life saved, Julie and Chris return to the present. Only things are a little bit different now. They're stopped by a teacher who turns out to be the current assistant principal. Yeah, Mr. Schaffner took Chris's words to heart, so he's no longer a teacher in this timeline. But Candy is alive, and she's taken his place.
I'm the assistant principal, Ms. Warren. Candy Warren.
They saved her life and altered the timeline, and that's where we end the story. I've said it before, and I'm sure that I'll say it again. Kristen's stories are always unique and very intricate. This one having a plot of changing the course of time to save a life was really interesting. It did remind me a little bit of The Tale of the Lonely Ghost, where the ghost is a little bit scary at first, but ends up only wanting help from the main character. The present day stuff was a little bit unnecessary all around. It seemed like it was mostly pure filler in most cases, and the only character other than Julie and Chris that ended up mattering was Mr. Schaffner. Kind of. So the whole subplot of Julie being bullied, it was sort of just there. But the main plot of the episode was really cool, and jumping back and forth through time was pretty fluidly done. I'm thinking the story will get a 7 out of 10. That being said, in classic Kristen fashion, this episode was way light on the scares. In fact, the scares, they hardly existed at all. Mostly the spooky factor relied on the ghost of Candy, but even before we knew that she only wanted help, she didn't really look scary or malicious. She kind of just looked like she was scared and maybe a little bit mopey. Her vanishing is a little bit spooky, but man, I'm struggling to even think of this one as a scary story. I think it's gonna get a 2 out of 10 for the scares. For a few bonus points, I do think that this episode did time travel really well, and it's cool that they leaned into the present being changed due to their actions, so we'll give a point there. And another is going to all the 60s fashion and lingo. It's groovy, and I think that's really all that needs to be said about that. So 2 out of 5 bonus points, which leaves the tale of Locker 22 at a total of 11 out of 25. Which, it's not the best score, but it still was a good episode. Betty Ann takes the stage for episode 4, and let me tell you, I'm ready to be scared. This one is called The Tale of the 13th Floor, and 13 is a scary number, so that means we're off to a good start, right? This episode stars a girl named Karen and her brother Billy, who's freaking Iceman from X-Men. He's also in other stuff, but he'll always be Iceman to me. Da-na-na-na-na. X-Men theme song, and maybe Iceman little thing edit here. Dino. Da-na-na-na-na. Dino. Da-na-na-na-na. Billy and Karen like to play on the 13th floor of their apartment complex because the whole floor is vacant. Billy also seems to be much better than Karen at pretty much everything. Something that she constantly points out, and something that she blames on her genes since she was adopted.
I think the net's right there.
I know that. If I had your genes, I could do it.
What have my genes got to do with it?
Not your blue genes, Zipperhead, your biological genes. My real parents must have been klutches like me.
Will you get off of that? You can't use your adoption as an excuse every time you can't do something.
Why not? It's very convenient.
A purplish light shines outside, and the whole floor starts to shake, so Karen and Billy decide it's time to go home. But when they try the elevator, they meet a new elevator operator named Leonid. And, he's a really big weirdo, so they decide to just take the stairs, which I think is a good call. In the night, Karen's TV turns on by itself, and over the static, a man begins to talk to her.
Are you talking to me?
What do you think?
I think I'm dreaming.
Then, in the morning, Billy and Karen try to go to the 13th floor, but they learn that new tenants have moved in. Karen receives an invitation from the tenants of that floor to come and test the toys that they've been making, since apparently the floor is now a complete toy factory. Even though Billy isn't invited, Karen decides to take him with her to go and test out the toys because they're siblings and they do things together. When they get to the 13th floor, they see that it has completely transformed, and I love this whole set. The pastel colors, the conveyor belt of weird toys, the little mascot toymen, the dice Roomba, it's so fun and so weird. A woman named Olga greets the kids and brings them to the back where the toy testing will begin. In the back room, there's even more fun things to look at. There's weird machines with squishy purple buttons and letter blocks all over the place. This place, it just gets better, and I love it. The toy technician is another weirdo named Raymond, and he directs the kids to their first toy that they'll be testing, which is a game that tests their reflexes. At first, Billy is constantly beating Karen, as usual. But then Raymond starts to turn a valve on the wall, and as he does, Billy gets slower while Karen starts to excel. And it's so funny, like as Billy starts to lose, he just gets so down on himself and he kind of gets pathetic, and it made me laugh.
Wait, I'll get it.
While Billy keeps trying his toy, Karen is brought to another machine, and Raymond says that this one will unlock parts of her brain that have been dormant since her birth. He instructs her on what to do, and quickly, Karen unlocks an innate ability of telekinesis. That's right, we've got Iceman, and now we've got Jean Grey in this family. The team's all coming together. Raymond goes back to the valve and puts it even higher, saying something about how he's manipulating the atmosphere to more resemble his home. Then he takes off his face and reveals his terrifying truth.
Once you have reached your median capacity, we will transfer you to the ship.
What ship? I'm not going in any ship!
That's better.
Raymond flips some switches and a hatch in the ceiling opens, revealing even more aliens and causing the seat that Karen's in to lift upwards. But remember, Karen's got powers now, so she won't go so easily. She uses her telekinesis to unflip the switch and releases herself from the chair. She also kicks Raymond, and we learn that not only is he an alien, he's also a robot, and her kick caused him to freeze up. Also, his controller is one of those old, Tiger Electronics handheld games. I don't know which one. I couldn't find it on a search. So if you know, then let me know down in the comments, because I'm kind of curious, what game could possibly control robotic aliens? Karen ends up hiding an event just as Olga shows up to find out what the commotion is all about. She unfreezes Raymond, who quickly refines Karen, and he sticks his head inside of the vent next to her, which acts as both a jump scare and also it's just pretty funny looking. So Karen runs through the vent, but before she can escape, she's stopped by Leonid, who unfortunately is not a robot, but he is still an alien.
It's time to expand your horizons. See another side of the universe.
Karen runs away again and ends up in the room with Billy. She helps him, but as they make their way to the door, they're stopped again by Olga and Raymond. But this time, Karen has Raymond's controller. She uses it to command Raymond to hold Olga. And just look at this dude's creepy smile. It's so off-putting and weird. It just added to the bizarre nature of everything that's going on in this episode. Karen and Billy make their way to the elevator as Leonid tries one more time to convince Karen to stay with them. He doesn't try to stop the kids, however. He just tells her that he wishes she would change her mind and come with them because the place that they want to go is where Karen truly belongs. But Karen doesn't go for it. She and Billy return to their apartment just in time to see the lights of the ship blast back into the sky. Then Karen's TV turns on again, and this time, Olga begins to talk with her. She says that years ago, the aliens accidentally left one of their young on Earth, and they were trying to rescue her this whole time. Olga's face disappears, and as we look back at the kids, we see that Karen's has as well, which scares Billy and reveals to us that Karen was a long-lost alien child this whole time. What a great episode. I love how weird and how cool and how fun and kind of scary everything is in this one. The aliens are so creepy, but their human counterparts are also just beyond strange. It's both kind of funny and off-putting at the same time. The story of some kids wandering into an alien trap disguised as a toy factory made for such a good time, and it did a good job of slowly revealing exactly what was going on at different parts of the episode. First, we think that it's a toy factory, then we learn it's aliens, then we learn it's a way to unlock Karen's mind powers, only for the twist at the end to show that Karen was an alien this whole time. For the story, I'm giving this one an 8 out of 10. It also had some decent scares. The aliens alone would definitely have given me nightmares as a kid. Their design with no face is off-putting, not to mention the weird nature of their human disguises occasionally peeks into the uncanny valley. It wasn't the most scary thing in the world, but it did also have some pretty intense chase scenes and the very real possibility that Billy could have died at any moment. I'm gonna give it a 7 out of 10 for the scares. It definitely earned some bonus points as well. You know I love a good set, and this one had some of the best that we've seen so far. Not to mention all the really cool machines and toys and big background set pieces. I think that it all comes together, and it deserves 2 bonus points. I'll give another to Raymond. He was weird and fun and uncanny, and just a freaking terrifying alien all at the same time. Definitely one of my favorite parts of this episode. And then a final point will go for that plot twist. There are some decent clues that lead us to believe that Karen could be somewhat related to the weirdos of the 13th floor, but the reveal at the end with her all aliened up is so just spooky and well done, it definitely deserves a point, which means 4 out of 5 bonus points for this one. That leaves the tale of the 13th floor with a total score of 19 out of 25, and like I said, I just loved this one, and I can't wait to see what's next. With episode 5, Kiki finally gets her second story in this series. I know I don't talk about the Midnight Society much, but I have to mention the overarching segments for this episode just a little bit, because it shows that Kiki has laryngitis. She types out her story, and she has Gary read it, so for her second story ever, she doesn't even get to read it. I just thought that it was funny. It won't count for or against this episode at all, but she had to wait so long to be the storyteller, and when her time finally comes, it just ends up going to Gary again. So let's see what Kiki wrote for us in The Tale of the Dream Machine. We meet a kid named Sean who loves to write, and he's also got a crush on a girl named Jennifer. His teacher gives the class an assignment to write a story, and this becomes pretty important later on. But for now, Sean and his best friend Billy head over to his house to hang out after school. As they're going up to Sean's room, Billy falls through the stairs and discovers a secret room from the man who used to live here. The man was an author of horror novels, but he mysteriously vanished one day only to be found murdered 1 year later. The only thing other than some newspaper clippings in this secret room is the author's old typewriter. And as an aspiring writer, Sean takes the typewriter and begins writing a new story on it that night. Before I get too into the story, I have to mention that a little bit later we see Sean go to bed and he's got freaking clap lights. This kid's rad already. I always wanted those when I was growing up, but the closest thing that I got was a tap light. Taps and claps, they might rhyme, but they just aren't the same. Anyway, Sean's story is called The Halloween Dance, and it's about him getting the nerve to ask Jennifer to dance with him, only for it to later reveal that Sean is a real vampire. When the story ends, we see Jennifer wake up from a nightmare, and the next day at school, she talks to him and ends up telling him about this dream, a dream that Sean realizes is exactly the same as the story that he wrote. He and Billy go back to his place again after school, but Billy is tired and falls asleep, so Sean decides to get to his school paper. He writes another story, this time about Billy being dared to explore a haunted graveyard. Billy gets spooked by a ghost called Blind Paul and is trapped inside of a coffin and buried alive. Once again, Billy wakes up from a nightmare, and as he tells Sean what happened, Sean realizes that it is exactly his story, and now he understands that this typewriter must be behind these coincidences.
It's the typewriter. That's why it was hidden. It's got some kind of power. Is that possible? Could this be a dream machine?
For a final test, that night Sean writes a story of him and Jennifer, talking in heaven, where he reveals that he's been writing her dreams and that he kind of likes her. She tells him that she kind of likes him too, and then they share a kiss. But I've got to mention a few things about this. First off, this is the first on-screen kiss in this series, so that's kind of neat. And to completely take away from this romantic moment, we need to remember that Sean is writing this dream, so Jennifer isn't actually saying any of this. Sean's just writing it. He wrote that his crush had a crush on him, and it worked. It's a bit creepy when you look at it from that perspective, especially because he wrote them having a kiss. I don't know. It's a bit uncomfortable. Anyway, Jennifer calls Sean on his totally awesome motorcycle phone. Dude, he's got such cool stuff. I'm so jealous. I'm an adult now, but I still want this phone, and I still want clap lights. I'm not over the clap lights thing, but this motorcycle phone has unlocked a whole new level of jealousy in me. So now comes a little bit of a twist. Jennifer, Billy, and Sean are all hanging out now, discussing what they could do with the power of the typewriter. And then Billy picks up the story of the Halloween dance and begins to read it. As he does, Sean and Jennifer disappear and find themselves being forced to live the story. Right before the vampire Sean bites Jennifer, Billy stops reading and realizes that his friends have vanished, only for them to reappear right before his eyes. So any story written on the typewriter becomes reality when it's read. This brings us to that school assignment. Sean turned in the story of Billy being trapped in the graveyard, and their teacher is only a few minutes away from reading it and making it a terrifying new reality. I've got to talk about the teacher here for just a second because she's such a blatant caricature. It's crazy. She's a little bit of a bigger lady, and the show writers just leaned on that to an extreme level. She's always eating donuts, and when she's out, she ends up going to the kitchen and grabbing a plate full of cinnamon rolls. Sean and Jennifer are trying to track her down. Meanwhile, Billy's just trapped in the story with Blind Paul. And one of the clues that they find is a cinnamon roll with just one bite taken out of it. So the teacher took a bite and then just left it while taking 2 more cinnamon rolls with her on a plate. And we see probably the scariest thing in any episode so far when the teacher goes to the bathroom and leaves her plate of sweets on the floor. That's, man, this lady is built different. Sean and Jennifer can't find the teacher anywhere, so Sean comes up with an idea to stop the typewriter by using the typewriter. He types up a story and Jennifer reads it.
Read it! Read it!
The typewriter stopped glowing and all the stories ever written on it never came true.
Welcome back, dude. Yes!
This works perfectly as Billy returns from the story world and the 3 friends share in a laugh. Kiki's second story was a hit. I liked it a lot. I thought it was kind of cool because I realized that this was a way for Kiki to share a few more of her stories that maybe weren't fully fleshed out yet. This episode alone is a little bit of an anthology, giving us a story of a magic typewriter, a vampire at a dance, and a haunted graveyard all at the same time. It was clever and constantly changing, which made the episode move quickly and feel fresh in every single scene. I think the story is a solid 7 out of 10. It was a little bit scary as well, not terrifying, but it had some good spooky moments and some really well done and intense buildups. The vampire scene is a little bit scary, but the real fear is with Billy being trapped. The ghost in the graveyard and the claustrophobia as Billy pounds on the coffin lid were really decent horror moments. So I'm going with a 7 out of 10 for the scares as well. There wasn't a ton that I found for bonus points, but Sean's cool gadgets with the clap lights and the motorcycle phone made me jealous and definitely earned a point for sure. And I do love the way that this episode gave us, like I said, that tiny anthology, so I'll do another point for that, just for the creativity, totaling 2 out of 5 bonus points. So Kiki's second story was really good, a really big improvement from her not very scary first story, and this one gets a total score of 16 out of 25. Episode 6 is told by David, and it's called The Tale of the Dark Dragon. So, twice in a row, I'm going to quickly talk about the overarching narrative with the Midnight Society, because it is a little bit important to this story. It's Gary's birthday, and as a surprise, David made a story with magic just for him. And not only that, but he borrowed one of Gary's favorite made-up characters. You probably already know who it is, but if you don't, then I'll save that reveal for the time when it comes up in the episode. Something else that I noticed that I thought was really sweet was that David actually put a character named Gary into this story. He's a pretty minor side character, but he's written to be casually cool, a great athlete, and a good boyfriend, which I think actually reflects David's view of who he believes Gary to be. Now, Obviously, he doesn't see Gary as his boyfriend, but Gary has always been the definitive leader of the group, so it would make sense for some of the others to look up to him, to see him as loyal and kind and cool. I thought it was a really nice homage from David, especially as this is Gary's birthday gift. But once again, I'm not going to let the overarch affect the score or anything like that. It was just a few observations that I thought added some really good moments to this episode. This story is about a boy named Keith who was recently in a car crash. It messed up his leg really bad, and while he'll always walk with a limp from now on, the worst damage was actually done to his self-confidence. He sees himself as broken and kind of worthless, and his leg is a constant reminder that he'll never be who he used to be. In this intro scene, we meet that Gary character, and I have to point out, Gary's friend is wearing a shirt that we've seen before. He's literally wearing the same shirt that Chris had on in The Tale of Locker 22. We've already got one of those shirts in our 90s fashion closet, but I don't see why we can't add another. This episode focuses on a bit of a love triangle. Keith likes a girl named Shelly, even though she's got a boyfriend, and Keith's friend Mariah has a crush on him. Throughout the episode, Mariah is way too kind to Keith. He treats her really poorly, always being passive-aggressive and oddly dismissive of her. But she just loves him and takes it over and over. In fact, it never changes her view of him, even though he is pretty rude to her at times. So, a school dance is coming up, and Keith really wants to ask Shelly, but he doesn't have the confidence. Lucky for him, he reads an ad in a comic book telling him of a magic shop where he can buy a potion that will bring the best out of people and will give him the confidence that he so desires. He goes to the shop, and here we see the man himself, Mr. Sardo.
Is there a Mr. Sourdough here?
That's sourdough! No, mister. Accent on the dough.
Every time this guy shows up, we know that we're in for a treat of misunderstood magic. It's good to see that he somehow escaped the crystal ball that he was trapped in. I hope Weeds and Mary Beth got out as well. Sardo finds the potion and sells it to Keith, but he warns him to only ever take one drop at a time. I also love how every time we see Sardo, he tries to bargain for his wares, but he gets lowballed every time because he's dealing with kids who just, they don't have any money.
How much does it cost?
Well, it's very difficult to put a value on just what this will do for you, but if I were pressed, I'd say $40?
$40?
All right, 35, but I'm losing on the deal.
Thanks just the same.
How much you got?
$20.
Done. I'll get your receipt.
Before Keith leaves, he tries the potion on Sardo's rabbit and sees the rabbit become all cute right before his eyes. But after he leaves, smoke rises from the rabbit's cage, and we see that everything is not as it seems. We got monsters, folks! Keith goes home and uses the potion right away, and he's magically transformed into Cool Keith. You can tell he's cool because he wears a leather jacket now. Also, he doesn't have a limp, so the potion healed his injury, which, actually that is pretty cool. He heads out straight away and starts to rizz up Shelly, saying that he's Keith's cousin, KC, who is visiting from out of town. The next morning, Keith wakes up to find that he's reverted back into the limping, lame version of himself. But to make things even worse, he's started to get hairy boils on his chest. A little bit later, he notices the grossness is spreading to his hands, so he throws away the potion for 10 seconds. You see, Shelly calls him and invites KC on a date, so of course, Keith goes back for the potion, and he becomes his cool self. This works really well for him as the date goes perfectly, and he and Shelly share in a kiss. He then asks her to the school dance, and she agrees to go with him, so KC will have to make at least one more appearance the next night. This time, when Keith wakes up, the grossness has spread to his face and neck, and his teeth have become jagged and monstrous. He ditches school and goes back to Sardo for some help, but in classic Sardo fashion, he has no idea what's going on.
I must admit, it is a bit unusual.
Sardo missed a page in his book that magically told of a warning for the potion.
Before bringing out the best, one must fight the dark dragon from within.
Funny, I didn't notice that.
What's the dark dragon?
I'm sure I don't know.
So Keith goes home with no idea what to do as his transformation starts to get worse. At one point, he's gone full on ghoul, and his monster design is so creepy, it looks great. Mariah comes over to check on Keith, but as usual, he just yells at her to go away, and then he just angry screams at the heavens. But despite the obvious downsides, the dance is tonight and Shelly is waiting. So Keith sneaks out and uses the potion one more time. However, Mariah trails him and watches him transform and then put the potion into his locker. She waits until he's gone out of sight and she sneaks up and steals the potion before downing it all in one gulp. The dance is a fine scene. Nothing much happens until Gary, who is Shelly's boyfriend, gets up on stage and tells her that he misses her, and he ends up winning her back just like that. So Keith is left without a date at the dance. That is, until the now confident Mariah saunters in, and she just straight up confesses her love for him.
I can never tell you this before, but I love you.
She just says it right out. That might be the most wild part of this whole episode. Immediately, I love you. And then right after that confession, Mariah starts to feel awful, and Keith takes her out to the hallway as she begins to transform from beauty to beast. And I've got some really mixed feelings about this part of the episode. Part of me loves it. You see, Keith speaks with Mariah, telling her about all of his insecurities. He tells her that he's hated himself ever since the accident. It's a really great confession and an honest representation of some mental health issues. I didn't expect this sort of thing popping up in this episode, and I really loved that they tackled such a heavy subject within the series. Mariah tells him that she loves him and that the accident doesn't define him, and with that, she's just fine now. She's back to beautiful, and this is where those mixed feelings come in, because as much as I loved that scene, it ends up being weirdly anticlimactic. Things are going really bad for about 30 seconds, and then everything is just instantly solved. It was, unfortunately, really rushed. But now that they're beautiful, Keith realizes that the dark dragon he needed to face were those feelings that he'd been holding against himself since the accident. He and Mariah walk off, and they live happily and beautifully ever after. Despite my mixed feelings on that final scene, I still did really enjoy this episode. I'm always going to be a fan of fantasy horror, so mixing potions with body transformations and then monsters and ghouls, it's a winner in my book. The story was solid, with some good messages on loving yourself, although some bad messages on being okay with your friends treating you poorly, and then just confessing your love to them when you get the chance. It had some great moments, but I can't get over some of the poorly written moments as well, especially that ending. It was, like I said, just rushed. So I'm gonna go with a middle of the line 5 out of 10. I did appreciate a lot of the horror in this episode. It's the first time in this series that we've gotten a little taste of body horror. Keith and Mariah being transformed into ghoulish versions of themselves, and Keith and that rabbit being straight up turned into monsters was pretty scary and really fun. I think the monster version of Keith would have scared me so bad as a kid. But those monstrous moments were really the only scary things of the episode. So for that body horror and the monster rabbit and the ghoul Keith, I'm gonna go with a 6 out of 10. For bonus points, you already know we're giving one to Sardo. I love him, and he comes back strong and just plain perfect in this episode. And I'll give another for the analogy of the dark dragon being a nod to self-hatred and self-doubt. It's a good lesson that a lot of people should be reminded of. So a total of 2 out of 5 bonus points, which leaves the tale of the dark dragon with a total score of 13 out of 25. Happy birthday, Gary! It was an alright episode. Episode 7 is another one for Kristen. That's right, with 7 episodes, almost half of them are her stories, which I'm not complaining about at all. I love when it's Kristen's turn, because we know that we're about to get a story that is unique and interesting and all around memorable, and this episode is no exception. In fact, it's one that I know a lot of people out there remember, because this is the tale of the Frozen Ghost. The story starts off with none other than Sabrina the Teenage Witch. She's not a witch in this episode, but we do deal with some crazy aunts and some supernatural elements, so weirdly enough it fits. Sabrina is babysitting a boy named Charles, whose parents are incredibly rich and have raised him to be a little bit afraid of everything, including small things like getting dirty. He's a little bit strange, and we can tell that Sabrina's getting tired of dealing with his antics. They arrive at Charles's aunt's house, but like I mentioned, they're a bit strange, and their house is also a little bit creepy.
Whoa, Spooksville or what?
Despite them being strange, the aunts are really accommodating and nice. They're thrilled to have Charles come visit, and they treat Sabrina with a really warm welcome. Although, as they're helping their guests to their room, one of them lets something slip out about ghosts, and Charles, he just doesn't handle this news well.
Dear, I only said hosts, not ghosts. Ghosts? Silly me. My hearing isn't what it used to be. Ghosts?
It's pretty funny because ghosts are brought up a few times in this episode, and pretty much every time Charles does this same reaction. His buggy eyes and the way that he says ghosts all terrified, it made me laugh each time. He did a great job. In the night, Charles has a nightmare of a man who seems to be hunting him down. The dream is quick, but we see the point of view of someone hiding in a log as this man takes away his jacket. Charles wakes up as his bedroom window bursts open, and he looks outside to see that the ghost his aunts had mentioned is real, and not only that, but it repeats one of the most well-known phrases in this entire series. Seriously, each time you bring up "Are you afraid of the dark?" I'd say there's like a 40% chance that someone will just reply with, "I'm cold." Like, this is where it all started. It's such a memorable voice line. Charles runs from his room to tell Sabrina what happened, and this brings me to something that I love in this episode. I haven't talked a lot about plain cinematography in this series yet, but in the tale of the Frozen Ghost, there are so many weird moments and bits of camera work that I have to give a nod to. First off, as Charles runs to tell Sabrina about the ghost, it's fast forwarded and he bumbles around and spins in a panic. It's so funny and weird, but it gets his point across that, Charles is really panicking right now. Another moment is right after he tells Sabrina. She doesn't believe him, and it just does a really funny sudden jump cut to Charles getting the door slammed in his face. A little bit later, there's also an interesting point of view shot as Charles searches the nearby woods, and then there's this really cool tilted camera angle at one point when Charles gets spooked. And then the last part that really got me was this weird double take fall into a mud puddle that happens a little bit later. I like this episode a lot, and the camera work and weird cinematography choices really ended up elevating it for me. I had to mention that, but now we can get back to the story. Well, sort of, because there's a few things that I need to mention about the aunts really quick as well. First off, they're pretty poor. They own this house, but it's in really bad disrepair. The electricity has gone out because they couldn't pay their bills, and their wood-burning stove constantly smokes out the rooms because the chimney flue is stuck, and they've never been able to fix it. While Charles's family is rich, there's some familial disputing that's caused the aunts to never feel comfortable about asking his family for any sort of money or help. The dispute happened when their ancestor hired a criminal bank robber to work on his farm. This robber ended up getting caught while in their employment and was taken away to prison. Although, the train he was on crashed, and everyone on board apparently died. And finally, the aunts know about the ghost. They've seen him many times and have put together that he was a boy that used to live on their neighbor's farm a few generations ago. But he's never spoken to them before, and whenever they get close, he disappears. Oh, also one aunt is doing some needlework of a bloody axe, and it's got nothing to do with anything, but I had to point it out because it's weird and a little bit creepy. Sabrina and Charles head outside to gather some more firewood, and as they're doing so, they hear that memorable line again coming from the nearby tree line. Sabrina goes to investigate, leaving Charles alone. But he isn't alone for long. In the mud, he notices footsteps beginning to appear, moving closer to him, and when he turns around to run, the ghost boy is there. Charles runs off into the woods, but the ghost boy cuts him off constantly, repeating over and over that he's cold. This is where that double take of Charles falling into the mud puddle happens. Sabrina finds him and helps him out of the mud, but they both freeze as the ghost is there staring at them. It says again that it's cold, before pointing to a hollow log, the same one that Charles dreamt about the night before. He realizes then what his dream must have meant, and searching the log, he finds the ghost boy's jacket. He returns the jacket to the boy, warming him up and allowing the ghost to finally move on. Also, inside the log, they find an odd-looking key, and showing it to the aunts, they realize that this is the key that opens up the chimney flue. They open the flue, only to see hundreds of gold coins come spilling through their stove. So, in the span of just a day or two, Sabrina and Charles helped the ghost move on and solved all of the aunts' money problems. And that's the end. For a little bit of cleanup on the story, in case you haven't put all the pieces together, the Midnight Society members do all of that for us at the close of the episode. They realize that the criminal bank robber guy hid all of his stolen goods inside of the stove, but the neighbor boy must have seen him, so the criminal hunted the boy down and stole his jacket before leaving him stranded in the woods. Like, it's pretty basic, but it was a fun little way of tying up some small details that could have gone under the radar for some of the younger viewers. This was another absolutely killer episode from Kristen, and I'm happy to say that I think this is also the scariest story that she's told so far. I like that the story itself was left with a tiny bit of ambiguity that let the viewers put the pieces together for themselves. I know that the Midnight Society kids did that for us at the end of the episode, but they kind of represent the audience as they were also listening to the story and putting all the clues together. So that's a definite positive for me. It did a good job of setting up a few different problems throughout the story as well. The aunt's money problems, the fact that Charles is a bit of a wuss, and Sabrina thinking Charles is a weirdo. And then it solved each of those problems with character moments and literal gold so fluidly as the story was told. I think the aunts were interesting characters, the mystery of the ghost boy was layered in fun family lore, and Charles's character arc forcing him to face his fears was really well done. It did have a few little issues like the pacing and relying on that dream to solve the mystery, even though we only saw the dream for like 2 seconds and never really got a clear view of what was happening. But even with those little negatives, I think this story deserves a 7 out of 10. And like I said, it's also probably Kristen's scariest story. The ghost kid is pretty haunting, and I loved the little jump scares that we got as it popped up behind Charles constantly. The aunts added a bit to the scares as well, as they were strange and off-putting. I was expecting them to try and eat the kids by the end of the story. And I think the scariest part was those footprints that appeared in the mud. It was shot really well and was quite spooky. It's not the scariest episode that we've seen so far, but for Kristen, it was her peak horror, and I'm gonna give it a 6 out of 10. For a few bonus points, I'm giving 2 for the really fun camera work. It stuck out a lot to me, so I've got to reward it. And I'll give another to the famous voice lines. It'll stick in your head and you'll repeat it even 30 years later. So 3 out of 5 bonus points, which leaves The Tale of the Frozen Ghost with a total score of 16 out of 25. And keeping Kristen as one of my absolute favorite storytellers in this entire series. And now we get to hear from the horror expert of this series as Betty Ann is taking the storyteller's seat. 2 kids named Claire and Andrew are on a road trip with their babysitter Louise. They just spent the day at an amusement park, and in a really quick and kind of quiet line, we hear Andrew talk about his favorite part of the park.
The laugh in the dark ride was awesome. When Zebo jumped out, I almost croaked.
childish.
I love this kind of thing. As the episodes get more and more established and the seasons go on, we see more and more callbacks to previous episodes. So far, the only other one that I've caught was the possible Bostic mention, but I'll keep pointing them out whenever I see them. As they're making their way to the highway, we see the road sign has been switched out, and they're pointed in a completely opposite direction. After a while, they come across a tavern called the Whisper Inn, and since they are good and lost now, they go inside to hopefully get some directions. Inside, they meet a man who calls himself Master Raymond, and I love how he's dressed. Initially, it looks like he's in a skeleton costume, but as he steps into the light, we see that it's really just a fancy suit with rib-like silver decorations. It's such a fun costume and lets us know right away that everything isn't as it appears to be when Master Raymond is involved. Also, he's got a big ol' ring on, and that's important. He gives the trio some directions and they leave the tavern, but we see as he maniacally laughs once they're outside of the building. Something that I need to mention about this interaction is the fact that Master Raymond says that he hates the wind. When the door opens, a breeze comes in and he gets all freaked out for a minute. And then we see this happen again when Andrew pulls out his little fan toy. They don't do a great job of, subtly letting us know these things. It's kind of shoehorned in and very obvious that it's going to be important for later on. So they follow the directions that Raymond gave, only to come across a mansion, and the second they get near it, the car dies. Louise decides to go inside the mansion to use the phone while leaving the kids in the car, and as she approaches the door, it opens by itself. A decent amount of time later, the kids realize that Louise has been in there for way too long. So they go in after her to see what's going on, and then once again, the door opens by itself. This mansion is so cool. It's clearly a play on the Haunted Mansion in the Magic Kingdom, as it itself turns out to be also a haunted mansion, but there's a few things that we'll see later on that really cement this as its influence. As the kids check the mansion, they find a long, stretching hallway that's covered in picture frames that have no pictures in them. This whole time, creepy music box music is playing, and as the kids near a room, they find what seems to be a banana split party set up just for them. They fight over a banana split, but fortunately for them, neither of them eat it because once they spill on the ground, smoke plumes from the ice cream, and an image of Master Raymond appears and seems to try and enter the room through the smoke. I love how his hand wraps around the edges of the smoke here. It's some decently done effects, and it added a good scare to an otherwise already pretty scary moment. The kids run out of the mansion and decide to go to the Whisper Inn for help. At this point, they don't know that Master Raymond was the guy in the smoke, but we do because it's pretty obvious. However, when they get to the inn, Raymond isn't there. Inside, there's a few people who all act strange and look as if they're each from a different time period. There's one dude that just reminded me of Jim Carrey in this scene. The way he walks and talks and even bobs his head. I'm pretty sure he was trying to do an impression, but I'm not positive.
Who lives in that house?
Better question is, who's the house living in?
And I also need to point out the music here. They play an old jukebox, and you can hear the theme song for the show in an old-timey style.
So sad. So sad.
Pay no attention. They're just pulling your leg.
It's so cool. The things they do with the theme in some episodes always stands out to me. The only really important thing that this scene gives us is this lady who says that Claire reminds her of her dead daughter. But after saying that, the kids leave only to realize that they didn't ask about a phone, and when they come back, the inn is suddenly completely empty. So now, with no phone and no help, the kids realize that it's up to them to take matters into their own hands and try to save Louise. They head back to the mansion and hear Louise calling to them. When they enter the den, they see her in the reflection of a mirror, only to have Master Raymond take over a moment later. They go back upstairs, and this time, as they walk past the empty frames, we see the ghostly images of each of the people that we met before coming to life inside. It's creepy, and this is definitely what feels the most like the Haunted Mansion to me. They can hear Louise humming from a nearby room, and inside they see her rocking a baby. But on her finger is a large ring, the same one that Master Raymond was wearing when they first met him. Louise begins to suddenly talk with Raymond's voice, and she throws the baby at Claire, only now it's transformed into a freaking snake. It's some really good horror, and there's more to come. Andrew and Claire run and end up accidentally splitting up. Claire runs into a dead end where she sees a face on the wall that looks like Louise, and it begins to speak.
Help me, Louise? It's me. It's really me.
This is so cool and so scary. I freaking love it. Claire pushes on the candle holders and ends up finding a secret room that has Louise inside. Andrew follows Claire's voice and she tells him about the secret passage, but when he tries to enter, the face of Louise morphs into this creepy Master Raymond face. But Andrew's able to just blow it away with his fan, and then he enters the secret passage. They both try to rescue Louise, but Master Raymond steps from the shadows and shows that he's got full control of their babysitter. He says that if she stays in the house until the sun goes down, that her soul will belong to him, and that he will use her life energy to keep everyone in the house alive forever. Fortunately, Andrew thinks quick and breaks a window, which lets a breeze in and dissipates Master Raymond and sets Louise free. They run from the passage, but as they near the front door, Raymond appears again, and he swipes Andrew's fan before he gets a chance to use it. He then takes control of Louise again, and this time, he also decides to take Claire.
Run along, little boy. They're mine now.
But that was his mistake. The lady ghost we met earlier steps from the shadow and realizes that Raymond wants to kill Claire. But since she reminds her of her daughter, that just won't fly. The lady opens the door, setting the girls free and releasing them from the house. They get in the car and drive away to safety. But Master Raymond will still get a victim, because we see a stranger's car arrive and break down a few minutes later. And with that, the episode ends. This episode was interesting and pretty dang scary. But I mean, what else are we supposed to expect from a Betty Ann story, you know? I think the story was pretty good, although it did have some flaws that are going to count against it. I think the plot is great, with the haunted mansion and the kids that have to rescue their babysitter from an evil ghost man. But I didn't love how the ghost lady ended up saving the day in a bit of a Deus Ex Machina sort of way. I also didn't love how blatantly they made the wind as a weapon to be used against the ghost. It just didn't naturally fit into the story the way that they pointed it out and mentioned it. Like I said, it was a bit shoehorned in. Otherwise, I did enjoy this episode, and I'm gonna give it a 7 out of 10. But this episode was scary. There were some episodes in here that put me on edge. The snake baby was so rad and freaky, and the Louise face in the wall was one of those moments that just stood out to me as truly horrific. There's also everything with Master Raymond just appearing out of nowhere, and the ghosts in the picture frames, and the ice cream acid with the creepy music. It's good horror, and without a doubt this episode is an 8 out of 10. For a few bonus points, I'm definitely giving one for the music. Both the music box and the old-timey theme song were really cool. I'll give another for Master Raymond's performance. He was menacing and weird, and all around just a joy to watch. Another will go to that Louise face in the wall. I think that was my favorite part of this whole episode. Her voice coming out of that thing was, like I said, it was so rad. And I'll give a final point to the Haunted Mansion. They did a lot to make it a character itself, with the picture frames and the changing rooms and the hallways that seemed to twist or just end in dead ends. It was a really effective place to set a horror story. So, 4 out of 5 bonus points, which leaves Betty Ann with another really great story and gives The Tale of the Whispering Walls a total score of 19 out of 25. So far in this series, we've had 2 episodes dedicated to vampires, The Tale of the Nightly Neighbors and The Tale of the Midnight Madness. But another monster that usually coincides with vampires is werewolves, a monster that we've yet to have a story about. Until now. Frank seems to have a thing for classic monsters and monster movies, because just as he revived Nosferatu, he's balancing the scales and giving us our first werewolf story with The Tale of the Full Moon. And I've got to say, this is one of the most stylized episodes that we've seen so far. Jed and his friend Huey are pet detectives, locating local lost pets in exchange for a small fee in order to save up some money so that Jed can buy himself a puppy. Their setup is pretty rad, just a small clubhouse with a sign posted out front, and they use tools like squeaky toys and dog whistles to get their cases solved. Currently, they're on the case of a missing cat, so they head out to the neighborhood searching high and low. And I've got to point out that Huey he's got straight up superpowers, because at one point he jumps right over a fence, does a flip, and grabs a lady's wig from off of her head. He thinks it's the missing cat, but dude, he just fully cleared a 6-foot fence like it was nothing. Dude, Huey is built different. Jed ends up finding the collar of the missing cat outside of his neighbor's house. He knocks, but there's no answer, so he sneaks around the back where he finds a pile of discarded collars. Through the glass door, he sees his neighbor as he reaches into the fridge and starts to prepare some kind of ground up meat. This neighbor is never given a name, by the way, so I'll just be calling him Mr. Neighbor for this episode because I'm very creative. Mr. Neighbor gets distracted with a phone call, so Jed sneaks inside and sees that the fridge is full of even more containers of ground meat. The implications being that the pile of empty collars all belong to pets that were ground up by Mr. Neighbor. Jed runs out and returns home, where he plans to continue his investigation. And now, I get to talk about the style of this episode. It's all over the place in fantastic ways. First off, the music. The intro and every time Jed is investigating, it's all old-timey detective jazz. It fits so well with the kids' banter and searching compilations. When Jed gets home, the music feels like a really played-up 50s sitcom, especially this time when they talk about Jed's dad, who's no longer in the picture. And then, walking in the same shoes as the Tale of the Whispering Walls, there's a scene where the Are You Afraid of the Dark theme song plays, but now in a little 50s style.
Honey, dinner will be ready in a minute.
We're having company?
Well, yeah. Remember that guy I told you about, the one I met bowling a couple weeks ago?
He's coming here?
Mm-hmm.
You're having a date?
Oh, it's not a date, it's just dinner. It doesn't mean a thing.
But the music isn't all that sets this one apart. Just look at Jed's house and at his mom. The mom reminded me so much of the lady from Mars Attacks, which is just an overly done 50s stereotype, but also an alien. And the house is covered in random nonsense like flamingo decorations and a heel on top of a leopard printed couch, a picture of a fishbowl. They're all things that feel almost familiar, but show us that this place is a little bit unusual. Jed's also got a really cool motorcycle helmet light, which goes perfectly with that motorcycle phone from Dream Machine. And once again, I want it. Anyway, there's a lot more background stuff and music bits in this episode that are just fantastic, so keep an eye out in the scenes and let me know of any of your favorite bits that I might have missed. That night, Jed spies on his neighbor with a camera. It's another fun little stylized bit as the camera is in black and white, and the music that plays is so monster movie wonderful. He sees Mr. Neighbor clutch himself in pain before he rises back into the window, now fully transformed into a werewolf. He tells his mom, but she just shrugs it off as his recording seems to have glitched, so the rewound footage shows no neighbor or werewolf whatsoever. The next day, Huey and Jed read up on werewolves in their Shapeshifters in History book and learn that werewolves are allergic to red roses and pure silver. But they don't really have a plan on how to move forward.
But the question is, what do you do if you got a werewolf living next door?
Move.
That night, the mom has a date, and Jed is scared to find that it's with none other than Mr. Neighbor. Although he shows up to the door with a bouquet of red roses, and when Jed pokes him with his silver fork, nothing happens. So maybe he isn't a werewolf after all. I do need to point out, whatever it is that the mom cooked in this scene, none of it is identifiable. There's red, green, blue, yellow, and black. I could easily tell you what color they are, but I have no earthly idea what food any of this could be. The mom and Mr. Neighbor decide to take their date out of the house, so Jed has the idea to continue his investigation. He calls up Huey, and he's just chilling in his pink bath with a floral swim cap on next to his penguin towel. Dude, Huey's probably the coolest character in the whole series. But they decide to get together and they break into Mr. Neighbor's house. While searching around, they don't find anything interesting until Huey discovers a picture and they both realize that Mr. Neighbor has a twin brother. And they also realize that the werewolf is right behind them. The shots of the werewolf are terrifying. I love the design of the mask with the drooling mouth and the sunken eyes and how it's dressed up in ripped up clothes. It's fantastic. They run for the front door, but it's locked up tight. So with the werewolf on their heels, they head upstairs and lock themselves in a room that's covered with chains and a ripped up mattress. After a few seconds, the werewolf breaks down the door, and I love as it enters, the classic Dracula organ song begins to play. He corners the kids, but Jed thinks quick and uses his trusty dog whistle to stun the werewolf. They make their way to the door, but are stopped when Mr. Neighbor walks into the room. And now comes the twist. It turns out that all of these stylized moments, all the strange furniture and odd behaviors, were clues that this is not the same Earth that we all know. Mr. Neighbor explains that in this world, werewolves are a known thing, and lycanthropy is seen as a very discriminated against disease.
Lycanthropy is a terrible disease. Everybody tells me I should just put him out of his misery. But he's family. That's all I got.
The mom walks in a little bit later, saying that Mr. Neighbor told her all about his twin brother and that she's willing to look past the disease. Then we cut to a little bit of time later where Mr. Neighbor and the mom are married and living together as a family. And as for Jed, well, he finally got a brother and the dog that he's always wanted. I also love all of their matching outfits. And that's the end of this episode. I think that this episode highlights the potential of this entire series. There's so much that they are able to do with scary stories. There are no real boundaries that stop them from being creative and creating a 50s style pet detective werewolf family drama episode. It feels so unconventional, and yet it fits Are You Afraid of the Dark perfectly. I'm obviously a big fan of this episode, so let's talk about the scores. The story is a good time. The kid detective discovering a werewolf that ends up dating his mom is a bit intense, but also a good bit of humor. I love the friendship of Jed and Huey. They banter and poke at each other like real friends would. It just felt so natural. The twist is also fantastic, both Mr. Neighbor having a twin brother and the fact that the werewolf isn't really a monster, but just a misunderstood dude. And the ending is really funny and surprisingly completes Jed's arc of wanting a puppy in such a great and unexpected way. I'm gonna give this story an 8 out of 10. It was also decently scary. It didn't show any dead pets, but it's so heavily implied with all of the ground up meat and the empty collars, and ends up being pretty disturbing. Mr. Neighbor plays a great role as an untrustworthy stranger, and then everything with the werewolf was intense and straight up horrifying. Its design alone is properly monstrous. The whole episode did have an air of humor and whimsy to it that took the horror down just a notch, but when it was scary, it was really scary. So I'm going with a 7 out of 10 for the scares. Now, you know me, and by how much I've talked up certain bits of this episode, you know that it's going to get some really good bonus points. The music is incredible, so 1 point there, and I'm giving another musical point for the Are You Afraid of the Dark 50s style theme song as well as the Dracula organ bit, because I loved those moments in particular. I'll give another for the werewolf design. It was scary and fun at the same time, especially at the end when it's in that matching family shirt. Another will go to the sets and the food and basically everything that had to do with the mom. There's always something to look at. Like, I could probably spend 10 minutes paused on each scene and still not see all of the goofy little details that they added just for a little bit of humor and style. And finally, I'm giving a point to Huey. He's the coolest character that we've ever seen with his superpowered jumps and chilled tub lounging vibes, so he'll get that final point, totaling our second ever full 5 out of 5 bonus point score and giving The Tale of the Full Moon an incredible 20 out of 25. Hats off to you, Frank. This episode was a banger. I know that a lot of people are going to be excited for this next episode because it's probably the one that I've received the most comments about. Either this one or Dead Man's Float, but that isn't for another couple of seasons. This is the tale of the shiny red bicycle, and there's a reason that it sticks out to so many people. It's an episode told by David, and it's very unlike anything that we've seen so far. We've dealt with monsters and aliens, with other dimensions and killer clowns. We've even dealt with the fear of being lost and growing old. But this episode feels like a glimpse into life, into tragedy, into loss. It's the most serious episode that we've seen so far, maybe even the most serious episode in the entire series. It starts with two best friends named Mike and Ricky. Ricky was known for always riding around on his shiny red bicycle. But one day, the two friends were riding on a bridge over a river just as a man is diverting the stream. This causes the river to rise and become more wild, which shakes the bridge and causes Ricky to stumble against the railing. The railing then fails, and Ricky and his bike fall. Mike tries to catch his friend, but there's nothing he can do but watch as he's swept into the water and killed. Yeah, this is just the intro. There's probably not going to be a whole lot of jokes in the breakdown of this episode. The majority of this story takes place 5 years later as Mike wakes up from his reoccurring nightmare. He's clearly got PTSD. He blames himself for failing to save his friend, and he never even got closure as Ricky's body and even his bicycle were never found.
Well, for one thing, you could stop blaming yourself for Ricky's death.
But something is different today. The nightmare felt real, and at school, Mike starts seeing hints of his old friend. First seeing his red bicycle on the bike rack, and then seeing his ghostly appearance in the doorway of his class. He's sent to the nurse as it seems like Mike had some kind of an episode, but the appearances don't stop, as outside the window he sees Ricky call to him before disappearing, and when Mike turns around, Ricky's ghost has replaced the nurse. On his way home from school, Mike thinks he sees Ricky again and forces his dad to stop the bike rider, only to find that it's just a little girl, which makes his dad think that Mike's PTSD is just getting worse and he's starting to see things that could never actually be there. Something that I need to highlight in this episode are all of the actors. Every single one of them, from Mike to his parents to the small appearances from the nurse, act their hearts out. This story is super serious, so if the acting felt campy or off, it probably wouldn't have had the same impact. But it feels pretty real. The family jokes around and occasionally butt heads. The younger brother Ben looks up to Mike, and they share a few roughhousing moments here and there. And even the teachers, and like I mentioned, the nurse, just felt to me like really solid interpretations of some of the teachers and nurses that I had or met in high school. It adds to the serious tone by making this world feel as real as possible, and I think that that's a big part of the reason why people remember this episode. Not to mention, they handled the idea of Mike's PTSD perfectly. It's not taken lightly at all, but there is a little bit of frustration that shows from his parents, as they know all they can do is try and talk their son out of his growing guilt, but ultimately, they're powerless to help. So tomorrow is the start of the fishing season, and Ben and Mike have a tradition to go fishing at the river every year. But this year, Mike has been put on bed rest by the doctor, so he won't be able to go. The next day, Ben and some of his friends head off to the river, and I'll say it, Ben's friends suck, and he needs to get new ones. First off, as they're walking, one friend says this.
Isn't that where your brother's friend got killed?
Yeah, no worries about the trauma, just scream it out, you bozo. Then Ben accidentally knocks over his friend's soda, and that same freaking kid throws Ben's ball as hard as he can into the river and makes Ben go and get it. I hate this kid. At the same time, back home, Mike is woken up by the ghost of Ricky. He heads outside and is actually able to speak with his dead friend.
I tried to save you, all right? I tried. I did whatever I could. If that wasn't good enough, do whatever you want to me.
I'm not here to hurt you, Mike. You're my best friend.
Ricky tells Mike the whole reason that he's come back is because he knows that Ben is in trouble. He says that Mike needs to go right now to save his younger brother, and even offers his shiny red bicycle to Mike so that he can get there faster. It's super sweet, and it's very sad, as before Mike rides off, he and Ricky share a final few words.
I miss you, Ricky.
I miss you too, Mike.
So, Mike rides off just as we see Ben's foot get stuck between some rocks. He tries to shout for help, but the sound of the river is too loud, so his terrible friends don't hear him. Also, it's time to divert the stream again, so we see a man doing that and raising the river. Mike rides as fast as he can, freezing for just a moment when he sees the bridge where Ricky died, but forcing himself forward knowing that Ben is in trouble. He leaves the bike up on the bank and climbs down, helping Ben release his stuck foot and helping him back to the bank just as the raging river rushes in. He knows that due to Ricky, his little brother's life was saved, and looking back at the bank, he sees that the bike he rode here on is rusted and destroyed.
The very next day, a man who was fishing found the remains of Ricky Haggerty. Why had it taken so many years to find him? Mike Buckley will tell you that it's because he wasn't even down there. Not at least until he had paid back a favor to an old friend.
It's kind of crazy how polar opposite the tones of these last two episodes have been. Whereas The Tale of the Full Moon was full of whimsy, this one was serious and solemn. It's part of the beauty of the show. I can see why people remember this episode so well. It feels like a story that you'd hear in real life. In fact, for a lot of us, they aren't stories at all, but memories of lost friends or family, and this episode invokes those feelings of loss in a way that is respectful and poignant. With that being said, let's stop being so serious and let's rate the tale of the shiny red bicycle. I think the story is pretty incredible, and the only two things that I don't love are Ben's bozo friend and the dialogue when the characters are next to the river, because it's really poorly mixed and it ends up being pretty hard to hear. But them tackling PTSD so well is amazing. The dialogue of the family and all of the family dynamics feels real. The conversation between Mike and Ricky is so sweet that it gave me goosebumps. And the transformation of the bike at the end, symbolizing Mike's ability to forgive himself, was heartwarming. I'm going to give this one a 9 out of 10. It's got a few good scares, but not a ton. The ghost of Ricky had some scary moments, like when he just appears as the nurse, or when he's reaching out for Mike during one of his nightmares, but otherwise, I didn't feel like this one was a very scary episode, and I'll only be giving a 4 out of 10. I'll give it 2 bonus points for the acting since there were so many great actors in this one, another point as well for the depiction of PTSD. Doing such a heavy subject in a kids show was a risk, and I think it really paid off. And I'll give another point for that bike becoming all rusty at the end, because that visual is so haunting and incredibly impactful, so 4 out of 5 bonus points, which leaves the tale of the shiny red bicycle with a total score of 17 out of 25, and definitely makes this one of my favorite stories told by David, at least so far. Episode 11 is Gary's only story of the season. He did technically narrate Kiki's Tale of the Dream Machine, but that one still counts as Kiki's story since she's the one who wrote it. So that leaves The Tale of the Magician's Assistant as the sole story of the Midnight Society's leader. Gary had the highest average last season, and I love his focus on weird magic-y things, so I do have some high hopes for this episode, and the title alone tells me that we're in for a magical treat. A boy named Todd is looking for a job, and he answers an ad in the paper for a local magician who needs an assistant. If you recognize Todd, it's because he played Dougie in The Tale of the Twisted Claw, the one where his parents were killed off by a wish. But in this story, he's Todd, and only his dad is dead. His mom is alive and well. He heads to the magician's shack, and inside he finds all sorts of fun props and animals, but a strange, twisted stick seems to call to him. Before he can touch it, the magician, Mr. Shandu, appears.
Mr. Shandu?
Not Mr. Shandu. Shandu the Magnificent. You may call me Shandu.
Yes, sir, Mr. Shandu.
Todd gets the job right away, and he's told to clean up the shack a bit, and once again, he heads straight for the stick, only to have Shandu stop him, because the stick is actually a magic wand, and the first rule of magic pertains to a magician's wand.
Magical rule number 1. Never, ever touch another magician's wand unless he hands it to you.
Something that I have to point out in this episode are its nods to the Evil Dead. There's a couple of them that I noticed, but the first and most obvious one is what Shandu says here.
For thousands of years, Deadite sorcerers use wands like this to draw power from the earth.
Deadites are what the demons are called in Evil Dead. I'll point out another reference a little bit later, but it's kind of a spoiler, so that one's gonna have to wait. Todd works with Shandu for a few weeks as they practice their act, and Todd learns a few more rules of magic.
Magical rule number 2. Only let them see what you want them to see.
I know. Magical rule number 3.
The cardinal rule. Never, ever get caught in your own reflection.
Shandu is also a little bit strict and rude with Todd. They definitely start to bond, but the magician never fully lets his guard down. So, one day, Todd asks him why he's like this, and we get Shandu's backstory. It turns out, Shandu used to be a big hit. He had movies and large performances, and plenty of fame. But over the years, his limelight faded.
It isn't very pleasant being a has-been.
The day of their first performance finally arrives, and Todd and Shandu wow the audience of a kid's birthday party. And later Shandu says that Todd is not the worst assistant in the world, so they'll keep performing together. Todd comes by the shack the next day, only to find it is a complete wreck. One of the ducks got out of its cage and knocked over everything, and let out a few other animals, and Shandu isn't around, so Todd decides it's time to test out this magic wand. He gives it a wave, and abracadabra, the shack is spotless.
No wonder he didn't want me to touch it. It's really magic.
He heads back home only to find his mom is incredibly stressed out. It turns out that she's an animator and has been asked to complete a full new project by the next morning. She's incredibly overworked, so Todd decides if anyone in the world deserved a little bit of magical help, it was his mom. He goes back and snatches the wand from Shandu, then returns home and expecto patronums his mom's art project to completion. But then, a figure appears in front of him. She calls herself Nazarak, the spirit of the wand, and she gives Todd her blessing to use the magic of the wand as much as he wants. But Todd is a good little boy. I mean, he steals, but he decides to unsteal. He returns to Shandu to return the wand, but this time he gets caught, and he's messed up big time, because it turns out that Nazarak is no good.
Nazarak is a demon.
I didn't know.
If Nazarak is released, it could mean a return to the Dark Ages for all humanity. Get out.
But...
Get out.
Yeah. So, Nazarak is a shape-shifting demon who will do anything to get out of the prison in the vortex. Shandu kicks Todd out, but after a few seconds, Todd decides that he doesn't want to ruin his relationship with the wizard, so he returns only to find that the shack is now on fire. And then, hearing Shandu scream for help, Todd rushes to the wand and uses its magic to quench the flames. But as the rescued Shandu walks towards him, Todd discovers he's messed up again, even worse this time.
To see.
Nazarak was able to swap his place with Shandu's in the prison vortex, but now the demon wants the wand. Todd runs away and rushes home to get help from his mom, only to quickly realize that Nazarak has disguised himself once again. This is the other Evil Dead reference that I noticed. The way that his mom gets all demoned out and raised into the air, it's so similar to Cheryl's transformation in The Evil Dead. She even starts to talk with demon voice. Like, I freaking loved it. Todd thinks he's screwed until Shandu speaks with him from the vortex and reminds him to use the rules of magic. He offers Nazarak a deal since the first rule makes it so that Todd will have to hand the wand over to him willingly. And I just love how Nazarak slides into the scene here. It's so creepy and smooth, just him appearing from the shadows. It's so great. He hands the demon the wand, but is able to position himself in front of a mirror, using the second rule to only reveal what he wants the demon to see. Then, when Nazarak tries to use a spell on Todd, he jumps out of the way, causing the demon to zap his reflection, which Rule 3 warned very heavily against. Shandu is released from the vortex and finally decides that Todd is a worthy guardian of the wand. He passes it over and promises to always be near Todd to guide him before telling him one final rule.
For now, I'll leave you with just one more rule. Magic rule number 4. Always leave them wanting more.
With that, Shandu disappears and the episode ends. I never thought I'd say it, but I'm a bit disappointed in this episode. I think it's Gary's worst story so far. Plus, we're coming off of like 4 incredible episodes in a row, so I think my expectations were a little bit high, and this one just didn't reach them. I didn't hate it, but I definitely didn't love it either. The story is pretty alright, but the pacing is really, really fast and a little bit strange. They spend a lot of time setting up Todd and Shandu to be friends, at least half of the episode, and then they don't even introduce the fact that magic is real until the second half. By the time Nazarak is even mentioned, there's only a few minutes left in the episode. I wish we got a little bit more setup for the demon and a bit more fun with magic. I do love the Todd and Shandu stuff, but it was too much for all the other stuff that they needed to end up cramming into the second half. The rules aspect is pretty good. The way that Nazarak is defeated is also pretty good. Shandu's passing of the torch and disappearing was pretty awesome, but the first half needed some sprucing up. So for the story, I'm giving this one a 5 out of 10. The scares were also pretty disappointing. Nazarak is the scary part of this episode. Everything that he does is pretty creepy. The way that he moves and talks is perfect for a demon, and his reveals of being both Shandu and Todd's moms are really great horror moments. But when he's not in there, there's just no scares. So that means that the first half is completely void of all horror, and the second half is really spotty with the scary moments. Todd's demon mom and the initial Nazarak reveal are really good, but even with those moments, I think this one only scores a 4 out of 10. However, I do love some magic, so there will be a couple of bonus points. The easiest point goes to the Evil Dead references with the Deadites and Todd's demon mom. Anything that reminds me of those movies is a winner in my book. And another will go to Shandu. The actor who played him did a really great job, and he covered emotions super well. He did everything from strict to somber, and it really brought that character alive. So 2 out of 5 bonus points, which leaves The Tale of the Magician's Assistant with a pretty sad score of 11 out of 25. With episode 11, David gets another story, and this one is called The Tale of the Hatching. Most of David's stories in this season have themes that match with events in his real life, and this is no exception as David has recently swapped to a new school. So in this story, a brother and a sister named Augie and Jazz are also starting at a new school. I love what Jazz is wearing on her first day. It belongs in the 90s fashion closet for sure, with its floral yet rainbow yet golden sheen blouse and circular sunglasses. It's a total vibe and probably my favorite fit that we've added to the closet so far. So this place is a boarding school, and the kids will live here since their parents need to travel for a few months due to their work. The school is a little bit strange, and the principal and assistant principal are a married couple named Mr. and Mrs. Taylor. The weirdest thing about this place is their bells. Instead of loud and high-pitched chimes, they're replaced with low, droning lulls.
What's that?
Class change.
We see that all kinds of high-pitched chimes are a big no-no in this place. When Augie's watch alarm goes off, Mr. Taylor grabs his head and claims that he's suffering from migraines, and we see him take away a kid's Game Boy at one point, and when Augie pulls out his portable stereo, his school friend treats it like it's full-on contraband, so there's something strange with sound in this place. Another big oddity is with the dessert that's served at every meal. It's a white goopy mess that the other kids seem to just love.
Doesn't look so hot, but it's good.
Despite how the others vouch for it, Augie and Jazz don't eat the stuff. It just looks too gross. After a couple of weeks at this school, something changes. A chime plays in the middle of the night, and all of the kids get out of bed in a trance-like state. Augie and Jazz are somehow unaffected. Everything in this sequence is so rad. All the kids are walking down to the basement in this weird, hypnotized state. The camera angles are always crooked and offset. The lighting is covered with this really atmospheric green. And the music is... man, I don't even know how to really describe it. Just give it a listen. It's so strange, but it adds to the mystery of whatever might be going on. Augie and Jazz follow the other kids to this room covered in pools of water that each have dozens of eggs floating inside. They watch as the other kids start to press buttons and pull levers, while others go down to the pools and spread some kind of salt over each of the eggs. After a minute, Mr. and Mrs. Taylor come down to watch the kids. Augie and Jazz pretend to be hypnotized, and they hear them mention that the weird goop dessert is the reason for this odd trance. Then they leave, and Augie and Jazz follow them. And now it's time for the twisty parts, but also it's time for us to get a couple of answers to the question of what's going on. The kids overhear the Taylors mention something about their master before Mr. Taylor rolls up his sleeve and shows that he's got a green, scaly arm.
Toast to our troubled past and our glorious future.
To the master.
Augie and Jazz decide it's time to skedaddle. They split up to pack up their things, but as Augie is going down to the girls' dorm to get his sister, Mrs. Taylor shows up holding Jazz hostage.
You're a monster.
Really? I haven't seen anything yet.
Jazz is able to bite the lizard lady to escape, but Mr. Taylor cuts them off and forces them to flee deep into the basement. They go into some kind of tunnel, but they stop when they hear growling coming from close ahead. They try to turn around to run, but then lights pop on, and Mr. and Mrs. Taylor are there and have locked them inside. And now they begin to monologue. They mention that they are the only two survivors from some long-lost race of lizard people, but they've been working with their master, who is a breeder of some kind. The master laid a bunch of eggs which are just about to hatch, and when they do, they'll eat all of the students in the school before rising up and taking over the whole world. They've got some good ambitions, that's for sure.
You're very lucky. You get to meet the mother.
The growling starts up again from the end of the tunnel, and a giant monster lizard creature crawls out. It's really cool looking, but we don't get to see it for very long. Mostly it's just silhouetted, but we do get a decent look at its head in the light at one point. But Augie thinks really quick, and he pulls out his stereo, putting the pieces together that high-frequency sound must be the lizard's weakness. He plays a song on full blast, and then Dude, the lizard freaking exploded. and that's not all. They turn around to find the tailors also exploded, and I love how it just leaves behind their clothes in a pile of goop. It's a nice little touch. The kids return to find all the other students have come out of their trance, and also I guess the music somehow reached far out because all of the eggs have also exploded. Well, not all of them, as one remains and begins to wobble before it starts to hatch.
The end. Where is it?
I thought this episode was okay. It's not my favorite, but it had some interesting parts and some cool ideas. I just don't think it delivered on much of what it set up. The story is pretty middle of the line for me. I think Augie and Jazz played siblings really well, and I did love the mystery of the eggs showing up in the basement, and then the reveal of the lizard people was cool, but I think the end was so rushed and anticlimactic that it sort of just ruined all of the work they did to set it up. Also, I'm not sure why we didn't get a good look at the mother monster. It seemed like a little bit of a waste of their prop. Maybe it just didn't look really good, so they masked it with shadows, but I would have loved to get a decent look at this thing. With all that said, I'm gonna give the story a 4 out of 10. I also didn't find this one very scary. The reveal of the lizard people was a bit creepy, and Mr. and Mrs. Taylor played decent antagonists and made their chase scenes pretty intense. The growling of the creature was also a little scary, but the monster reveal, or lack thereof, sort of took the tension and fright out of whatever the monster was. And then, just as it was building and scares, it explodes, so nothing could really linger. I'm gonna give the scares a 3 out of 10. I will give it a few bonus points though. One for that scene of all the kids hypnotized going down to the basement. The music and the lighting was so perfectly atmospheric there, so it definitely deserves a point. I'll give another for the small glimpses of the scales that we see on Mr. and Mrs. Taylor. We didn't see them a whole lot, but each time we did, they looked really great. And I love the way that we see that their skin is actually their disguise. It was pretty well done. So that's going to be 2 out of 5 bonus points, which leaves the tale of the hatching with a total score of 9 out of 25. From the highs of the shiny red bike to the lows of the hatching, I think David's stories are definitely the most polarizing for me. The final story of the season is told by Kiki, and it's called The Tale of Old Man Corcoran. This one does quite a lot with the time that it's given, and the story is pretty compact but decently well told. It starts with 2 brothers named Jack and Kenny, who just moved into a new neighborhood. They're looking for ways to make friends and to fit in, and just the opportunity arrives when a group of friends all ride up and invite the brothers to a game of hide and seek. Jack is a little bit older, so he thinks that hide and seek is just a kid's game, but he's easily goaded in by the lead boy Marshall when he mentions that Jack must just be scared.
What does he mean, unless you're afraid? I don't know. It's a kid's game, right? What's so scary about hide and seek?
Well, it turns out that the game will be played in a graveyard. I will say, as far as settings go, we've had a few different graveyard episodes take place, but this is the first time when the setting alone really does feel spooky. It's really dark, the headstones are a little bit skiwampus, there's usually fog drifting around the ground, and the music they play is subtle but perfectly atmospheric. I'd definitely be afraid to play here when I was a kid. They meet Marshall that night, and it's pretty cool and kind of creepy how he calls all of the others out of their hiding spots. They each rise from behind gravestones in the shadows. It's a great little spook.
Hope you don't scare easy.
What's there to be scared about? It's just a graveyard. Everyone's dead here.
Well, kinda.
What are you talking about?
You didn't tell him the legend of Old Man Corcoran.
The legend of who?
He was a gravekeeper that used to live here and dug all the graves by hand. He was known for playing his harmonica, but he was also really protective of the graves, and whenever he caught a kid trying to sneak around the graveyard, he'd catch them and cut off their hands with his axe. But rumor is that if you listen carefully, you can still hear the sounds of his harmonica playing from somewhere in the tree line. And with that, a seeker is chosen, and everyone splits up to go and hide. As they're searching for spots, Jack and Kenny hear the sounds of a harmonica playing from not too far away. They sneak close and see an old cabin with a stump that has a harmonica sitting on top. They run away, but are spotted by the Seeker, and in their panic they try to run to the safe zone, only to bump right into an old man holding an axe. They run away from the graveyard, and the next day their new friends all show up to their house and invite them to finish their game of hide and seek. Also, Jack and Kenny have this really cool Bart Simpson skateboard. I would have loved this kind of thing as a kid, but nowadays I'd probably just fall off and break something within the first few minutes of even thinking about hopping on a skateboard. At least I could still dream about having clap lights. It won't, those won't hurt me. The boys try to tell the others about the old man that they saw, but none of them believe them, and then just like the night before, the friends call them chickens and end up goading them into agreeing to come by the graveyard again that night to finish off their game. Since the brothers were the ones who left early the night before, they're chosen now to be the Seekers. They count while the others go and hide, and then they start their hunt. But it's strange, as every time they think that they see someone, they disappear. Then they hear the harmonica again, and Jack decides that they need to go and steal Old Man Corcoran's harmonica to prove to the others that he's real. They sneak into the cabin, and there's a few scenes here that were really scary. I love this part when Jack bumps into an old music thingy and then spins in a circle while staring at all of the spooky stuff in the cabin while the music builds and warps. But the best part happens when Kenny finds the harmonica and hands it to Jack. But look at how Jack hands over his flashlight. He thinks that he's giving it to Kenny, but someone in the darkness actually takes it and makes it look like the light is just floating there. And then Corcoran makes another appearance.
Give me my harmonica.
That's such a great scene and such a great scare. I watched it a few times because I loved how well it's done, and it is done really well. It's so smooth and so creepy, and then that reveal and that jump scare, it's a perfect horror moment. Obviously, the boys run away only to fall into an open grave. One of the hiders was hiding in there, and she tells them to leave since this is her spot. The boys then notice that all the kids are oddly enough hiding inside of open graves, but they can't linger on why for too long as Corcoran catches them and asks the boys what they're doing here. They tell him that they're playing hide and seek.
Just the two of you.
Kenny says that it's not just them and starts to name off all of their new friends, but Corcoran knows these names.
That ain't very funny. All those kids are dead and buried.
Dug the graves myself.
They turn around to see the open graves are now covered, and headstones have appeared over each of them, showing names and pictures of their ghostly friends.
The end. So, does anyone want to play the dumb kids game again?
I think that this was a pretty good episode to end the season with. It's not the best in the season, but it was pretty fun and quite scary, and it had a really great twist. The story is pretty clever, and I loved knowing the twist while watching this one and seeing all the little hints that the kids are dead this whole time. There's actually quite a bit of clues that we get that shows us the ending if you know what to look for. It did end up making me feel a little bit sad for Old Man Corcoran. It seems like he's just kind of an old, lonely dude working away in a graveyard. But the scary story about him sets the scene that makes us think he's the bad guy. There was a lot going on in this one, but I did think it did a decent job of bringing everything together. That and the twist at the end will give this story a 7 out of 10. It was a little bit scary as well. It definitely had some of my favorite scares in the series so far. That flashlight scene alone, I think, is the best scare that we've had. Otherwise, the scares are a little bit more subtle as the boys linger in the graveyard. It's something that probably won't stick with you, but in the moment it does feel spooky and intense. So I'm going to give this one a 6 out of 10. For a few bonus points, I'll give 2 for those scenes in the cabin. Both the spinning scary bit and the flashlight reveal part were great, so a point for each of them. I'll also give another for that ending. It puts a whole new aspect on this episode as you realize that the ghosts were trying to get the boys to die in the graveyard so that they could add new friends to their group to play hide and seek. It's kind of dark when you think of it that way. So a 3 out of 5 bonus point score, which leaves the final episode of Season 2, The Tale of Old Man Corcoran, with a total score of 16 out of 25. This show has stayed amazing. I'm sure that with the scores and by the way that I've talked about these episodes, you can tell how much I genuinely love it. This season kept the carefree wonder that instantly dragged me back into my childhood memories. They fleshed out the characters and friendships between the Midnight Society members even more, and even showed us some of the hardships and vulnerable moments that we all as kids went through, leaving us with lessons that it's okay to lean on your friends because they'll be there for you when times are tough. It's a beautiful and important lesson to learn, and it's truly a gift that it could be given to us through this amazing show. So, let's talk about the stats and figure out the best scares and stories in the season, as well as in the series so far. First off, since Eric is gone, we can finalize his score. His average obviously won't be going up or down, so he'll end off the series with his average score of 14.5 out of 25 between the two stories that he told. It'll be interesting to see where this score lands him at the very end of the series. And now for Season 2. As with Season 1, I've kept a running total of everyone's story, scare, bonus, and total points. In this season, every kid got to tell at least one story, but Gary got the short end of the stick and only got to tell one story, the tale of the magician's assistant. I'm not counting him narrating the tale of the Dream Machine, since that was written by Kiki. It's her story, and Gary was just her mouthpiece. On the other end, both David and Kristen took control of this season, as they got to tell 3 stories each, which totaled nearly half of the episodes just for these 2 in this entire season. Betty Ann, Kiki, and Frank told 2 stories each, landing them all tied in the middle. My least favorite story of the season once again goes to David with the tale of the hatching, which only scored a 4 out of 10. He's won my least favorite story for each season so far, which might make you think that I'm biased against him, but I'm not, because he also won my favorite story of the season with the tale of the shiny red bicycle, which scored a 9 out of 10. The least scary story of the season goes to Kristen with the tale of Locker 22. It's a great story, it's a great episode, but it only scored a 2 out of 10 for the scares. The most horrifying story of the season once again goes to the horror queen, Betty Ann, with her story, The Tale of the Whispering Walls, which scored a pretty spooky 8 out of 10. Taking all of the points together and adding up the story, scare, and bonus points, my least favorite episode of this season goes to David with the tale of the hatching, which only got a total of 9 out of 25. But my absolute favorite episode goes to Frank, who scored an amazing 20 out of 25 with his tale of the full moon, a story full of scares, style, and great twists. Before we calculate up the new averages, let's compare Season 1 and Season 2. Each season tied with their scores for my least favorite story, as the Tales of the Lonely Ghost and the Tales of the Hatching each received a score of 4 out of 10. But choosing between the two, I'd say that the Tale of the Hatching is overall a worse story and probably my last place so far. Likewise, the Tale of the Hungry Hounds and the Tale of the Shiny Red Bicycle each tied for my favorite story with a 9 out of 10 score. But if I had to choose between these two, I'd have to say that the Tale of the Hungry Hounds is still my favorite so far. That's not going to be a very popular answer. Don't hate me. The Shiny Red Bicycle's great. Something about the Hungry Hounds just really got me. Season 1 keeps its crown for the least scary story, with the Tale of the Captured Souls being the only one so far to score a 1 out of 10. But it will also keep its bragging rights for the scariest story, as the Tale of Laughing in the Dark is the sole 9 out of 10 on the scare so far. My least favorite episode still belongs to Season 1, with the Tale of the Lonely Ghosts 7 out of 25. Man, that's also been just such an unpopular score, but I'm sticking with it. As for my favorite episode so far, in Season 1, Eric scored the highest total with a 19 out of 25. But Season 2 took things to a whole new level. We had 2 episodes tied at 19, both being told by Betty Ann, with the tales of the 13th Floor and the tale of the Whispering Walls. But Frank swiped the place for my favorite episode with the tale of the Full Moon's new high score of 20 out of 25. And now, let's see where everyone is placed by adding up their scores and dividing it by the number of stories that they've told so far to determine the best scary storyteller between these 2 seasons. At the end of Season 2, David is our new last place with an average score of 12 between his 5 stories. He's had 2 of my least favorite episodes so far, so it's not too surprising to see him in last place. He's followed by Kiki, who averaged a score of 14 between her 3 stories. Then, the missing man, Eric, who holds a 14.5 with 2 stories told. Kristen is next with 5 total stories, giving her a 14.8. Then Gary, dropping from first place to third, with a new average of 15 between his 3 stories. In second place, we've got Frank, totaling a score of 15.5 with 3 total stories told. And the new first place winner is the horror queen herself, Betty Ann, who averaged a 16.2 between her 5 total stories and giving her the title of the best scary storyteller in Are You Afraid of the Dark so far. With that, we can wrap up the season and can declare this meeting of the Midnight Society closed.
I declare this meeting of the Midnight Society closed. Whoever you are.
Let's talk about Season 3. The concept of this show remains the same. A group of misfit teens get together and take turns telling each other scary stories in a club that they've named the Midnight Society. But we do start off the season with some pretty sad news.
Well, friends come and friends go. And I'm sorry to say that 2 of our good friends have gone. David and Kristen's families have moved. We won't be hearing their stories anymore, but they'll always be a part of the Midnight Society.
2 more of the original members are gone, and personally, I was really sad to see Kristen go. Her stories were always my favorite. The tales of the Hungry Hounds, the Prom Queen, and the Frozen Ghost are among the greats in my mind, so it did make me a little bit sad to see her go. As for David, his stories never caught me like some of the others. I did love, of course, the tale of the shiny red bicycle, but I am a little bit sad to see him go. So now, for the first time in the series, we'll be getting 2 new members to this storytelling club. The first is a younger kid named Tucker, who happens to be none other than Gary's younger brother. This introduces a whole new dynamic to the Midnight Society, as we see Tucker pestering Gary and the other kids fairly often. He's got that annoying little brother trope down. I did find him genuinely annoying at times, which I really can't blame him for. In fact, it's kind of praiseworthy, since that's literally the character that he was going for. Not to mention, he does get less annoying in later seasons as he gets more established with the group and matures a little bit. And as for his stories, in this season, he tends to tell tales that seem to parody other works, usually giving fun twists to stories that may feel otherwise familiar. And the second new member is a girl named Sam. Her dynamic within the group is to be a somewhat tomboyish heartthrob. Both Gary and Frank get a crush on her right away, and it's really funny to see them try and flirt and compete against each other to get her attention. As for her stories, she only tells 2 this season, and they're both really different, so it's hard to nail down what her style is with this season alone. So we'll revisit this in the future and see if we can figure out what her storytelling approach is. Otherwise, there are still 4 of the original Midnight Society members in the group. Gary, who wows us with tales of misunderstood magic and imagination. Betty Ann, who tells terrifying tales of cursed objects. Kiki, who gives scary twists on loved ones lost and lost souls left unrested. And Frank, who only gets 1 story this season, but scares us with a horrifying story about soup. So far, this series has been amazing, and I'm happy to say that the trend continues. Season 3 has some of my favorite episodes so far. So, enough build-up. If you end up enjoying this video, then please consider leaving a like and subscribing. It's a little thing, but it does end up helping the video and this channel as a whole a lot more than you might think. And now, submitted for the approval of the Midnight Society, I ask the question, who tells the best scary story in Are You Afraid of the Dark? Season 3. To start off the season, the newcomer Tucker tells his initiation story. This one is a play on the legend of Sleepy Hollow, and it's called The Tale of the Midnight Ride. If you're not familiar with the story of the Headless Horseman, well, Tucker does give a quick synopsis of that legend. The Headless Horseman was a dude who got decapitated by a cannonball. And then years later, a school teacher named Ichabod Crane was walking in the woods, and the Headless Horseman chased him, but Ichabod took a wrong turn, and instead of making it to the Bridge of Souls, which is a bridge that the horseman couldn't cross, he ended up getting lost and losing his head to the horseman. There's definitely more to the legend, but that's the gist of it. But as for this story, it takes place in modern day. Well, in the 90s, but it was modern at the time. And we follow a guy named Ian who just moved into the town of Sleepy Hollow. He's trying to make some new friends and instantly gets a crush on a girl named Katie. But her ex-boyfriend Brad is a little bit of a bully, so he's not all about Ian trying to rizz up his former girl. I know we just started, but before we go any further, we have to talk about Ian. In season 1, there were some pretty rough actors. I pointed out a few, but I think that Buzz from the very first episode was probably the worst of the group.
I'm not a loser, and we're not lost. Look, there's the ridge we came up on. We can circle back and take the red trail. Man, this is whacked.
Season 2 was an incredible improvement. I really didn't notice any bad actors in the group, except for maybe Pete from the Midnight Madness, but that was mostly just him being really desperate to finally kiss a girl. I don't think it was so much the acting as it was a poorly written script for that character.
They loved it. No one wanted a refund.
Yes! We got a hit!
Yeah!
Let's hug again!
But here we are in season 3, and freaking Ian is so hard to watch. He got the wombo combo of a terribly written character and a terribly acted character. For the acting, I can always give a pass because this was likely his first role, and he's still just a kid. He does come across pretty uncomfortable when he's trying to be cool and funny, and at times it feels like he's got Tourette's in the way that he's constantly fidgeting. But he's a kid, so like I said, we can forgive him for that. Who I can't forgive is the person that wrote Ian's character, because it's just plain terrible. He's got so many tics and moments that are desperately trying to be played off as cool, but just come across as, like, beyond pathetic. The very first time Ian sees Katie, she drops her decorations, and when Ian sees Brad isn't helping, this is his reply.
I was gonna help.
If you want to help, you can get this fixed pronto. And bring it inside, because we'll be setting up for the dance.
Or at a Halloween dance, he sees Brad trying to talk to Katie, so he's gotta go in and be the I don't think she wants to talk to you guy.
Listen, just let me
call me crazy, but I don't think she wants to talk to you.
It's okay, Ian.
Excuse me?
I think you should leave her alone.
Oh.
Then at one point he says this.
Listen, would you walk me home?
'Tis the one thing that would make this horrible night worthwhile, my lady. Take thee, my muddy arm.
Freaking what? And then this is it. I promise I'll stop ragging on a kid actor from 30 years ago after this one. But he calls Katie Toots at one point.
Let's get you home. Let's.
Like, what? I don't know what they were thinking with this character, but he is by far the worst written and acted kid that we've seen in over a season. Maybe the worst in the series so far. But Yeah, let's talk about the tale of the Midnight Ride. So for initiation, Brad makes Ian walk into the woods to the Bridge of Souls so that he can retrieve a pumpkin. But surprise, Brad dresses up like the Headless Horseman without a horse and scares Ian, so it was all just a prank. But Katie doesn't care, and she sticks with Ian, and then they walk home together, only to see a mysterious stranger on a horse riding in the woods. He asks for directions before they finally ask him his name.
Who are you? Crane. Ichabod Crane, the new schoolmaster. Good evening.
So, that's weird. Ian and Katie go back to the school to get their bikes, and they see the shadow of a Headless Horseman on the wall. But then when Ian goes to see what's making the shadow, there's nothing there.
Say what?
Then the shadow comes to life and outrides the Headless Horseman. I loved this scene. This effect is so fun and kind of cool. It was great. He chases the kids, and Katie realizes that they have to complete the legend in order to survive, so they'll have to try and cross the Bridge of Souls. Just as the bridge is in sight, Katie trips, but the horseman seems to just be after Ian, so he continues forward. It's kind of silly because in this final stretch, they pull a Zack Snyder and just go slow-mo for a few seconds. It stretches for so long. But as they cross the bridge, the Headless Horseman, he explodes. Okay, so it's not an explosion. He just like vanishes in orange, but it really does kind of look like an explosion. Ian and Katie talk on the bridge for a second before they see Ichabod again, and he rides off with a few final words.
Happy Halloween.
I have to say, Tucker is not off to a great start. This episode, it's rough at best. In this series, there aren't many episodes that I genuinely don't like. Like, even those that I've rated low, I still enjoyed them. This whole ranking idea is just me being hypercritical about a series that I think is incredible pretty much all around. But this is one of the few exceptions. This is one of the very few episodes that I just plain don't like. The story had the potential to be okay with the play on The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, but the initial plotline of the bully kid trying to prank Ian to win over the girl kinda took away from the reveal that the legend was actually true. Plus, the rough acting just took all the focus away from the story. I'm gonna give this one a 1 out of 10. The scares were okay, but a little bit more downplayed than I would have liked. The bully prank was an alright jump scare, but I did really like the intensity that started up when the Headless Horseman actually arrived, plus his initial appearance was kinda spooky and was probably my favorite part of the episode. I think it's a kind of scary 3 out of 10. For bonus points, like I said, I didn't see a lot that I loved in this episode. It's not my favorite. But the horse coming out of the shadow was pretty cool, so I'll give this episode its one and only bonus point for that, so 1 out of 5. That leaves Tucker's very first story, The Tale of the Midnight Ride, and the very first episode of this season with a really rough score of 5 out of 25. It's not the best start, but I've still got high hopes for Tucker. While episode 1 was a little bit disappointing, I'm pretty sure that the second story will immediately redeem the season. I've had a few people tell me that this is their favorite episode, and after rewatching it, I can definitely tell why. This one is told by Kiki, and it's called The Tale of Apartment 214. Stacy and her mom, oh, and their dog Bugsy, can't forget Bugsy of course, all move into a new apartment. It's pretty interesting because the reason that they move is because Stacy's mom and dad are separating. Throughout this episode, there are little clues and hints as to how their relationship is going, and by the end it seems like they might be back on track to maybe get back together. But it plays this idea of a broken relationship really realistically, even though it is just in the background of the main story. The apartment that they move into is really small, and as they're moving, Stacy sees the door to apartment 214 crack open and the neighbor inside spying on the new tenants. In the night, Stacy is awake and she hears a knock on the door, but when she looks in the hall, there's no one there. But then she hears the door to 214 click shut. She goes over to see what's up, but another girl from apartment 212 introduces herself as Angela and tells Stacy that no one lives in 214. Since Stacy and Angela are around the same age, they say that they'll hang out sometime, so a friendship is in the works. One day when she comes home from school, Stacy sees an old lady pop her head out of the window of apartment 214. And I don't know if they meant for this scene to be as scary as it was. The old lady just hiding behind Stacy's mom, who's got it going on. I couldn't hold out. I know everybody wanted that joke the second that they heard Stacy's mom. I'm sorry. Okay, it's been like 2 minutes into this episode. When we see her, it acts like this really eerie jump scare, but it's also in the middle of the day, and a daytime jump scare is a really special kind of horror to me. Like, being scared in the middle of the day is so much different than in the middle of the night. It's way more impressive. Stacy goes over to the apartment, and this time the door opens, and she meets the old lady who lives in 214, and her name is Madeline.
It's about time you came to see me.
Madeline is really lonely, so Stacy comes over fairly often to visit, and they quickly become friends. And one day, Madeline tells Stacy that she used to live with her nephew, but he kicked her out of the house one day even though he promised that she could live with him forever.
I never had children of my own. Frank promised that I could always live with them, but when his family grew, he got tired of taking care of an old woman, so he asked me to leave.
He broke his promise? Just like that?
That's when I moved in here.
I've got a whole rant about this lady, but I'll save it for the end. I just want to prepare you because while I really do like this episode, I hate this lady. I really hate this lady. And no, I can't get started on this yet. Not yet. It's at the end. The rant is stewing. So after a little bit of time, one day Madeline asks Stacy if she would be sure to visit the following night, because that night is some kind of anniversary for her that she doesn't want to be alone on. So Stacy promises that she'll be there. But oh no, the next day Angela from 212 offers Stacy a ticket to the Battle of the Bands. So having to choose between a concert or an old lady, Stacy takes the ticket and heads out.
Free ticket. You coming or not? Okay, let me tell Mom.
When she gets home, Stacy hears Madeline freaking sobbing. It's pretty creepy as she enters the dark apartment and sees the old lady by the window. And the second Stacy flips on the lights, the apartment is suddenly empty and Madeline is gone. It's a pretty spooky scene. In fact, there's a lot of really good scary moments that have been building in this episode. The music is constantly this eerie chime that put me on edge from the very minute the episode started. And this is just the beginning. Stacy runs to tell her mom that Madeline is gone now, and they head to the apartment manager who says that no one has lived in 214 for years. In fact, every tenant that he's tried to get to live there has only lasted a few days before moving out because something scares them. I wonder what that could mean, Time passes, but Stacy doesn't see or hear from Madeline, and she's pretty sad because she knows that she broke her promise and now she'll never have a chance to apologize. Or so she thought, because one night she hears a knock on the door and sees Madeline through the peephole. Only she vanishes once Stacy opens the door. She goes over to 214 and finds a painting on the floor, and after looking, everything in the apartment reappears, including Madeline.
Madeline! What's going on?
You promised to visit me. I didn't want to be alone on that day. That day is the worst day, and you didn't come.
It turns out that the day that Stacy promised to visit was Madeline's 10th anniversary from
The day I died.
Yeah, you didn't see that coming. She's a ghost. Big twist there. Very impossible to predict twist. From here on, everything is just straight up horrifying. Stacy runs back to her apartment, but a note is slipped under the door asking why she broke her promise. She backs away only to see Madeline appear behind her curtains, and when she runs out of the apartment, the power goes out and she's left in darkness. She watches as Bugsy walks into the hall and then enters apartment 214, and she's gotta save the pooch, so she follows him in a second later. This shot is probably my favorite in the entire episode. As Stacy walks past the mirror, we see nothing in the reflection, but when she moves back, Madeline appears. It's a good bit of spooky camera work. Stacy sees Madeline and tries to apologize, but the dead lady just isn't having it, until Stacy mentions that she broke her promise so that she could make friends with Angela. And then Madeline she's just fine with it now. She gets all mopey and says that she won't haunt Stacy anymore.
I've got nowhere to go. Nobody wants me. I'm not welcome anywhere.
But Stacy is too kind, and then she comes up with an idea. We see the next day that Stacy and her mom have moved into apartment 214 since it's way bigger than the apartment they were in, and the manager even gives them a very cheap price since nobody's been able to live there before. And now they live with the ghost of an old lady, and I mean, that's it. Like I said, this is a great episode. But man, I can't stand Madeline. And it's not because she's a bad actress or she's poorly written. It's because I've met so many people that are just like her, and it drives me up the wall. The nephew broke his promise because his family was getting bigger, and from what we saw of Madeline, she's a handful, to say the least. Yeah, she got kicked out, but maybe be a little bit introspective and you'll figure out that you were the problem in that situation. I mean, all the proof we need is in this episode. A little girl broke her promise so that she could hang out with friends her own age. And what does this loony old bat do? She sobs with her door wide open and then haunts an apology out of her. The note being slipped under the door is just the icing on the woe is me cake that Madeline is dishing out. And then she has the gall to say that it's important to make friends. And the worst part is, in the end, she still gets her way. She gets her cake and she eats it too, and it drives me crazy. Oh, rant over. This is a great episode. The story I'd say is like a 7 out of 10. 8 out of 10 for the scares because it was pretty scary. And then let's give 3 bonus points for a realistic family relationship dynamic, the music, and the mirror scene, which gives the tale of apartment 214 a total of 18 out of 25. So Kiki killed it, and Madeline deserves to be alone. Next episode. In episode 3, Sam gets to tell her very first story. It's also the episode where Sam's introduced to the Midnight Society, and both Frank and Gary just instantly fall in love with her. And it made me laugh because Tucker has this line.
Oh, the babe's got bite.
The line, it just doesn't feel like it fit in this show, but it was really funny. So let's see if Sam is going to be a good replacement for the crew with her very first story, The Tale of Watcher's Woods. This one takes place in a summer camp with a girl named Sarah who has every merit badge but no friends, and a girl named Kelly who has no merit badges and tons of friends. They're polar opposites of each other, you see. Sarah really wants to be here, and Kelly just wants the 2-week camp to be over. They end up as roommates, but Kelly's a jerk to Sarah the entire time. Sarah notices a plaque on the wall with a picture of 3 missing girls with 3 whistles underneath with an engraving that says, "Never enter Watcher's Woods. Ever." So, naturally, Sarah asks what Watcher's Woods is, and Kelly and the crew tell her that it's a mysterious part of the forest that moves around. A demon called the Watcher guards the roaming woods, and everyone who enters either never comes back or they come back crazy. but I'm sure that's just a legend, and we'll never hear anything more about the Watcher or the woods, right? The next day, Kelly and Sarah are forced to partner up to go into the woods and work on their nature merit badge.
So, where do we start? Start by keeping out of my face.
This part was so wild. As they're walking, Kelly just pulls out a cigarette and says that she wants to smoke. It's sorta out of nowhere, but Sarah just yoinks her lighter away and they keep hiking. A bit later, Kelly just wants to go back to the camp, so she ditches Sarah and steals her backpack for some reason, and then she heads back to camp alone. But as she's walking, the trail just disappears, and as she puts down the packs, they vanish right before her eyes.
This is not happening.
It's a pretty creepy scene as she realizes that she's lost in what must be Watcher's Woods, and the music turns into this strange chanting with scratching violins. But not all hope is lost, because Kelly finds her way to some glowing green trees. So that's gotta be safety. Only the first thing she sees is a freaking decapitated ram's head with the eyeballs and all still in there. I don't know how they got away with showing this in the episode, especially on Nickelodeon. Like, it's not bloody, but this is straight up gore still. We follow her as she walks into the strange camp that has a tattered tent and floating thingies as well. Then Kelly walks into a trap and she's caught by 3 old hags who cackle and then tie her up and threaten to shoot her with a burning arrow if Kelly doesn't give them their missing whistles. They make it pretty obvious that these 3 old ladies are the 3 missing girls from years ago. And they think that Kelly was a girl who tricked them into getting lost and then stole their whistles. So Kelly tries to say that she doesn't know these ladies, but they shoot her with the arrow anyway. Fortunately, it does just go straight through her, but they did technically shoot her, and that's also just crazy in this episode. Kelly then puts the clues together, and she also realizes that these hags are talking about the whistles that are hanging over the fireplace in the camp. They need the whistles so that they can release their souls from Watcher's Woods. So they agree to let Kelly go and grab them if she promises to come back. Only, psych.
Oh, dearie? We don't believe you.
I love that little prank by the old hags. They just get Kelly's hopes up and crush them in a matter of seconds. It's very well done. So now, let's go check back in on Sarah. She's also now lost in the woods, but immediately she hears someone whispering her name, and when she looks at a tree, she sees the Watcher appear there.
Welcome to my woods.
This dude is so scary and so rad, and Sarah just runs away until she finds that same glowing green place that Kelly found. She sneaks in to try and rescue Kelly, but the hags see her right away, and so she ends up making a deal to go back and get the whistles, but she'll have to return by sunrise, or else the hags will kill and eat Kelly. Also, they put a bucket of mice in the cage with Kelly because Kelly hates mice. There's just a little bit of extra torture for their captured Girl Scout. As Sarah is running towards the camp, she's stopped by a freaking rotting human head. Dude, this episode is wild. I have no idea how they got away with it. It's so scary. The head transforms into the Watcher, and he says that he really wants Sarah's soul. But she threatens him with Kelly's cigarette lighter, and then he lets her leave. Sarah grabs the whistles and returns to the camp, but we get a little bit more horror here, because she drops one of the whistles inside of the rodent bucket, and the hags just don't believe that she got all three. So they strap Sarah onto a jagged guillotine. So now Kelly has to face her fears and reach into the mice bucket and grab the whistle. And when she does, the hags all disappear and their souls are set free. And also the cage Kelly is in and the guillotine that Sarah was strapped to also disappear. So the day is saved. Kelly and Sarah become instant friends because trauma brings people together, and they return to the camp safe and sound, and in desperate need of therapy. So, someone needs to check in on Sam because there's no way that this girl is right in the head. Dude, this episode is so good and so messed up. All I've got to say is welcome to the Midnight Society. First things first, the story. I definitely liked it. It has some issues with the pacing because it tries to fit so much into its runtime that I don't feel like anything got as much time as it probably deserved, especially the Watcher. He was played up to be this crazy demon, but we only got a few sparse scenes with him in it, and I really wish we got more. But even with the pacing issue, it's a great time. The lost Girl Scouts turned witches, the girls getting lost in the woods, the haunting of the Watcher, and the resolution that forces Kelly to face her fears and save herself and Sarah. It's a solid 7 out of 10. But man, the scares in this episode were fantastic. I think Betty Ann's gotta watch out because Sam is after that horror crown. The music, the atmosphere of being lost in the woods, the haunting calls of the Watcher, the hags, the mouse bucket, a child getting shot by a flaming arrow, another child nearly being beheaded, the freaking ram's head and rotten human head. Guys, I think for the scares, we just got our very first 10 out of 10. I don't know what to say. This episode was scary, and I can't believe what they got away with. It was incredible. I'll give it some bonuses as well. One for the gore. I'm just blown away that it was in here at all. It's still just wild to me. Another point we'll give for the sets here, mostly the hags camp with the floating thingies and the weird traps and the green glow. It was a really fun place for a horror story. And a final point to Sarah for stopping Kelly from smoking, because ever since I saw the PSAs, I've always wanted to conquer the smoky monster.
Why do they smoke?
Why don't they care?
Humans are smart, but cats are smarter.
Listen to cats, you men and women.
Take care of your lungs.
They're only human.
So 3 out of 5 bonus points, which leaves Sam's first story, The Tale of Watcher's Woods, with an incredible score of 20 out of 25, and I look forward to seeing what else she's got in store for us later on. Episode 4 is time for Tucker's redemption. I didn't love his first story, but now the only place he can go is up, right? The episode is called The Tale of the Phone Police, and it really is a fun one. It acts as a light play on George Orwell's 1984, specifically the idea of the thought police, only now with a much more kid-friendly tone, aided by the realization that all adults are incredibly stupid. With this episode, we mostly follow a kid named Jake and his friend Chris. They're of the age of prank calling, asking people if their refrigerators are running or asking stores if they've got Prince Albert in a can, only to rip the rug right out from under them with the old 1-2 punchline. It's truly a classic age in comedy. But the older sister Annie kills their fun with a warning about the phone police.
You're not gonna tell Mom and Dad, are you?
Forget Mom and Dad. You're gonna get tagged by the phone police, you zero. Phone police?
She's also drinking a big old glass of green in this scene. I just thought that was weird. It's not important at all. Anyway, The Phone Police is a secret phone security organization that takes people away who abuse the rules of the phone, with the most egregious action being prank calls. Chris takes this story to heart and goes home for the day, but Jake is just getting started. He digs through a phone book until he finds a number that only has 6 numbers to it, and after calling, he hears a staticky voice pleading for help on the other end of the line.
Hello?
He hangs up, but that number just calls him back all throughout the night, each time begging for help. It's pretty creepy. The next morning, Jake and Chris are walking when a nearby payphone begins to ring, and answering it, Jake hears that same voice. So now, freaked out and needing answers, the boys head straight to the phone company. I love this, man. Just one company for all the phones with a huge statue of a phone in its center. It's such a kid's vision of how big companies would actually work. It's just simplified but weirdly vast at the same time. They're told to go down to the records department, but Chris has a bad feeling about this place, so he crouches down and hides just before the phone attendant man steps out to assist Jake. When the man sees the number that he's been calling, he realizes that Jake must be a prank caller. So, as an honorable member of the phone police, he arrests the child and throws him into phone jail.
Hey! Let me out of here. What is this?
Figured it out? I know, because you're a real smart kid. You got here quicker than anyone ever has.
But Chris is able to escape without being noticed, so he runs to Annie for help. Only, that doesn't go very well. When he gets to Jake's house, he's surprised to find that Annie doesn't remember ever even having a brother, and heading into Jake's room, he finds that it's no longer a bedroom at all. So all traces of Jake have just been erased.
Are you gonna get out of here or do I call the cops?
Meanwhile, Jake is stuck in his cell with a phone that can only receive phone calls, so he can't call out for help. Not that anyone would remember him. But Chris thinks quick and searches the phone book until he finds Jake's new phone number, and he knows it because it only has 6 numbers. He calls Jake, and together they come up with a plan and begin the segment of this episode that I call Smart Kids versus Big Dumb Adults. It is a very creative name. It took me a long time to come up with. So here's how it goes. Step 1 in the plan is for Chris to sneak into the phone company. He does this by pretending to get on an elevator while a receptionist isn't looking, and then he sneaks over to the door and he just walks right in. Step 2 is to call Jake, but make sure that Jake doesn't answer so that the phone police old guy will get all mad and enter the phone police cell hallway. Step 3 is to sneak behind the old guy and then wait for him to open Jake's cell and push him over so that they can escape together. And it all goes perfectly well. With alarms blaring, the boys run around the hallways with the phone police right on their heels. They climb out of the liminal underground through a manhole cover, but are still chased by the phone police cars. But the boys are smart and adults are dumb, so they easily outmaneuver the cars and make it to Jake's house. Inside, now Jake's room is back to normal, and Annie remembers her brother again. They do get a visit from a pizza delivery guy who is secretly a member of the phone police, but that's really all that there is to this episode. And that's the end. Tucker's second episode was leagues better than his first. I love the whole concept of the phone police with the strange, light, sci-fi, dystopian horror vibes that they gave off. The warning of the police is a pretty good setup that ends up getting delivered on when the boys go to the phone company for help. So it is a bit of a twist that turns out that the phone company are actually the bad guys. And then the whole prison escape bit, it's just pure fun. From them sneaking around to the chase sequence, it's all fantastic. I think the story earns an 8 out of 10. I will say, it wasn't super scary, but it had some good moments and a little bit of psychological horror that I think landed really well. The scene of Jake getting his calls from the static number was pretty freaky, and him getting arrested was a good bit of horror. But the whole concept of your life being erased and your friend only existing in your memory is one of those things that probably won't scare you outright, but it's the kind of horror that sticks with you and makes you think. I'll give this one a 6 out of 10 for those scares. For a few bonus points, I did love the phone company through and through, so a point there, and another for the psychological dread that was just sprinkled throughout the entire thing. So 2 out of 5 bonus points, which means Tucker definitely redeemed himself in my eyes and scores The Tale of the Phone Police with a total of 16 out of 25. Episode 5 gives us Betty Ann's very first story of the season, so let's all be brave together as she tells us the tale of the Dollmaker. We follow a girl named Melissa who's visiting her aunt and uncle for the summer, and she's really excited to hang out with her friend Susan like they do every summer. Only, when Melissa asks to go play, she's told that Susan and her family moved away. Now, incredibly sad and very bored, Melissa is sitting on a swing when she notices the curtains in Susan's old house are moving. She heads over to investigate, but all she finds is an old dollhouse in the attic. The dollhouse is really intricate, and as Melissa's looking inside the small rooms, one of the doors slams shut and scares her. She falls and knocks a sheet from the wall, which uncovers a door in the attic that should lead to the outside. Something about this door calls to Melissa, and she wanders near and would have opened it, but her aunt comes in and grabs her for dinner. While walking back home, the aunt lets something slip.
It's just that I'd rather you kept away after what happened.
After what? What happened? Aunt Sally, what happened?
Melissa catches on that the aunt is hiding something and pesters her until she finally spills the beans.
I suppose you had to find out sooner or later. Melissa, the Hendersons didn't just move away. Last winter, Susan disappeared.
What do you mean disappeared?
No one knows what happened to her. One minute she was there, the next she was gone.
If that wasn't enough, later that night Melissa overhears her aunt and uncle.
Maybe not, but she said it pretty clearly. It was the house that got her. That's what she said.
So now Melissa knows that Susan is missing, and that her disappearance had something to do with the house. So that night, when she's woken up and notices that the lights are on in Susan's house, what does she do? Well, she goes over there, alone of course, and she walks straight to the dollhouse before she realizes that a light is shining from the keyhole of that strange door. This time, she walks over to it and opens the door, but instead of leading outside, it opens to a brightly lit hallway, and Melissa sees Susan walking around inside and shouting as if she were lost. Melissa calls to her, but Susan doesn't seem to hear her. So Melissa is about to take a step into the hallway when she's suddenly tackled to the ground by her uncle. That would be so funny if this episode just ended here. Just a Dark Souls "you died" scream. He just squished her or whatever. But no, after helping Melissa back up, the uncle shows her that she was just about to walk out of the attic and fall to her death. So good save, Unc. And now comes the part of the story where nobody believes Melissa's story about seeing Susan. So it's all up to her to try and save her friend despite the obvious danger that it will put her in. Melissa sneaks back over to Susan's house, this time with a hammer and a ball of string in hand. And it's so funny how lame of a break-in scene she has. It's so weirdly quiet, and it just takes a little bit too long. It's perfect form all around, really. She goes back to the big strange door and once again sees the hallway, but this time she ties the string to the doorknob and carefully steps inside. To her relief, she doesn't plummet to her death, but she immediately notices that things are a little bit strange here. The furniture is weird and disproportionate, and as the room begins to rumble, she's able to look outside and watch as her aunt steps into the room, only she's much larger now, which leads Melissa to the correct conclusion.
The dollhouse. I'm in the dollhouse.
As her aunt walks away, Melissa finds Susan and, well, she's not looking too good.
What's wrong with you? You look just like
doll. But how? What's happened to you? You turned into a doll. The dollhouse did this to you?
Half of her face is now porcelain, and it's creepy how she just stares off with distant eyes. She mumbles something about the attic, so Melissa follows her string back, only to realize that her exit door has vanished. But then she remembers that this dollhouse should also have an attic, and she finds a door hidden behind a large shelf. Unable to pull it down alone, she goes back to Susan, but, well, she's not gonna be much help.
I'll try again.
So then Melissa just goes back and she just pulls the shelf down. She couldn't do it before, but I guess she got stronger from the walk back and forth. She drags Susan upstairs, but the door in the dollhouse attic opens up to the outside, so stepping in should be a fall to their deaths. But then Melissa uses some kind of logic, and I'm not gonna lie, I could not follow it. She says that the dollhouse is inside the real house, so the dollhouse door should open to the inside of the house and not the outside of the house, but the dollhouse door is opening to the outside, so it can't be real, so that means that they should be able to just step through. Does that make sense to you? Because even after saying it, I'm completely lost. But fortunately, Melissa was right, and they stepped through the door, and now it's a portal to the real world. So Melissa and Susan are back, and this is where the story ends.
That very night, Melissa's uncle burned the dollhouse in a big bonfire in the backyard. As it went up in flames, Melissa wondered where the door in the Hendersons' attic would lead, now that there was no dollhouse left. The end.
Yeah. Where would it lead to?
I'm of two minds of this episode because I did enjoy it, but I also think it's one of Betty Ann's weaker episodes. It does have her usual flair of being a weird and spooky story, but I felt like this one had a lot of filler that made things seem to drag a little bit. She's called up to the dollhouse like 3 times before finally going inside, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it does end up being over half of the episode. When we finally get inside the dollhouse, we only spend a few minutes there before Melissa solves 2 really quick problems and they just skedaddle out of there. And then it's just over. I would have liked to spend a little bit more time inside the dollhouse, maybe feel like they were actually stuck inside for a few minutes longer before Melissa stumbled upon that exit door. But with what we got, I'd say the story is a middle of the line 5 out of 10. There are some really good scary moments in this. The scares are mostly at the end, and they end up being small scenes used for shock value or to ingrain a feeling of existential dread into their child audience. I think the scariest part is Susan. The way she stares off and her hand detaching is really freaky. But I think the majority of the scares were relying on us to see Melissa and Susan as being stuck in the house. We're supposed to be afraid that Melissa will begin to transform into a doll just like Susan, but we only see one small glimpse of this, and then it's never showed again. So the fear of being stuck sort of peters out a little bit due to the quick pacing. I think it could have been one of the scariest episodes if it had a little bit more time. But still, I think I've got to give this one a 7 out of 10 for the scares. For a couple of bonus points, I did love the dollhouse set, so we'll definitely give a point there. And I thought it was really funny when the uncle tackled Melissa to the ground, so he's earned a point as well. I think I'll do one more for Susan. She acted amazing and the makeup was slight, but used really well and gave the impression of her transforming into a doll. So, I mean, great stuff all around there. So that's going to be 3 out of 5 bonus points, which will put the tale of the Dollmaker at a total of 15 out of 25. Episode 6 is another Betty Ann story, this one covering the potential and the danger that imagination can create, while also giving us a character that has a haircut that might be worse than Pete from The Tale of the Captured Souls. This is the tale of the Bookish Babysitter. As you might suspect, this one stars a new babysitter in town named Belinda, that all of the parents seem to be raving about. But right away we're given some clues that she's got a little bit more going on besides just sitting on infants. She seems to predict the future when being asked about a babysitting job, and she suspiciously carries a book with her as she leaves from a job well done. She's also wearing a star cloak, and Yeah, her haircut. Well, it's a style. it's a style. That's as much as I can say about that. The job tonight will be to babysit a boy named Ricky, who hates babysitters and just wants to watch TV and be left alone. He's very relatable in that aspect.
A babysitter? Mom, I'm 12 years old.
Exactly.
When he and Belinda meet, things don't go his way, as she stands in front of the TV, and when he still won't stop watching, she takes the remote and makes it magically disappear.
It's time to get to know each other.
Two things to note here are, first, Ricky's t-shirt. They say he's wearing a shirt from a metal band, but it's clearly just one of those iron-on images that would flake off if you ever got it wet or accidentally washed it. And the second is that Belinda promises that if Ricky will read with her for just a few minutes, then she'll leave him alone to do whatever he wants for the rest of the night. And of course, Ricky agrees to those terms. As he begins to read, the lights start flashing and he thinks that he hears a knocking on the front door, just like the knocking described in the book. But then he just gets bored and decides to swap to another story. This time he reads about a witch, and we see a shadow appear behind him, followed by a gnarled hand. But fortunately, Ricky is still learning to read, so as he tries to sound out a word, the story is stopped and the hand falls away. But once again, Ricky just gets bored and decides to swap stories.
You know, once you start a book, you really should finish it.
Yeah, sure.
Despite that warning, Ricky decides it's time to stop reading and he goes to play some video games in his room.
I'm not reading any more of your stupid books.
Another great spooky moment happens as Ricky is heading to his room, and we see someone open the door at the end of the hall and watch him before they disappear. While he's playing games, Ricky thinks that Belinda has followed him into his room, but when he turns around to tell her to get out, he's barely able to dodge as a sword-wielding knight comes out of nowhere and slashes down at him. He runs from his room but is followed by a ghost, and this little chase is such a perfect bit of horror. I love this scene, and I love how they use dark lace to give the ghost his little wispy effect. It's so stylized and scary. Oh man, like I said, I just loved it. Ricky finds Belinda, and he sees that she's burning the books that he was reading earlier. And when he asks why, she fills him in on what's going on.
Look at the stupid books.
Don't you see? They came from books.
So destroying the books should put the knight and the ghost back into their stories. Or so we think, for like a few seconds. Because just before Ricky burns the books completely, another Belinda bursts into the room, and we find out that the first Belinda wasn't Belinda at all.
Use your imagination back.
I was afraid this was gonna happen.
I am such a fan of everything about this ghoul man, by the way. He's so goofy and scary at the same time, and his costumes are hilarious in his reveals. Like here, when he shares Belinda's haircut at clothes while also being a full-grown man ghoul thingy. He's just so great. So Ricky and the real Belinda run into another room and lock the doors. Belinda says that burning books was actually a terrible idea because now they can't read the stories, and Ricky will have to create an ending using his own imagination if he wants these stories to return to their books. Oh yeah, that's another thing. He started reading multiple books, so now there's multiple beings that are attacking them now. He tries a few pretty lame and unimaginative endings, one just trying to say that the monsters all left them alone, and another by trying to manifest an Uzi from his mind, but that doesn't work. He then notices that Belinda is carrying a red book with a blank cover. As he flips through the pages, he suddenly is transported into the world of this unnamed story, and as he speaks and moves, the blank pages inside begin to fill out with his actions and words.
I don't get it. What's the big deal, he said. Then Ricky's voice trailed off. I just said that.
Ricky finds that he's trapped in a dungeon inhabited only by ancient human bones and, unfortunately, the knight that attacked him earlier. The knight attacks again, and as Ricky dodges, he reads in the book that the knight was left here to guard the king's tomb, and will only stop his duty once he sees a certain sigil. As the knight raises his sword, Ricky realizes that it looks familiar, and he uncovers his shirt with the metal band that's totally real on it. And the knight stops his attack and then collapses into nothing but armor.
Wow, cool.
With that danger over, a little girl steps from the shadows and asks Ricky to help her escape. But once again, Ricky looks to the book and realizes that this little girl isn't a little girl at all.
Or another story. You're not a little girl. You're the... Put down the book! Get away from me!
The ghoul's looking good here again, but only for a second, as Ricky thinks fast and uses the sword to cut him right in half, and I love Ricky's reaction when he does this. With the ghoul and the knight defeated, there's only one more story character to face. The ghost man hovers into the dungeon, but he doesn't actually attack Ricky. He just goes over to the ancient tomb of the king, and we realize that this was actually the spirit of the king all along, and Ricky's actions have allowed the king to finally find his peace. He kneels and offers the king the sword, and as he does, the world fades away, and we hear Belinda reading Ricky this very story.
Story's almost over.
Back in the real world, they finish reading together, and looking at the book, they see that the title has filled out, and the author apparently shares Ricky's name. His mom comes home, and Belinda leaves with another baby sat upon and another book in her collection. I am such a big fan of this episode. It's unique, and it's scary, and it's imaginative, and it leaves a good bit of mystery as to what Belinda's true goals are with these stories. I think the story flows incredibly well, as it adds new elements constantly throughout the beginning that each have really satisfying resolutions by the end. Even Ricky's shirt gets its own tiny little story arc. It's layered and it's comprehensive in a way that I would say is just as good, if not better, than Kristen's tale of the Hungry Hounds. Everything from introducing Belinda and Ricky to having a ghoulish man in a terrible blonde wig try to convince a kid to burn books somehow ends up making sense while also being entertaining the entire time. I have to say, this is undoubtedly my favorite story so far. It has everything I want in an episode of Are You Afraid of the Dark? Well, almost everything. Like, if Vink or Sardo showed up, I probably would have screamed and then just passed out. So, what else can I say? Other than this story gets a perfect 10 out of 10. It also was decently scary. I think the arm appearing behind Ricky and then that ghost hallway scene were the highlights for scares. That hallway scene is so incredible and out of nowhere, so it just enhances the scares of the moment. The Ghoul Man reveals were also really spooky, while also being kind of funny at the same time. I'm going to give the scares an 8 out of 10. And you know this one is getting some bonus points. I love how the book fills itself in as Ricky talks, and I love how the cover ends up getting a title and an author once Ricky's able to leave the dungeon. So, a good point there. I've got to give another for the first reveal of the Ghoulman as well. I didn't see it coming, but when the real Belinda bursts in, that scene just gets so wild. So, a point there. And I'll do one more for Belinda and the mystery that surrounds her. We don't know if she's a witch or just a collector of child imagination scary stories or what. And that intrigue is the kind of thing that keeps you thinking about a story long after it's over. So, a final point there, totaling 3 out of 5 bonus points, and ending the tale of the Bookish Babysitter at a score of 21 out of 25, and leaving us with one of my favorite episodes so far. Now, let me tell you, I was so excited and riding this wonderful high of the season, and it only gets better, especially because the next storyteller is the man behind some of the most magical stories so far. Gary steps up for the first time of the season, promising to tell a story full of misunderstood trinkets and power beyond human control, with the tale of the Carved Stone. A girl named Allison has just moved into a new house. She has no friends and is an only child, so she doesn't even have the default frenemy that inherently comes with having a sibling. One thing of significance that I'll shoehorn in is that on her windowsill is a carved TJB was here, but we'll talk about that more later on. She sees a group of kids walking by and watches as one drops his pair of goofy glasses. So, seeing an opportunity to make some friends, she rushes outside to tell them about the glasses, only to step right on them and ruin them.
Oh, great way to make friends, klutz.
But don't you worry, because she knows where she can get some new ones. A little shop in town full of trinkets and magic and weirdness. And sometimes a rabbit named Harold. That's right, once again, we're visiting with none other than Mr. Sardo.
Are you Mr. Sardo?
That's Sardo. No, mister. Accent on the toe.
In classic Sardo fashion, he sniffs out that Allison is trying to make some new friends. Unfortunately, he can't find any of his popularity potion. Some cool kid named KC ran off with all of it last season, so instead he offers Allison a strange carved stone.
No, of course not. It's much better than a potion. It's an Egyptian friendship stone.
And of course, we get another little bit of Sardo haggling. What would a magic shop be without a magician getting swindled by his customers, right?
How much did you say this was?
Well, it is very rare and very powerful. It's practically a steal at $50.
$50?
40. I distinctly said 40.
Forget it.
No, wait. How much have you got?
After the glasses, I've got $17 and 75 cents.
Sold. But I'm losing on the deal.
As she leaves with her new rock friend in hand, Allison passes a strange man right outside the shop. I wonder if he'll be important later on. That's called a hook. You see, I set the bait. Now just gotta keep reeling the rod. This metaphor immediately got away from me. We'll see him later. We see a quick scene of Allison giving those kids their glasses back, only it doesn't go very well.
Forget this. Get a life, okay? Come on, Don.
So, obviously, the friendship rock isn't working, and Allison decides that she wants her money back. She heads back to the shop, only this time Sardo isn't alone. That strange man from earlier is now holding him hostage. He uses Sardo's voice to tell Allison to go away, and I love how this whole scene is shot. The close-up of the man's mouth while still showing Sardo is gagged, and in general, the extreme close-ups on the faces of Sardo and the man made this whole scene so strangely intense and captivating. Allison leaves, but we stick with Sardo as we see the man hypnotize him until he spills the beans on who he sold a certain carved stone to.
What have you done?
Later that night, Allison is figuring out that the stone is a little bit more than she expected, but she's interrupted when she sees that man hovering outside of her window. This is another fantastic shot. It reminded me of that scary vampire scene in Salem's Lot. I think I used that comparison actually in The Tale of the Nightly Neighbors too, but I mean, it's a good comparison, and I'm right. I mean, it looks like that scene a little bit. Allison realizes that this dude is trying to hypnotize her, so she covers her eyes and backs away, only to suddenly trip and fall back towards her mirror. But once she hits the mirror, instead of it shattering, the power of the stone causes her to slip through it, and she ends up in her same room. Only now it looks a little bit different, and there's a boy here named
Thomas Jefferson Bradshaw, and this is my grandmother's house.
No, this is our house. We moved in here last week.
And quickly she finds out that she's 100 years in the past, all the way back in the year 1892.
What's the date today?
March 13th.
Yeah, but what year?
What year? Don't you know anything? It's 1892.
You serious? 1892? That's over 100 years ago.
This TJB kid is also a big loner, so he and Allison end up bonding and develop a friendship right off the bat. It's so funny though, because there's this part where they're both talking about how they don't have any siblings, and then TJB just says that his parents are dead, and Allison replies with such a weirdly happy attitude.
That's my grandmother. If she wakes up, she's gonna cane me.
That's terrible. What about your parents?
Oh, they died when I was younger. I was the only child.
Really? I'm an only child too.
It's just so off, Allison. You gotta read the room a little bit better. No wonder you don't have any friends. Allison and Thomas end up returning to the future together, just as someone is knocking at the front door. And we should all be happy to see that Sardo is back, and now warning the kids about the man who's after the stone.
It seems it belongs to a rather nasty fellow by the name of Brother Septimus. He was supposed to have been hanged in the 15th century.
Then, Brother Septimus slinks out of the shadows and starts to choke out Sardo before deciding to chase after his special stone. To get away, Allison pulls Sardo through the mirror with her to put a whole 100 years between them and Brother Septimus. But they left Thomas behind, so they have to return to the present so that they can help him.
Help! I don't even know what's going on!
Come on!
Sardo goes towards the mirror with the stone in hand, only for Septimus to reach through and grab him and swap their places. Septimus then starts to threaten Allison, but then Thomas steps from the mirror to help. Only he instantly gets hypnotized, and then Septimus comes after him with a Lady Deathfinger nail blade. It's so weird that one of his powers is just having a sword fingernail. Like, he can time travel and he's got blades for his nails. Really cool, man. Allison tackles Septimus from behind, and at the same time, Thomas pulls out his sling and shoots at them. This happens just as they pass through the mirror, but Septimus was touching the glass, so when it shattered, so did he. Allison and Thomas share a final goodbye through the shards of mirror before Allison notices that the carving on the windowsill has changed to show that their friendship will remain throughout the centuries. And with that, the episode ends. What did I tell you? We're just bouncing from one great episode to another. I liked this one a lot. Last season, Gary's story just wasn't quite up to par, but with this one, I was instantly reminded of why he was always one of my favorite storytellers. The play on Egyptian magic with this strange time-warping warlock all intermingled with the story of a few lonely kids who find friendship while displaced in time is so cool and unique and entertaining. I'm gonna give this story an easy 8 out of 10. I will say it wasn't super scary, but Brother Septimus is probably my favorite villain that we've seen so far, other than Vink, but that dude is a classic of his own. He doesn't count for this. I loved every line that Septimus spoke. His delivery was perfect, and his eyes have this really creepy, bulging stare that just gazes through you. But just because he's my favorite doesn't mean he was really all that scary. He made things more intense than horrific, so I think we'll put this one smack in the middle with a 5 out of 10. For a few bonus points, I mean, at this point I don't even know if I need to say it, but Sardo definitely gets a point. I love him, I will always love him, and that's worth all the bonus points in the world to me. I'm gonna give another one for Brother Septimus, and a third for the uniqueness of this episode with a combination of lonely kids, time travel, magical nonsense, and then I'll be giving a final point for the line by the kids where they tell Allison to get a life. It was so mean, and it made me laugh so hard, so I've got to give it a little reward. So 4 out of 5 bonus points, which will leave the tale of the carved stone with a total score of 17 out of 25. This is another one that I just love. Like, man, this season, it's killing it for me. So, Tucker is one of the new 2 this season, and the showrunners must have really wanted us to like him, because episode 8 is another one of his stories, and this one is called The Tale of the Guardian's Curse. We've seen the show cover quite a few classic horror tropes. Of course, we've had vampires and werewolves, we've had scary dolls, clowns, ghosts, Ghosts, more ghosts. There's so many ghosts in this series. And now it's time for another classic movie monster, as we see a construction crew uncover an ancient Egyptian tomb with the sarcophagus holding a mummy. This episode is centered around two siblings named Cleo and Josh, and their widower father who is struggling to balance his time with his kids as his work always seems to take priority. And today is no exception. While they're getting ready to go on vacation, the dad is called into the museum where he works because of this discovery of a long-lost mummy.
We have to get this to my lab now.
He and his coworker Dr. Capel Smith study the inscriptions and the records that they have and realize that this mummy was stolen from a pyramid in the 30s, and inside is a mummy who was thought to be the goddess of eternal life called Mina.
Yuck.
Cool.
Magnificent. There she is. Mina, the guardian.
In this episode, we get a little bit of back and forth here. It's pretty quick paced as Cleo and Josh cover a lot of ground and exposition and get the story rolling. First, the family heads home and the dad sorrowfully cancels their vacation so that he can continue his studies of the mummy. Josh also just drops a mean burn on his old man.
What can I say? He lives to work. He needs it.
What he needs is a girlfriend.
Josh just, man, he's got no chill. The dad tells the kids about Mina's legend, where she had a ring of eternity and an elixir of life. Oh, and a curse. Of course, all mummies have to have a curse, and Mina's was that if her tomb was ever disturbed, she'd turn her enemies to stone. But I'm sure these three are gonna be just fine. In classic parenting fashion, the dad sends the kids alone to the museum that night to pick up some pictures that he left behind, and while there, Josh and Cleo bump the sarcophagus and accidentally discover a hidden compartment, and inside they find a ring and a vial full of, well, an elixir. The elixir. The siblings argue and end up spilling the elixir onto the mummy, which I'm sure is gonna turn out just fine. They leave the room and come back to find that the mummy is gone now. They run home to tell their dad, but now they find that their home has been completely ransacked. Fortunately, the dad left a note that said that he was heading to the museum, so he must have just missed the hooligan that destroyed this place. So Cleo and Josh go back to the museum again. Like I said, it's a quick back and forth for a few scenes here, but now we're in the museum, and this is where we'll be staying, because the mummy will never let us leave.
Dad! He's not here. It's the curse! Oh man, it's the curse!
Get out of here. That stuff is made up.
Oh yeah? Does this look made up to you? It's real, Cleo, just like the legend said.
No way.
They start to smell something and realize it's the decomposing mummy, and we get one of those classic spooky fingers wrapping around the door, little scary moments.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
They end up running away and trying to hide from the undead mummy in the museum's basement, and inside, they discover that their dad wasn't their dad at all. It was actually a plant that was pretending to be their dad, and they take off his hat to find... No, wait, that's not this one. I got my scripts confused, sorry about that. Josh and Cleo end up finding their dad knocked out on top of a stack of crates, which it's kind of funny to think about. Like someone knocked him out and then had to hoist him up like 10 feet and just lay him there. It must have been such a hassle. After waking up the dad, they hear approaching footsteps, but are relieved to find that it's not the mummy at all. It's Dr. Capel Smith. But the relief is short-lived, as he reveals that he's soaked the entire basement in kerosene and will light the place on fire and kill them all if Cleo doesn't give him the Ring of Eternity. This is like the real-life Millennium items, complete with two-dimensional villain arcs. Am I right? But Cleo is smart, and she figured something out about the ring. The Doctor puts the ring on and achieves eternity.
Behold, you are now gazing at an immortal.
But then things go wrong for the Doctor, as his eternity is granted by transforming him eternally into stone. It's not super important, but the Doctor drops his torch and Josh runs to put it out, and he does this by smacking it over and over on the ground. You know, the ground that was soaked in kerosene. Nothing happens, don't worry, but I mean, this was just not the smartest move, Josh. You gotta think, man. Now that the Doctor is taken care of, the family come face to face once again with the mummy as it leans around some crates. And I love how this thing looks here. It's so creepy and weird and just kind of gross. And I love how they puppeted it. It's just such a fun little bit of animation. The mummy doesn't attack, and instead lifts its finger, which Josh realizes is it asking for its ring back. He slips the ring onto the mummy's finger, and they all watch as she transforms from her undead self into her fully revived and incredibly pretty form. As the story wraps up, we watch as the dad starts to rizz up Mina and try to get her to change from mummy into mommy.
So the true guardian's curse was immortality. And Dr. Capel Smith was the final victim. The end. See, wasn't that worth letting him borrow it?
I guess the story was pretty good. Hey, the little toad still has my ankh.
There was a lot going on in this episode, and I'll say that I'm pretty impressed with how much they were able to fit into such a tight time frame. There was that segment in the middle where the kids went from the museum to the house to the museum to the house to the museum within like 3 minutes, but that was the only part that felt rushed to me. The rest flowed really well while still giving us a few twists and two antagonists that they had to deal with. The twist of the Doctor going bad was a little obvious because there wasn't really any other character in this episode, but everything with the mummy and the ring and the elixir was pretty unexpected. I'd say the story is a decent 6 out of 10. It had some scares, but other than the mummy, I'd say that the horror was fairly light. The mummy puppet was pretty creepy, and the way that it moved was uncanny and off-putting, but it was never malicious towards the kids or the dad, so it never really felt like a true force of terror. So I'll just be giving this episode a 4 out of 10 for the scares. And that just leaves the bonuses. I'll be giving 1 for the fun twists of the Doctor's betrayal and the mummy kind of being nice the whole time. I'll give another for the mummy puppet. Like I said, I just loved that. And I'll do 1 more for the dad seeing his chance and shooting his shot with the mummy mommy right at the end there. You've gotta respect it. So that's 3 out of 5 bonus points, giving the tale of the Guardian's Curse a total of 13 out of 25. Before we talk about this next episode, I just wanted to say thank you for all the kind comments and for enjoying this series alongside me. What do you say we all gather around together for a quick group photo? Ah, that turned out great. Oh, we're all doomed. Just like everyone who had their picture taken in this Betty Ann story, The Tale of the Curious Camera. With this episode, we follow a kid who's a bit of a loser named Matt. His main bully rival is a kid that might look a little bit familiar because we've seen him in another Betty Ann story all the way back in season 1. This actor previously played Josh in The Tale of Laughing in the Dark. He was kind of a bozo then, but I guess he didn't learn his lesson from the killer clown, so maybe he'll learn something this time. In one of the most traumatic ways possible.
You read this book?
No.
Oh. Well, are you sure you haven't read it? Here, look closer. Guess I was wrong. The book read you. Oh no, leave it. It looks good.
After school picture day, Matt receives his photo only to realize that it's completely blank. So there must have been some kind of error. He goes to the photographer's business and tries to get a refund, or at the very least his actual photo, but the photographer just doesn't care about Matt's plight. The photographer is named Calhoun, and he's a bit of a grubby, down-on-his-luck looking guy who says that he used to have so much potential, but then stumbled on some bad luck, and has had his life pretty much ruined. He starts to act a bit suspicious as he apologizes to Matt, and then offers him an antique camera instead of just retaking his photo. But hey, free camera, so Matt is pretty thrilled.
Oh, and kid, I think it's still got some film in it.
But, of course, the camera isn't all that it seems. Matt goes around taking some photos of everything except for his younger sister.
Hey, take my picture.
Forget it. Might crack the lens.
And then he notices that all the photos he took show the objects in broken states. His shirt is covered in a large stain. The window and the picture frame are shattered from a baseball. A vase is dropped and left in pieces. The camera also has an auto timer function of some kind. Basically, it just goes off sometimes without Matt doing anything. And he leaves it on a table where it snaps a picture of his fish tank and freaking sets it on fire.
Oh, man.
Dude, that is such an underreaction. It's crazy. It's like, oh no, my water's on fire. Dude, you're witnessing a terrifying miracle. How are you so chill about this? Seeing the pattern in these things, Matt tosses the camera into the trash, but it just reappears inside his locker at school the next day, so it's not that easy to get rid of. So, what to do? Well, Matt decides to embrace the dark side, and he starts with none other than Josh.
Hey, call back. You know you're a total butthead. What'd you say? I heard you got the wrong end of a brain transplant. Any truth to that?
Let's go, gentlemen. We don't have all day.
Seeing that the photo is of Josh screaming, Matt knows that it worked, and later that day some lockers come loose and fall onto Josh, crushing his leg and ending Matt's bully problem. At least until he heals up. But Matt isn't done, because the next time we see him, he's making a hit list of everyone that he wants to take a photo of. He's really harnessing the energy of Andy from the Tale of the Dark Music, just immediately being down with taking people out for a little bit of power. While working on the hit list, Matt tells his sister Amy about the camera, and in doing so he accidentally snaps her photo. But then he acts quick, and just as a chandelier is falling, he tackles her out of the way and saves her from the photographic tragedy. Digging through the pile of photos, Matt and Amy notice a small figure of a gremlin in each picture, and finally, Matt decides to head back to Calhoun's shop for some answers. This scene is so fun, and Calhoun is such a funny character. His shop is all cleaned up now, and when we see the man himself, he's like super duper cool now, because it turns out that the camera was the reason for all of his bad luck, and now that it's gone, he's starting to take off in the world.
I had that camera for 20 years, and for 20 years it gave me nothing but bad luck. I give it to you, and voila! Bad luck gone, and the phone's ringing off the hook.
He also says that Matt can never get rid of the camera as it chooses who it wants to belong to, and now it's chosen Matt.
It destroys everything it shoots. Don't let it destroy you.
When he gets home, the door suddenly opens and the camera goes off, snapping a photo of his parents, only it's now replaced with a really brutal looking car crash. These next few scenes are pretty intense, but also have these like really perfectly stupid, hilarious cutaways with the parents in the car. Each time they're just fighting over the temperature controls. Like I said, it's so dumb, but it made me laugh every time it came up. Matt and Amy try to destroy the camera to save their parents, but it just keeps reappearing once they turn their backs. And then Matt has a little bit of inspiration. He sets up the camera in front of a mirror, hoping that by taking a photo of itself, the camera will destroy itself, and, well, it works. The camera disappears, and they get a call a few seconds later from their parents, who are using a totally sick car phone, by the way, but they say that they were almost hit by a truck, but in the end, nothing happened, and they're just fine. So, all problems are solved. right? Wrong. The gremlin from the camera somehow leapt into Matt and Amy's camcorder, and now it's trying to get the best shot of them so that it can kill them, I guess. But they just hide until eventually, for some reason, the camera and the TV just explode. And now, the day really is saved, and Matt and Amy head outside to see their parents. But we do see that the gremlin escapes once again, and now haunts the newfangled World Wide Web. I liked this episode a lot, but I will say, it's not going to be getting a very high score. Mostly, I just thought this one was really funny. There were so many silly little moments and characters that it kept me very entertained the entire time, and just laughing and smiling like a bozo as I was watching it. The story isn't anything that we haven't seen before. It's a great telling of a cursed object, and the photos are a fun way for Matt to realize the dangers and also seek opportunities. It reminded me a lot of a mixture of The Tale of the Twisted Claw and The Tale of the Captured Souls. It was good and well told, but nothing super special, so I'll be going with a 5 out of 10 for the story. It also wasn't very scary. Like I said, I found this one really funny. I don't think it was really trying to be a big horror story. The gremlin is like maybe a little bit kind of sort of spooky. I think really the only scary bit was the kids freaking out because they thought that they killed their parents, but that wasn't much of a scare, honestly, so I'll just be going with a 2 out of 10 for the scares. For some bonuses, I'm giving it 2 points because this episode made me laugh so much. I also loved Cool Calhoun a lot. Like, he's the raddest character in all of television, hands down. And I'll give another for crushing Josh's leg, because that kid was a bit of a butthead in the previous episode too, so he really needs to learn some humility. And I'll do a final point for the scene of the fish tank. Everything about that was so perfect, so an easy point there. Leaving this with a 4 out of 5 bonus point score, and ending the tale of the curious camera with a total of 11 out of 25. Earlier in the season, Sam showed that she would be rivaling Betty Ann for her title of Horror Queen. We haven't heard from her in a while, but with this episode, Sam takes the storyteller seat again, but this time it feels more like she's rivaling Kristen by focusing more on a story, setting us up with a tale of true love that turns deadly. This is one of those episodes that people often remember fondly, so let's dive in and talk about The Tale of the Dream Girl. We focus mostly on a boy named Johnny and his younger sister, Erica. They both work at a bowling alley where Erica is a waitress and Johnny is an underappreciated maintenance worker. One day, Johnny finds a school ring in his locker, and out of curiosity, he slips it on his pinky, only to find that now it's completely stuck. Then some weird things start to happen. That night, Johnny's mom comes in to tell Erica to go to sleep, but completely ignores when Johnny calls goodnight to her.
Jeez, what's the matter with her?
Oh, she's got a lot on her mind.
Yeah, I guess so.
And when he falls asleep, he dreams of a girl calling out to him, and he finds that for some reason he can't stop thinking about this dream girl. At the bowling alley, he sees another girl that looks a lot like the dream girl, but when he tries to ask her out, she completely blows him off. And Johnny gets a pretty bad run in this scene because he talks to his manager only to have him also ignore him and then brag about how he won't be hiring any new maintenance men to help out because he wants to save on some cash. But he can't dwell on this for too long because he hears the voice of the dream girl calling his name. She says that her name is Donna, and Johnny follows her voice as well as small glimpses of her throughout the bowling alley before she completely vanishes, and her voice is drowned with the sound of a crossing train, followed by screams. He goes home only to find a letter from Donna asking him to meet her in the bowling alley after closing.
You gonna go?
I don't know. I mean, I guess I should, but man, I have a really weird feeling about this. You have to see her, Erica. She's so beautiful.
Despite the weird feeling, he's also drawn to this dream girl, so he decides to meet her as the letter asks. This scene reminded me a lot of the tavern scene from The Tale of the Whispering Walls. There are a few different people in the bowling alley, all of them clearly ghosts and each of them from different time periods. Plus, they're listening to some swanky jazz that just makes the bowling alley feel like it's a place from out of time. After a few minutes, Donna finally arrives.
I hope I'm not late.
They dance together and she tells Johnny that the ring that he found belongs to her, but after a few minutes, she suddenly says that she has to leave.
It's almost time to go. I want you to come with me.
Where? You just got here.
Donna runs from the bowling alley, and when she leaves, Johnny notices that all of the other ghosts have gone as well. And now we get a little reveal, and it's done in such a funny way. Erica asks Johnny if the Donna that he's been seeing is the same as this picture that she has in the newspaper. The article tells of Donna's death. She and her boyfriend had their car stall out on some train tracks. They ran from the vehicle, but Donna forgot her ring and ran back to get it. But she didn't make it.
She was driving with her boyfriend, and their car stalled on these railroad tracks just out by Waterloo Road.
I know that's not a funny reveal. The funny part is how Erica unfolds the newspaper to show Johnny. It gets funnier in a little while, but this is just the setup. The next day at work, Donna shows up again, and when Johnny tries to offer her back the ring, she says that that's not what she really wants.
Don't you understand? It's you that I want.
He tries to tell her off, but that night she calls again, and this time Johnny angrily tells her not to contact him anymore. As the ring now falls off, Johnny gets a small sense of guilt, and he decides that he needs to help the ghost move on by returning her ring to her grave. In the graveyard, we have a few quick Easter eggs that I want to point out. You can see a headstone with the name Ron Oil. This was used in Kiki's story last season, The Tale of Old Man Corcoran. It was a play on the name of the director of that episode. And we see another grave that has the name Vink on it, that's dated from the 1700s. So, pretty neat. While in the graveyard, Johnny feels strangely attracted to one plot, and reaching down he uncovers the name of Donna on the headstone there. But that doesn't make sense. How could he have known where this plot was? Well, Erica has the answer.
We knew exactly where she was buried, Johnny. Why do you think that is?
Look, I don't know what you mean.
Maybe you've been here before. Did you ever think about that?
She tells Johnny the story of Donna's death again, only this time, Johnny's able to remember it as if he were there. He hears the screams and the blaring bells of the train crossing, and he realizes that this is his story. The story of how he and the girl that he loved died together. Brushing up the headstone more shows Johnny's name is carved underneath Donna's. And then Erica unfolds the newspaper even more to show Johnny's face in the article. I laugh every time I see the newspaper unfold here. Erica folded it in such a funny, elaborate way for these multiple reveals. It just gets me. I know it takes away a little bit from the sad moment, but it's so funny to me. But as funny as the reveal is, the scene is so sad and well done. Erica tells Johnny that after his death, he just showed up again one day, but only she could see him. Thinking back, we realize that Johnny's mom, his manager, that girl in the bowling alley, they weren't ignoring him. They couldn't see him because he was never actually there. Erica was his only connection to the world, and she wishes that things could stay like this because even though her brother died, he's still here with her, and she doesn't want to lose him again. But ghosts don't belong in the world of life. From the fog, Donna steps out again and calls to Johnny, and he and Erica both know that it's his time to go. They share a final hug and a final goodbye, and Johnny gives Erica the ring to remember him by. And then he and Donna reunite, and they walk off together into the fog. This episode is so sad, but it's so good. Nowadays, the trope of the main character being dead the whole time is somewhat popular, and if you're someone who loves to guess at plot twists, then that's probably one of your go-tos whenever you see a character being ignored in any way. I think the trope really became popular after The Sixth Sense. That plot twist was so devastating that I remember hearing about it when I was in elementary school. But The Tale of the Dream Girl came out in 1996, 3 years before The Sixth Sense release in 1999. so a plot twist like this was really unexpected when it happened. The story is incredibly memorable and has so many great reveals as it's told. It's also one of the better acted episodes. Both Johnny and Erica had very emotional moments, and I won't lie, I got a little bit misty-eyed at their farewell scene. I'm gonna give this one a nearly perfect 9 out of 10. However, Sam really was harnessing her inner Kristen because this episode wasn't really scary. I think the ghost could have maybe given some kids a jump scare back in the day, but I don't think I'd call this a horror episode whatsoever. It's only going to be getting a 1 out of 10 for the scares. For a few bonus points, the plot twists of Donna and Johnny being dead was great, so 1 there. I'm giving another for the acting, especially with Erica in that final scene. That's one of my favorite acting moments in this series so far. And for making me laugh in moments when I should have cried, I have to give a point for the folding of the newspaper. It's so dumb, especially when you think back on how Erica must have set it all up for the eventual reveal that she gave to Johnny. So that's gonna be an easy point, which totals 3 out of 5 bonus points and leaves the tale of the Dream Girl with a total score of 13 out of 25. For episode 11, we get to hear from Kiki as she tells us the tale of the Quicksilver. And this one starts off so strong and scary, it's kind of crazy. We open with a girl that we see is doing some kind of strange ritual that summons a freaky demon man into her room. But things go wrong immediately. As she tries to capture the demon into a gem, a candle falls and lights the room on fire. She tries to run, but the demon locks the door, and then we fade away to see a new family is moving into this house, and 2 brothers named Aaron and Doug are taking the same room where this girl died not too long ago. I hope the house is on sale, cause, well, it comes with some issues. In the middle of the night, the boys are woken up when their beds start to shake. Then they notice all of their stuff has been stacked in one corner, and someone has painted a green Q on top of the wall. But somehow they're able to brush off the scares and they head right back to sleep.
Mom said no scary stuff.
I didn't do it.
Yeah, sure.
At school, Aaron meets that same girl that we saw in the intro and learns that her name is Connie. Also at school, Aaron is continuously haunted. His stuff is thrown to the floor, his desk starts to fly for a second, his pencil is moved just slightly out of reach. Like, I'd be so annoyed if I were haunted like this, just a small inconvenience ghost that drives you mad. Connie and Aaron start to flirt it up a little bit, and in a totally throwaway line that's definitely not gonna be very important later, Aaron mentions that the necklace that he wears is made of pure silver.
Cool necklace.
Huh?
Your necklace. I like it.
Oh, yeah, it was my grandfather's.
It's definitely not important, guys. It's definitely not important. That night, Aaron has a dream where he seems to astral project.
Wow. Cool dream.
And then he's able to witness the ritual that we saw in the intro. Just like we saw, the ritual goes wrong. The fire starts, but then the girl turns to Aaron and speaks directly to him.
I was wrong. I did it wrong. No! What's going on?
Oh, man. I just had this nightmare.
At this point, Doug starts to get sick, but the brothers can't dwell on it because the ghost grabs Aaron's necklace and drags it across the room. When he leaps to grab it, Aaron discovers a board with a small compartment inside, and in there is an old yearbook that opens up by itself to show a picture of Connie. Only there's 2 of them, and one of them is named Laura. They're twins. There's also another Q that circles Laura's picture. Then that same creepy demon dude shows up and almost gets the brothers. But their parents wake up, and when they do, it scares the demon away. This episode covers a lot of ground in not a lot of time, so I'm sorry if things seem a little bit sporadic for the next few scenes. Doug stays home from school and he ends up reading in his book that's just titled Ghosts. It's such a creative title. But he reads that there are certain poltergeists called Quicksilvers, and they're actually nice ghosts, and they leave a letter Q behind the places that they haunt. We know it's nice because the ghost ends up filling up Doug's water for him. At school, Erin asks Connie about her sister, and we get the story of how she died, but we also learn that Laura had started to get sick, and she claimed that there was a demon in the house that was causing her illness.
We only lived in that house a few weeks. When Laura started telling everyone, she thought it was haunted. She found out it was built over an old cemetery or something.
Erin tells Connie that he lives in her old house, and that now his brother is also sick, so it must be from that same demon illness that Laura had. And when Connie doesn't believe him for like 2 seconds, he's so brutal and blunt with how he gets her to help.
I'm sorry if this is mean, but you didn't believe her the first time, and look what happened.
And now back at the house, the beds start to shake again and spill Doug's water, so we know that there's still a demon that's bad, but also there's that Quicksilver that's good. And Doug like frantically screams this when Erin and Connie enter the room.
Ah! Erin, you won't believe it! There's 2 ghosts! A good one and a bad one. The Quicksilver was here, but the bad ghost came and took over!
I know. It's okay. Relax.
What's she doing here?
She's gonna help us get rid of the bad ghost.
So now comes the ritual part 2. Just as we saw before, Erin and Connie draw a doorway on the wall and summon the demon. But just like with Laura, things go wrong immediately. The demon isn't stunned by their silver spoon, and it walks right over to Doug and just snatches him up in an instant. But then it comes back for Connie and Erin realizes that this spoon isn't silver. But you know what is? That's right, the necklace. I bet you didn't see that one coming. He straps the necklace onto the warding branch and says the incantation, and this time the ritual goes off without a hitch.
Gregarious Locaradette, I command you, enter the amulet!
What a ride!
Doug reappears, and now he's completely healthy. And just in case the tale of the Dream Girl didn't give you your fill of siblings having to say goodbye to each other, we learned that the Quicksilver poltergeist was Laura's spirit the whole time. She appears, and she and Connie have a final farewell. And that's the end. I don't know why this show is trying to make me think about my siblings dying and me having to say goodbye to them, but let me tell you, I don't appreciate it. That's for sure. This episode was pretty good, but it did have some issues. For the story, it felt like the sort of scenario that the phrase biting off more than you can chew was made for. They covered so much ground, giving us lore of ghosts on top of a twin plot twist on top of clues about the final ritual, and all topped with the fact that there was a demon and a Quicksilver haunting the brothers. It was just a little bit much and made it feel like some scenes were kind of crammed in there. It's a great little story of fighting demons and helping your loved ones move on, but I think it could have shaved off a few elements to help the flow out just a little bit. I'm going to give this one a 6 out of 10 for that story. It did have some decent scares. The demon creepy man thing was pretty scary every time that we got to see him, and we got to see him quite a bit. He also won in the scene in the intro, so we get the sense that he really is dangerous, which makes him even more scary. Then there's also some of those poltergeisty ghost scenes that were pretty scary, especially with their bed shaking and their stuff being all stacked up. That scene felt like a classic ghost movie to me. I'm gonna go with a 7 out of 10 for the scares. For some bonus points, I love all the effects that they used in this episode. They're fun and creative. I love the way that the demon is sucked into the gem, and the astral projection scene with Erin putting his arm through Laura, and even the twin stuff at the end where, it's clearly just one actress acting against a spliced scene that turned out pretty good, but it was such a fun little effect. So I'll go with 2 out of 5 bonus points for those, which will leave the tale of the Quicksilver with a total score of 15 out of 25. And let's hope that the next one doesn't have a sad scene of people saying goodbye, because my little heart can't take it. Although, there is something else that just might put me in my grave. A story of another killer clown. But instead of being told by Betty Ann, this time it's Gary's turn to enforce a little bit of coulrophobia. That's a fear of clowns. At least I hope it is. I looked it up for this video and I kind of just went with it because I thought it made me sound super smart. And it's working, right? Anyway, let's see if Gary can match the frights that we felt from Zeebo with The Tale of the Crimson Clown. One of the themes that we start to see from Gary is the trope of an older and a younger sibling. Most of the time, the younger sibling ends up being bratty while the older one gets blamed or does something to teach the younger sibling a lesson, and that's what happens in this story. Mike is a good boy. He's polite and thoughtful, which contrasts everything about his younger brother Sam, who's a straight-up hooligan. And tomorrow is their mother's birthday, so they head out to secretly buy her a birthday present. Or at least Mike does. Sam doesn't really care. In fact, not only does he not care, but he ends up stealing all of Mike's money and heading to the toy store, where he buys a copy of the latest video game, Zeebo's Big House. So now Mike can't buy the mom's present because Sam stole all of his money and the toy store is closed now, so they can't get a refund. To teach his younger brother a lesson, Mike looks up at an incredibly creepy placed clown doll and he comes up with a story. The clown here, like I said, it's really creepy, just giving sneaky glances behind the China dolls, which are also terrifying. It's some really good nightmare fuel, and Mike must think so too because this clown is the tool that he uses to try and scare his younger brother.
Whenever you get snotty with somebody, whenever you hurt someone, whenever you're selfish or insult somebody.
Yeah, I better not pout, I better not shout, because Santa Claus is coming to town.
Sam, whenever you're bad, and that means when you steal. The Crimson Clown is watching you.
It might seem like just a story, but as Sam stares at the clown, its eyes light up. And then when they leave, the clown has suddenly disappeared. Back at home, Sam blames Mike for them being late, and while their mother chastises Mike, Sam heads upstairs to play his new video game. Or at least he tries, but he's interrupted by the Crimson Clown. This is something that's going to be happening a few times. The clown scares Sam, but will vanish when someone else enters the room. So, is it imaginary? Or is it just sneaky? After dinner, Sam is watching some TV when the clown decides to show itself again. Only now, it's in an even scarier way. The lights all turn off and the TV changes channels, and then an elongating arm reaches from the screen and slowly moves closer to Sam.
You're next.
He's only saved when the mom and Mike walk into the room and tell Sam that now it's time for bed. When he gets to his room, Sam sees the clown for just a second, but it vanishes a moment later. Also, we see a Sonic 2 poster on the wall, so I always imagine that the clown just ran away really fast. You know, he's got places to go, he's got to follow his rainbow and all that. You know what I'm saying. As Sam falls asleep, we get one of my favorite transitions in this series so far, as the bed and blanket fall away and leave Sam stranded in a nightmare inside of the antique shop. He tries to leave, but the doors are locked. Then he hears someone coming up behind him and sees the shopkeeper, only now with a giant clown head walking towards him.
You know what we do to kids like you?
He gets wrapped up, but then wakes up, only he's still trapped in his bed. Then the shape of the clown creeps up through his covers and nearly gets him, but it vanishes. He goes to wake up Mike, only Mike's not there.
It's the clown, Mike! It's the Crimson!
Nobody will help you, Sam. Nobody wants to.
And the nightmare isn't even close to being done yet. The clown makes more appearances, showing up glaring from the window, wrapping Sam in more thread and nearly dragging him into the closet, and ending only when the clown walks through the bedroom door and reaches for Sam as he's begging for help and swearing that he'll change if he's given another chance.
You're a bad kid. No one wants to help a bad kid.
I'm sorry for everything I did. I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
I am. I'm sorry I stole Mike's money and ruined Mom's birthday. I'm sorry. Please give me another chance. I'll be good. Give me another chance.
And then the nightmare actually ends. The sun rises and Sam is relieved to see his older brother is no longer clowned up, and they head downstairs and celebrate their mother's birthday together, and that's where the episode ends. Clowns, huh? Man, this show knows how to truly use them to honk some fear into children all around the world. I think the story of this episode was kind of just there. The episode clearly didn't try to tell a compelling story and rather focused on what they could do with great horror scenes. The story we got was fine and simple. You know, two brothers feuding until they both realize that they need to change a little bit. Mike with not teasing his brother so much, and Sam with just, not being the worst, I guess. I'd say it's a very middle of the line 5 out of 10. But the scares are so good in this one. Every scene with the clown is pure horror, and there are a lot of scenes with the clown. The doll that they used is decently creepy on its own, but then you get the arm coming out of the TV, and the shopkeeper with the clown head, and Mike's head being replaced and then exploding, and then magical silk that captures children, and the angry stalking final moments of the nightmare. It's all so good and way scary, and I think without a doubt, it deserves full marks. I'm going with a 10 out of 10 for the scares. I did love a lot of the scenes in this episode as well, so for some bonus points, I'm giving 1 to that scene of Mike's clown head exploding. It's so fun and creepy at the same time. I'll give another for that rad Zebo game. I love seeing stuff like this in these episodes. And I'll do another for how much we got to see of the Crimson Clown. It made me so happy that he just kept popping up. A lot of these episodes tend to save the monsters for more particular moments, and it's not bad, but when I see a great and spooky monster, I just want to see it more and more, and this episode really scratched that itch for me. So, 3 out of 5 bonus points, leaving the tale of the Crimson Clown with a total score of 18 out of 25. You know, all of these stories, all of these scares have really made me hungry. Fortunately, this next story is all about food, the most delicious and refined and dangerous soup. Frank gets the honor of finishing up this season by telling us the tale of the dangerous soup. For a little taste of what's to come, this episode opens with an unnamed guy who's trapped in a freezer. A statue of a gargoyle emerges from the wall, and we hear a mysterious and yet somewhat familiar voice taunting him from the shadows.
It knows what scares you.
But that was just a sampler, and now we cut to a restaurant sometime later. We can hear customers raving about the restaurant's special soup, and it has to be delicious since they charge $100 per bowl, and have a rule that you can only have 1 bowl per customer. And as for that mysterious voice, we're shown who it belongs to when the chef walks from the kitchen.
Guests, your admiration of my humble fare is most appreciated.
Dr. Vink is back, and after finishing his study of flora and fauna and mastering the craft of filmmaking, it seems that he's taken on the challenge of becoming a master chef. In this episode, we mostly follow a hostess named Nani and a new hire to the restaurant, a boy who says he's not afraid of anything, whose name is Reed. Of course, Reed is skeptical about this crazy chef man, and even more when he hears that this man is also a doctor.
What's this place like?
It's okay. Dr. Vink is kind of...
Dr. Fink?
Vink with a v.
And he's even less impressed when he actually meets Vink.
Come! Looks like a nutmeg to me.
Vink takes the new hire around the kitchen, raving about the craft of food making as if he were an artist and the dishes were his finished paintings. And his magnum opus is the soup. Of course, Reed doesn't believe him until he's given a taste.
That's pretty good.
My friend, the flavor dances over the palate in a symphony of sensation. That's far from pretty good.
And he charges $100 a bowl.
Get out of here.
A small price to pay for the sublime.
Wait, let me have another taste.
One taste to educate the palate.
They go over the rules of the restaurant, and Reed is hired with a few final words from the Dr. Chef.
And I am not a nutbag.
Reed works for a few days and notices that the restaurant is pretty normal, except that randomly people will just quit. But a job's a job. Then, one day, when he's alone in the kitchen, he decides he wants another taste, and he sneaks a spoonful of the soup. only he's caught like right away.
Did you taste my soup?
Fortunately, Nani was hiding under the table for some reason, and she covers for Reed and says that he was just cleaning. Reed thanks her and they start off a bit of a friendship, something that Reed is clearly not used to, as he's always been alone in life and has never had anyone to watch his back.
I mean, for everything. You've been really cool to me since I got here. And, I've been kind of a slug.
While Reed and Nani are friending it up, Vink is speaking with another hostess and says that he wants to show her his secret ingredient. He locks the girl in the freezer and opens up a cabinet with a strange green elixir inside. Just as we saw in the intro, the wall opens up and a gargoyle statue emerges from that wall, and this time a swinging blade lowers from the ceiling and inches closer to the waitress. As she screams, drops of liquid enter the vial. But her screams also alert the nearby Nani and Reed, so they rush in to figure out what's going on. They push Vink aside, but when the girl exits the freezer, she doesn't remember what happened inside.
Man, it's like I blanked or something. I gotta get out of here. Jersey.
Needing some answers, Reed and Nani confront Vink, and he tells them the story of his dangerous soup. But it all starts with his travels around the world. He tells of a tribe that used fear against their enemies, harnessing the power of a demon inside of a statue to manifest those fears into reality, which also caused a liquid version of that fear that the tribe would drink to become strong. Vink somehow stole the statue and realized its potential, and thus he made his delicious and dangerous soup.
A single drop is enough to make the pulse quicken and the blood flow. When you taste my soup, you're tasting fear. And that's a taste you won't soon forget.
But remember, Reed is a tough guy, and he's not afraid of anything. He goes into the freezer after Vink teases him a little bit, and then he realizes that he actually does have a deep fear hiding inside.
It knows what scares you. What have we here? What lies deep inside? I'm seeing a scared little boy. An orphan.
I'm not buying this.
Raised by an uncle. He was a cruel man who treated you very harshly. What happened to him, lad? Yes. Remember now, don't you?
A coffin appears in the freezer, and when Reed opens it, he sees the corpse of his uncle, but then it opens its eyes and begins to grab for Reed. Nani hears Reed's screams and opens the door, which was a big mistake, as this beautiful graphic of the gargoyle rushes from the freezer and escapes into the night. Even though Vink is a total nutbag, he knows that this is really bad and the gargoyle will start to torment the entire world, so he heads out to try and recapture it.
I must stop it. How? I don't know. I just pray I'm not too late.
But it turns out that the gargoyle didn't get too far and has decided to torment Reed and Nani. They try to run, but it blocks the exits of the restaurant and then begins to manifest their fears all around them. Nani is pushed by a scary wind into the freezer, and she's afraid of confined spaces, so this is already pretty scary for her. And the gargoyle just wants to make it worse, so it starts to close in the walls all around her. Reed can't do much, so he kind of just tries to cheer her on from the sidelines.
Face your fear, Nani! Face your fear! Face your fear! It can't get you!
Then he realizes that maybe he can help. He goes to the other room where he sees his uncle's coffin. It opens and the undead Unk reaches out, but Reed decides it's time to face his fears. He lunges forward, and as he confronts his uncle, it vanishes, and this seems to diminish the power of the gargoyle.
It's all over. I faced my fear. I broke the spell. I don't think Vink's gonna be making any more of his dangerous soup.
But with Vink, things are never that easy.
I plan on being in business a long, long time.
And that is where this season ends. I think this is one of those all-time classic episodes. The title alone is so silly that the fact there's an actual scary twist to it makes the reveal so much more effective. I also love everything Vink, so a story of him starting up his own restaurant, using an ancient tribal demon to make soup, just fits his insanity, and it's elevated by his incredible performance. I like the idea of the characters having to face their fears, but I love even more that their fears end up becoming a delicious ingredient. It's so fun and pretty funny. I'm gonna give this one an 8 out of 10 for the story. And of course, this episode was literally about fear, so it did end up having some pretty decent scary scenes. Everything with the uncle and the coffin ended up pretty intense. There's also a lot of scary snakes that make appearances, and the claustrophobia of Nani's fear was shown really well. It's not the scariest episode in the world, but it had some good moments, so I'm going with a 6 out of 10. And then we got the bonus points. And who among you is surprised that I'll be giving the first one to the nutbag doctor himself, Vink?
I am not a nutbag.
He's always my favorite part of his episodes, and I mean, he's in this one so much and has great lines. I love him. I'm also going to give a point for the title and the concept of this episode. The Dangerous Soup is such a funny idea, and it's always stuck with me. And I know I just gave a point to Vink, but he's in this episode so much, and he's so good. I'm gonna give him another point, so 2 points for Vink. And I'll do a 4th point for the top-of-the-line graphics used for the gargoyle. All 3 of those graphics were great. So, 4 out of 5 bonus points, which will leave the Tale of the Dangerous Soup with a total score of 18 out of 25. So, here we are. Another incredible season behind us. I was so surprised to find that a few of my favorite episodes actually came from season 3, and while we may miss Kristen and David, both Tucker and Sam told some great stories and proved that the Midnight Society is moving forward and creating new memories and friendships as they grow. I will say, this was probably the saddest season that we've had so far. The season started off with that farewell of friends, and then we had episodes like the tale of the Dream Girl with the siblings saying goodbye, and the tale of Apartment 214 with its guilt-ridden lesson of an abandoned elder, and then the tale of the Quicksilver with even more farewell to siblings. They were really pulling at my heartstrings with this one. But it's great to see how this show grows just like its audience, showing more complex emotions and deeper life lessons in each episode, and each in-between scene with the Midnight Society. This show really is one of the best that we've ever had. So, let's talk about the stats and figure out the best scares and stories in this season, as well as in the series so far. First off, since both Kristen and David are gone, we can finalize their scores and place them in the Hall of Remembrance next to Eric. Kristen ends the series with an average score of 14.8 between her 5 stories told, and she'll always remain as one of my favorite storytellers in the series. And David ends with an average score of 12 between his 5 stories, and he gave us the tale of the shiny red bicycle, so he will be missed. And now for Season 3. As with Seasons 1 and 2, I've kept a running total of everyone's score, scare, bonus, and total points. In this season, every kid got to tell at least one story. But once again, Frank was given the least amount of time in the storyteller's seat, as he only got to tell one story, the tale of the dangerous soup. But once again, we also had a tie for the most stories told of the season, as both Tucker and Betty Ann told 3 stories each. Gary, Kiki, and Sam were each tied in the middle with 2 stories apiece. My least favorite story of the season goes to the newcomer Tucker, with the tale of the Midnight Ride, which scored a 1 out of 10 and wins the unfortunate title of being the first episode in the series that I genuinely don't like. However, we did have my favorite story of the series so far in this season as well, with Betty Ann's tale of the Bookish Babysitter, which scored a perfect 10 out of 10. The least scary story of the season goes to Sam, who followed in Kristen's footsteps by giving us an amazing story that wasn't really scary at all, with the tale of the Dream Girl. But for the first time in the series, we had not only one, but 2 stories score perfect 10 out of 10s for their scares. The first with Sam's The Tale of Watcher's Woods, and the second with Gary's The Tale of the Crimson Clown. If I had to choose between the 2, I'd say that The Tale of the Crimson Clown is a bit more scary to me. Watcher's Woods had some more classic feeling horror with gore and monsters and witches in the woods, but the Crimson Clown has the edge due to some of the psychological terror that the clown used against the younger brother. It's a slight advantage, but it does give it the edge for me. Taking all the points together and adding up all the story, scare, and bonus points, my least favorite episode of Season 3, very unsurprisingly, goes to Tucker with the tale of the Midnight Ride, which only got a total of 5 out of 25. And my favorite episode of the season goes to Betty Ann with her incredible tale of the Bookish Babysitter, which really just ticked every box for what I look for in an episode of the show. Before we get into the averages, I want to compare these scores to those of the previous seasons. My least favorite episode used to belong to David with the tale of the hatching, but Season 3 takes that title away with its 1 out of 10 score on the Midnight Ride. Before this season, my highest rated story went to Kristen with the tale of the Hungry Hounds, but Season 3 stepped up the storytelling, and now Betty Ann will take that #1 slot with the tale of the Bookish Babysitter's 10 out of 10. We've also got another tie with the scare scores, as previously the tale of the Captured Souls and now the tale of the Dream Girl both scored a 1 out of 10. But to break the tie, I'll say that the tale of the Captured Souls feels a little bit less scary to me, so that one is going to keep its title of the least scary story so far. But we've got to crown a new scariest story and, funny enough, scariest clown for the series. Previously, the tale of Laughing in the Dark scared me the most with its terrifying killer clown, Zebo. But Gary stepped it up a notch and masterfully scared us with the new highest ranking in the tale of the Crimson Clown. My new least favorite story of the entire series so far belongs to Season 3, with the tale of the Midnight Ride, and I've already talked about that one way too much in this episode, so nothing more to say on that. But this season also wins my new favorite episode. In Season 2, I loved the tale of the full moon. It was weird and funny and stylized, and this season gave us an episode that hit all of those marks and more, with Betty Ann's The Tale of the Bookish Babysitter, which I just loved through and through. Everything from the awful babysitter haircut to the floating ghost just hit me perfectly and gave us the new highest score of 21 out of 25. And now, let's see where everyone is placed by adding up their scores and dividing them by the number of stories that they've told so far to determine the best scary storyteller between these 3 seasons. In last place, we've got the new member, Tucker, who scored an average of 11.6 between his 3 stories. Next, we've got David, whose final score of 12 between his 5 stories placed him firmly towards the bottom. He's followed by Eric with a score of 14.5 between his 2 stories, and then Kristen, who holds a 14.8 between her 5 stories told. Next is Kiki, who now holds a 15 between her 5 stories. And then we have something kind of strange, because we have a 3-way tie for second place. Gary, Betty Ann, and Frank all averaged a score of 16. Gary and Frank each have 5 stories, and Betty Ann has a whopping 8 stories in total. And that just leaves our new first place storyteller, Sam, who averaged a score of 16.5 between her 2 stories told this season, and giving her the title of the best storyteller in Are You Afraid of the Dark so far. And with that, we can wrap up the season and can declare this meeting of the Midnight Society closed.
I declare this meeting of the Midnight Society closed. Whoever you are.
Let's talk about Season 4. As with the previous seasons, Are You Afraid of the Dark is a show all about a group of misfit teens who love to get together and tell scary stories. Together they make a club called the Midnight Society, and as they bond over their love for spooky tales, they grow closer together and find true friendships forming between them. Season 4 is the first and only season that does not say goodbye or introduce new members to the Midnight Society. In Season 1, Frank joined the crew, Season 2 saw Eric leave, and in Season 3 we saw a departure of Kristen and David, while adding along Sam and Tucker. So we don't have any incredibly sad monologues in the first episode, and we won't have any initiation stories this season. Instead, we'll continue to hear stories from the same 6 Midnight Society members, with Gary, who tells tales of pirate treasure and rampant viruses, Betty Ann, who tells us about the dangers of scarecrows and comic book worlds, Kiki with her stories on silence and alien tourism, Tucker with his elemental fears of water and fire, Sam with her tragic tales of long-lost love, and Frank, who's moved on from his fear of soup and now realizes the true horror of trains. This series continues to be incredible, and I'm happy to say that Season 4 is a time when the show hits a great stride and even gives us some of the best and scariest stories that we've seen so far. If you do end up enjoying this video, then please leave a like and consider subscribing so that you don't miss out on future videos. And, as always, submitted for the approval of the Midnight Society, I ask the question, who tells the best scary story in Are You Afraid of the Dark? Season 4. The first episode of this season is told by Gary, and let's just say that this season starts out swinging. This is the tale of the Renegade Virus, and I've been excited to talk about this episode since I first started covering the series, and pretty soon I'm sure you'll see why. For a quick intro, we see someone sitting at a computer while the screen is flashing with a warning and a skull and crossbones. But that's only a quick glimpse before we cut to the next morning to see a boy named Simon who seems to have everything going for him. He swishes a basketball, enjoys some breakfast with his family, throws the old pigskin with his best friend Evan, only to use that moment to just steal Evan's bike so that he can get to school, where he asks out his crush Sonia and gets to class to ace some tests. Unfortunately, this great morning was mostly a detriment to Evan. He was late for school, he wanted to ask Sonia out but missed his shot, and now he's late for class. It seems like this sort of thing is pretty common between these two, as they constantly prank each other back and forth, and this was retribution for Evan putting a rotten egg in Simon's shoe. So, it seems a little bit mean, but it's also just friends being friends.
Yeah, right.
Also, I know I haven't talked about the fashion in this show in a little while, but I can't help but point out Evan's shirt because, I mean, just look at it. It's like 4 different shirts sewn together. I've never seen anything like it, and honestly, I hope I never will again because it's pretty awful. After class, Evan grabs Simon and he's all excited because their science teacher, Mr. Poe, has just finished work on his video game. And I love Mr. Poe's office. It's just covered with old radio equipment and these weird, like, square gears. Oh, and apparently he's a huge deal because he's launching up his video game and then he gets a call from the freaking president of the United States.
Mr. Poe, the president is on the phone.
I'm reluctant to work with the government. Too much paperwork.
Even though the show's Canadian, getting a call from the US president's gotta be a big deal, right? So, Mr. Poe was working on a series of virtual reality games, and Simon and Evan are his lucky students who get to play the prototypes.
It makes you feel like you're really there.
The technology is in its infancy, but the possibilities are endless.
Mr. Poe has to go speak with the president, so he gets Simon all geared up and launches the program, leaving Evan to make sure that everything runs smoothly. Before he heads out of the office, he does notice a familiar looking warning and skull and crossbones, but then they morph into a smiley face, so I'm sure everything's gonna be just fine. As the program boots up, Simon suddenly wakes back up at home.
It was all a dream. Too bad.
But we know better than that, and soon Simon does too, as he walks through his now empty house, calling for his family, but finding no one. Then he starts to notice some strange things. Glitchy blue versions of his family around the dinner table, the radio isn't working and only plays static, his bike riding itself through the hallway. He searches through the rooms, and when he enters the computer room, he finds this. This guy is so cool, just like a little metallic dude with his brain exposed. And of course, Simon has tons of questions, so we learn a little bit about what's going on.
This isn't your house, Einstein. You're still in the game, Einstein. Except that the rules have changed. I'm a virus. That's what I do.
So, this virus has the goal of leaving cyberspace. It's created a program that will allow it to exit the virtual reality, and it'll do this by using a port that it programs into Simon's hand. And this effect looks so gruesome, how it's all swollen and red, and it sometimes looks like it's oozing. But this is a game, and with that comes a few limitations. The program has a 10-minute timer before it can run, and there's one single rule that this world runs by.
Rule number 1. I win. You lose.
That's not fair.
Okay, so it's a bogus rule, but Simon does have 10 minutes to try and escape the game. The first thing he tries is just removing the VR helmet, and when he does, he finds himself back with Simon and Mr. Poe, and he tells them all about the virus. But Mr. Poe isn't too happy to hear this.
I will not sit still and let you insult my life's work. Get up. I said out!
Simon is clearly still in the game, as he finds the school hallways are locked and the port in his hand is still there. And the virus has made this place seem like a nightmare as everyone begins to walk backwards, and when he goes to class, Simon appears in nothing but his underwear. He runs into the hall and finds the virus is there watching and taunting him.
The speed of light divided by the speed of sound equals 5. 5 minutes left.
Also, his bike is all locked up with a giant padlock. I love big dumb props like this. They're just so fun and so funny to see in shows. Simon rushes back home and gets back to his computer where he sees Evan, who seems to be in the real world but observing what Simon is going through.
Somebody planted a virus.
It was you, wasn't it?
So, Evan just wants an apology for Simon embarrassing him this morning, but when Simon apologizes, Evan realizes that he's locked out. The virus has gone off program and it's now controlling things in the game. And Evan can't shut it down from the outside, so Simon will have to do it himself.
This is your 2-minute warning.
Now, this whole sequence is so fun because Simon's trying to figure out the code to help him escape, and while he does, we see the virus getting closer, and it's so goofy and so funny. First, it's riding a bike through the front door, and then it just slides up the banister backwards.
Going up.
And finally, it reaches the office, and this chair slides out of the way as the door is kicked down. I love this virus. It's so fun. Finally, Simon figures out the code, but just before he hits enter, he's strapped to the chair.
I told you. Rule number 1. I win. You lose.
Pulling off his glove, the virus shows a cord that he'll put into Simon's hand port, but Simon just leans forward and hits enter to abort the program. He finds himself back in the real world and instantly forgives Evan for nearly killing him. Just before the episode ends, we see the virus might have made it into the real world after all. But that's a story for another time. Or, well, actually it's a story for never because there's no part 2 to this. This is just where it ends. I love this episode so much. It's another example of exactly what I look for in this series. It's such a weird and fun premise. It's like the perfect mixture of strange and scary that Are You Afraid of the Dark just does so well. I think the story is pretty good. We haven't seen much tech-based horror yet in the series, so it's a really fun mix-up. It's got a good setup, some great character development, one of the best villains in the series so far, an intense climax, and a small cliffhanger ending. I'm going with a nearly perfect 9 out of 10 for the story score. This one is also decently scary, but it does feel more like a horror comedy to me rather than pure horror. The virus alone is so funny with his deviousness. He just went off with so many good goofy little moments and lines. Still, it is a pretty frightening idea to be trapped with a virus that wants to take over your mind. The fear of escaping the VR world is pretty palpable throughout the full episode. The hand port is pretty gross, which, you know, that's like scary adjacent. And despite his funny moments, the virus did have some pretty scary moments as well. I'm gonna go with a 7 out of 10 for this one. And then the bonuses for this episode. There's so much that I love. The effects and the big dumb props are some of my favorites. The glitchy family, the port in the hand, the giant lock, the people walking backwards, the bike riding through the hall, the virus going up the banister. For all that, I'm gonna go with 2 points. And I'm giving another 2 points for the virus himself. I love the way he looks, and like I mentioned earlier, he's one of my favorite villains in the series, so it's going to be a total of 4 out of 5 bonus points, which leaves the tale of the Renegade Virus with a total score of 20 out of 25, and starting off season 3 on an incredible note. Episode 2 is a story from Sam, and it's called The Tale of the Long Ago Locket. Last season, she had one story that was all about the scares and another that was all about love. And for this episode, she's putting another tick into that love category. Because, unfortunately for the main character named Jimmy, he can't figure out how to tell his crush April that he really likes her. He tries to ask her out a few times, but always stumbles on his words and backs off. And I know what you're probably thinking. What's a love story without a time-shifting forest filled with soldiers from the Civil War? Yeah, that's where this episode's going. One day, Jimmy's walking home through the forest when he's scared by a strange man in the woods. The man grabs Jimmy and tells him to run just as a group of redcoat soldiers burst from the trees and start to shoot at them. The two hide behind a wall, and just before they're stabbed by a soldier, everyone disappears and leaves Jimmy alone with nothing but a small brass object which he takes to an antique specialist guy to figure out what it is.
It's a button from a Minuteman uniform. If I didn't know better, I'd say a Minuteman had worn this very day.
The next day, Jimmy, April, and their buddy Josh are playing some frisbee when Jimmy just yeets it into the woods. This is the excuse that gets him to go back into the woods alone, but it also reminds me a lot of this video.
What the Richard?
When he goes into the woods, Jimmy gets captured by a group of redcoats, and he's tied up and marched towards what's called the hanging tree. But that strange man from before shoots into the air and uses that distraction to free Jimmy. He then tells us of his quest for love. All he wants is to get to a town called Harrisville where the girl of his dreams is waiting, and he wants nothing more than to confess his love for her because he was always too afraid to do it in the past.
I once tried to tell her I loved her. I looked into her eyes, but the words weren't there.
Also, we learn that the year Jimmy is being teleported to is 1780, and the man gives Jimmy his knife as a physical memento of their new friendship. They're shot at again, but Jimmy exits the woods and he appears back in the present day. He goes back to the antique guy and finds that the knife is engraved with the name Lieutenant William, and the antique dude knows this name from the history books. He gives Jimmy a copy of one passage that reads that on September 17th of 1780, Lieutenant William was captured and hanged. September 17th is relevant for two reasons. The first is because that is today. In the show, it's September 17th, which means that today Jimmy will need to do something to try and rescue his new friend. But the second and way more important reason why September 17th is important is because that is my birthday. Yeah, that's right. The show writers totally put this in just for me, and that means I'm basically part of this series, so I'm kind of a big deal, and just for the record, you're all invited to my birthday party. You're all invited. So after school, Jimmy rushes back into the woods, but he's stopped by his friends who are really worried about him, and his explanation doesn't make them any less worried.
I was escaping from redcoats. Red what?
He ends up just snatching Josh's boombox and then sprinting back into the woods. He rushes to the hanging tree, which is a local landmark, by the way. It's such a great piece of history to be remembered by everyone. And at this tree, he finds Lieutenant William being prepped for his hanging. Jimmy then uses the boombox to distract the soldiers and free William. I wish so bad that we got a scene of the soldiers just shooting and stabbing the boombox because they thought it was the devil or like some, weird witch magic or something. But no, they just knock it over and then turn to see their prisoner is escaping. It's a missed opportunity for sure. Jimmy and William make their escape, and Jimmy tells him a secret route to Harrisville that William can use to get to his love without being captured. And then William departs, giving a little bit of advice before vanishing forever.
Don't make my mistake. If you love her, tell her. Yeah, I will. Go.
Jimmy gets the soldiers' attention to ensure that they don't follow William, and as he runs away, he crashes right into April and has a laugh as he finds that the soldiers are gone now, and the only thing chasing him is this girl in a red jacket.
Okay, bye.
He finally tells April how he feels, and they both watch together as the engraving on the knife changes from Lieutenant William to Captain William, which proves that he must have survived this time in history. He and April walk down the trail, hand in hand, and that's where this episode ends. I thought this one was alright. It's definitely not my favorite, but it is a fun idea. It reminds me a lot of a better version of The Midnight Ride. We've got a love story, we've got horse chases, a little bit of time wackiness, but where The Midnight Ride was full of awful characters, this one has very likable and well-acted characters. That being said, it is a little bit messy in its story. The time traveling was done a lot with really rapid in-between scenes, so it was a little bit forceful in its ways that got Jimmy into the woods over and over, and then the whole tell her you love her thing was kind of shoved into those scenes and didn't feel very natural in the storytelling to me. I'm gonna give this one a 5 out of 10. It also just, it wasn't scary. It's got that classic Kristen vibe where the focus was clearly on the story rather than the scares. I guess being shot at a bunch is pretty frightening, but that's about it. So I'm gonna give it a 2 out of 10 for the scares. And for the bonuses, I'm giving 1 for that great frisbee throw. It just makes me laugh every time that I think about it. And I'll give another for my birthday because I like my birthday and I really want cake and ice cream. So 2 out of 5 bonus points, which will leave the tale of the Long Ago Locket with a total score of 9 out of 25. For episode 3, we get Tucker's first story of the season. A lot of times Tucker shows up at the campfire after having done some kind of prank to Gary or Frank, so his stories tend to have themes of lessons that he's learned or wants others to learn so that they don't beat him up as retribution. And the Tale of the Water Demons is no exception. This one is about two cousins named Sean and Dean. Sean is the bad kid rebel sent to live with his cousin for the summer since his parents couldn't handle him any longer, and we see him stealing candy from his uncle's shop, so we know he's a troublemaker. Meanwhile, Dean's just a good kid who's constantly trying to wrangle in his cousin. A delivery request comes to the shop one day and promises a tip, so Sean is all about it. He and Dean head over to the mansion of a crazy rich local man named Captain Abraham Westchester, who got all of his riches from plundering sunken ships to add to his collection, which he displays in his home. Sean notices a pretty looking gold compass, but he and Dean end up walking away, so I'm sure that won't be important at all moving forward. After completing the delivery, the cousins accidentally stumble upon a secret room and find the captain inside. But he's strangely frightened.
Sorry I've disturbed you.
Both of the cousins find this man to be extremely strange. He's super jittery and constantly downing coffee, and he explains that he hasn't been sleeping much.
I don't think I've had more than a cat nap for the last 3 years.
He says that his lack of sleep comes from a curse that he got from plundering treasure, as he disturbed the spirits of the sea, known as water demons. Obviously the kids don't believe him, so they share a glance and peace out. But we do get a glimpse of the captain's display case and notice that a certain golden compass is now missing. I wonder where that could have gone. Well, we can't dwell on it for long because the captain falls asleep and we see the sea begin to bubble and fog and the water demons begin to stumble upon the shore. But they vanish the moment the captain startles awake. That night, Sean gets into an argument with his uncle and storms out of the house to find a new place to sleep. And what do you know? The captain has a comfy hammock right outside his mansion. He tucks in for a nice snooze, but uh-oh, the captain's coffee is failing him and he ends up falling asleep at the same time. So a few moments later, Sean is visited by the water demons. Sean runs to hide in the captain's shack as the undead close in on him and threaten to pull him towards the sea. He arms up with an air horn, which happens to be the best weapon of all time since it wakes up the captain and causes all of the demons to disappear. Also, Dean is here now. He went looking for his cousin earlier and he also saw the water demons, so the cousins are all caught up. I love the green goopy handprints that the demons leave on Sean's shirt, but the captain doesn't share my sentiment.
It's the mark of the water demon. Get inside, quickly!
The boys and the captain realize that they have to come up with a plan, and Dean says that if the water demons are after the captain because of his treasures, then maybe they should return it all to the sea. And the captain is desperate enough to think that that's a great idea.
You know something, lad? You might be right. This all has to go back. Every last bit of it.
And even though they're reluctant, the captain convinces the boys to help them with the task.
Remember, my friend, they're after you too. Once they know you, they're not going to stop.
While they're helping load the treasure into the captain's boat, Dean puts his glasses on a barrel. Why? Great question. But a second later, Sean turns with a board and bonks the captain and knocks him to the ground, which also knocks Dean's glasses into the water. The captain isn't knocked out, but he's pretty delusional now. And since Dean can't see, he says that he'll stay and keep the captain awake while Sean goes out to the sea alone to return the treasure.
Come on, Captain. Hang in there.
Here's your stuff. Hope you like it.
But just before Sean tosses in the final pieces of treasure, the captain passes out and the water demons swarm the boat. They grab for Sean, but he is able to pull away and throw in the final piece, which causes the demons to sink back into the sea. So crisis averted. Or so they think. Because when Sean gets back, Dean is grabbed by a water demon, and Sean realizes that he still has the compass on him, and in the fastest resolution of all time, he just throws it into the water, and the sea spits Dean out a second later. Also, the captain wakes up right after.
What hit me?
That's not important.
So Sean learns that stealing is bad because it causes demons to come after you, and sometimes it tries to drown your cousin, so he's a good kid now. And that's the end. I do like this episode, but it is a little forgettable, especially since we've had quite a few stories now about kids who are kind of bad learning a lesson and then becoming good. But I do like all the water demon stuff, and the captain is really cool, and the sea scenery is really fun. So it's got some good, and it's got some meh. I think for the story, I'm gonna go with a 4 out of 10. The best part of this episode is hands down the captain and the actual water demons. Everything about them is really scary, from the way that they're covered in goop and rotten flesh, to the way that they wail about grave robbing and dragging their victims into the sea. It's also a pretty frightening idea that they only come up after you when you're sleeping, especially since I love sleep and I don't want no demons disturbing that. So for scares, I'm going with a 7 out of 10. I did really like the music in this episode. It's the first time in a while that the background tracks really stuck out to me. So I'll be giving this episode a bonus point for that, and I'll do another for the captain and the water demons. They were pretty rad, so they deserve a little bit of extra love. And I'll do one more point for Sean bonking the captain on the head because that part made me laugh out loud. So we'll do 3 out of 5 bonus points, which leaves the tale of the water demons with a total score of 14 out of 25. And I hope you enjoy stories about the sea and sunken treasure, because there's more where that came from. This next episode is really special. It's called The Tale of Cutter's Treasure, and as the name implies, it's got pirates and treasure and heroics, but it's also got something that no other story in the original series has. It's got 2 episodes to tell us its tale, and not only that, but 2 storytellers. Frank and Gary team up for this one. For the last season and a half, they've both been trying to win over Sam's affection, and in a way, they become rivals. So having them team up for this story serves to show us just how strong of friends they really are. Sure, they may bicker and argue about who killed who, but in the end, they are 2 of the original members of the Midnight Society, so it's pretty endearing to see them come together for this one. Anyway, on to the tale of Cutter's Treasure. One of my favorite things about this 2-part story is the fact that now there's time for some really good setup. The intro shows a pirate named Ian Keegan sneaking into an evil captain's quarters, but where the captain usually sits is now just a skeleton, and Ian realizes that he's been duped. He's captured and killed by the ruthless Captain Cutter.
And may your death be a bloody one.
We're starting off with a little bit of classic killing. You know, this episode has a few moments that do push the boundaries of the series to their limits. It's pretty fantastic. We cut to much, much further in the future and meet our 2 main characters, which are 2 boys named Max and Rush Keegan. Max is the younger kid and is a constant nuisance to his older brother, being particularly annoying just as Rush is about to kiss his girlfriend.
Victory!
Also, we've seen Rush in another episode, also told by Frank, and one of my personal favorites. He's the main kid in The Tale of the Full Moon, so I don't know, that's kind of cool. The Keegan parents are leaving on a vacation and leaving their sons with a babysitter, but they pull a fast one on her by making her think that the vacation was canceled by speaking in a really deep voice.
The boys are sick.
Oh, well, I'm very good at taking care of...
They've got the measles.
So, now the boys have the house to themselves. Rush wants the chance to learn how to make out with his girlfriend, but Max just wants to hang out with Rush. So, as a compromise, Rush promises to buy Max a magic kit, from a very familiar looking advertisement. And in the next scene, we see Rush is in the magic shop, speaking with Sardo himself.
Look out!
And speaking of Sardo, don't wait to get your hands on some of our new merch. We've got hoodies, sweaters, hats, mugs, and 2 new shirts. One of them inspired by Are You Afraid of the Dark and our favorite peddling magician, Mr. Sardo.
No, mister. Accent on the dough.
We'll be making more designs in the future, but this is our very first launch of merch, so if you're looking for a great way to support the channel and get a little something in return, then take a look at the shop. And that's it. Back to Cutter's Treasure. For a couple of quick callbacks, Sardo does try to sell Rush some super specs, so he hasn't learned his lesson on those yet, and the magic kit that Rush buys is from Shandu the Magnificent, who was the magician in the Tale of the Magician's Assistant. I love this kind of stuff. On his way out, Rush notices a chest with a sign saying that whoever opens it gets a prize.
It doesn't open. Now, have you seen our vomit?
But when Rush tries, he opens it with no effort.
Mr. Sardo? That's Sardo. No, mister. Accent on the... You opened it.
Inside the chest, they find a key, a spyglass, and the same knife that Ian Keegan had in the intro. Unfortunately, the spyglass is broken, and it is pretty funny because Rush gets to keep everything in the chest, but Sardo is making out with a much more valuable prize.
The man who gave me this chest said if anyone could open it, he would give me $5,000. $5,000. I'm a collector, you see.
Rush heads home and gives the spyglass and the magic kit to his brother, and then calls his girlfriend over for some smooching time. But oddly enough, Max is able to see something through the spyglass, so maybe it isn't broken after all.
This thing is weird.
When Max is alone in his room, the spyglass begins to spin and move on its own. It falls to the floor, but when Max reaches to pick it up, he's suddenly grabbed by someone that's hiding under his bed. This part is so rad. Him pulling off the glove to reveal a skeleton hand, it's such a great effect, and I mean, it's pretty dang scary. Because Max is screaming, Rush rushes in only to give us the classic scene where the monster has disappeared, and Rush now believes that Max was just trying to get attention. And due to Rush leaving her alone, his girlfriend decided to skedaddle, so Rush is even more upset with his younger brother.
I don't care about your problems. I don't care about you. I hate you. Get out of my life.
The boys head to bed, but Rush has an oddly vivid dream where he's wandering in a graveyard and speaks to the ghost of his old ancestor, Ian Keegan.
What he wants is not what he desires. Remember me words?
Oh, and Cutter's here too.
Are you a match for me?
He wakes up screaming and then checks the spyglass where he sees that same graveyard from his dream.
What?
Deciding that this thing is no good, Rush heads back to Sardo's shop to return everything.
Mr. Sardo! Sardo! No, mister. Accent on the dough.
He puts everything on the table, and when Sardo tries to tell Rush that they belong to him now, he's stopped by a mysterious and yet somewhat familiar voice.
The boy will be back. And when he returns, send him to me.
Back at the house, Max is wandering outside when he somehow finds the spyglass sitting on a stump. And that's not the only strange thing, because he also notices a man is rowing his boat towards the nearby shore. When Rush gets home, he can't find his younger brother, but he does find a note stabbed into his closet door with the words, "This is no dream. The boy is mine." So he runs outside where he finds Max and that strange man just as his boat lands on the shore. But when Rush goes to confront him, at first all he sees is a skeleton. This effect is so good and it's way creepy, the way that you can see layers of muscle and skin reforming only for it to be followed by this insane man's face and cackle. It's such an effective moment. This insane guy is called Mr. Noise, by the way, and he chases Max and Rush into their house. When he corners them, the front door opens and through a blinding void, in steps the evil pirate, Captain Cutter.
After all these years, you're nothing more than a young pup. So be it then.
In a strange trance, Max walks to Captain Cutter, and he's scooped up and taken away. Rush runs outside just in time to see the pirates rowing his younger brother out to sea. Thinking quick, he looks through the spyglass and sees a mausoleum in the graveyard slam its door closed. So he has a small hint as to where Max might be. Now, in the overarching world, the Midnight Society are forced to stop this story here because it starts to rain.
Oh man, the story was just taken off!
But, you know, not to brag, but I've got the DVDs, so instead of waiting a week to continue, we can just watch part 2 right away.
The Tale of Cutter's Treasure, Part 2.
Part 2 starts immediately with Rush going to Sardau's shop. But Sardau doesn't know much about the situation, so he directs Rush to the man who left him the chest. This man is a barber, but we've seen him before, first as a researcher in the woods, then as a movie connoisseur, and a third time as a chef.
Vink's the name. Dr. Vink.
Dr. Vink?
Precisely.
Vink is back, and he's just as amazing as ever. Now he's mastered some new craft involving hair tinctures. We don't get a lot of information on his current endeavor, but he does explain a lot about Captain Cutter and his treasure.
They say he took the name Cutter because of his love for the blade.
It turns out that Cutter was big time evil, and the only man who ever got close to stopping him was Ian Keegan. Upon his death, Ian cursed Cutter, and all the souls of those Cutter had killed entered his dagger, which was scooped up and placed inside the chest, which would only be opened by a champion chosen by the souls to stop Cutter and avenge all the restless dead. Also, there is a treasure involved, and Vink really wants a piece of that to help fund his future experiments, so he's coming along for the ride.
I am not a nutbag.
Rush doesn't want to be the champion. He especially doesn't want to kill or hurt anyone, even if that someone is the ghost of an evil pirate. But Vink reminds him that his little brother's life is on the line here, so Rush doesn't really have a choice and reluctantly accepts his role. The spyglass ends up leading them to the cemetery, and Rush realizes that this moment is exactly the same as his dream, and just like in his dream, he's visited by the ghost of his ancestor, who points him towards a mausoleum and gives him the same warning that we heard in part 1.
Do not be fooled. What he wants is not what he desires.
Using the key from the chest, Rush opens the mausoleum, and it's definitely the right place, because this freaking skeleton comes to life out of nowhere and scares Rush into falling through a hidden trapdoor. Now he's in a secret cavern that runs beneath the cemetery, and the ghost of Cutter speaks and mocks him from above.
Not leaving so soon, are ya? You just came aboard.
Rush dodges and weaves through traps and twisted corridors. He's blocked by bars and nearly skewered by some spikes. Then he's shot at by a cannon, and the scariest part is probably when Mr. Noise pretends to be Max, only to jump scare Rush a second later.
Come on, let's go. Come on, what's it?
Just doing me job.
Mr. Noise raises his sword, but Rush uses the power of the dagger to just eliminate him on the spot. So, easy mini-boss fight done, and now we can move on to the big bad. Rush finds the treasure room, and Max is inside trapped in this giant, comically large bird cage. It's really funny. But waiting inside is also the ghost of Cutter, and he's rearing and ready for a fight.
Yes, I think you're looking for trouble, and Skipper, you found it!
All Cutter wants is a grand battle, so he raises his sword and starts to swipe at Rush. Meanwhile, Vink sneaks in, and while Rush is getting thrown around, he pulls an Obi-Wan and gives some helpful advice to his Padawan.
You're forgetting the dagger. Use the dagger.
So Rush tries to use the dagger, but it's just kicked out of his hand, and he's thrown back to the floor. Cutter is so rad, dude. He's so much fun to watch in this episode, just constantly laughing and just reveling in being evil. Just as Rush is about to be defeated, Max escapes and picks up the dagger. And now with the power of Brotherhood, Max and Rush use the power of the dagger to push Cutter back into a chair, and then vines sprout up and wrap around the evil ghost. Vink pops back up and says that the dagger should have the power to finish off Cutter, but Rush will have to stab him, and Rush just doesn't want to do that. Plus, he's not sure if he even can. Cutter is a ghost after all.
You cannot hurt me! I'm already dead!
And then, Rush remembers the words from his ancestor, the warning that says, what Cutter wants isn't what he desires. And what Cutter wants in this moment is to be cut down. But that isn't what he truly desires.
Use the dagger, and Cutter's wretched soul may be released from this prison.
No, it's not true!
It's a pretty fun and kind of sneaky twist. Cutter wants to be re-killed, which would release him from guarding his treasure and allow his soul to be free from this cavern. But as it is, Cutter is trapped here. His only link to release was through Ian Keegan's curse, so Rush decides to take that curse out of the equation. He breaks the dagger and traps Cutter forever. The breaking of the curse also causes the cavern to start a cave-in, so the brothers have to run and escape, and they make it out in the nick of time.
Curse you! Curse you!
As they're leaving the graveyard, they're visited a final time by the ghost of Ian Keegan.
Farewell, grandsons. Thank you.
Then the brothers head home. Their parents come back the next morning saying that they had a crazy vacation, and the brothers' bond grows stronger due to the adventure that they've shared. Oh, Vink also made it out of the cave. He just disappeared while Max and Rush's backs returned, but he does give them a quick visit the next day.
Sorry you didn't get the treasure you wanted.
It's the adventure, the excitement, the game. That's what stays with you a lifetime. Remember that.
Oh, and Sardo is here too.
What other little adventures do you think we might be able to cook up together?
And that ends the tale of Cutter's treasure. What a story! I love what this series does with its episodes, and devoting two to a single story, it just makes it that much better. We get full fleshed out story arcs, tons of interesting and unique settings, a villain with a history tying to the lore of the Keegan name, so much setup in part 1 that is paid off in a really satisfying way by the end. This one reminds me a lot of The Goonies with how fun everything was, while also being incredibly dangerous at the same time. Plus, the pirate treasure theme definitely gave me that vibe. The story isn't perfect, but it is really good, and even though it's twice the length, I had so much fun watching that it felt like the time just flew by. For the score, I'm going with an 8 out of 10. And it had some really great scares. It's definitely an adventure through and through, but the skeletons were all pretty spooky. That scene of the skeleton arm under the bed was way scary. Mr. Noise's face unmelting was also gross and rad and spooky. And then Cutter felt like a truly malicious villain. Plus all his lore about being called Cutter because he cut people up and killed them, you know, like that's pretty creepy. It had some great stuff sewn in between the harrowing and adventurous moments. So I'll go with a 7 out of 10 for the scares. And for bonus points, I mean, I don't even know what to say. It's gonna get a full 5 out of 5 without a doubt. I don't think I could choose only 5 things that I loved in this one. So, I mean, here's a quick list. Cutter is an incredible villain. I especially loved how much fun he had while in the fight and while mocking Rush. We saw a ton of sets that were all really cool and unique looking. The music was incredible all throughout the episode. All the skeletons were great. My favorite's either the arm under the bed or the laughing one in the mausoleum. I mean, both of those moments were fantastic. The effects were all fun, but the one that blew me away was Mr. Noise growing his skin back. Like, that was such a great moment. I thought the birdcage was really funny. That's maybe point worthy. I don't know. The Shandu magic box is rad. The moments of Max interrupting Rush's kisses were all really funny. The resolution of Cutter's fate was great and unexpected. Like, he's trapped there forever now. His soul was never put to rest, so he got the fate that he really does deserve. And I think that's it. That's totally all the bonus point worthy stuff. Oh, except of course for the fact that this episode has both Sardo and Vink in it. Like, are you kidding me? Dude, those two on screen together, both causing mayhem for some poor kids and for each other, giving us ongoing gags of Sardo's name and Vink being a nutbag, and then having them share that ending together and teasing us about future adventures between them. Like, without a doubt, this episode deserves a 5 out of 5. And there you have it. The only two-parter in the original series, The Tale of Cutter's Treasure, will get a total score of 20 out of 25. Now, as for who gets credit, I'll just be adding the score to both Gary and Frank's averages. 2 episodes, 2 storytellers, 2 added scores. It all seems fair to me, so they'll each be getting 20 out of 25 added to their score. And now, we can continue on to episode 6. But first, a moment of silence.
For this next episode, we have to be quiet because it takes place inside of a library. It's also
pretty scary. I'm sorry, I don't want to whisper anymore. Just pretend I kept up the bit for this whole episode, because that was my plan, but it immediately just didn't sound very good. So, Kiki's first story of the season is called The Tale of the Quiet Librarian, and we've got a few really good intro scenes to set this story up. The first is this kid who's dressed up like our favorite cartoon aardvark. He's in the library when he drops his ball, and it goes all the way down into the library's basement, where he just so happens to stumble upon a hidden door for a place called the Quiet Reading Room.
Rats.
Nope, it's a door, but good try. The door opens, showing a purple light and something that causes Arthur to scream, but then his scream goes suddenly quiet. We see another kid a little bit later, this time a girl who stumbles onto that same room, and just like Arthur, her screams of fear become suddenly silent. I love the way that they do this. It's such a simple but effective edit, and it builds intrigue right away for what could possibly have done this silence thing. For the rest of the story, we follow 2 kids named Jace and Lori, who are classmates that have been assigned to work on a report together. They aren't really friends. Jace is a little bit of a goofball, and Lori's just a big old nerd, so she doesn't trust Jace to do any of the work. But you see, Jace is also secretly a nerd, because he wears glasses when no one else is around, but he forgets to take them off, and Lori sees for a moment that he might not just be a goofball after all.
I didn't know you wore glasses.
I don't, usually.
Just like Betty Ann did in The Tale of the Whispering Walls, Kiki kind of shoehorns in this device that Jace plays with. It's literally just a noisemaker. I think they're pretending it's some kind of a game, but it's only in the episode because it's very, very noisy. Like I said, it's important for later, so we'll just put a pin in it for now. Jace decides that he wants to help with the report, but Lori is still just not trusting him, so they argue for a minute about who gets to do the homework, which is just backwards priorities if you ask me. They both storm out of the library, but Jace left Lori's notebook with the report draft inside the library. The next day, she realizes that her notebook is gone, and she asks Jace for help finding it, so don't worry about that argument because it just doesn't matter anymore. After dinner that night, they meet up at the library only to realize that it's closed. But Jace spots an open window, so he climbs on in and they begin their nighttime search for the notebook. I have to mention Jace's shirt here. It's just sliced in half and I hate it. It makes me think like two people were cut in half by a sword and then sewn back together, but on the wrong half. It's a bad shirt. Anyway, in the library, things are immediately strange. All traces of technology are missing. Even the lights are off, so they have to use an oil lamp in order to search around. They head to the basement where they find a calendar from 1910 and notice for the first time the strange, quiet reading room. I love this imagery so much. Like, it's haunting how all the kids seem like corpses at first, but somehow it's just as scary when you realize that they're alive, but being forced to just silently read for what must have been decades, as, you know, now they're covered in cobwebs and dust. Like, I mean, they might as well just be dead at this point. Jace and Lori also see the two kids from the intro, but as they silently scream, they stumble out of the reading room. Then they see a purple glow and watch as an old-fashioned librarian enters the room.
There's room for two more.
They try to explain why they're there, but then the librarian opens her magical box and Jace's voice is instantly silenced. It's pretty funny to watch this kid try to pantomime from here on out, but it is a creepy idea to just suddenly have your voice taken away from you completely. And it's not only the voices that the librarian can steal, it's every sound. As vases are broken or things are dropped, she sucks up their noise into her box. And as she nears in on Lori's position, we can even hear that the librarian wants to silence her heartbeat. But Jace thinks fast and uses an old phonograph to distract the quiet librarian. When the librarian corners him, Jace just starts breaking stuff and causing the librarian to suck up the sound of shattering records. Then Lori comes to help, but she does a terrible job and just gets no voiced alongside Jace. So what are they to do? If only they had something that, you know, like I don't know, like made an infinite amount of sound. Oh wait, they've got Jace's noise-making machine thingy. So they toss that thingy to one another, constantly playing noise and filling up the librarian's magic box until it gets too full of sound, and then it explodes and releases all the noises that she's ever captured. So all that's left of the librarian is a pile of smoldering ash and her glasses. The kids are found by the library's night guard, but they end up not getting in any trouble at all because they also found the missing kids from earlier, so now they're heroes. All the other silent kids are also gone, so now they've been set free. And Jace and Lori realize that they can be a team, and they finish their report, and that's it. This episode was pretty alright. I think the story wasn't the best, but it is probably the scariest episode that we've seen in the season so far. With the story, there's just nothing that we haven't seen a lot of so far. Like, kids learning teamwork is good, but the noise machine is a pretty dumb element, and then the librarian is beaten really easily. I do love the intro scenes that we got. I think those little glimpses at the beginning set the stage really well for the library and the librarian. But other than the intro, I think the rest of the story was just in the okay category, so I'll be going with a 5 out of 10. But for the scares, this episode was pretty fantastic. The intros instantly added the idea that the villain is capable, and a capable villain is very terrifying. The purple ethereal light that the librarian uses is also a great way to add and build that terror. And then we've got those screams being cut off with silence. Like I said, it's a simple edit, but it was really effective. The scariest scene has to be when Jace and Lori first enter the quiet reading room. Like, I loved all the cobweb kids silently flipping through pages. That is fantastic horror. The only real downfall of the scares is how easily the librarian was beaten. It was just a little bit too sudden to be satisfying. So I won't be giving it a perfect score, but I will be going with a 9 out of 10 for the scares on this one. And then for a quick few bonus points, I love the screams being cut off by the silence, and I loved that cobwebbed kids scene. Like, there's 2 points right there. And then I'll do one more for the end explosion of purpleness special effects. Like, it looks so goofy and rad, so there's a point there too, which will leave this episode with a total of 3 out of 5 bonus points, and will leave the tale of the Quiet Librarian with a total score of 17 out of 25. I'm pretty sure that Betty Ann was inspired by the Quiet Librarian because she's our next storyteller, and her story also has an element of silence. Kind of. This episode is called The Tale of the Silent Servant. It doesn't have a lot to do with actual noise, instead it's part of the monster, but still, it is a pretty fun little theme that's cropped up in the middle of this season. To understand what the Silent Servant is, we see 2 men arguing over some strange bone. The owner of the bone throws it into a closet that's shaking until he commands whatever it is that's inside to stop. The other man is named George, and we'll catch up with him later. 20 years later, to be exact, because that's what we're cutting forward to. So now we follow 2 cousins named Jared and Ann, and watch as Jared throws a baseball right through his uncle's glass door. And if this uncle looks familiar to you, then you've got a good eye. He's the same guy who played Flynn from the very first episode in the entire series, The Tale of the Phantom Cab.
You might say, I should have died!
But in this story, he's moving up a little bit in the world because he's actually alive. We also meet my favorite character in this entire episode, the older cousin named Mark. And he just comes across really genuine. He's a bit strict, but also kind enough to give good advice to his younger cousin and sister, and he helps them pretty often with their chores. I probably won't talk a lot about him in this episode because he's pretty off to the side, but it was nice each time he popped up. As punishment for breaking the window, Ann and Jared are told that they'll have to work off the cost of the new glass. First, they'll have to deliver some beans to a neighbor that lives a few miles away, and then they'll need to help Mark build a fence around their garden to keep away the deer. On their way to deliver the beans, Jared and Ann find an old abandoned barn and decide to take a look inside. Also, right in front of the barn is a small cemetery, and the old owner of that barn that we saw in the intro is dead now, and his headstone is the one with the fancy dragons on top.
People say that he was some kind of sorcerer, and that he had invisible servants work his farm.
Inside the barn, they open a door to find a really creepy looking scarecrow, as well as that bone that we saw in the intro, which also has dragons on it. And then we meet 20 years older George, who has gone completely mad, and he also says that he's looking for his long lost dragons. Yeah, it's very subtle about the dragons here, but I do love how crazy George is now. Like, he's got this whole rant, and he just traumatizes the kids while he's yapping.
I used to see rainbow-colored lights. Now, darkness.
Be forewarned. Once the word is given, it cannot be undone.
In a big brain play, Jared decides they should take the scarecrow home because that should be just as effective at keeping deer out as the fence that they're supposed to build. But I mean, the uncle doesn't go for it, so they still have to build the fence the next day. Also, they didn't finish their beans delivery, so 2 strikes for today, and tomorrow's looking real busy. That night, they play with the bone thingy, and Jared takes off one side to reveal a scroll that's hidden inside.
I don't think you should.
Awaken, slumbering servant. Awaken, say your master.
Their final chore of the night is to take out the trash, but when they head outside, they turn and see that the scarecrow is suddenly right behind them. They run to tell Mark what they saw, but in a classic scene, the scarecrow doesn't move, so he thinks that they're just kids with wild imaginations, and he brushes off their story. In frustration, Jared kicks at the scarecrow, and as he does so, he gives it a few demands.
Why don't you fix the window and deliver the stupid beans while you're at it?
The next morning, the window is magically repaired, and the beans have magically been delivered. So Now all the kids have to worry about is building this fence. While working, Anne keeps trying to convince Jared that the scarecrow is really alive and followed their commands, and that's how everything was done. But Jared is just, I guess he's thick-headed, and he needs another test before he believes what he's already seen.
I command you, finish this fence.
They leave for some supplies in the garage, but when they come out, the fence is fully complete. And Mark is so impressed that he decides to let them off the hook for the afternoon. And now's the part where Jared wants to take advantage of the silent servant, while Anne is scared because crazy man George rambled about it being evil. But Jared wins in the end and gives another command.
I command you, build me a dugout for my baseball field out back.
Calavector Solemnos, cancel the command.
This Latin phrase was also mentioned by George, but he did say that the command to stop could only be given by the true owner of the dragon bone, so better luck next time, Anne. They head into town for a few hours, and when they come back, Jared's new dugout is complete. But they ask the question, where did all this wood come from? And a moment later, Mark yells at them, and they see that the beautiful fence has been completely torn apart. They try to tell Mark that it was the scarecrow, but obviously he just doesn't believe them.
I have to ground you two. Here are your gloves. Stay out of trouble.
These baseball gloves, man, who knew they'd end up being super important to the story? You see, in the bag isn't the gloves, but it's tractor parts, so Mark mixed up the bags and must have taken the gloves with him to his baseball game. And Jared, in a move that would make Kevin from The Tale of the Twisted Claw incredibly proud, shouts this command.
I'd like to kill whoever did.
Yeah, he's got a magical evil scarecrow that listens to his every command, and he shouts out loud that he wants whoever has his baseball glove to be freaking killed. So they rush to Mark to try and warn him, but he doesn't have the gloves either because he left them in the uncle's tractor since he thought they were just spare parts for the tractor. So the uncle has the gloves, and we get to see some really cool and spooky shots of the scarecrow stalking through the field and inching closer to the uncle with pure intentions of straw-filled murder running through his canvas face. It's pretty rad. The costume is super simple, but ends up being really effective. Like, it is a pretty scary monster. Not knowing what else to do, Anne begs Mark to take them to the barn because she's realized that the only person who can stop the scarecrow is his true master, and the true master must be the dead barn owner. You know, the one with the dragons on his headstone. They get there, and Anne smashes the bone on the headstone, causing it to split in half, and a moment later, the scarecrow appears behind them.
Calavector Solemnos, go back where you came from.
The scarecrow shrivels into nothing but smoking clothes and canvas, and the cousins all end up leaving together, happy that they stopped the demon. And then Mark is just confused. To keep the scares, we see crazy George lift up the two pieces of the dragon bone and connect them. I've got some pretty mixed feelings about this episode. It reminds me a lot of The Tale of the Midnight Madness. Like, it's got a great monster, but the story is just a little bit off for me. It moves really, really fast, and they squeeze a lot of elements into it, which caused every scene to feel like it was just rushing to give us information so that they could eventually show off the cool and spooky scarecrow. They try to give us some scarecrow lore, but it turns out that the most relevant information comes from the crazy ramblings of George. The concept is cool. Having the evil servant that will follow your commands and can never be told to stop is a great idea, but the execution could have been better. I'm gonna go with a 4 out of 10 for the story. But that scarecrow is pretty freaky. Every scene that we saw it in, even though most of the time it was just immobile, like, it gave me chills. And then watching it stalk the uncle and move around was pretty fantastic. I also really liked George and his whole rambling scene. Like, it was pretty decently scary. So I'm gonna go with 8 out of 10 for the scares on this one. And for some bonus points, I'll be giving a total of 2 out of 5. I really liked George, and it was fun seeing Flynn again, so we'll do a point for those guys. And then the music in this episode was really fun, and I loved the end scene of the Scarecrow shriveling away, so we'll do another point for those. Which leaves Betty Ann's Tale of the Silent Servant with a total score of 14 out of 25. This next episode is all about regrets, so while we ready ourselves for this one, make sure you don't have any regrets by subscribing to the channel. Just a quick shameless plug. These videos, they do take a lot of work to make, and a like and subscription does help let YouTube know that it's a video worth watching, so yeah, please do that. Anyway, this story is told by Sam, and it's called The Tale of the Room for Rent. And with this one, we get a definitive theme for Sam's storytelling. Last season, it was a little bit hard to tell, but now it's clear that she's all about tragic love stories. She's already had the tale of the Dream Girl and then the Long Ago Locket, and with this episode, we get a third tragic love story, so that's definitely her vibe. This story is about a girl named Jessie who lives with her grandpa, who recently had to move to the main floor due to his heart condition. So his room upstairs is now empty, and needing a little bit of extra cash, he decides that they should rent out the room.
Hey, you renting a room? I don't want to talk about it.
Jessie does a lot of work for a lady named Miss Simpson, who's a psychic of some kind, and when she's not working, she's hanging out with her best friend, Alex. She and Alex head to a movie, and their dialogue when they get back, like, it's so funny. Like, it's clear they weren't given much direction on what to ad-lib during the scene, so they tried their best.
Well, when the zombie came to life. Yeah, but the best was when the corpse started eating the people. Nah, that's entertainment.
On their way back, they stop by Mrs. Simpson's house, but are spooked when they see her doing some kind of ritual which opens up a portal of light from the ceiling, and then they watch as a ghost man descends from that light and walks through the wall and disappears. The music in this episode is so rad. Like, it's mostly this haunting piano that builds constantly until it starts to feel just a little bit overwhelming. Like, it's giving us a good idea of how Jessie is feeling as she's trying to deal with the ghost in this story. Like, I really liked it. So Jessie and Alex run home to tell Grandpa what they saw, but who's surprised when he doesn't believe them? The next morning, a man comes to rent the room, but Jessie recognizes him as the ghost that she saw the night before.
I'm here about the room for rent.
Wonderful.
He says his name is Mr. Browning, and Grandpa seems to recognize him for a moment, but brushes that off and decides that this will be the guy who gets the room.
Everything's going to work out just fine.
Jessie follows him up to the room, and Browning is immediately drawn to an old picture from Grandpa's war days. And I really like how his hand just goes right through the picture because he's a ghost. Not knowing what else to do, Jessie gets Alex and they head to Miss Simpson's house and tell her all about what they saw.
He came through my ceiling? Then it worked.
What worked?
Miss Simpson says that she was doing a ritual to call forth spirits who had unfinished business, but she was in a trance state the whole time, so she didn't see if it was successful or not. She also says that the ghost will have until midnight the next night to finish up his business before he'll have to return to the light, but if the ghost wants, he can also just take over a body and kick out that body's soul to take his place in death. And we see that start to happen that night. Alex sleeps over, and when they hear a noise, the two girls head down to Grandpa's room, only to see Mr. Browning hovering over Grandpa and beginning to enter his body. They run up to their room and barricade the door, but I mean, he's a ghost, so that doesn't really stop him.
Don't stand in my way.
The next morning, once again, Grandpa doesn't believe their story. I know that he shouldn't. Like, these are just kids and their imagination could be running wild, but the adult figure not believing the kids trope has come up a lot in the last 2 seasons, and I mean, it's getting a little bit exhausting. They head back to Miss Simpson when Alex notices another photo of Grandpa from his war days, and in that photo is the ghost man who's renting the room. So now we get all that missing exposition that we need to start putting the story together. This man in the photo is named Jacob, and he and Grandpa were war buddies in the Air Force. Jacob was also engaged to Miss Simpson, but she had fallen in love with someone else and never got the chance to tell him because Jacob died when his parachute malfunctioned. His death was ultimately blamed on Grandpa because Grandpa gave him the order to jump from their plane when it was hit. But Grandpa still ended up landing the plane safely on the ground. There's a little bit more to it, but that's all we're given for right now. The kids head back home, and this time Miss Simpson comes with them so that they can finally convince Grandpa of the danger that he's in. But the moment that she enters, her and Grandpa see each other and they just start to argue immediately. And eventually Miss Simpson storms out, so that went well. The girls decide that it's up to them to watch Grandpa all night and keep him safe, because at midnight, Jacob will be forced to return to the Deathlight. So Jessie heads upstairs and makes a big old discovery, but in the meantime, Jacob sneaks up to Grandpa and possesses him.
Where'd he go?
You were supposed to watch him.
Alex she's pretty dumb, but it does show that she got distracted by watching Dr. Vink's Nosferatu that we saw in the Tale of the Midnight Madness, so I guess we can give her a pass for that. They get a phone call a few moments later from Miss Simpson, who says that Grandpa is right outside her house. So the girls head over to Miss Simpson's house, and Grandpa is all like, I took over the body of this guy because it's his fault that I died. And Miss Simpson's like, yeah, it was totally his fault, but I forgot to tell you that I don't love you. And then Jessie's like, oh, by the way, I snooped and I found Grandpa's old war journal, and here's the big old reveal. It totally wasn't Grandpa's fault that you died. It turns out that he thought the plane was going down and he gave Jacob the order to jump with the parachute, but it was the only parachute in the plane, so Grandpa thought that he was gonna die instead of Jacob, but miraculously he landed the plane, and the opposite of miraculously, Jacob's chute failed. And Miss Simpson's all like, Grandpa is the one that I loved the whole time. Obviously, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, like this whole scene, it's just a really convoluted mess of dialogue. Like, I've definitely got some thoughts on this episode, but it's also really funny to imagine Jacob came back from his afterlife for his unfinished business and is immediately just told, no, you're wrong about your revenge, and also, by the way, the love of your life never loved you. It's like, hey, welcome back from the afterlife, man. Your whole life was a lie. So then Jacob leaves Grandpa's body and he's sucked back into the light, and Grandpa wakes up and he and Miss Simpson end up getting together and finally living out their lost love.
Proving that it's never too late for true love to be rekindled.
So this episode isn't my favorite. It's got like all the pieces to be a good and interesting story, but it's told pretty poorly. The whole plot revolves around a little bit of a mystery on who the ghost is and the lingering love between Grandpa and Miss Simpson, but the whole time they just beat around the bush and do a pretty poor job of teasing at that twist. It's also a really predictable story, and that's not really a bad thing, but trying to make it unpredictable just ended up making it feel messy. Like, I don't know, this one, it just didn't catch me the right way. So I'm gonna go with a 3 out of 10 for the story. It did have a few good scary moments, nothing that I'd say was over the top or anything, but Jacob hovering over Grandpa was pretty scary, and him bursting through the door was also a pretty good bit of horror, and Miss Simpson's whole trance state during the ritual was pretty eerie. So I'm gonna go with a midline 5 out of 10 for the scares. And for a few bonus points, I really loved the music in this episode, so we'll do a point there for sure. And I also loved all the effects that they used. They ended up holding up pretty well with all of the ghost stuff and Jacob's hand going through the picture and him like being sucked into the light. But I liked it a lot. So we'll do 2 out of 5 bonus points, which leaves Sam's third tragic love story with a tragic score of 10 out of 25. The last few episodes have had kind of mediocre scores. I don't think they're bad episodes, but they didn't give us that special it factor that makes these episodes great. And I think Betty Ann caught on to that as well, because she comes strolling into camp with a story in her warped mind that sets the bar to a whole new high. And that story is The Tale of the Ghastly Grinner. The first thing that comes to mind when I think of this episode is its style. The way it's shot, like the way the scenes transition, the music, the characters, the sets, even the pacing and the dialogue, it kind of feels like a trauma movie. Obviously a rated G version of a trauma movie, but the plot moves fast, the characters are all weird and somewhat uncanny, it's full of bright colors and sound effects. Like, it reminded me a lot of Class of Nukem High with how all over the place it was at times. And I gotta say, I love it. The main character is a kid named Ethan Wood, who's an aspiring comic artist, but when he gets his 20th rejection letter of the day, he doesn't handle it well, and he decides to rage around his room for a few seconds. But among the rejection letters is an invitation for him to come and visit the new comic book store in town, and since the invitation promises fun and prizes, he heads there right away. This episode is full of Easter eggs and callbacks to previous stories. I'll point out one or two later on, but this comic book store has so many of them, so I'll do a quick rundown of a bunch and then feel free to point out anything that I miss in the comments below. So there's tons of board games, including Dungeons & Dragons, on one of the shelves. There's a bunch of X-Men comics and superhero cutouts all over the place, including Wolverine, Spider-Man, Venom, Superman, Robin, Batman, Iron Man, and War Machine, just to name a few. I'm sure that there's a lot more that I missed there. And my absolute favorite are these 4 cutouts of monsters from previous episodes. We've got the Crimson Clown, the Skullface from The Tale of Watcher's Woods, the Knight from the Bookish Babysitter, and the fully transformed Keith from The Tale of the Dark Dragon. Like, it's absolutely fantastic. Ethan meets the shopkeeper, and when she hears his name, she gets all wowed and ends up breaking the fourth wall by saying this directly to us, the audience.
Uncas.
Pardon?
Sylvester Uncas. Who?
She also calls Ethan Cakes a bunch. I didn't like it. It felt a little bit forced, but I mean, whatever. When Ethan asks who Sylvester Uncas is, the shopkeeper goes to a briefcase and pulls out the only comic ever created by him.
It was so frightening. He only drew 1 issue, and then he disappeared.
Since Ethan's drawings remind her so much of this comic artist, the shopkeep decides to give him the Ghastly Grinner comic. The drawings in the comic are so rad. The art style is uncanny and uncomfortable, but also bright and cheery at the same time. And the way the Grinner torments his victims, like, it's so similar to how the Joker gas caused the citizens of Gotham to be stuck with large, creepy smiles. I love everything about the Grinner. But as Ethan is reading his comic in class, his teacher, who's talking all about microwaves, by the way, he notices Ethan isn't paying attention, so he grabs the comic and tosses it into the fish tank. But a girl in Ethan's class notices this, and she seems a little bit upset. I have to mention her right now because she does come back later on. Ethan's parents are so funny. They're just glubs sitting on the couch eating Cheetos and pretzels, and later they talk about making a waffle pizza. Like, they're without a doubt stoners, right? And they get mad at Ethan for reading comics in class, but Ethan doesn't really care as he decides to put his comic in the microwave to try and dry off the pages. That's gonna turn out well. But of course, Ethan gets distracted by a phone call and ends up leaving the comic in the microwave for 10 full minutes. The call is from that girl in class, and her name is Hooper.
Hooper Piccolero, I sit across from you in Mr. Wright's science class.
As they're talking, the circuits get overcharged, and the microwave explodes with the comic inside. Running through a now smoke-filled house, Ethan grabs his crispy comic from the microwave, but now it's got a big ol' hole in the middle. In a super quick shot, we see the back of the comic, and on it are ads for Ren and Stimpy and the very show that we're watching now, Are You Afraid of the Dark? I thought it was really cool. But Ethan also notices another hole, this one in the wall, and this one shaped like a jester. But before he can process anything, his mom comes up behind him, and it's clear that she's been affected by the same thing that we saw in the Ghastly Grinner comic. Ethan runs to his dad, but he's been got too.
Heard any good jokes lately, Ethan?
Ethan runs outside and he bumps into none other than Hooper. He tells her that he's pretty sure that he brought the Grinner to life somehow, and Hooper doesn't believe him until her parents go over to the house, and after they enter, all that can be heard is weird laughing. So, not knowing what else to do, they head to the bus stop to find some help back at the comic shop. Now, I'm not saying Betty Ann stole this part from Frank, but she definitely got inspired by the tale of the Phantom Cab, because the bus driver turns his head all the way around just like Flynn did. Only this driver is way more creepy, and he's smiling with the Grinner's blue goo dripping from his mouth. He starts to drive all crazy, which forces Ethan to pull the emergency brake, and then he and Hooper flee from the bus while the driver is still just grinning and staring after them. It's so scary, dude. They finally make it to the comic shop and get some answers from the shopkeep, who reveals that she is the daughter of the original comic artist that created the Grinner, only she doesn't believe that the Grinner was created at all. Rather, that Sylvester Uncas used his art to peer into other dimensions.
He wasn't just drawing comics. He was creating guidebooks to other worlds.
Uncas was in the middle of writing an ending to the Grinner, but then he went missing.
Before he could finish, the Grinner got him.
Hooper has the idea that since a microwave brought the Grinner into this world, that maybe a microwave can take him out. But as they're planning, blue goo drips from above them, and we finally get to see the Grinner himself.
What's the matter, kids? Can't think of jokes?
The Grinner takes the shopkeep, while the kids run to a place that they know they can find a really big microwave. We're back to the science class, but the teacher comes in and gets mad at them for messing with his microwave. But don't worry, kids, because the Grinner will take care of that mean teacher. While the Grinner is busy, the kids flip on the giant microwave, but it doesn't do anything. Hooper grabs Ethan and they run back to the comic shop, where Hooper has another revelation.
Microwaves are the answer. We just weren't using them right.
She believes that the unfinished drawings of the Ghastly Grinner comics must have been the way to defeat the Grinner, and since Ethan's art style is so similar to the original creators, they decide to finish what was started. We get a really fun montage scene of Ethan gearing up with markers and pencils and drawing through the comics, and he finishes just in time, because the Grinner has tracked them down again.
What's the matter, kid? You don't like to laugh?
Sorry, I don't have much of a sense of humor.
I love Hooper. She's such a weird and dry character. Like, she's probably my favorite character of this episode, and that's saying a lot. To save Hooper, Ethan raises the finished comic pages and rushes at the Grinner, and the moment they collide, they're both transported into the world of the comic. I loved this part. The story continues, but through the pages of the comic book. We see Ethan all dressed up as a superhero now, and he and the Grinner fight, and since Ethan knows the Grinner's weakness, he uses a microwave to blast him. Ethan grabs the shopkeep and an old man that must be Sylvester Uncas, but he realizes that he has no idea how to exit the comic world. And even worse news, the Grinner isn't dead. It attacks Ethan again, but he's got help from the outside world. Hooper raises a comically large eraser into the air and goes to town on the Grinner, which of course ends in an explosion. This was the solution all along, and Ethan, the shopkeep, and Uncas are all returned to the real world, and the Grinner is defeated once and for all. Uncas gives Ethan the Grinner comics, and we see sometime later that Ethan finally makes it as an artist, and that is the end of this episode. So I think that this is my favorite episode so far. It has everything that I want in this series. Like, it's got a cool and unique story, it's scary, it's weird, it takes us to such strange places and gives us a terrifying and unforgettable villain. The story is fantastic. A comic villain coming to life, and the solution for defeating him to be going into the comic world and fighting him on equal grounds. Like, that's so cool. Not to mention the style of the way the story is told. Sometimes it felt erratic and nonsensical, but somehow those moments added to the insanity of what was going on in the scenes. The only part that I didn't love was the shopkeep calling Ethan Cakes, but she's such a minor character that it hardly bothered me. I did love how Hooper introduced herself constantly. I loved the transition scenes. I loved how the microwaves kept coming back into play. And I loved that comic book ending. Without a doubt, this story is a 10 out of 10. And it's scary. The Grinner is such a terrifying bad guy. We've had 3 clowns now, and I'd say he's equally on par with Zebo and the Crimson Clown. The comic drawings are also freaky, and all the victims of the Grinner as they laugh and drool blue goo is so fantastic. Not to mention the bus driver is, in general, just so rad, and the way he's just staring as the kids are leaving the bus was so creepy. It's really cool because the whimsy of the episode ended up adding a ton to the scares for me. There's just something that feels off when you get bright colors and goofy music and funny characters, and then you add in an element of fear. It's like constantly being on edge because you never believe that a scene can be entirely safe. I'm gonna give this one a 9 out of 10 for the scares. And the bonus points, like, I have to give it a full 5 out of 5. I loved the music and the art and the transition scenes. I loved all the callbacks, everything with the bus driver, the strange characters, the creative finale. I could go on, but there's just so much to love in this episode that it's kind of crazy. So without a doubt, 5 out of 5 bonus points. So holy cow, Betty Ann freaking killed it. This is, without a doubt, my new favorite episode, and the tale of the Ghastly Grinner will end with a total score of 24 out of 25. Like, I'm blown away. It was fantastic. I really want to know what you guys think of this one too. Like, I love things that are weird and overly stylized, but I know that my tastes might not agree with everyone, so definitely tell me how you feel about the Ghastly Grinner. But for now, let's move on to the next episode. Clearly, for the last chunk of this season, the writers were on fire. The Ghastly Grinner and these next few episodes are really good, but maybe they were cooking with the heat turned up a little bit too high, and because of that, they unleashed a spirit of a flame. This is my way of transitioning into Tucker's story called The Tale of the Fire Ghost. You see, it's like fire and heat and flame. You could say I was cooking with my analogy there. With this story, Tucker continues a theme that he started with the Tale of the Guardian's Curse, where the main characters have a broken family, and even more specifically, where they have a father who's too busy to spend any time with them due to his job. In this story, we follow brother and sister Jimmy and Roxy. Their dad is a firefighter, and he and his wife are recently separated. The whole episode, Jimmy's looking for someone to blame about the separation, but in life, things are just never that simple. While they spend the weekend with their dad, he still has to work, so they end up chilling in the firehouse with all of the firefighters. The lights flick on and off, and one fireman makes a joke about something called a fire ghost, which the other firemen all laugh about, saying that fire ghosts don't exist. Then the alarms go off, and all the firefighters head out to fight a fire, leaving Jimmy and Roxy alone in the fire station.
We'll do something next weekend.
The moment that the fire trucks are out of sight, the lights in the station go out, and the kids realize that the phone is dead. They get really scared because a moment later they realize they aren't alone. But the fear is short-lived as they find a lone fireman who was left to watch the station, and his name is Jake Griffin.
Looks like you're gonna be here for a while. Might as well make yourselves at home.
While alone with only candles to light the station, the kids ask Jake about fire ghosts. But unlike the other firemen, Jake fully believes that they exist. He talks about how fire is alive. It eats, it spreads, and he believes that it even thinks. So when firemen put out a fire, they are extinguishing the life of the flames. And with life often comes ghosts.
Don't get caught by a fire ghost, my friends, or it'll pull you into its world of eternal flames.
He says that there is a fire ghost that haunts this very station, and it hates firefighters. And since Jimmy and Roxy are the kids of a great fireman, then this ghost will try everything it can to get them while he's away. That's such a great story to tell kids before bed. And as Roxy and Jimmy are getting settled in for the night, Jimmy notices a flickering light coming from downstairs. He goes down the fire pole to investigate, and not to brag, but my uncle was a firefighter, and I remember going to visit him and getting to go down the fire pole just like he did. It was such a blast. Like, it's such a fun memory. I don't know. I just, the thought of that being the most efficient way to get to the ground floor, and it just so happens to be fun at the same time, it's always just stuck with me ever since I was a kid. When Jimmy gets to the ground floor, he notices the flickering is coming from the equipment room, but he's distracted when the flame of a nearby candle suddenly grows, and it looks so cool as the giant flame burns over this little candle before it suddenly snuffs out. He goes closer to the room, but is stopped from entering when Roxy joins him below. And then, even though it's dead, the phone rings. The kids answer it, but clearly the phone is still dead, which is worrying since a voice begins to speak with them.
You're the son of a murderer, and your time has come.
A fire hose comes to life and creeps out of the equipment room before wrapping around Jimmy's leg and dragging him inside. At the same time, we see a fire suit come to life, wielding an axe and sneaking up behind the kids. It swings the axe and chops the hose so that it lets go of Jimmy. The kids run away but are stalked by the suit, only to realize that it was just Jake who was making sure to protect them from the fire ghost.
How do you know so much about ghosts?
Takes one to know one.
So Jake was a ghost all along, but not a fire ghost. I also love this little twist. It's the kind of thing that we normally would see at the end of an episode. So having it just pop up in the middle of the story, it's such a great subversion of our expectations. Jake tells the kids to get out of the station, but the fire ghost has put flames in front of the doors, so Roxy thinks quick and breaks a window, which they both slip through. Only to be out of the frying pan and into the fire, because they bump right into a police officer who gets mad at the kids for breaking that window. He escorts them back inside, but now the lights are working just fine, and there's nothing amiss inside of the equipment room. The officer wants to lock the kids inside of that room so that he can clear the station, but Roxy realizes that something is wrong, and when they turn around, the police officer transforms, showing that he was the fire ghost the whole time. He looks so rad, all sooted up, even his teeth all blackened from smoke, and he gets even cooler in just a little bit. It's also really fun how the hose in the background is spouting flames now. Like, they don't draw attention to it, it's just a really cool background detail. So the kids run away and they bump into Jake, who tells them that the only way to get rid of the fire ghost is the same way that they would get rid of a fire. We learn a little bit about Jake here as well, as he tells the kids that the ghost of this fire came from the same fire that he died in. He says that he and his partner were saving people from a burning building, and Jake went back to search for more, but his partner noticed that the roof was collapsing. He tried to get Jake out of there, but the roof fell and he never made it out. And as for the partner, well, it turns out that it was Jimmy and Roxy's dad, which is something that he's never shared with them. So he's been going through this loss of his partner all alone. They come up with a plan to stop the ghost, and Jimmy goes downstairs to act as bait, calling the ghost out and distracting him while Roxy sneaks up behind it with a fire extinguisher.
You got it!
Jake congratulates them on a job well done, but the fire isn't out yet, as the ghost raises back up from the ashes. But then Jimmy notices the sprinklers in the ceiling above, and he baits the ghost into using its flames to try and destroy them. This looks so great. The fire all around the ghost, like the Human Torch just burning into oblivion. Man, this guy's so rad. But the flames do end up triggering the sprinklers, and the water finally puts the fire out and extinguishes the ghost once and for all.
Remember me to your father.
A bit later, the firemen all return to the station, and the kids run to their dad with a new understanding on who he is and what he's been holding on to.
The fire ghost was never seen at the station again, and Jimmy and Roxy started spending a lot more time with their dad. The end.
This is another fantastic episode. Like, it's got a cool setting, it's got a really rad villain, some good twists, some great effects, and a good lesson that brings it all together in the end. I love the idea that fires have life, and therefore they could also have ghosts. And just like human ghosts, they would be after revenge for the one that snuffed them out. Plus, the whole story of Jake and the kid's father was, it was just really wholesome and overall well told. I think for this story, I'm gonna go with a 9 out of 10. It was also decently scary. The fire ghost is freaky, his makeup was really effective at making him seem burnt to a crisp, and I love how malicious he was towards the kids the entire time. The use of fire in general during this episode was also like a decent use of scares. Flames getting really big out of nowhere or popping up where they shouldn't exist. Like, that's pretty frightening. The episode has a lot of good scary moments, so I'm gonna go with a 7 out of 10. And there are things that definitely deserve some bonus points for this one. All of the fire effects were really great, especially the fire ghost on fire. Like, I loved how he looked, so we'll do a point there. And I also loved Jake in general. Plus the twist of him being a ghost just in the middle of the episode was such a great moment. So we'll do a point for him as well. I'll do another one for the fire ghost. He was such a fun villain. I loved his makeup. And of course, I already talked about all the effects that he had on, but when he was all flamed up, that was one of my favorite parts of this episode. And then I'll do a final point for that lesson at the end. It was really wholesome and it was really beautiful as a moment, just all around. So we'll do 4 out of 5 bonus points, which will leave Tucker and the Tale of the Fire Ghost with a final score of 20 out of 25. Back in season 2, one of my favorite episodes was The Tale of the 13th Floor. Aliens and cool sets, weird characters, a scary but at the same time kind of silly vibe. It was a Betty Ann classic, and Kiki must have liked it just as much as I did, because this next episode is hers, and it feels a little bit like a sister story to The 13th Floor. It's not exactly the same, but they're definitely on that same wavelength. And this story is called The Tale of the Closet Keepers. Something pretty cool about this story is the main character. Her name is Stacy, her mom has it going on, and she is deaf. Despite being great at basketball, one of her kind of friends named Billy doesn't like the fact that he can't give her call-outs and that all of their plays need to be catered around Stacy's inability to hear. But she can read lips, and she catches what he's saying, which hurts her feelings and causes her to run away. So Stacy runs and hides inside of an abandoned building, although abandoned might not be the right word, because weird men in suits come walking down the stairs. Stacy hides but watches as they speak.
No geeks, no nerds, no freaks.
That's the same rule set I use for my cool club. You know what I'm saying? No freaks, no geeks, no nerds. Only really cool people and like wizards and like you have to be able to do a flip. What I'm saying is I got a lot in common with these weirdos. So Stacy heads upstairs and sees a closet with a flashing light coming from the other side. She goes in, and then the room begins to spin before spitting her out on the other side, and she finds herself in a whole new world. This is where the 13th Floor vibes really begin. The room she's in is futuristic and strange, and just like SpongeBob predicted, most things are in fact chrome.
Why is everything chrome?
Everything is chrome in the future.
Also, the room she came out of is it's like some weird... Hi. Hi. Also, the room that she came out of is like, it's some weird fleshy tube thing now. Like, it's kind of gross, but it's also pretty cool. The tube closes and Stacy finds herself trapped inside of this strange new place. At the same time, we see what those weird suited guys are up to. They go to a basketball court and find Billy shooting some hoops alone. And I love their dialogue here.
You've got excellent moves on the court, dude.
That's the kind of cool swag lingo that leads you to know that these dudes are nar to the extreme. But they're also kidnappers, so that's gotta be a negative on the cool scale, honestly. They use a strange gun to paralyze Billy, and we'll be seeing him again in just a little bit. Apparently that strange gun that they use is an old ColecoVision Super Action joystick controller. Now, I don't know what that is, but Zyril sure does, so hey, thanks for the heads up in that, and shout out to you for this cool little fact. Stacy sees two more suited dudes getting ready to enter the flesh tube, but then she knocks over a thingy and alerts them to her presence. She runs as the alarms go off and projects some strange barrier into a room. Stacy doesn't notice any effect from this barrier, but she finds herself in a hallway full of caged kids that are all screaming for her to turn off the alarm while clutching at their ears. And then with nowhere else to run, the men capture Stacy and they throw her into a caged room as well. Man, the sets in this episode are so cool. Like, we go from that future room to a hallway full of kids' cages, and now a cage that's just painted like a kid's room. It's all so fun. But what is this place? Well, as Stacy is searching for a way out, we get a hint as a family of aliens drive by on some kind of cart and take her photo, as if they're tourists and she's one of the attractions. Then we meet the leader of the weird suited guys. Oh yeah, these suited dudes, they're called keepers, by the way, so that's what I'm going to be calling them from now on. The lead keeper, he's just so goofy and strange and kind of gross, and he explains that this whole place is a zoo, and the keepers are capturing kids from all around the world to display for his patrons.
Those who will pay handsomely for such an educational experience.
And despite one wall being open for possible escape, the leader shows that that isn't a great idea because crossing a threshold causes that strange barrier to come down, and he explains that it uses sound to paralyze any who get caught in its beam. He leaves a moment later, and then Billy is tossed into this room with Stacy. She does her best to explain their situation, and it's pretty funny watching her pantomime.
I don't get it.
A door opens up, and now it's feeding time, and time for Stacy and Billy to meet the other captured kids. Each kid is supposed to be from somewhere around the globe, but they all just talk in the same, like, Canadian accent with perfect English. It's pretty funny. They're dished up some yummy green, but the British girl realizes that Stacy could be the key to getting them all out of here.
What's wrong with her? She's deaf. What you see? The keepers use sound to keep us in.
And after feeding time, Stacy reads the lips of the leader keeper and realizes that he knows something is off with her, and he wants her gone.
We have to get rid of her.
So now Stacy's on the clock, and she comes up with a plan for escape. She realizes that if they use reflective surfaces, the alarm won't go off. So she and Billy break a mirror, and she puts it over her head and sprints into the hallway of cages. Fortunately, the escape buttons for these cages are really easily accessible, and she frees all the kids moments before two keepers enter the hallway. They raise their noise gun controllers, but Stacy slaps on the alarm and paralyzes them, allowing the kids to escape back into the big fancy chrome room. One by one, the kids point to their homes on a map and enter the flesh tube to return home. Stacy and Billy are the final two, but before they can escape, the leader is back, and he grabs Billy and shoots his sound gun at Stacy. She thinks quick and just pretends to be affected by the sound while backing up and then slamming the alarm, which stuns the leader and gives her and Billy a chance to escape. They stumble out of the closet and find themselves back home with a new appreciation for each other and a strong friendship in the making.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And that's the end of this episode. Like I mentioned at the beginning, this one reminded me a lot of the 13th Floor. Like, we've got fun characterized aliens, cool future-ish technology, and a tone that's both goofy and like sadistic at the same time. I really like the concept of the aliens wanting the kids for their zoo, and I loved the tourist aliens just driving by and taking photos. Like, that part is so fun. Plus, the leader keeper is like a silly, creepy bad guy, so that's a big plus for me. The story had a really good flow to it, and it seamlessly integrated the plot of the kids being captured by aliens with that subplot of Billy coming to understand that Stacy being deaf might make her different than him, but it doesn't make her worse in any way. I liked it a lot, and I think the only thing in the story that I would have liked more is a bit more time for that third act, because it did have to move at a breakneck pace towards the end. But with that said, I'll definitely be giving this story a 9 out of 10. But I don't think this episode was all that scary. Like, they leaned into the silly aspect of the aliens a lot, which I loved, but it did detract from the scary factor of the situation. I think the lead keeper had some really good creepy moments, and the idea of being captured and displayed in a zoo is pretty freaky, but a lot of the time it leaned into the feeling of whimsy rather than feeling of fear. So I'll just be going with a 4 out of 10 for the scare score. And for bonuses, this is another episode that deserves just a whole lot of points. I loved all of the sets, like, they were all around fantastic and weird. I mean, that flesh tube, what the heck was that all about? But I loved the suited dudes and their funny dialogue. I love the alien tourist families. I think the lead keeper did a really great job of being just a weird evil bad guy. I really like how Stacy's deafness was never a downside for her. It could have been something that was overplayed or used poorly, but it ended up being a great little element in the story rather than a constantly poked at impairment. And the whole subplot with Billy was really well done and ended up with a great little lesson. So without a doubt, this one deserves just the full 5 out of 5 bonus points. So the Tale of the Closet Keepers will end with a total score of 18 out of 25, and we can hope this run of great episodes continues with the next one. And I do have high hopes for this penultimate episode of the season because it's Gary's turn in the storyteller's chair. So we know that we're going to get something strange and magical. This one is called The Tale of the Unfinished Painting, and it stars a girl named Cody who's an artist but is having a hard time finding inspiration. Probably since she's always craving that nicotine, because this is the same girl from the Tale of Watcher's Woods who wanted to smoke cigarettes.
I'm not so sure I'm ever gonna know how to draw.
Her older brother Lucas is her biggest supporter and knows that she'll find inspiration soon if she keeps looking, so she does just that. And one day a young girl calls to her for a drawing, but when Cody turns her back, the girl runs away, leaving behind nothing but her hat. Cody chases after the girl with the hat, but loses her near a shop called the Hunter's Gallery. The owner of this gallery is a woman called Mrs. Breyer, and she's thrilled to have Cody in her shop because she loves to take on new artists as students to help them find guidance and inspiration for their art, which is exactly what Cody needs. Mrs. Breyer is also currently working with another student named Jenna, and we see that her methods are mostly normal, but she does have a strange restriction where the student will have to use her particular paintbrushes no matter what.
You know my philosophy. Inspiration comes from the artist, not from tools.
Cody finds one painting in particular that seems to call to her, so she reaches forward and is hit with inspiration in a way that practically pulls her into the painting. And the music in this episode is really cool, especially these dance scenes where we hear, I'm pretty sure it's a rendition of Swan Lake, but in a version that has like a weird, eerie, intense undertone.
Are you all right, dear?
Mrs. Breyer touches Cody's shoulder, which pulls her out of that strange trance, and then she offers Cody the chance to finish this painting as one of her students, and says that she can start the first thing in the morning. But of course, things gotta have a twist for the worst in this show, and we see that once the gallery is empty, Mrs. Breyer goes over to a cabinet that is filled with mystical things, including multiple paintbrushes, and this creepy ancient head. She does some kind of ritual on a paintbrush and speaks to the head.
Another lamb has wandered our way.
The next morning, Cody comes over and begins her work on the painting. And just like with Jenna, Mrs. Breyer gives Cody a paintbrush and tells her to use only that for this painting. While working, Cody runs out of paint and searches the gallery for some extra supplies. She looks into the mystical cabinet and thinks it's really strange, but when she touches a brush, she sees a painted image of a girl screaming.
Don't finish the painting. Destroy it before it's too late.
She wakes up from that nightmare and tells Lucas about the strange dream, but he thinks it's just her newfound inspiration making her brain work on overtime. But neither of them can deny that Cody has been drawing a lot, so she seems to have been making some progress thanks to Mrs. Breyer.
If it works, stick with it.
At the same time, we see that Jenna has finished her painting. And the next time we see this painting, one of the girls in it looks an awful lot like Jenna. Cody asks what happened to Jenna, and Mrs. Breyer says that she just left and she won't be coming back to the gallery. It's a little bit strange, but whatever, I guess. Cody gets back to work and she finishes up her painting later that day. But while she's looking for Mrs. Breyer, she finds Jenna's backpack and realizes that something bad must be going on in the studio. And that point is really drilled in when she notices a painting on the wall that looks really familiar. She calls Lucas to come and pick her up, but Mrs. Breyer finds her first and insists that since Cody finished the painting, she now needs to sign it.
I wouldn't feel right signing my name to somebody else's work.
You created the soul of this painting. Be proud.
But once Cody signs, the girl in the painting takes on her appearance, and Cody finds herself trapped inside. Lucas shows up and asks where his sister is, and in fear of being found out, Mrs. Breyer grabs Cody's painting and she lights it on fire. Lucas runs outside after her, but now in Mrs. Breyer's place is that same little girl that lured Cody to the gallery in the first place. Fortunately, Cody was able to bring her brush into the painting with her, and when she has the chance, she snaps it in half and finds herself suddenly released from the painting prison. She rushes to the mystical cabinet and grabs all of the other brushes, only all of a sudden, the freaking ancient head comes to life. So, Mrs. Breyer is a hunter for this dude, and she brings souls to him so that she can live forever. And also, she's this little girl sometimes, but not for long, because Cody rushes out and tosses all the brushes onto the burning painting, which ends up releasing the souls of all the trapped kids and causes the flames to burn with the ageless souls of Mrs. Breyer and the ancient head guy.
Cody's artistic block soon vanished because she was able to draw inspiration from all the spirits she freed from their living nightmares. The end.
So this is a pretty cool story. Like, it's so unique and it feels jam-packed with information. I mean, we've got an artist in need of inspiration, an evil soul-sucking art lady, the story of Jenna, the nightmare of the screaming painting girl, the freaking ancient head dude. Like, there's a lot going on in this episode. It's told pretty well, but it does feel like another one of those stories that just needed more time to breathe. Like, it could easily have been a two-parter and probably blown us away with the full story of the ancient head and his hunters. But with what we were given, it was really fast-paced and it didn't allow itself much time to tell its story. So for the story score, I'm gonna go with a 6 out of 10. It did have a few scary moments, mostly with the nightmare scenes and then that ancient head guy coming to life out of nowhere, but I didn't find this one particularly scary, so I'm only gonna go with a 3 out of 10 for the scares. And for a few bonus points, I loved the music, so a good point there, and I also really liked that ancient head guy. I wish we got a bit more of him in this, just because I have so many questions about it, but he is really rad, so we'll definitely do a point there. I'll give another for Cody since she seems to have kicked her smoking habit, so, you know, props all around there. And that will be a total of 3 out of 5 bonus points. So Gary's final story of this season gets a total of 12 out of 25 points. It was a good story, but man, I wish we got a little bit more because it had so much potential. But anyway, with that, let's move on to the final episode of this season. Just like last season, Frank is given the honor of telling us the final story. Each season he's given us some really unique ideas. Everything from plays on classic horror movies to a cabin in the woods to, you know, that scary story about soup. And now he's got something completely new and different from anything that we've heard so far. Because this one is about trains, and it's called The Tale of Train Magic. Now, this story has a really good flow. It's interesting and it's a little bit sad, and I don't want to mess with that flow, so I'm going to do all the setup and mention a few moments right now so that they don't derail the story moving forward. The main character is a boy named Tim who loves trains, and in classic Frank fashion, we've got another character who is Tim's brother, who's also a little bit of a misunderstood bully, and his name is Hank. Their dad used to be a train conductor, but he died a few years ago. Tim still loves trains and hangs out at his dad's former station to feel close to his memory, but Hank has tried to move on and thinks that Tim is forcing himself to stay stuck on the idea of their dad. Every scene that we get of Tim in the train station is so sweet. He's befriended an engineer named Cap, but every conductor and worker in the station allows Tim to live out his dream of conducting, both as a way for him to express his interests and because it's clear that they all miss his father too, and having Tim around brings in a little bit of his dad back to the station. So that's the gist of the situation, and before moving on to the plot, we do get a quick callback to a previous episode.
Zebo's Bakehouse just in. Let's play.
I love this. It's a callback to both the Tale of Laughing in the Dark with Zebo and also the Tale of the Crimson Clown, where this exact game is first mentioned. Like, that's a 2-in-1 Easter egg right there. That's great. So one day Tim is walking along some abandoned train tracks when he runs into a strange old man.
I'm the conductor on the 713.
The man tries to hand Tim his pocket watch, saying that a watch is the most important thing for a conductor, as everything involving trains needs precision timing. But before he can grab the watch, Hank shows up and the man disappears. The next day at the train station, Tim asks Cap if there are any trains still running on those abandoned tracks, but Cap says that there hasn't been anything running there in over 50 years. But then the man shows up again, this time at Tim's house. He gives Hank a toy train car to give to Tim, which he starts to play with right away. But as the train loops around the track, the room begins to shake and a light of a train shines through the window. As the light grows brighter, Tim finds himself transported inside of the toy train car, now surrounded by strange people. Once again, Ray Lawson shows up and says that Tim will be the new conductor of this train. But Tim feels like something is wrong, so he runs to the emergency brake, and when he pulls it, he's flung back into his room, and he finds that that toy train has now been derailed. Something weird is definitely going on, so Tim heads to the train expert, Cap, to get some answers. He convinces the man that what he experienced wasn't a dream, and Cap seems to believe him, and then explains to the boy about something that he calls train magic.
Maybe it could have been train magic.
What's train magic?
Cap believes that trains have a life of their own and a language that they speak if only you learn how to listen. Because of these attributes, they hold some kind of strange magic that works with the train's conductor. And the most magical part of the whole thing is the conductor's stopwatch, since time is so important to everything that involves the train. Tim mentions the name Ray Lawson, and Cap actually knows him because he was the conductor of a massive train crash. A crash that was all his fault because he fell asleep and never checked his watch to change the train's track. Cap warns Tim to stay away from those tracks, but he doesn't follow his own advice. That night, Cap goes to investigate and actually finds the ghost of Ray Lawson.
Leave the boy alone. Get on your ghost train and go.
Can't do that.
But the train magic is strong with this conductor, and he uses his stopwatch to put Cap into a trance and forces him to become a passenger on his ghostly train. It's pretty cool because Cap now shows up as a little figurine inside of Tim's toy train, and he realizes that he's got to do something to save his friend's life, and he might be able to stop the evil conductor at the same time, but he'll definitely need help. So he tells Hank about what he believes is going on. At first, Hank doesn't believe him, but then the toy train starts up on its own, and the clock begins to move faster and faster, so Hank gets pretty easily convinced after that. Hank heads over to the abandoned train tracks, planning to flip the switch and finish the conductor's never-done task, but that switch is stuck, so we'll have to come back to that a little bit later. Tim plays with the train, and just like last time, the room shakes and lights up, and he's transported back into the train car. When he tries to pull the emergency brake this time, he finds that it no longer works because Ray Lawson disconnected it, and is now forcing Tim to take his place as the new conductor, where he'll be forced to live the night of the crash over and over for the rest of his life.
713 crashed 80 years ago, and it's been doing it ever since.
Tim is initially put into a trance by the pocket watch's magic, but he snaps out of it and throws it to the ground before stomping on it and breaking it. This action seems to unbind the stuck switch, so Hank pulls it and swaps the tracks at the final moment. In an instant, Tim and Cap are back in the real world, and the ghost of the train has been allowed to continue down the tracks. But the conductor is still stuck. He wanders down those tracks alone, forced to know of his mistake and wander trainless for the rest of existence. I think that this is a pretty beautiful story to finish the season with. It's got a great message and a really fun concept. It moved pretty quick, but it never felt overly rushed, and I really like how evil the conductor secretly was. Like, at first it doesn't seem like he's all that bad, but then you realize he's trying to get Tim to take his place for eternity, and yeah, that's straight up evil. So it was kind of cool to be lulled into this false sense of good intent initially. I think the story was pretty good. It's not the best in the season, but it definitely deserves a 7 out of 10. But unfortunately, it wasn't really all that scary. Like I said, Ray Lawson was a decent villain, and then the idea of being trapped on an ever-crashing train is pretty scary, but overall it was fairly light. So I'll only go with a 2 out of 10 for the scares on this one. As for some bonus points, I love this idea so much, leaning into the theme of trains like so heavily. it was really fun. And then having Tim be all about it with the toy trains and chilling in the station due to the memory of his father, it was also really sweet. So I'll do a point there for train stuff. And I've got to give a point for the mention of Zeebo's big house. It's a great little callback, and I always love that kind of stuff. So 2 out of 5 bonus points, which will leave Frank and the final story of Season 4, The Tale of Train Magic, with a total score of 11 out of 25. And there you have it. Season 4 is complete, leaving us with only one more season in the original series. As I keep watching the show, it continues to surprise me with just how good some of these episodes are, and how good overall it's stayed as a series. With this season, it felt like the showrunners were really hitting their stride. We got some of my favorite and what I would call the best episodes in this series during Season 4. Not to mention the 2-parter episode of Cutter's Treasure. I mean, that was so fun and new. It's great to see that they were able to stretch the concept of the show just a little bit to give us something that was new and exciting. So, let's talk about the stats and figure out the best scares and stories in this season, as well as in the series so far. As with the previous seasons, I've kept a running total of everyone's story, scare, bonus, and total points. This is the first season where every member of the Midnight Society got to tell at least 2 stories. In fact, Gary is the only exception for this season. He had the most stories told, with 3 this season: the tales of the Renegade Virus, Cutter's Treasure, and the Unfinished Painting, while every other member tied for the second most stories told, with 2 apiece. My least favorite story of the season goes to Sam, with the tale of the Room for Rent, which was interesting but overall pretty poorly told, and scored a 3 out of 10. While my favorite story of the season goes to Betty Ann with her really awesome tale of the Ghastly Grinner, which showed us that not only is she the queen of horror, but she also knows how to make her stories interesting, unique, and compelling. The least scary story of this season also goes to Sam, with her tale of the Long Ago Locket, which didn't feel like much of a scary story, and rather felt like a tragic romance, and it only scored a 2 out of 10. But we did have a tie for the scariest story of the season, as both Kiki's The Tale of the Quiet Librarian and Betty Ann's The Tale of the Ghastly Grinner told stories of true horror, and each scored a 9 out of 10. If I had to choose between the two, I'd say that the Ghastly Grinner is a bit scarier, but I know I'm biased because I loved the Ghastly Grinner episode so much, so sorry, Librarian, but the clown's gonna take it for this season. Taking all the points together and adding up the story, scares, and bonus points, my least favorite episode of Season 4 goes to Sam, with the Tale of the Long Ago Locket's score of 9 out of 25. Sam she missed the ball on her stories this season for me, but hey, it happens to the best of us. On the other hand, Betty Ann swiped the board for my favorites in Season 4, as she also scored the highest total score with the Tale of the Ghastly Grinner, which had a nearly perfect 24 out of 25, and marked this episode as one of the greatest in the entire series. Now, let's compare these new scores to the previous seasons and calculate the new averages for the Midnight Society storytellers. My current least favorite story of the series hasn't changed, and hopefully it never will, because Tucker's Tale of the Midnight Ride has the lowest possible score of 1 out of 10, and I still just flat out don't like it. But we do have a contender for a new favorite story. Season 3 had one of my favorite stories with the tale of the Bookish Babysitter. It scored a 10 out of 10 and gave us everything from a lanky ghoul man dressed as a little girl to a tomb haunted by a ghost of an old king. But with this season, we've got another 10 out of 10, this time from Betty Ann with the tale of the Ghastly Grinner. I love both of these stories so much. It's pretty hard for me to say if I like the genre-changing themes of delving into multiple stories that we saw from the Bookish Babysitter, or if I like the uncanny, goofy, comic-based style of the Ghastly Grinner more. I love them both so much, but if I had to choose, I think I'd say the tale of the Bookish Babysitter barely edges out the victory for me. Mostly due to the babysitter's haircut, to be fair. Like, when you've got to do like that, then it just exudes brilliance. As far as the least and most scary stories of the series, well, those scores haven't changed. The story I find least scary still belongs to Kiki with her Season 1 story of the Tale of the Captured Souls, which scored a 1 out of 10, while the most scary still belongs to Gary with the Tale of the Crimson Clown's perfect 10 out of 10. And as for totals, well, my least favorite overall story of the series still belongs to Tucker with his pretty terrible episode, The Tale of the Midnight Ride, which wasn't very scary and wasn't well told, and is still the only episode so far that I just don't like at all, which is reflected in its 5 out of 25 score. But I'm really happy to say that I've got a new favorite episode thanks to Season 4. It's been pretty incredible to see each season stepping up its game, and this season was no exception. Previously, I fell in love with Season 1's Tale of the Dark music, but shortly after that, The Tale of the Full Moon became my favorite, and then The Tale of the Bookish Babysitter stepped in and overtook the highest score, only to be dethroned by Betty Ann this season with The Tale of the Ghastly Grinner, which dwarfed the Bookish Babysitter's score of 21 with its new and nearly perfect 24 out of 25. So far, this has been my favorite episode of the whole series. The story it tells is fun and interesting and stylized, and the scares it gives are chilling and uncanny and just perfect nightmare fuel for children all around the world. With how much I loved it, I have no doubt that this is one of the best episodes that we'll see in the entire series. So, with that all said, let's see what changes to the averages this new season will give to each of our storytellers. In last place, we've got David, who stands at an average of 12 between his 5 stories. Next is Sam, who had a bit of a downfall, going from the top-rated storyteller to nearly last place, with her new average of 13 between her 4 stories. Next is Tucker, who jumped a few places, going from last to not quite last, with his new score of 13.8 between his 5 stories. He's followed by the missing man from Season 1, Eric, who stands at a score of 14.5 between his 2 stories told. And then Kristen with her 14.8 between her 5 stories. Next up is Kiki with an average of 15.7 with 7 total stories told. And in third place is Frank, who I messed up the math in last season, by the way. He was secretly tied with Sam for first place, but I'm dumb and added one of his stories twice, so sorry, Frank. But I did check the math multiple times for this season, and his third place average of 16.1 between 6 told stories is definitely correct. And then in second, we've got the Midnight Society's leader, Gary, who averaged a score of 16.5 with his 8 total stories told. And the new first place, retaking her crown from Season 2, is Betty Ann, who barely outscored Gary with her score of 16.6 between her insane total of 10 stories, which makes her the storyteller that we've heard from the most in this series so far, and names her the best scary storyteller in Are You Afraid of the Dark? At least for now. And with all that, we can wrap up the season and declare this meeting of the Midnight Society officially closed.
Good story. Good stories.
I declare this meeting of the Midnight Society closed.
Are you guys ready? Because we are about to talk about the 5th and final season of the original series. With this season, the concept of the show stays the same. It's about a group of misfit friends who meet together to tell scary stories. But with Season 5, we start off with some pretty sad news. Frank's family has moved away, and he will no longer be a part of the Midnight Society. His leaving always makes me sad. I mean, we started the show with him, we watched as he made friends and listened to stories with him for 4 years. But now he's gone. Frank will be missed, but he gave us some incredible tales and one of the greatest characters ever with Dr. Vink, so he may be gone, but we will never forget him. With Frank leaving, we get a new member to the Midnight Society, and a kid responsible for 2 absolutely amazing stories named Stig. Tucker brings him along, and he's easily the most disliked newcomer in the entire show, at least to the other Midnight Society members. Stig is a little bit gross, he doesn't care about cleanliness, and he has a bit of a reputation of basically being a human booger. But it takes a bit of time for everyone to remember that when they initially joined, they were each also a little bit odd to the others. So as the season progresses, it is fun to see their friendship with Stig slowly start to form.
A lot of people don't like the way I am. They always tell me I gotta clean up my act.
And other than Stig, our Midnight Society remains the same for Season 5. We've got Gary, who mystifies us with tales of misunderstood magics, Kiki with her cautious tales of peculiar strangers, Betty Ann with her horrors of beings envious of human life, Tucker, who tells us tales of warnings from the past, and Sam, who breaks our hearts with more tragic love stories. Where a lot of shows get worse as they go on, I'm so happy to say that Are You Afraid of the Dark continues with its quality and interesting stories. So, enough build-up. If you guys enjoy this video, then please leave a like and consider subscribing. And now, submitted for the approval of the Midnight Society, I ask the question, who tells the best scary story in Are You Afraid of the Dark? Season 5. The first episode of this season is told by the newcomer Stig, and, well, like I mentioned, he's not the favorite of the group, cause he's kinda gross. But where the Midnight Society is pretty lukewarm with him at first, I think most of us as an audience immediately accepted him into the crew because of this very first story. And I know that this had a huge impact on a lot of you as well, because, I mean, you've told me. This episode is The Tale of the Dead Man's Float, and it is by far the episode that I've received the most comments about on all of the other Are You Afraid of the Dark videos. Like, it's not even close. This episode has stuck in the minds of so many of us, playing on a fear, not of water, but of what lies beneath, and scaring us all with one of the most terrifying monsters that we've seen in the show so far. And it all starts with a quick flashback to 1954, where we see a young boy swimming in the pool while his sister and her lifeguard boyfriend smooch in the back office.
You want me to leave?
Not really.
Every once in a while, we'll see shots from the perspective of something that's beneath the water. It's the first sign we get of the monster to come, as the gaze shifts to the swimming boy, and a moment later, he's pulled beneath the water. In present day, we meet Zeke.
Friends call me Zeke.
No, not that Zeke. Although we do have a video covering him too. This is a different Zeke, who's a little bit of a chemistry nerd, so we get a few chemistry lessons in this episode, with the first and most important one being right here.
If you mix manganite with water, the reaction is always the same. Kaboom. Wow, surprise. I just miscalculated the ratio.
How interesting. My education is complete.
Other than chemistry, all that occupies Zeke's mind is his crush, Clarice. She's on the swim team, and Zeke has recently made a discovery that he thinks will interest her, so they meet up the next morning, where Zeke shows her an old covered door to the school's long-forgotten pool. It turns out that the pool was shut down for unknown reasons years ago, so the school swim team has been forced to go to a pool it's like an hour away for their practices. But now that this once forgotten pool is no longer forgotten, Clarice realizes that she can bring it up to the administration and have it reopened for use. As the kids leave, we see the school's janitor Charlie lurking in the shadows of the pool house, and then we see a different figure of some kind stand from beneath the pool's covering. But I'm sure it's nothing, so let's cut to a little bit of time later. A bit of time later, the pool is open again and in full use by the school. Everything seems to be perfectly fine, but the swimmers do notice a weird rancid smell every once in a while coming from seemingly random places inside the water. And the shot of someone stalking swimmers from beneath the water is back, so we know things are about to go really bad. Well, it turns out that Clarice is failing chemistry, so Zeke sees this as his chance and offers to tutor her in exchange for some secret swimming lessons. The deal is made, and that night Clarice and Zeke head to the pool to take a plunge. We learn that Zeke is afraid of water ever since he almost drowned as a kid, but now he's always felt like something in the water has had it out for him, wanting to claim the life that it almost got when he nearly drowned. To combat this fear, he and Clarice head into the middle of the pool on a little inflatable raft as a way to force Zeke to face this thing that he's afraid of. They take things nice and slow, Clarice leading by example as she tests the water and jumps in. But she never pressures Zeke to go in too quickly. They also notice that rancid smell is in the pool, and we've been getting really frequent shots from beneath the water, but I'm sure everything's gonna be just fine. Finally feeling brave, Zeke reaches his hand into the water, only to have his fear realized when he's pulled into the pool.
What happened?
Something grabbed me. It tried to drown me.
What?
Clarice helps him back into the raft, but whatever is in the water begins to bash against the raft and try to tip them over. And when they try to paddle away, their hands are grabbed and they're nearly pulled back into the water. They try to wait it out, but then the raft is flipped and they're both thrown into the water. Things seem pretty dire, but at the very last minute, the janitor pops up and saves the kids. He brews them some tea and brews up a little bit of exposition for us. It turns out that Charlie the janitor used to be Charlie the lifeguard, the same one from the intro that we saw, and he says that he tried to save that boy that we saw drown, but he felt something fight against him in the water. No one believed him, but then more people started to drown, and after 3 drownings, they finally decided to shut down the pool. And Charlie's theory for what's happening, it's so good. One thing I love about the context of the show is that everything that seems like it could just be like dumb writing, it could also be explained away by the fact that it's a kid who's telling the story that we're watching. So Charlie's theory is that the school's pool, only the pool, was once a graveyard. And when the school wanted to build a pool, they had to move it.
When they built the pool, they had to get rid of an old cemetery and move the bodies. Nearest I can figure is they missed one.
I absolutely love this kind of thing. Just a regurgitated story beat from a horror movie that you know. Like the kid, he must have just watched it right before telling the story. It happens a little bit later with something else that I'll point out too, but it's just always something that's made me laugh. So, as Zeke is a chemistry guy, he's realized that the rancid smell that accompanies the pool thingy is a type of acid that, when mixed with another chemical, will cause the combination to turn red. And they figure that seeing this thing is a good place to start. So, they grab the chemicals and mix it into the pool, where we get the reveal of this rotting red corpse.
It looks like it's...
I love the crumbling skull and the missing teeth. Then the way the red mixes with the rags of the clothing. Like, it's hard to say what's clothing and what's strips of flesh. It's absolutely a terrifying design. In fact, this thing is so scary that Charlie just instantly goes into shock. This is the other thing that I was talking about. Like, as a kid, thinking people just getting petrified when they go into shock seemed like something that would happen a lot. But, yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't happen. Oh, I love it. So Charlie's out of the picture, and now the dead man is on the hunt since it can no longer hide inside of the water. When the kids try to attack it, they learn that the monster is made of water, and this gives Clarice an idea. It turns out that she was paying attention to Zeke's tutoring, and she remembered that chemical that we learned about way at the beginning of this episode. The one that, when mixed with water, will explode. So they grab some of that, but it falls into the pool while still sealed, forcing Clarice to dive in and grab it while the dead man stalks her in the water. Zeke has no choice but to jump in to try and distract the dead man, and Clarice gets away, but Zeke nearly drowns, only to be saved again at the very last minute by Charlie, who is no longer in shock. They unseal the chemicals and toss them at the water monster.
Finally, after all these years, it's over. Thank you, kids.
So the power of chemistry and explosives was enough to defeat the dead man, and that is the end of this episode. Well, mostly, like, at the very end, we see, of course, Zeke and Clarice, they're getting along really well. But then Clarice goes to dive into the water and she does this full-on belly flop, and that's where the episode ends. It's a perfect punctuation for a great episode. This is Stig's initiation story, and it is so good. Unfortunately, he doesn't get unanimously voted as a member for this story, so he isn't an official member of the Midnight Society yet, but he will be sticking around for another shot later on. But for now, let's talk about Dead Man's Float. This is such a great episode to start the series on. It focuses a lot more on fear than story, but clearly it's done it well since so many of us still remember being traumatized by this guy even 30 years later. I thought the story was pretty simple, but it did have a decent flow to it. I love that they say the pool was built over a graveyard and now one forgotten body is the thing that's been drowning kids for all these years. Like, it's the kind of silly, it just charms me. And I love that kind of thing in horror movies. And I liked it a lot in this episode as well. So I'll be going with a really solid 7 out of 10 for this story. But these scares are where it's at for this one. The corpse, which I just learned is called the Bloody Corpus, like such a rad name. It's so scary looking. It being dyed red by the chemicals added to its terror, making it seem bloody as it stalked the kids, and making it seem like pools of blood as it traveled through the drains. I'm shocked that they got away with letting this one on the kids show, but I'm so happy they did because, I mean, this guy is just so cool. I will say I do wish they did a little bit more with him. Mostly he just stalks around and looks great, which I don't hate, but it would have been really cool to see him do some different scary water-based things. We do see a lot of the Bloody Corpus though, so there's quite a few great scary and intense moments. And I mean just look at this guy. The Bloody Corpus has to be the scariest monster that we've seen in the series so far. Everything about its design is meant to give nightmares, and I know I'm not alone in thinking this. So, for the last 30 years of nightmares and unresolved childhood traumas, the Bloody Corpus will earn this episode a 10 out of 10 for scares. And that just leaves some bonus points. We'll give one for the monster design, another for making me laugh with the forgotten body from the graveyard story beat, and a final point for Clarice's belly flop at the end. Because, I mean, that was just hilarious. So that's going to be 3 out of 5 bonus points, which will leave Stig's very first story and the first episode of Season 5, The Tale of the Dead Man's Float, with a total score of 20 out of 25.
Listen, you told a great story, but the vote has to be unanimous, and it wasn't.
It's not fair. Yeah, well. Thanks for the shot.
Throughout these 5 seasons, Kiki has been a constant member of the Midnight Society, and I'd say she's the member who's had the most diversity to her storytelling. She's jumped around the horror subgenres, giving us anything from ghosts to age-sucking technology to tragic tales of lonely old ladies, and even brushing against the magical with The Dream Machine. But there's something that she's yet to cover, something that both Kristen and Sam are experts in. And with this episode, The Tale of the Jagged Sign, Kiki finally shoots her shot at a tragic love story. This one stars a girl named Claudia, who's staying with her aunt for a summer vacation. The aunt runs a senior-based live-in bed and breakfast, so basically Claudia will be chilling with a bunch of old people during the summer, and she's not too thrilled about it.
About time we had some new blood around here.
After being shown to her room, Claudia hears a music box playing and wanders down the hall where she meets a woman named Marjorie. She's pretty senile, talking a lot about her past, mentioning how she used to look a lot like Claudia, specifically mentioning her hair.
Such pretty hair.
And of course, she's enjoying her Dove-themed music box. The aunt comes to find Claudia and mentions that Marjorie's been living here for a very long time, and her health is quickly declining. But Claudia can't focus too much on that because she finally meets someone here that's her own age. It's pretty funny. Claudia goes outside and we meet a girl named Kate and her younger sister, Nikki. And Nikki just wants to play some baseball, but Kate tells her to go away. And then we never see her again in the entire episode. I don't know why Nikki was a character for just this scene and never came back again, but what we do know is that she loves baseball, so that's good. Claudia and Kate go on a hike together that leads to the base of a cliff, and painted on that cliff is a strange symbol, something that no one knows the meaning of, that they've all come to call the Jagged Sign.
Everyone calls it the Jagged Sign. They say it's the mark of the dead man.
Up near the sign, they see a very strangely dressed boy, and Kate starts freaking out because she says that this dude is a ghost, and staring at the sign makes him appear. And she's not lying, because the boy vanishes and then invisibly draws the symbol in the dirt next to him. And then he reappears, which scares the girls away. The girls run and tell the aunt what they saw, but they're interrupted when Marjorie nearly burns the vista down trying to make some dangerous soup.
I was just making some soup, and then all of a sudden, all this smoke.
In the night, we see Claudia is sleeping with her door wide open. I used to do this as a kid too, but she's got all these old, scary people walking around in the middle of the night. Like, the door open is way scarier now than the door closed in this situation.
Can't sleep. Maybe some milk.
Claudia does see the ghost outside her window, and he draws that strange symbol for her again, but nothing else happens until the next day. So now events really start to unfold, as Marjorie's family has decided to move her into a nursing home. Claudia and Kate help pack her stuff, and we get a few clues and information on the ghost and the symbol. The first clue is this locket of hair that Marjorie had stuffed away.
What do you know? An old love knot.
A love knot?
Oh. Ladies used to tie up a lock of their hair and give it to their boyfriends. It was a sign of undying love.
Ooh.
They then find a picture of Marjorie when she was younger, and she's standing beside that same ghost boy that we saw at the cliffs. At this point, Claudia sees the ghost again, and he beckons for her, and in a really big brain move, she decides to follow him alone without telling anyone, and she climbs up the cliff after him. We'll come back to her in a few seconds, but Kate has one final clue to unravel. She takes the picture up to Marjorie and asks about the boy, and now we get the whole backstory. It turns out that Marjorie and this boy Joshua were in love and tried to elope, but Marjorie's dad found out and stopped her from leaving the house. They were supposed to meet at the cliffside, where Joshua promised to draw their symbol of undying love for the entire world to see. But while he was drawing, he fell and he died. He never finished the symbol, and Marjorie believes that he died thinking that she had abandoned him. But the way that she's cherished the Dove music box that he gave her proves that she's always loved him. So, yeah, if you haven't put it together, or if you're only on audio, the jagged sign that we've been seeing is the top of a dove with its wings ready for flight, just like the one that we've seen on Marjorie's music box. Kate realizes that Claudia's gone and she runs to find her, and then we get a little bit of dramatics as Claudia nearly falls from a cliff, but she's saved by Kate a few seconds later. And then they confront the ghost and tell him that Marjorie still loves him.
You should go to her.
And then, two things happen. First, Joshua, the ghost, finishes up the jagged sign, and, well, let's just say Marjorie didn't love him for his art. There aren't a lot of people that I can make fun of for being worse at drawing than me, but Joshua, man, that's dude, that's the worst dove I've ever seen. It's so funny. Oh man. Anyway, the second thing that happens, it's not funny. We see Ghost Joshua and young Marjorie walking away together in the woods. So that means that Marjorie is dead now. Like, this is the way that they tell us that she's died. And then Kiki confirms a second later.
Marjorie passed away that very afternoon. Everyone said how peaceful she looked at the end, even happy. They all thought it was because she was going on to a better place. But only Claudia and Kate knew just how true that was.
It's so wild. Like, yeah, it's a happy ending, but at the same time, it's just like whiplash of old lady death to end the episode. And there we go. Kiki's tragic love story. I actually really like this one, like a lot. It felt a bit like the tale of The Room for Rent, but it had a much better flow to it, and it did a very good job of laying clues out for us to follow throughout the episode. This episode was decently layered, but didn't feel convoluted or messy in its telling, which is something that the tragic love stories have had issues with in previous seasons. For this story, I'm thinking we're gonna go with a really solid 8 out of 10. But, oh Kiki, you fell into the classic trap of story over scares. I don't think a single thing in this episode was scary. You could maybe argue that the beckoning ghost is a little bit frightening, but I don't think the episode did really anything to make him seem scary. Like, the scariest part was definitely just that old lady walking by Claudia's room asking for milk, but even with that, I gotta say, it's an incredibly unscary 1 out of 10. Now, for a few bonus points, it turns out that this ghost Joshua went on to voice none other than Buster Baxter in Arthur, and there's no way Buster Baxter ain't getting a point from me, so there you go, definitely a point for Buster.
That was scary.
And I'll give another for this old dude. I don't remember what his name was, but every line he had, it was weirdly genuine, and I don't know, I really liked him.
About time we had some new blood around here. Go on, eat the Brussels sprouts, I told them. But don't say I didn't warn you when the gas starts acting up. I did. Ran out of here a few minutes ago like a jackrabbit.
Where'd she go?
Seems like she was heading for the woods.
The woods.
Hey, you need a fourth for bridge.
So 2 out of 5 bonus points, which will leave the tale of the Jagged Sign with a score of 11 out of 25. Hey, guess what? With episode 3, Stig is back already. Since he wasn't voted in with his last story, they offer him another chance, and just like with the Dead Man's Float, Stig doesn't hold back. This one is called The Tale of Station 109.1, and where Stig's last story is remembered for being nightmare fuel for kids around the world, this one is remembered for a few other reasons. 2 other reasons to be specific, those being the people that we see in this episode. The main kid we follow is a boy named Chris, who is obsessed with death and darkness. And his older brother is played by none other than Ryan Gosling.
What a cheesehead.
In fact, this was his very first television role. I know he's also in an episode of Goosebumps, but that came out a year later, so Are You Afraid of the Dark? They got him first. It's so wild to see him so young in this. Gosling's name is Jamie in this episode, and he's trying everything he can to make his brother normal. They work on a car lot of some kind, and one day a hearse is brought to the lot, which gives Jamie an idea. He takes Chris out to the hearse and allows him to live his fantasy of being dead.
Here lies Chris Leary, dearly departed.
But as Chris is calmly dying, Gosling starts up the hearse and everything is loud, which scares Chris, but does nothing to help with his obsession with death. In fact, it only makes it worse in a way, because the hearse's radio is set to a secret station, one meant for only the dead.
This is 109.1, radio for the dimensionally challenged.
Sometimes we miss the chance to step over and need guidance. That's where we come in, friends.
If you guys don't already know, it's going to blow your mind when you find out who voices this radio host. There is nothing I can do to prepare you for what's about to come. It's so wild, man. Oh. So both Chris and Jamie start to notice some strange old people who stop them and begin to ask for directions. It's pretty creepy as they just shuffle down the street. And there's this one that Jamie runs into who's got a little bit of a familiar face. He's the same guy that we saw all the way back in season 1 who played the Houndmaster in the Tale of the Hungry Hounds. And he's also showed up in season 2 playing Old Man Corcoran in the Tale of Old Man Corcoran. He's a bit of an Are You Afraid of the Dark veteran at this point. Oh, and also he's a ghost. Being curious about this radio station, Chris hits the World Wide Web to find where the station is located, and he actually ends up finding an address pretty easily. He heads to the station, but inside is very strange. It gave me similar vibes to the waiting room in Beetlejuice. By that I mean it's literally a waiting room for the dead. Chris goes up to the front desk and knocks on the window, and are you ready? Because I know I wasn't.
Do not knock on the window! What's the matter with you? You can't breathe? Here, knock window. Do not on the. Let's try it together, shall we? Do not knock on the window!
Freaking Gilbert Gottfried and Ryan Gosling are in this episode. The amount of future star power in these 22 minutes is probably more significant than in the rest of the series as a whole. It's so crazy that they both show up out of nowhere in this one. Stig was really pulling some strings for us. Good man. Well, Chris ends up being mistaken as the dead guy who was supposed to be in the hearse where he heard the radio broadcast. So he's given a really cool snap bracelet and told to wait until he's processed into the afterlife, which turns out is terrifying.
I'm not supposed to go! You made a mistake! You're the wrong man!
He led a nasty life, and he's gonna lead a much nastier afterlife.
I have to point out how cool the design on these afterlife doors are. Not only do we see glimpses of blinding void from behind it, but the door itself is covered in carvings and faces and vines. It's creepy and weird and definitely captures an air that it's guarding something ancient. It's a really cool design. But not wanting to be dead, Chris runs back home to ask Jamie for help. But it turns out the snap bracelet, it basically made Chris a ghost now.
Forget Clark and listen, Ryan. Listen to me.
There's also this scene where Chris is ranting at Ryan Gosling, and Gosling's just on the phone pretending to have a conversation while not being able to hear his younger brother. It's a really simple scene, but it's also a pretty long camera shot. It lasts about a minute and has some slightly complex dialogue throughout the entire thing. I wanted to mention it because the kid actors here, they did a really great job in this scene. I'm sure it was super stressful to learn and practice, and each mess up would have been a lot to reset. So it's definitely a noteworthy scene for me. When Chris tries to run somewhere else, he finds himself back in the waiting room, and each time he tries to leave, he's just transported back. For some reason, Gilbert Gottfried takes Chris back to the radio room, and we see him do that radio voice, and man, it blew my mind to hear this voice come out of this man.
We're on the air live, so to speak. This is station 109.1 at the end of your radio dial for spirits at the end of their ropes.
I made that up.
Hearing him like this it's wrong. I don't like it. This ain't my Iago. You know what I'm saying? So Gottfried leaves Chris in the radio room while he takes care of some deadly business. And Chris sees this as his chance to try and get some help. He uses the radio to overtake a station that Jamie is listening to, and he begs his brother for help.
Jamie, this is Chris. Man, I hope you're listening to this. I'm trapped at the radio station. They think I'm dead, and they're gonna make me go to the afterlife.
Say what?
This isn't a joke.
Initially, he thinks it's all a prank, but the old man Corcoran keeps popping up and scaring him and begging him for help as well, so eventually, Gosling is forced to leave Chris.
Please don't run away. I need help. And so does your brother.
There's a quick scene where Chris is trying to convince Gilbert Gottfried that he's innocent, and Gilbert just goes off and rants. It's so funny.
Mister, you gotta listen to me.
Roy. The name is Roy.
Roy, you got the wrong guy.
Boy, if I had a dime for every time somebody tried to weasel out of dead, it would actually do me no good at all, because I'm dead. What do I need money for? What am I gonna do? I'm dead. What am I gonna do? Buy gum?
But you're making a mistake.
I don't make mistakes, buddy boy. When I was alive, I worked for the Department of Motor Vehicles.
948279.
But now Chris's number is up, and as he's being dragged to the death doors, Gosling and Corcoran burst in and shout that Chris is still alive, and this is how Gilbert Gottfried reacts.
Really?
Yes, finally.
Yeah, I don't think so.
So, Chris is dead. The end. Just kidding.
Chris, are you okay? Yeah. They rejected me. They said I wasn't dead.
Uh-oh.
They also said they wanted to have a word with you.
Oh, great. There goes my pension.
The boys set the record straight, and then we see Chris and Corcoran swap places, so Corcoran is going towards his afterlife, and it's kind of beautiful. The light shines back on him with warmth, and the music calms as he steps forward. His eyes never leave the sight that only he can see, and then he steps through the doors.
If you led a good life, it's the best thing going.
We get one quick scene showing that Chris is no longer super obsessed with death, and also he dresses like Arthur now, and that is where this episode ends. Now, obviously, with this story, Stig is accepted into the Midnight Society and made an official member, and with two incredible back-to-back stories, I'm glad he was brought in for this final season. This episode is everything that I love about this show. I feel a very similar way with this episode as I do with the tale of the Bookish Babysitter. They're very different episodes, clearly, but for me they each tell stories that elevate the concept of the show in such a special way. With the tale of Station 109.1, we get dragged into a whole world that's hidden behind death. As Chris goes through the waiting room, it feels like this place is faking at being familiar. And as we see pieces of the afterlife and learn small bits of information about what's beyond, it doesn't feel like padding meant to just give us an easy answer, but rather an established and only partially comforting truth that we can't fully realize. This is all delivered to us through a lost kid who's mistakenly tossed into the ether, and all ending with that beautiful departure from Old Man Corcoran. For me, this is a nearly perfect story, and will without a doubt be getting a perfect 10 out of 10. The episode did have some decent scares with the old ghosts wandering around, and then all the uneasy moments with Gilbert Gottfried's character, and all the terrifying screams of people as they're dragged into those death doors. It's not like the most terrifying thing in the world, but I'd say it is a solid 6 out of 10. And that only leaves us with some bonus points. And I'm going with a full 5 out of 5 for this one. I loved so much in this episode. It's so rad to see young Ryan Gosling, and I'll always be a fan of Gilbert Gottfried, so some easy points there. And then there's the snap bracelet, which, you gotta give a point for pure style there. There's Gilbert Gottfried's radio voice, the beautiful ending scene with Old Man Corcoran, the really awesome design for the death door. Like, there's just so much that I love. So definitely full marks on this one. Which means that twice in a row now, Stig absolutely killed it and earned the tale of Station 109.1, a total of 21 out of 25 points. Episode 4 gives us Betty Ann's first story of the season. Last season, it felt like Kiki took some inspiration from one of Betty Ann's stories to create the tale of the Closet Keepers, but for this episode, those roles feel a little bit reversed. All the way back in season 1, Kiki gave us the tale of the Captured Souls, a story about mirrors that sucked out people's life force in order to keep this goofy-haired little goober young forever. So now, let's keep that story in mind as we dive into this episode called The Tale of the Mystical Mirror. In a quick intro scene, we see a girl running from someone in the woods. Her running doesn't last too long as she's captured and falls a few seconds later. Her screams of terror then oddly transform into barks. This episode is all about beauty. The main characters, Laurel and Cindy, go to a beauty shop where Laurel works. We also meet the coworker named Vicky, and a few minutes later, the shop owner named Miss Valentini. She invites the girls to a fashion party at her house, but first she offers Cindy a job. And of course, that means that Cindy will have to get a whole new look.
Little blush and you'll look great. I'll look like Zero the Clown. You won't.
Cindy gets that full transformation, but then Miss Valentini is suddenly feeling faint. So she heads to a back room where Cindy watches her cradle a strange, glowing mirror. Dare I say, a mystical mirror. Also, every time it shows this mirror, it does a little chime, so you know it's gotta be at least a little bit important. Also, Cindy is given a little makeup kit that has a pocket mirror in it, and that is important for a little bit later on, so I've got to mention it now. That night, Vicky, the coworker, meets with Valentini before the other girls get to her house. But Valentini clearly has no good intentions, and it's not even subtle about it from here on out, because she gives Vicky the mirror and begins to hypnotize her, offering her beauty and youth, all at the cost of taking a drink from some strange goblet. But when Vicky drinks, she falls to the ground. We get a pretty cool and creepy POV shot as Miss Valentini taunts Vicky, but that ends, and as Vicky screams, we see her eyes begin to glow with those beautiful 90s special effects. Effects like these, just simple and dirty, always give me like that little nostalgic kick. Stuff like this was all over the place when I was a kid, so it's so fun to see again coming up now. A little bit later on, Laurel and Cindy show up, but Miss Valentini says that Vicky was a no-show for the fashion party.
But she never showed up. I was so disappointed.
Laurel gets right to the new fashion line, but Cindy has a bad feeling as she notices a watch that Vicky was wearing that day is discarded on the floor. So she says that she has to go to the bathroom and begins to explore Valentini's house. We see some pictures of Valentini's pageant winnings, which seem cool, only they're each like 20 years apart. So, dang, Valentini's looking pretty good for her age. But Cindy also notices that there are no mirrors in the entire house, other than the mystical one in the main room.
How can you be so vain and not have a mirror in your bathroom?
Fortunately, Cindy's got that pocket mirror, so she pops it open, only to be jump scared as the reflection of Valentini's picture shows her now as an old lady. It's so funny because even like the painting shows up all old, like someone painted this, but it's still affected by the magic for some reason. And then Valentini herself is also showing up as an old lady in the reflection, which is pretty fun.
Something wrong?
Also, while Cindy was snooping, Laurel just gets hypnotized, so that's good. Laurel is following in Vicky's footsteps and takes a sip from that same goblet a moment before Cindy bangs on a window and forces Laurel to run away from Miss Valentini with her. They run into the woods, but it seems like that sip from the goblet was enough because Laurel falls to the ground and gets her eyes all glowy, and then a second later she's replaced with a cute little husky. Miss Valentini takes the Laurel dog and puts her in a cage with the Vicky dog and the intro girl dog, and then she begins to do some kind of ritual.
3 tongues of dog that spoke as woman fair. Your beauty will live in me eternally.
So the first thing that Valentini has to do is cut out the tongues from the dogs. So she's like super evil. But as she's distracted taunting the dogs, Cindy sneaks up and grabs the mirror. She threatens to smash it, but we get the whole bargaining thing from Valentini that you'd probably expect. She offers Cindy beauty and youth and all of that, but only if she doesn't smash the mirror. But Cindy is apparently incredibly mentally healthy because she knows that she doesn't need outside beauty and decides that friendship is the true thing worth fighting for.
What do you really want?
What I want.
Yes. Tell me.
What I really want.
My friend back.
And then we get the greatest and by far scariest scene in this episode. As the magic from the mirror fades, Miss Valentini deteriorates into a skeleton and then down into bones. It's really freaky, but the thing that made it even more scary was Cindy's reaction to this happening, because it feels so real that I was actually put a little bit on edge. Like, it didn't feel like acting at this part, which has to be the highest praise that I could give to an actor. But her reaction, it's just pure terror as Valentini turns into bones. The 3 dog girls turn back into human girls and they stare at the smoldering Valentini, and that's the end. I gotta say, I didn't love this episode. I didn't hate it, but it was one of the weaker episodes that we've seen in quite some time. The message is great, but the execution is pretty rough. For some reason, it felt like everyone in this episode just whispered their lines, so it was also kind of hard to hear at times, and each beat of the story, it kind of felt like it was taking the most obvious and predictable path possible. It was an overall okay story, but I'd call it a perfectly like middle of the line time, so 5 out of 10. I feel pretty similar about the scares for this one. There weren't a lot of scary bits, the camera POV stood out a little bit, and then that ending of course was pretty rad, but otherwise there weren't too many spooky moments. For that end scene alone, I'll go with another perfectly middle of the line, 5 out of 10. It's just a perfectly mid-feeling episode for me, so that will just leave us with the bonuses. I've got to give a point for that Zebo mention, and the fun special effects will definitely earn a point as well. I'll do another for that end scene. I mean, it's just such a rad effect. It's a cool scene all in all, and the acting there is awesome, so definitely worth a point. And that'll be 3 out of 5 bonus points, which will leave the Tale of the Mystical Mirror with a middle of the line score of 13 out of 25. In episode 5, something happens that has yet to occur in this series. Right off the bat, we've got to visit the closet of terrible 90s fashion because for the first time, at least that I've paid attention to, it's Tucker who's wearing the terrible multicolor striped and uneven patterned absolutely travesty of a shirt. Instead of the calcium powder, they should have thrown this thing in the fire to make the flames grow because it's just awful. But other than his ugly shirt, Tucker's also here to tell us his scary story, the tale of Prisoner's Past. With this story, Tucker keeps up his theme of brothers who don't always see eye to eye. This time we've got two stepbrothers, one named Jason, who's the classic nerdy guy, captain of the chess club, a bit scrawny, always wearing glasses and overanalyzing every situation, while his stepbrother Scott is the polar opposite, being the average, overconfident jock who's also a little bit of a bully. The dynamic of these two is so strange, but I really liked it. It felt like the actors were actually really good friends, not the characters they were playing. Like, clearly they're supposed to be constantly butting heads and getting on each other's nerves, but as these two interact, it just felt to me like two close friends who were having the occasional argument, but ultimately enjoyed being around each other. Like I said, it was a little bit strange, but I found myself cheering for their friendship as the episode went on. I've also got to mention Scott, just in general. His acting is so funny and over the top. Basically every scene he's in is just him hamming it up, and I loved it the entire time. So the brothers go on a school tour of a local prison that was shut down like 50 years ago. But as they argue over buying some t-shirts, Jason swipes Scott's $10 bill and runs deeper into the prison. Of course, Scott chases him, so now the brothers are separated from the rest of the group. There's one part where Scott runs through a door that's covered in cobwebs and Jason makes fun of him, but Jason also got into the room first somehow and avoided the webs? I don't know how. I mean, I guess he's got the looks of like the classic Peter Parker, so maybe we've just got a young Spider-Man on our hands. Dino, cut that joke if it sucks. Dino, cut that joke if it sucks. And then you cut me off there, so it's like, see, we're incepting the joke. You didn't actually even cut off my joke. I cut it off myself with my superior acting skills, but you can make it look like it's an edit. Boom, dude. That's showbiz, baby. That's showbiz, baby. As they wander through the halls, they find one cell that seems to have a prisoner still inside.
Robbed a bank, but I done my time and more.
Wow, that's cute.
I think this dude was pretty scary. He's called One-Eyed Jack, probably due to him having only one eye and also being named Jack, and he begs the boys to unlatch his cell so that he can finally be free. But when they do, Jack just laughs and then disappears.
Man, that was awesome.
Let's get out.
One-Eyed Jack was pretty scary this episode. He's always framed looming over the boys and just seems dirty and dangerous. He appears behind the boys and demands that they enter his cell. But the brothers think quick, and instead they dash away. Unfortunately, not even doors can stop One-Eyed Jack, since he's definitely a ghost. The boys keep running until they finally get back to their teacher, and the field trip ends. Back at home, the brothers are talking about Jack and trying to figure out exactly what he was.
We saw some new exhibit, a movie, a hologram, something.
You think?
What do you think it was? A ghost?
Yeah, that is kind of dumb, huh?
Yeah, you know what else is really dumb?
No, what?
Never, ever take money from me.
But they realize that a ghost is exactly what Jack is when he opens their window in the middle of the night, and when the boys get up to close it, he grabs Jason. I have to admit, this scene made me jump on this latest watch through like As an adult, I jumped at a kid's show, and One-Eyed Jack actually kind of scared me for like a second. So maybe I should admit that. Dino, cut that too. Fortunately, One-Eyed Jack disappears after the parents come into the room, but I did start to notice that with each appearance of this ghost, the brothers start to get along a little bit more. They keep their differences, but just find that they can actually rely on each other in these kinds of situations, just like you would hope that you could from your brother. They go to the library the next day and search through newspaper articles until they find an entry from 1942 about One-Eyed Jack. Apparently, he was the only prisoner to ever escape from that prison. He was never found, and even 50 years later, he's thought to be old and on the run. However, they do find that Jack's daughter lives nearby, so they head there to see if she has any information for them. Now, while I may have jumped at One-Eyed Jack, all I could do was laugh at his daughter. This part was so funny. I have expected that Jack's daughter would also have just one eye, like, you know, as a funny little bit in this show. But no, she's got two eyes. And she also has two freaking canes. So we've got One-Eyed Jack and his two-caned daughter. I love it. But the daughter wants nothing to do with the boys, so she just kicks them off of her property.
You hear me? Don't you ever come back!
When they get home, we see the point of view of the stalking ghost, and a few seconds later, Scott is grabbed through his bedroom door and dragged away. And I love how they leave his shoes behind when he's grabbed. It's such cartoon logic, and it made me laugh so hard. This episode was really funny. Jason chases after his brother and winds up back at the prison, and would you look at that? The door opens by itself. That's such a welcoming sign. He finds Scott passed out in One-Eyed Jack's cell, and we get a cute little bonding moment as Jason says that he didn't even think, and he just ran after Scott to try and help his brother. It's cute. But then as they try to leave, the cell is blocked, and the boys are trapped inside. They see a rat, and just listen to this line delivery. It was so funny to me for some reason.
What? I just saw the biggest, fattest rat I have ever seen.
Where'd it go?
Scott is such a ham. The boys watch the rat escape behind the toilet and realize that One-Eyed Jack must have made a tunnel in his cell to escape through. So they move the toilet, and boom, there's the secret tunnel. They begin to crawl through the tunnel, but it gets super narrow, and Jason realizes that the path ahead is blocked by something. Scott shines his flashlight on the object and... the tunnel collapses, and they and the skeleton crash into the prison mess hall where the ghost of Jack is waiting. He thanks the boys for finally freeing him, saying that he did too good of a job covering his tracks, but then he got stuck while trying to escape, so he never actually escaped, and he was never trying to trick the boys into taking his place in prison. He just wanted someone to finally find his body and tell his daughter what happened to him.
Sorry, putting you through all that, boys.
That's no problem. We're just gonna go now.
As a final request, he asks them to take a photo from his pocket and bring it to his daughter so that she can finally have some closure.
After all those years, One-Eyed Jack's daughter finally found out what happened to her father, and she too found some peace.
Thank you, boys. Thank you.
And with that, the episode ends. A lot of times in the show, I find myself loving the monsters or bad guys, or really just the weird characters. But for this one, I really liked our main duo. They might not have been the best actors, but I loved their overacting and their entire dynamic. They've got a pretty good story arc as their bond of brotherhood grows, and it fits into the full episode's narrative of finding and freeing One-Eyed Jack really well. Jack's story was also pretty compelling. I like that he wasn't really a bad guy, but he was just trying to give his family some closure of himself. It was a cool little twist. So for this story, I'll be going with a really solid score of 8 out of 10. It also had some decent scary moments. Everything with Jack was a bit frightening. Him coming through the doors was great, and then grabbing Jason out the window was a good scare. There's also, like, his skeleton showing up. That was a little bit scary, especially for a kid's show. So I'm thinking we're gonna go with a 6 out of 10 for the scares. And for a few bonuses, I'll do one for Scott since I loved his overacting so much. I'll do another for the shoe scene. It was just really funny and I didn't expect it. And I want to do another for the delivery of
I just saw the biggest, fattest rat I have ever seen.
That line, it's going to be living in my head for years to come. And I'll do a final point for One-Eyed Jack and his two-caned daughter. They're a duo that's definitely worth a point. So 4 out of 5 bonus points, which leaves Tucker and the Tale of Prisoners Past with a total score of 18 out of 25. This was a really fun episode. So we've been watching the show together for 5 seasons now. That's 57 episodes so far. So you've probably picked up on my tastes with certain types of stories. So I don't think it's too surprising when I say that tragic love horror is not the strong suit in this series. We've gotten some great episodes and great stories within the genre. Some of my favorite stories, in fact, with The Tale of the Dream Girl, The Prom Queen, and this season's Jagged Sign. But even with these stories, when I watch these episodes, I find I'm usually left wanting a little bit more. Maybe if the stories were a bit longer, or even slightly less complex, then they could really breathe and fill in those small missing bits that this show's other horror genres usually excels in. Well, the next storyteller is Sam, so you know what that means. We've already had one tragic love story this season, and it looks like we'll be getting another with The Tale of C7. I won't lie, watching this episode, I went in with really low expectations. I didn't remember this one at all, so that's a bad sign. But as the episode began, I immediately knew that this could be the love story that has it all. From the first scene, the music begins to swell. It's nothing crazy right now, but it's a constant build in the entire episode. This episode is all about music, and it seems like they pulled out all the steps for this episode's compositions. I'll point out moments when it really stands out, but really the whole episode has music that I thought was really, really well done. And that's not the only thing that sets this one apart, because the camera work has a similar purpose and style. It's not as good as the music, but they clearly had a few things in mind with the cinematography, and you can feel that purpose in even simple POV shots or tilted zooms. This episode is about a family that moves into an old inn. Mostly we follow a boy named Jason, but he also has a younger sister named Lisa that gets wrangled up in the story. And before anything else, we have to visit the 90s fashion furnace because holy cow, this family is helpless. The mom shirt is some floral printed Rorschach that just looks like brown mush if you look at it in the wrong light. But somehow, this isn't even the worst thing in this episode because Lisa comes in swinging with this absolute abomination of rainbow and cheetah print, a matching t-shirt and pair of capris, all trying to be hidden by that purple striped shirt. But it ain't working. That shirt is hiding nothing. We can see whatever this thing is, and staring at it is harder to comprehend than understanding Lovecraftian languages. This has to be the worst thing we've seen in this series so far. Season 5 really is pulling out all the stops, man. What a nightmare. Anyway, the fashion isn't the only thing that's scary in this episode because the family finds a stuck door in one of the rooms, and it reminded me just a little bit of The Sixth Sense. Really just like the look of the doorknob, except not red, and then the fact that the door doesn't budge at all when they try to move it. It just had that vibe, I guess. But that night, Jason wakes up when he hears someone singing. This is one of those music parts I was talking about. It's so haunting and beautiful with those eerie wails and moans coming from the distance. So Jason heads downstairs where he gets startled by
What are you doing?
Did you hear that music?
No, what music?
It came from down there.
It's just his mom, and she says that Jason must have had a bad dream. That is, until they look over and find that Lisa is standing there, staring at the nearby lake. And the way it's shot is so cool and creepy.
Can't you hear the music?
Told you.
The next morning, they find that the stuck door is now open, and inside they find an old jukebox. Once Jason turns it on and the music begins to play, we see the point of view of a ghost as it begins to wander from the water. But once the jukebox shorts out and the music turns off, the point of view retreats. I'd say Sam got some inspiration from the Tale of the Dark music all the way back in season 1, but I mean, she wasn't even there, so it's totally impossible for that to have been her inspiration. This is her original tale. Jason decides to fix up the jukebox and he gets it operational not too long later. All the tracks play except for the song on C7. But as the music from the other tracks play, the thing from the water crawls out again, and this time it peers in through the window. Jason startles backwards and bumps the jukebox off, so the girl disappears, leaving behind only a trail of water. But the night's not over because there's one more scare that Jason has to suffer through.
Jason, you've got to stop doing that.
Did you see that girl?
What girl?
The next night, the jukebox turns on again, but this time the ghost is even closer, and I love how this whole scene is framed in purple light from the jukebox. It makes the whole thing feel a little more dreamlike and ethereal. Jason is startled, which causes him to bump off the jukebox again, and the music here reminded me a lot of John Carpenter's The Thing.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Jason's mom drops this line that she thinks maybe he's been sleepwalking again, which means that Jason has a history, so I thought that they would lean into this at some point, or that it was some kind of clue for what was to come, but nope, this is just a throwaway bit of Jason lore, so he used to sleepwalk. That's cool. Things only get worse as the next day Lisa steals the rowboat and tries to row out into the middle of the lake. Fortunately, she doesn't get too far, but she does mumble something about hearing singing from a pretty lady that came from the middle of the lake. But when the girl saw Lisa, she just began to cry and stated that she was heartbroken and can't move on because she never got her promised last dance. So obviously, this place that they've moved into has a history, and the mom knows all about it. But hold on. What's that Lisa's reading? Is that a Ghastly Grinner comic book? Dude, that's so sick. All right, bonus point. Bonus point there. No, wait, we're not at the bonus point section yet. Let's talk about the ghosts. We see the story of a soldier who was about to finish his deployment, so his family set up a huge party to celebrate his homecoming. They invited everyone, including the woman that the soldier was in love with. But on that very night, as the party was about to begin, they receive a telegram saying that the soldier died in an ambush, so he won't be coming home. The love of his life was so distraught that she takes a canoe to the middle of the lake to cry, but it tips and she drowns.
There was a storm that night, and his girlfriend's canoe washed up on the shore, empty.
That night, the mother goes to work, so Jason continues to work on the jukebox while Lisa keeps on reading about this neat little Ghastly Grinner fella. Jason is really trying to figure out what the issue is with C7, so he focuses in, which makes it so that he doesn't notice as Lisa stands up and mutters about warning the girl on the lake before she walks away. After a few minutes, Jason notices that Lisa is gone, and he realizes that the rowboat is now missing as well. He calls the police, but starts to ramble about ghosts, so they hang up on him. But the cops are the least of his worries because the ghost has now made it inside. Jason has a sudden realization of what the ghost must want. He goes to the jukebox and presses down C7, and this time, the jukebox works perfectly. And we see as a song titled The Last Dance begins to play. As the song plays, the room around Jason transforms. We're taken to the party of the soldier, and everyone is here. All the spirits of the soldier's loved ones and family are there together, even the soldier himself. But there's one person who's been missing for all these decades. The music in the entire episode has been fantastic, and it all culminates here as the song swells and we watch as the girl from the lake enters the inn and finally reunites with her love.
Tommy?
Excuse me, buddy.
After not too long, the girl thanks Jason and the spirits all around him fade and he ends up back in his own house. But the scares aren't quite over.
We have got to stop scaring each other like this.
After the final mom jump scare, Jason remembers his missing sister, so he and his mom rush to the lake to try and find her. The mom here acts so well, and it kind of freaked me out because she is screaming and frantic, and I don't know, it was really good acting, like that last actress in the Mystical Mirror episode. It just felt like a woman screaming and freaking out about her missing child, and yeah, that's pretty scary. But then Lisa she pops up wearing the overalls and shirt of a freaking watermelon, but she says the ghost saved her from drowning, so it's all good now. The family head inside, and it's a great happy ending. Just before we talk about this episode, there's one thing that I didn't really have a good chance to mention. In the intro, Sam talks about how she chooses her stories, and she shows off that she collects trinkets from family members that help to give her inspiration. The ring from the Tale of the Dream Girl once belonged to Sam's actual brother, and the locket from Watcher's Woods belonged to her grandmother. It's kind of cool, but, not really relevant to the story. I just wanted to mention it here. And something else that I really liked about this episode is the name itself. Like, there's a little bit more to it than some of the others have had so far. Technically, it's called The Tale of C7, but as we watch the episode, we realize what C7 is and what it means. In a way, this episode could just as easily be referred to as The Tale of the Last Dance. It fits just as well, but we had to uncover the mystery of C7 in order to come to that realization. As for the story of this episode, well, it's clearly a tragic love story, and I absolutely loved it. This one kind of felt like the love story was the side aspect of the episode, as it focused on the more poltergeisty ghost story moments right up until the climactic reunion of the ghosts. It did a great job of unraveling the mystery of the jukebox and intertwining it with the ghost, and the way that they hinted to us about what Lisa was seeing without us actually seeing it was really cool storytelling, and it worked really well with the mystery. I loved this one. It's gotta be a 9 out of 10. And, like I mentioned, it did feel like it focused more on the ghosts, so this one did give us some really good scares. There was a lot of eerie camera work and uncomfortable line deliveries, not to mention the POV shots of the ghosts and the few ghost jump scares that we got. And of course the 3 mom jump scares, those are the most terrifying of horror. I'm thinking that this episode will get a solid 8 out of 10 for the scares. For some bonus points as well, there's a lot I loved in this episode, but let's start with the music. Every scene felt so perfectly scored, and multiple times in this episode, there were tracks that really stood out to me. So I'm gonna do 2 points for the music. Another point for the really cool camera work and lighting in this episode. I love all the twisty angles and purple lights. They were really cool. We'll do another for that rad Ghastly Grinner comic. You be careful not to put that in the microwave, Lisa. You hear me? Don't do it. Yeah, I'm sure she'll be fine. And I'll do a final point for the 3 mom jump scares. It was a great running bit, so that's 5 out of 5 bonus points, which will leave The Tale of C7 as one of my favorite tragic love stories in this series, with a total score of 22 out of 25. Episode 7 puts us at the halfway point of the season, and at this peak of Season 5, it's Tucker's turn to give us a story. I sure hope it's a good one. And not one of the weakest told stories in the entire series. that sure would be a shame. Anyway, this is the tale of the Manaha, a story of woods and monsters, and most of all, a troop of misfit summer campers. So, the biggest issue I have with this episode is the pacing. It starts off a little bit hard to notice, but it becomes more and more blatant as the episode progresses. But there are hints of that poor pacing even in the intro. We meet the troop, and it's all the expected troop tropes. One kid is a wimp, one is a slob, one is chubby, one is this guy, his Dave, I don't know, one is Dave. And then they have an instructor who clearly got a little bit too into JROTC and now just yells and acts like he's in a boot camp. I don't mind shows reusing classic tropes, but instead of taking a little bit of time to establish the characters, they have to instantly give you a rundown of their traits before we meet the final and most normal member of the troop, who's a boy named Jonah. The only two people that we need to know the names of in this episode are Jonah and the instructor Lonnie. Everyone else only gets hype man lines, and then we get scenes of the slob kid being gross and the chubby kitty, and like it's classic stuff, really. We do get another glimpse of that Ghastly Grinner comic, though, so, I mean, hey, this episode isn't all bad. But it is only a glimpse, leaving us longing for more. The troop is headed out on a spirit quest hike, and also they're heading to the ranger station. There's always so much going on, and it moves incredibly quickly, so their goal, it doesn't really matter. It all just gets thrown at us. We do meet the camp instructor briefly, and one thing I do know is that for sure, this dude has been on a few too many vision quests, judging by the way that he talks about them.
You boys are about to embark on a vision quest, a test of endurance, intelligence, and courage. None of you have ever spent the night in the forest. It's an experience you'll never forget.
A really important thing in this episode is Jonah's survival book. But, man, they use this thing so poorly. They give us a few survival tips here and there, but it's so underplayed that by the time the important thing happens, so much more has gone on that it's hard to care about the book at all. Oh, and the author's name is Oscar Butts. So, that's funny. There's some humor.
How to Survive in the Bush by Oscar Butts.
So on their vision quest, Lonnie shoves Jonah and causes his bag to fall down a steep slope. Lonnie forces Jonah to go get it, and while at the bottom, he finds the entrance to a hidden cave. I told you, things just sort of move, so try to keep up, and if you get confused, then know I am too. Alright, I'm also confused. In the cave, there are a bunch of paintings and an idol of some creature cradling his knees, and then this shaman appears out of nowhere.
Beware, the Manaha have returned. They have once again smelled the scent of human flesh, and they hunger. You must leave this place forever.
The rest of the troop climb down and join Jonah, but when they arrive, the shaman vanishes, so they don't believe Jonah about anything that happened, especially not these Manaha creatures that he suddenly keeps bringing up. But Lonnie does think that the idol will get them some good cash, so he grabs it to take it with them on the hike. Only it's really heavy, so he ends up just hiding it on the trail a little bit later and says he'll grab it on their way back from the vision quest. And now they go to the ranger station. I don't know why, but the ranger isn't there, and Jonah is convinced that the Manaha got him. But then the ranger just walks in. Turns out he was just out for a walk.
It's the Manaha! They got the ranger! We gotta get out of here!
Is there anything wrong?
Man, great job on that scream. Jonah really put his all into this one. So the troop head backs out, and while gathering firewood, we see something is stalking in the woods behind Lonnie. A bit later, we get one of those fun, fast-forward point-of-view shots as something rushes at Lonnie, and he blows his whistle to try and get the troop to help him. They run into the woods, but Lonnie is now gone, and all they find is his whistle and this insane, giant footprint. So now, Obviously, the rest of the boys believe Jonah's Manaha stories, so they decide to run back to the ranger station for help. But as they leave, Jonah notices the giant footprint just disappears. So that's weird. The boys get to the station, but it's been ransacked and the radio has been completely destroyed. It must be the Manaha. But once again, as the boys run into the woods, Jonah notices as the station unransacks itself. Like an attack never happened at all. Something weird is definitely going on here.
Guys, something really weird is going on.
Yeah, tell me about it.
The path in the forest is strangely blocked, and Jonah realizes that the Manaha are trying to trap the troop. So they just immediately split up, like not a moment of hesitation. But don't worry, because all the boys instantly find each other again, except the chubby kid who gets gotten by the Manaha. The troop goes after the chubby kid, and they end up finding the idol sitting on the path, and now it's glowing. And then Jonah has some weird realization, and it didn't make sense for him to have it all. It's so dumb. Like 10 minutes previously, Jonah read a chapter from that Butts guy, and in the survival book, it said the key to survival was knowing that fear is only in your mind. That's such terrible survival advice. Like believing fear is only in your mind, ignoring all of your instincts that something terrifying is surrounding you or stalking you, or something bad might happen at your campsite. You know, like something might catch fire. You can have a fear of something catching fire. You can have a fear there's a bear around there. Those are valid fears. Those aren't in your head. Those are valid. Prepare for them. It's terrible advice. Oscar Butts should never sell another book. It's all in your mind. So now Jonah takes that lesson and he decides that it applies here somehow.
There's more going on here than we think.
He rushes into the woods where he just stumbles upon the kidnapped Lonnie, Chubby Kid, and Ranger, and it turns out that the shaman from the cave was the bad guy the whole time.
I warned you to leave. Now it is too late.
But Jonah has realized that he can use the power of the idol to control the Manaha. He uses them to scare the shaman until he runs back into the cave. And the shaman tries to defend himself, but Jonah is an expert in magic now.
Maybe you don't know as much about magic as you think.
Who knows how Jonah knows anything about magic? Maybe Butts is also a wizard and it's in the survival spell book. That's dumb. So Jonah puts the statue back and locks the shaman back into his magical cave prison, and then he leaves. Everyone gets back together, and we see that Jonah never actually controlled the Manaha at all, and it was just the other troop members pretending the whole time. And that's the end. Oh, and the mean instructor Lonnie learned his lesson, and he carries the bags now. So that's pretty funny, and that's the actual end. So yeah, I just didn't like this one very much. This episode, it needed another part or like half of the plot points that it has, because it moved so fast and tried to fit in so much that everything suffered in the end, and it just felt messy and at times really confusing. The way they defeat the monster is fine. I like the idea of pretending to use magic against a shaman, and I like the idea of not believing or not fearing something which will make that thing become not real. But the way we get to those story beats shouldn't have come from some random survival book, and it should have been outlined throughout the troop's hike or vision quest in some way. I don't know, I just felt like this whole thing was a bit rushed, and it was off throughout the entire episode. So for the story, I'm only going to give it a 2 out of 10. It had some okay scares, nothing over the top or anything, but the woods were kind of spooky, and the Manaha stalking scenes were pretty scary. The shaman was also kind of scary. I just like how evil he is. But like I said, nothing was over the top, so I think we'll just go straight in the middle with a 5 out of 10. And I've only got one bonus point to give this episode, and that's for the Ghastly Grinner comic. It's a great callback, and, you know, it's just as fun as seeing some Zebo props around. So 1 out of 5 bonus point, which will leave Tucker's final story with another pretty low score of 8 out of 25. Isn't it crazy that we've gone through more than half of the season without hearing from the Midnight Society's leader? Well, they're making up for that now, as first we get Tucker's impression of Gary.
Come on, guys, no fighting. The rules say no fighting, so no fighting.
So, Gar, what's your story about tonight?
It's about magic. I love magic, and you do too.
And then we get to hear from the man himself, with the tale of Badge. This one has a girl named Gwen who's got a younger brother named Trevor who seems to be the golden child of the family. It's Gwen's birthday. Actually, this whole episode is Gwen's birthday, so that's something to keep in mind. But despite it being cake time, Trevor walks in with a blue ribbon for something or another, and the family swoons to him with their praises. So Gwen's feeling a little bit bummed out.
How come he got all the brains? And all I get is ordinary.
But their grandmother comes in clutch with a gift and a quick bit of family history. The gift is this large red gem, which Granny pulls out of a box with the word badge on its top. And she calls this gem a jasper. And she says that when she was 16, her grandmother gave her a jasper, and her grandmother gave her one before, and, etc., going back as far as can be remembered. She's about to go over more history from their personal family history book, but Gwen's parents come marching in saying that Gwen's band teacher just called and informed them that she quit the band.
I wasn't any good.
Oh, you couldn't be more wrong. Music is your gift, I know.
So now the parents have to go meet with the band teacher, and it's also Granny's chess club night, so Gwen is forced to babysit her younger brother on her birthday.
Happy birthday, sweetie.
Thanks, Dad.
Trevor is a bit of a troublemaker, so he waits a whole 3 seconds before everyone's gone and Gwen gets distracted, and then he breaks into Granny's room and immediately goes for the badge box. He finds a flute and a crystal inside, but then he drops the crystal and makes a lot of noise, and then he decides to hide it outside the window instead of putting the box back in the drawer that he got it from. And then the box starts vaping, and the wind outside starts picking up as fog covers all the windows, and then the power goes out. And this part was so well done. It felt really creepy, because Gwen is slowly walking through the house, looking for Trevor, when she hears a knock coming from the front door. The whole scene has no music, so it's eerily quiet, and then this knock interrupts the quiet, and a man's voice calls out, asking if he can come in and saying that there's been an accident outside. But the voice is a little bit off. It speaks in occasionally jumbled words, and Gwen can't see anyone when she looks out of the peephole. So she yells that she's going to call the cops for help, but won't let the stranger in. The voice stays quiet, and then the doorknob starts to move. It's all such a great scene. It's intense and really feels like kids dealing with a stranger at the door. But when the knob moves, Granny's voice calls from the door saying that she forgot something, so this all must just be a false alarm. Gwen opens the door, and then...
Returned has
Badge grabs Gwen and demands she gives him something called the Setterwind. Gwen has no clue what he's talking about. This whole sequence was a bit funny as Trevor tries to come to the rescue, but his line delivery is just a bit off, and it made me laugh.
Let her go!
Where is it?
And then Trevor goes from hero to hostage in an instant, and Badge forces him through the front door void portal. So, good try, Trevor. We'll give him another ribbon for doing his best. Gwen follows Badge and Trevor through the void and ends up in Badge's garden, which is this strange dimension covered in vines and bubbling liquids. Oh, and hundreds of Badge's hanged dead victims. So, that's pretty rad. We get some monologuing from Badge and learn that he's been trapped for hundreds of years. And this is the first really good look at Badge that we get. And he is so cool. I love his design. Like, he's some rabid humanoid weasel. I love his yellow teeth and his eyes, how his left eye's kind of off and wonky. I love his strangely ordinary voice and the way that he jumbles up his words and the way he's always laughing and reveling in every moment. It's so great and such an awesome design. He's got to be one of my top favorite villains for the show. Anyway, Badge tells Gwen that the only way she'll get Trevor back is if she trades for the Setterwind, and then she's kicked out of the garden. Gwen tries the phone, but it's still not working, and then she starts to go looking through Granny's things to try and find some kind of help or clues as to how to defeat Badge. She ends up finding that history book that Granny was going to talk about her with, and inside is the history of all the Jasper wielders in their family. And these individuals are all known as Setterwinds. There's also a little incantation in the book, so that's pretty convenient, because now Gwen thinks that she has a way to re-trap Badge.
I don't believe this.
Gwen confidently walks back into Badge's garden and recites the incantation. And nothing happens. Well, her Jasper lights up a little bit, but nothing more than that.
Young you are, Setterwind power not yet strong.
Fortunately, Granny's chess club ended, so she's come back home and realizes that something is very wrong. She does some kind of something, I don't know, magic, and she's able to pull Gwen out of the garden, but in return she gets trapped inside in Gwen's place. But just before Gwen is pulled out, Granny gives her a little hint as to how to achieve her full powers.
Play the song, Gwen. Music is your gift. The song.
There's not a lot of episode left, so really quickly Gwen has the mystery of what the song is, and then she looks at the box and realizes that the name Badge is written inside of a music stave. So she puts it together that Badge is the name, but also the notes that she has to play. It's a really fun mystery. I wish they let it breathe a little bit more, but I do still like it even though it was a little rushed. Gwen plays the notes and reactivates the crystal prison, which drags Badge back inside.
We're going back in the box.
As soon as Badge is gone, Trevor walks back into the house, and then Granny does a second later and talks about how she and Gwen are guardians of Badge. And then she erases Trevor's mind, and that's it.
Hi, Wally. What's in the box? Oh, nothing for a nosy little boy.
I love this episode, and most of that love comes straight from Badge. He's such a rad villain. He reminds me of Cutter with his mannerisms, like the way they both laugh and smile when fighting or when in these really tense situations. It's just such a fun type of villain. The story is pretty good, although it does have its issues. It moves pretty quick, and the story is very layered. It's much better done than the Manaha, but it's still got a case of biting off a little bit more than the story could chew. It still does give us a great bit of family lore with magic and an ancient bad guy that has a dimension-shifting garden, though, and I still had a great time watching it, so this one will be getting a 7 out of 10. I wouldn't say that this was the most scary of episodes, but it's got to be up there for the most intense episode. That door scene alone carried a lot of weight for me in that intensity, and then there's just everything that Badge says. It always feels like he's in control and he's already won. Otherwise, the hanging skeletons were pretty scary, and we'll combine all that for a total scare score of 6 out of 10. Now, for some bonuses. I liked a lot in this episode, and I really loved the garden set in general, so we'll do a point there. I'll do another for the Badge music notes resolution. Like I said, it didn't get a lot of time to breathe, but it was a fun answer to the puzzle. And then I'm going to give 2 points to Badge for being one of my favorite monsters in the series. So 4 out of 5 bonus points, which will leave Gary's Tale of Badge with a total score of 17 out of 25. Kiki has always been the storyteller that's the hardest to describe her story style. She's had a few common character types and phrases that often get repeated in her stories, but the subject varies wildly, giving us anything from magic typewriters to demonic scarecrows. But it seems that she enjoyed telling the tale of the Closet Keepers last season, because we've got another story full of really strange sci-fi technology, and of course, aliens, with the tale of the unexpected visitor. A lot of this episode is centered around music, so it's good that our two main characters are two friends who love music and just started up a band together. We've got Jeff, who loves feeling the emotion of the synth, and Perch, who loves hearing the emotion of his guitar. Perch is also totally stonercore. The things he says are so funny sometimes.
I'm puking believable.
And in general, he's just kind of a goofball the entire episode. Just the sort of dude who only cares about music, and that's it. Well, Jeff's dad is also some kind of scientist who's working on a top secret project called the Peabody Project. What does this mean? Well, Jeff isn't really sure, but he knows that his dad works with satellites and he can use his home office to access any satellite in the entire world. So Jeff and Perch want to use it to stream a rock and roll concert. While they're setting up everything, they read a little bit about the Peabody Project and learn that it has something to do with deep space communication. But they can't get into the project yet because Jeff's little brother Bobby has just woken up and he's getting ready to tattletale to the parents that Jeff is in his dad's office, which he isn't supposed to be. Because, there's top secret space satellite stuff. Definitely no kids allowed here. So Bobby blackmails Jeff into making him a banana split, and while Jeff's doing that, Perch is left alone in the office full of satellite tech and super secret experiments. This is gonna go well. Perch just starts slapping buttons and eventually accidentally sets some coordinates to send a message to the other side of our galaxy. And when asking what message to input, Perch just reaches over to a keyboard and plays this little riff.
Absolutely.
He shoots it off into space, but unexpectedly, the screen flashes that his message was received, and then he gets a message in reply.
What was that?
I don't know.
This reply message is loud enough to get Jeff running in, but it doesn't seem like anything bad has happened. And just now the parents are home, so Jeff and Perch quickly clean up and dash out of the office before they get into any trouble. This episode uses some really solid cinematography throughout. The camera shots are usually really simple, but the flow of each scene was really well done, and there were some transitions that I thought were fantastic. That and the music in this episode being really sci-fi synth-based, it just made the whole episode feel a little bit bigger to me than an episode of a TV show normally does. It almost felt like a movie. I don't know, it was just really professional feeling for me for some reason. In the night, Jeff's dog, Montana, wakes up to a strange noise and wanders outside to figure out what it was. But out of nowhere, a glowing spiderweb snatches up the poor pooch. So, the next day, Jeff and Perch go searching for the dog while Jeff's parents go out again. Jeff and Perch leave Bobby behind just in case Montana comes back, and they head together into the woods. Gold star if you can guess what happens to Bobby here. Did you guess yet? Because a few minutes later, we see another glowing spiderweb, and he's snatched up as well. Bobby's screams for help here were pretty frightening. He didn't do the best delivery, but it was still good enough for some decent intensity.
No, get away! Jeff, help! No!
Meanwhile, Jeff and Perch find Montana's toy right next to a doorway that's just sitting in the middle of the woods. Oh, I almost forgot. Jeff calls out, and he hears his own voice calling back to him from the woods. This kind of thing, it's so scary to me. Doppelgangers and clones, for whatever reason, they give me the heebie-jeebies so bad. So this was an especially effective scare for me.
Montana?
They do some tests with the door, and they find that they can throw things through it, but those things don't end up on the other side. It also plays that little riff that Perch sent out the night before. So this doorway is definitely from space. And a few minutes later, the objects that they threw in are thrown back complete and intact. This scares the boys, and they run right home. When they get there, they can't find Bobby, but they get distracted when they find that there are waiting messages on the deep space communications computer. Reading the messages shows that whatever received the signal was quickly getting closer, and the final signal has come from Earth. But just then, Jeff gets another message, and he's terrified to see another signal is incoming, and this time, it'll be here in just a few minutes.
Perch! There's another one coming. Some kind of invasion.
While Jeff was messing with computers, Perch went through the house searching for Bobby. We get more of the scary mimicry voice calls.
Yo, you in here?
And then, just like Bobby in Montana, Perch is snatched by a glowing spiderweb. Jeff comes out to find no Perch, no Bobby, and a charred up web, so he knows exactly where he needs to go. He runs into the woods to save his friends and dog. After testing the door in the woods, he decides to risk it, and he just heads right inside. When he goes through, he ends up in a whole room made of bright lights and white walls, and in the center is Bobby, Perch, and Montana just chilling in some strange tubes. This episode has been hinting a lot towards music for us, and Perch seems to have picked up on these clues as well, because he tells Jeff that this whole place is run on sound, and he's sure that a D sharp is the tone needed to release them from these tubes. So it's pretty funny because Jeff has to run back to the house, record a D sharp, and then run back. It's like just pure filler, nothing, but it was so frantic at the same time. I don't know, this little in between scene, it made me laugh. Jeff gets back and he plays the D sharp, and just like Perch thought, the tubes lift and free the trapped boys and dog. They run out of the room, but uh-oh, there are now multiple webs all around them. Then the light starts to shine incredibly bright as the other spaceship arrives, and two figures appear before the boys and dog. It's so rad how the aliens start to make noises and slowly shift into languages and finally land on English so that they can communicate.
Parlez-vous français, Maruski? Viene de España? Your language is English.
Yeah.
They explain that the alien that got here before is just their child, and he came because of Perch's message. Well, it turns out that this riff in the alien language translates directly to "We're toys, come play with us." And that leads into Perch giving us maybe my favorite line in the entire series.
We are not toys, lady. We are people.
It's so rad, this dude telling off an alien with this insane line. Like, I love it so much, and it really solidified my love for Perch, the character in this. The aliens gather their son, and then they decide to leave Earth. But Jeff and Perch stick in contact with them through deep space communications, especially now that they've got some alien-inspired music to send to their galactical friends. And that's the end. But also, the song they play as the outro is the band song, and it's about how humans aren't toys for aliens, and it's such an awesome song.
Let's rock!
I don't know how this show keeps doing it, but each time we've gotten aliens, I just fall in love with the episode. I love the way they subvert the usual tropes of invasion or abduction, and mostly make the aliens just seem weird and beyond our comprehension. This one is up there for me. It might be my favorite among the alien episodes, but regardless, it is such a great watch. The story is fun and goofy, the characters are great, the story beats play out really fluidly and yet at the same time in weirdly unexpected ways. And the ending is, it's fantastic. For this one, I've got to do a 9 out of 10. It also did have some okay scares. The voices calling back, man, I hate that. But there were also some intense moments with Bobby screaming, or like when Jeff thinks that there's going to be an invasion. It's definitely not one that I can call a truly horrifying episode, but it still is decent, so I'll go with a 6 out of 10. So that just leaves the bonus points, and yeah, we're going with a full 5 out of 5. All the tech stuff was so fun. The music in the background was great. The music in the foreground was great with Perch and Jeff and the alien communications. I love the whole alien conversation at the end. It was interesting and weird. And then there's Perch, who alone deserves a point for all his goofy stoner moments. And honestly, the whole "we're not toys, we're people" line, like, that probably would have gotten this episode the full bonus points alone for me. It's such a good line. So yeah, 5 out of 5. So that will leave Kiki's The Tale of the Unexpected Visitor with a total score of 20 out of 25. And remember how I mentioned my fear of doppelgangers like so long ago? So long ago? Well, this season was a bit rough for me because the copycat voices from the aliens set me up for the perfect wombo combo of scares, as this next episode is all about transforming creatures who want nothing more than to take over the lives of the people around them. Betty Ann takes the storyteller's seat and gives us the tale of the Chameleons. And if you remember this episode, it's probably because of the main character. We're blessed with a little stardom as Tia Mowry from Sister Sister is our protagonist. Like, it's pretty cool seeing her in this show. So, let's get on to the Chameleons. And there's no better place for that than a pet store. We watch as this little hooligan is just a menace to all the animals before Janice, that's Tia in this episode, tells the kid to stop and gets him away from one of the cages. Janice also has a friend named Sharon, who is the next main character, so we spend a lot of time with this duo. Inside the cage is, well, they call it a chameleon. It's not, like, at all. I used to work at a pet store, and I'm pretty sure this is a Chinese water dragon, but I know for sure that it's not a chameleon. But I mean, regardless, the menace boy tells the girls that this is a chameleon, and when Janice reaches in, it bites her on the finger, and then it dashes out of its cage, much to the menace boy's delight.
Bite you once, bite you twice, under the water, pay the price.
The lizard sneaks into a grocery bag that Janice's mom is packing into the car, so I'm sure we're going to see it again a little bit later. Once we get to the house, there's something else that I really gotta mention. We've got 2 returning characters in this episode. This series has used the same actors a few different times, so they must keep a great relationship with their talent, and we see that returning all the way from season 1 is Janice's dad, who previously played the older and older growing father in Kiki's Tale of the Captured Souls. He just plays the dad character so well. There's also Sharon, the best friend, who previously played one of the best performing characters in season 2 with her role as Jill in The Tale of the Final Wish. The one with Bobcat Goldthwait. I loved her in that previous episode, so it was really cool to see her pop up again in the end of the series. Anyway, now that we're home, we see the dynamic of the family a bit and learn that Janice is a little bit of a rebel. She wants some highlights in her hair, and she wants to wear a dress to an upcoming dance that the parents don't approve of. Just little rebellious moments sprinkled in that need to be mentioned for later scenes. Also, Sharon is staying the weekend with Janice and her family.
Can we have a nice, quiet, problem-free weekend?
No, we can't. It's never going to be problem-free until you let me grow up.
We see a couple shots of the chameleon as it seems to be stalking Janice. And that night, once she's in bed, Janice wakes up when the chameleon bites her a second time, this time on the stomach. She chases it into her bathroom, but then it transforms into her.
It's almost over. Bite you once, bite you twice. A little water, pay the price.
Sharon hears Janice freaking out, so she runs in to help and finds that Janice is alone in the room. The chameleon transformed back into a lizard and hid, but the next morning, Janice has a rash all over her stomach, and she's come to the correct conclusion, but it just seems crazy when she starts to rant out loud about it.
It wasn't a dream. I'm turning into a chameleon, look!
Of course, Sharon doesn't believe her, and then when Janice is in the bathroom getting ready for the day, the chameleon, her, shows up again. But this time, she shoves Janice into the shower and adds the final step of the spell rhyme thingy by adding water, and we watch as Janice shrinks down and transforms into a chameleon.
I'm going to enjoy your life.
So now evil Janice is trying to pass as regular Janice, but she does so by suddenly shifting into being a bit of a goody-goody. She tells her parents they're right about the dress and about the highlights and promises to start listening to them more, which the parents love, but Sharon immediately thinks is strange. Evil Janice also places a delivery and receives a box a little bit later, but she won't tell Sharon what's in the box, and she's really protective of it. During this next bit, the turns table a bit as we see regular Janice, who's now a chameleon, I hope this isn't confusing, start stalking evil human Janice and looking for opportunities to bite her. And at the same time, Sharon is realizing that something is wrong with her friend. Oh, yeah, especially since she watches her just swallow a goldfish whole. Sharon sneaks into the room and uncovers the box where she finds a whole family of chameleons. Evil Janice realizes that Sharon is catching on, and so they sit down and talk for a second, where the chameleon mentions how there are thousands of her kind already among the human race, so there's no stopping them. Just then, Chameleon Janice sneaks up and gets a bite off on evil human Janice.
Who are you? It's me. I'm Janice. Don't you recognize me? You're the chameleon! There's nothing you can do.
So evil human Janice yeets the chameleon into the disposal. She nearly chops it up, but Sharon realizes that this lizard is actually the real Janice, and she saves her at the very last second. Then, Sharon grabs the box full of chameleons and runs outside, where she threatens to throw all of evil Janice's family into the backyard well. But it turns out that this was just a ploy, as when evil Janice gets her hands on the box of lizards, she gets bit for a second time, and Chameleon Janice transforms back into a human. And then we get the classic mix-up who do I shoot scene. Sharon grabs the hose, but the two Janices fight and she can't tell which one she should shoot with the water. She's worried that if she shoots regular Janice, she'll turn back into a chameleon, since we're using, unknown sciences here. But as a final way to convince Sharon, one of the Janices grabs the box of chameleons and tosses them all into the well.
Wait! I can prove that I'm the real Janice! Only the real Janice would do this. No! It's a trick! It's really me, Sharon!
So Sharon sprays the other Janice and transforms her into a chameleon, and then they toss that one into the well with the others. And it's a totally happy ending. Just kidding, because that night Janice comes back to the well alone and pulls up with a bucket to show all the chameleons resting inside. Well, all except for the Janice chameleon, which they left down there to drown.
I hope she knows how to swim.
I do love a bad ending. Like, it's so rad when a bad guy wins in these episodes. I thought this one was pretty fun, but it was also kind of forgettable. It just didn't quite have that secret sauce that a lot of these episodes have that push them into, like, the greatness of my mind. I think if the twin sisters weren't in this episode, it would probably just be completely forgotten. It's a fun idea and the story unfolds okay. There's some good suspense and mystery, and the ending is probably my favorite part. But I don't know, it just didn't quite grab me like I was hoping. So I'm gonna go with a midline 5 out of 10 for the story. It was a little bit scary. You guys know how I feel about doppelgangers, so that stuff alone kind of chilled me. But there were some good scares, like the chameleon crawling under Janice's covers. It reminded me of that scene from The Grudge. And then Janice being transformed into a chameleon was pretty scary. And the whole ending gave you that feeling of dread that you get when you learn, that Janice is being left to die down there. Like, she's gonna drown. So that's all pretty good stuff. I'm thinking this one's going to be a 7 out of 10, just because Man, I hate doppelgangers. I will do 2 bonus points for the cast of this one. It was fun seeing the twins, and then Jill and the dad returning were also really great. And I'll do another point for that bad ending. So 3 out of 5 bonus points, which leaves Betty Ann's final story, The Tale of the Chameleons, with a total score of 15 out of 25. This next episode is another one told by Kiki, this one teaching lessons about greed and the value of life. So far this season has had some really great stories and tackled incredibly difficult concepts like escorting the dead through the afterlife or discovering that the dead prisoner that's haunting you isn't actually the bad guy and is just trying to get some help for him and his family's closure. Well, Kiki is continuing this trend with this story, The Tale of the Vacant Lot, as we learn that things that we don't often appreciate can be the things that we truly value the most. And there's no better character to showcase this than Catherine, the lead of the story and the most average girl that you could ever imagine.
Another average performance from average old Catherine.
She tries her best to make the track team, but she's just not fast enough, so that's a bummer. She also runs into this cute boy on the soccer field, so we know what's on her mind, and we can also see what's on her head. It's one of the worst hats I could imagine. A green felt bowler hat. Some poor pool table was skinned to make this thing. Oh man. The world seems to hate this hat just as much as I do because the wind blows it off of Catherine's head and forces her to chase after it until she comes across a strange shop in an otherwise vacant lot. It's so cool how the scene changes once Catherine steps into the shop. She's clearly drawn to it for some reason, and once inside, the outside world is just completely cut off. The background is now just light and blowing sheets, and the music becomes really intriguing and wondrous. Something about this place takes over Catherine's entire focus, and they did a great job of showing that to us through the scene change. The shopkeep is a woman named Marie, and she keeps her face covered, but we can see hints of odd boils and sores along her mouth and hands. She offers Catherine anything that she could possibly desire, and then pulls out a pair of running shoes that she says will guarantee that Catherine makes the team. She says that she knows what it's like to be just an average girl because she was once like Catherine. She also only deals in trades, no cash. At first, she wants Catherine's ring that she got from her grandfather, but it's too precious to Catherine, so Marie offers to trade in exchange for something that Catherine sees no value in.
If it has no value to you, you won't miss it.
The deal is struck, and the wind blows, leaving Catherine standing in the vacant lot with her brand new shoes. The next day, Catherine is Speedy McGee and easily makes the track team. But when her friend comes to congratulate her, Catherine's personality shifts, and she suddenly becomes really snotty.
How'd I do it? I'm fast and you're slow. That's how I did it. So, looks like you're not as special as you thought.
And then in the mirror, she sees a sore appear on her face, but it's only on her reflection. The cute boy from earlier, we learn is named Eric, and he saw Catherine run, and he likes that.
Man, you're quick.
Thanks.
But Eric is already with a girl right now, so Catherine gets all bummed. But then she realizes that there's a certain disappearing shop that gives magic items, so maybe it can help her with her boy problems. I love this logic. It's just the first step we see of Catherine becoming addicted to this store. She's got a taste, and now she's seeing the potential for all of her problems being solved. She makes another trade for something to help with Eric, and Marie accepts, taking something that Catherine sees no value in, and giving her like a Peter Pan outfit. and everybody loves it. But once again, her personality changes, and she no longer has any patience for her younger sister, Joyce.
I guess you're just stupid.
What? Where are you going? We were having fun.
Fun? Tutoring an idiot? Go to the library and help yourself and leave me alone.
And we only see a glimpse of her ugly reflection for a moment before she shatters a mirror, so things are definitely getting worse. The next day, she starts seeing Marie pop up everywhere, offering her things constantly and promising to make Catherine beautiful just like she desires.
I was beautiful once too.
But now, surely there must be something more you want. Perhaps these.
Catherine is finally starting to catch on to what's going on, and she runs away from Marie, only to bump into cute boy Eric once again, and when Marie magics some concert tickets into her hand, Catherine accepts the gift and asks Eric on a date, which he happily agrees to.
Great, I'll pick it up around 9, is that okay?
Can't wait.
At this point, Catherine is completely lost. She can't find anything to wear, so she runs to the vacant lot and begins taking everything from the shop. She never thinks about what she's really giving up in return, and it's gonna come to bite her. This time, it's even worse, because after the shopping spree, she finds out that Joyce followed her to the shop and made the same deal that she's been making, giving everything for a trade of something that they don't find value in. And the personality change is there too, because Joyce is all snotty now as well.
Well, now it's time to get what I want. Enjoy your date.
Fearing the worst, Catherine looks at her reflection again, but this time it shows an image of Marie. She laughs before transforming and transferring all of her ugliness right onto Catherine. Catherine runs out in a panic and sees Joyce is in the exact same state.
Catherine, what's happening?
At this point, Eric shows up for the date, but we've got way bigger problems. Catherine runs back to the shop and returns all of the things she took, begging Marie to return the things that she traded away. But Marie's all beautiful now, and she finally tells Catherine the thing that she's slowly taking with every trade.
I took your life.
We get Marie's story, and it's eerily similar to Catherine's. Marie was average and wanted to be more. She didn't see the value in the life that she had or the good things about her, and then she stumbled upon a strange shop with a mysterious shopkeep who traded her everything that she would ever want, until eventually she took everything and left Marie in the shop to try and do the same. But now Marie is finally free from the curse of this place, and she's leaving Catherine and Joyce to take her place. But Catherine begs her to give Joyce her life back. She says that she can handle the consequences of these trades, but Joyce was innocent. And in exchange for this, Catherine offers her precious ring, which Marie still really wants.
I always get what I want.
Then, suddenly, the shop starts going crazy and the wind picks up and Marie transforms again until she's all ugly. And then the shop disappears and leaves Catherine alone and back to her average self. I don't really know why this happens. I don't know why Marie loses here, but Catherine has a little bit of a theory.
What happened to Marie?
I think she wanted too much.
Kind of lazy, but whatever. Catherine and Joyce head home, and Eric, the most patient kid in the world, is fine that Catherine no longer has tickets, and he still wants to have that promised date. And that is where the story ends. Something that I found really cool about this episode is that it feels like a culmination of a lot of different stories that we've heard in the series already. To me, this one feels like Kiki was almost making an homage to some of the other stories. We've got temptations, like in David's Tale of the Dark Dragon. We've got a mysterious shop full of magical but dangerous items, just like a certain shop owned by Gary's favorite recurring magician. We've got making wishes that go awry, like in the Tale of the Twisted Claw, and beauty-sapping magics, like in this season's Tale of the Mystical Mirror. It's just fun seeing some of these themes and story beats coming out and imagining how Kiki wrote this, thinking about all the great stories that we've all shared around the fire. This is Kiki's last story, so I'm definitely reading into this way more than I should be, but hey, that's like kind of what I've been doing this whole series, so it's on brand for me. I did really like this story. In fact, I think it's one of Kiki's best. I love Catherine's entire arc. I love the mysterious shop and Marie the shopkeep, and how we can see Catherine slowly succumbing to the temptation of this place as the episode goes on. The only thing in the story I didn't love was whatever happened to defeat Marie. It was just a little unclear and was wrapped up really fast. It was kind of just well, she's greedy, I guess, the end. But even with that little hiccup, in the end, I've got to give this one an 8 out of 10. It was a tiny bit scary. We got a little body horror. We got some shocking moments with the reflections and with Marie. But otherwise it was pretty light, so I'll only be doing 3 out of 10 for the scares. And as for bonuses, I loved everything with the shop. How the scene change was really cool, and the music was beautiful, and the scenes in the shop in general had a bit of a weird air to them, which I really liked. So I'll give that 2 points. And I'll do one more for the Peter Pan outfit because I thought it was really funny. So 3 out of 5 bonus points, which leaves Kiki's final story, The Tale of the Vacant Lot, with a total score of 14 out of 25. Well, Midnight Society, we're down to the final 2 episodes, and for this one we get to hear from the leader of the group. Gary has taken us on a lot of magic-filled misadventures, so having one more before the series close, it's such a treat. And there's one more treat in this episode for us as well that most of you probably already know, but I won't say what it is quite yet, just to keep the surprise for anyone who might not be aware. So let's sit by the fire and enjoy Gary's final story, The Tale of a Door Left Unlocked. There are a lot of characters, a lot of sets, and this story takes place over multiple days, so it's a pretty layered episode. For some setup, our main kid is named Justin, and he's got a really super duper cool friend named Ben who's super good with the ladies. He wears a leather jacket and sunglasses around everywhere he goes, so he's the literal definition of cool guy. In a classic way to poke at Tucker, Gary's story has a very familiar feeling younger brother named Michael. He and Justin have so many similarities between Gary and Tucker. It's the most blatant homage to the storyteller counterparts that we've had so far.
Want to buy a little brother? Nah, I already got a wizard.
A very important thing about Michael is that he has a little club where if new friends want to come and join, they have to go into an abandoned house and sit inside of the master bedroom. It's mentioned briefly at the beginning, but this doesn't become relevant until much later on. So, Justin and Ben are all about the ladies right now. There's a school dance coming up and Justin is way too nervous around girls to ask anyone out, but Ben doesn't have that problem. In fact, as they're walking down the sidewalk, he sees a cute girl and decides that this is his chance. He shoves Justin into a random shop so that he can have a one-on-one shot with this girl, and Justin watches through the window as Ben masterfully flirts it up, and then he says that he would give anything to be able to do the same. And when he says that, we get the reveal of that little treat I hinted at earlier.
Man, I'd give anything for the guts to do that.
What was that? I didn't quite hear. You'd give anything for what?
Sardo is back! Last we saw he was journeying with Dr. Vink, but the magical shopkeep is the same as ever, correcting kids on his name.
No, mister. Accent on the dough.
Trying to sell his tempting wares.
Have you seen our vomit?
And getting undersold on his rare magical items. This time he sells Justin a very tiny door and says that it's a one-of-a-kind item that can help you peer into the future. While Sardo takes a phone call, Justin tries out the door, asking it to show him a girl that would say yes to him if he were to ask her to the dance. And then, a little window in the door opens and shows a girl surrounded by fog. So, apparently the door works, and Sardo's got himself a deal. Well, a very low-balled deal.
And it's a steal at, $64.95.
What?
Oh, but wait! Today's sale day. It's only $44.95.
I can't afford it.
$24.95?
I've only got 10.
Sold. But I'm losing on the deal.
This has to be the most he's been talked down on an item, right? Like it's going down from 65 to 10. That's a nat 1 of a persuasion roll if I've ever heard one. I wonder how much Sardo's lost out on. That could be kind of fun to look at someday, actually. Oh, I also have to mention, since this episode is kind of about boys who want to try and find love, we get a little bit of heartbroken Sardo here, and it's fantastic.
Okay, I got this thing with girls.
Don't we all?
Who hurt you, Sardo? Who hurt you? Even though Sardo said the door was a one-of-a-kind, the moment Justin leaves with it, he pulls out another tiny door that looks exactly the same. He's a sneaky magician. Justin wants to see that girl again, so he asks the girl, and once again it opens, although this time it shows a little bit more. The girl goes into a room, and that fog we saw earlier turns out to actually be smoke. She's screaming to find someone named Brad, and Justin notices she's also wearing a school jacket before she turns and screams as a burning ceiling collapses on top of her. After school, Justin is walking by Sardo's shop and he sees that second tiny door, so he goes in to confront the wizard, who once again just fails all his attempts at hiding anything of significance.
The doors are a match set, and so you see they are one of a kind. Both of them, sort of. All right, there are two of a kind, so sue me.
Asking about the doors, Sardo says that the woman who sold them to him said that they would show small glimpses into the future, but he doesn't really know anything else, and he refuses to take responsibility for magical items that no longer belong to him. So he tosses Justin out of the store. Also, we get this quick, great line.
But I saw a girl.
Consider yourself lucky. Well, good day.
The next day at school, there's a new student, and what do you know? It's that girl Justin's been seeing through his tiny door. We learn her name is Ashley, and she just moved to town with her little brother Brad. Brad has also become quick friends with Justin's brother Michael, but Justin isn't having as much luck with Ashley. He can't get over the fact that he saw her in a burning building, so he constantly mentions fire to her.
Have you ever been trapped in a burning building?
No. What kind of question is that?
Man, I gotta add that as one of my pickup lines. And then at one point, her friends are celebrating with Ashley and someone lights some candles, so Justin takes action and pours a pitcher of water all over Ashley, and he tries to explain, but he just comes across sounding beyond insane.
I saw it through my little door.
Now, Ashley is also wearing that school jacket we saw, so the future of the door seems to be coming to fruition. So now we're going to wrap all the way back to the beginning. Justin's brother Michael has that club, and now Brad is trying to become a new member. He's told to go into the abandoned building and sit inside of the master bedroom. And they did a decent little scare here when the covered furniture all comes to life. It's just kids in sheets pretending to be ghosts, but it was a pretty fun little scene. Also, Michael has a candle. That's cool. Ashley calls Justin's house asking if he knows where Brad is, but Justin doesn't, so she says she'll just have to search around for him. In the meantime, Justin tries messing with the little door and discovers a side compartment with a key inside that says the word "in" on it. He then looks through the door and sees the familiar scene of Ashley, only he realizes now that Brad must have gone into that abandoned house, so the future of the door isn't really the future anymore.
This isn't the future. This is right now.
We see Ashley enter the house, but Brad and his friends all sneak out so they don't get in any trouble. But while they sneak, Michael drops that candle and starts the fire that we've been seeing. Ashley is alone in the house, and as Justin watches the familiar scene unfold, he decides to try and take action. He uses the in key on the door, and he finds himself transported into the scene with Ashley.
Ashley! Justin? Look out! Where did you come from?
He saves Ashley from the collapsing roof, but they both end up trapped inside of the basement with nowhere to go. He tries the door, but it's only for going in, which means that the door for going out must be linked to the door in Sardo's shop. Justin tries shouting for help, and we see a confused Sardo looking around his shop, trying to correct the spirits on how to pronounce his name.
Sardo, help us! Help us!
That's Sardo. No, mister. Accent.
Hurry, please!
That's it. I'm changing my name. It's finally driven me out of my mind.
After arguing with the spirits for a few seconds and seeing smoke coming from his tiny door, Sardo realizes what's happening, and he follows Justin's instructions to reveal the key and unlock the door out. And when he does, Justin and Ashley are transported into Sardo's shop, and they're safe from the fire. As this episode wraps up, we get a quick gag that there's actually a third door, and then we see that Justin was able to ask Ashley to the dance, and that's where this episode ends. I mentioned in the beginning how this episode is a lot more layered and complex than a lot of the other stories we've seen, but it's also told really well, and it does such a good job of not jumbling information together, so each story beat is really easy to follow and understand. It's a fun concept with the whole idea of the future that you try to prevent is actually the one that you're causing. Plus, it was pretty funny, and I loved the door teleporting aspect. It came in at the end, but it still fit with the idea of the magic. It's a great little adventure with a cute bit of a love story, all tying it together. I'm gonna give this one an 8 out of 10. However, oh boy, this one was not really scary. They had that little ghost moment, and then being trapped in a burning building. Like, being trapped in a burning building, that's scary in real life. So that should factor in, I guess. But this one really was more of a magic-filled adventure rather than a scary story. I'm just gonna go with a 2 out of 10. And for some bonuses, we've got to give one to Ben for being the coolest cat in town. I'll give another for how much Michael and Justin reminded me of Tucker and Gary. I just like that aspect of the story a lot. And we gotta give 2 points for the mad magician, Sardo. I normally only give him 1 point just because I like him, but I'm giving him 2 this time because he has some incredible lines in this episode. So that's gonna be 4 out of 5 bonus points, which will leave Gary's final story, The Tale of a Door Left Unlocked, with a total score of 14 out of 25. And here we are, the final episode of Are You Afraid of the Dark? Well, at least the original series. I just want to take a quick second to say thank you so much for watching these videos. Thank you so much for hanging out with me as we've reminisced about this amazing show. Reliving some of these episodes has been incredible, but because of these videos, I've been able to talk with some of you and hear your memories. I've loved hearing how this show scared so many of us, or how it's influenced our passions and interests. I had no idea how much people still thought about and loved this show, but it definitely deserves it. So, thank you again. And now let's give the stage to Sam as she tells us our final story, The Tale of the Night Shift. As you might expect by the name, The Tale of the Night Shift is about the night shift crew at a hospital. There are quite a few characters that we'll meet, but mostly we follow a girl named Amanda who is incredibly busy with working and school. We also meet a kid named Colin who is friends with Amanda, and he's getting ready to get his tonsils out the next day, so he's actually a patient at this hospital. And then there's the janitor Felix, who we start out following as his boss gets all mad at him for losing a package, and just listen to what he calls Felix as an insult.
But the thing is huge. Find it, Zebo. Or find yourself another job.
I love this as an insult. Calling him Zebo instead of clown or whatever. It just works so well. It's such a great addition to this little universe, of this little world. Amanda gets up to the kids' wing where she works, and it's instantly hectic.
I'm sorry, I'm late. Number 3 won't take his meds. His roomie's got a fever. Number 7's in pre-op for bright and early. And number 5 wants her mommy. I thought the night shift was supposed to be quiet. Amanda!
The limited staff have to watch over a lot of patients, so they are always busy and generally only see each other in passing occasions. Amanda's boss introduces her to a new intern named Margot, but things are a bit too crazy at the moment, so they both split ways for now. We see Felix head into the basement to try and find the missing package, but all he finds is a cute girl who calls to him to follow her. The charms are too strong for Felix to deny, so he heads around the corner, only for us to get hit with this freaking jump scare.
You know, I don't think we're supposed to...
Jump scares can be seen as pretty cheap scares, but I will say this one was pretty well done, and it definitely fits the episode, so it's one of the good jump scares. Back upstairs, Colin is trying to get Amanda to agree to go on a date with him. Meanwhile, Amanda's coworker sees a patient run into a nearby lab, so she's got to chase after her.
Are we playing hide and seek?
She looks everywhere for the girl, but it's so creepy and like a little bit funny because we see that same green-faced monster sneak in behind the coworker when she walks off. The next time we see this coworker, she's acting a bit strange.
Threat?
I mean, as someone who has worked multiple years as a night shifter, let me just say, I get it. Zombie mode just becomes life after a while. Amanda sees Margot taking care of a wheelchair kid, so the intern is fine, and she finally forces Colin to leave her alone for a few minutes so that she can get some people to bed. Real quick, I want to mention how rad this setting is. A hospital at night, it's so scary already, and we've got the addition of some kind of monster roaming around, and I just thought of a Scrubs reference that I'll make in a little bit because it's a little bit of a spoiler, but hey, if you're a Scrubs fan, then I guess that's something to be excited for. Could really catching the Scrubs fans in this Are You Afraid of the Dark video. A bit later, Amanda is walking the halls when Colin tells her that his roommate went to wander a little bit ago, but he hasn't come back. So they head together to go and find the missing kid, but they're forced to hide inside of a closet when Amanda's supervisor walks around the corner. She's not supposed to have a patient out of bed or something, so she didn't want to get in trouble, and that's why they hid. But inside the closet, Colin realizes they're stepping on something strange, and Amanda looks down to see a bunch of empty blood bags.
What are they?
Blood storage bags.
Yuck. Looks like a rat got them. Why do they keep them in here?
They don't.
Alright, so now it's time to go to the supervisor. They bring the empty blood bags, but we notice that the supervisor is acting a little bit weird, a bit like a zombie, and a bit like she got bit. Because on her neck, we see the unmistakable marks of a vampire bite. A vampire in a hospital at night. Dr. Acula. That was the Scrubs reference. It was Dr. Acula the whole time. You get the doctor and you throw the period away and you put them together and it makes, boom, Dracula. Vampire in a hospital. There you go. Oh, I'm losing it. Amanda and Colin are still looking for the missing kid, and they end up walking into the morgue. They don't find the missing kid, but they do find a body, and they remove the sheet to show us that Felix is dead, and they show his body. Alright, so he clearly moves his eyes, but he's supposed to be dead. And they just show us his dead body completely with the same bite mark we saw in the supervisor. Of course, when they leave the room, we do see Felix sit up, so don't worry, guys. Nickelodeon didn't show us a real dead body there. Right? I know I got you worried for a second. When Amanda and Colin get back to the wing, it's oddly empty. There are no kids or staff running around, and when the head of the hospital shows up, also acting weird, both Amanda and Colin decide that they should just leave the hospital. But when they try to leave, Felix shows up in the stairwell and chases them, even though he's sorta dead.
Felix, but you're
dead? Sort of.
How can you be sorta dead?
Oh, it's not so bad, really. You'll soon find out for yourself.
They fight for a minute, but Felix is actually able to stop himself from fully succumbing to his transformation. And as he's fighting his own vampirism, he starts telling Amanda about how there is a vampire in the hospital and how it's been slowly taking over everyone. It turns out that Felix was the very first victim, and the vampire accidentally drank too much blood, so it sent him into the fast track of becoming a vampire. That's why we're seeing it happen to him, but everyone else are just becoming zombies. Felix's character is really well done in this episode. I love how they made his lips a little bit blue since he's dead now, but he also does a great job of fighting against himself and showing small glimpses of his inner battle the entire episode. He's in a really tragic circumstance, and this kid acts his heart out the entire time. He begs Amanda to find a way to stop his transformation, and he has an idea of how they might be able to do so. Felix takes the other two to the basement, where he shows them the vampire's coffin, and says that if they destroy it, that will also destroy the vampire. This is also the first time they say vampire in this episode. It was supposed to be a little bit of a mystery, but I mean, showing a vampire bite is the next best thing to just showing a vampire, so we'll just mystery solved.
It's a vampire, Amanda. And it's hunting in the hospital. Get out of here. There's no such thing.
You want me to prove it to you?
They get ready to drag the coffin into the furnace, but then Margot suddenly shows up and she makes it pretty obvious that she's the vampire, and now it's her time to feed.
Vampires only need to feed about every 50 years or so. And isn't a hospital a great place for it?
She also transforms into the green-faced monster we've seen a few times now.
We haven't been properly introduced yet.
Amanda and Colin make a break for it because the vamp decides to just go after Felix. They just leave him. Like, yeah, there's nothing they could have done, but man, they have no remorse. It's crazy. Felix deserves better, man. But now, with only 2 of them, and every exit blocked by vampire zombies, Amanda and Colin are forced to come up with a plan. Since Amanda isn't quite strong enough to move the coffin by herself, she decides that she'll use herself as a distraction, while Colin drags the coffin into the furnace. She runs past a few zombies to get Margot's attention, and it's so spooky how Margot just pops up as she chases Amanda throughout the hospital.
Tell your friend I'll be upstairs! Tell me yourself.
Amanda ends up running to the roof, but Margot is not too far behind.
There's no use in running.
I'm far too good a hunter.
In the meantime, Colin is struggling with the coffin when Felix shows up again, but this time he's a full-on vampire. They fight for a second, but just like last time, Felix is able to fight his vampire nature, and he ends up helping Colin with the coffin. Back on the roof, Margot catches Amanda and dangles her over the side of the building, and I love how evil this vampire is. Just listen to the threat here.
I shall drop you and then lick up what's left.
I'm gonna drop you and lick up what's left? What? Dude, that's so dark and visual, like such an evil thing to say, that you'll lick up someone's gore when they're splattered on the ground. Jeez, man, this vampire is crazy. Fortunately, that doesn't happen, as just before the vampire can kill Amanda, Colin and Felix shove the coffin into the furnace and cause the vampire to explode into flames. It falls from the roof, and we get a really funny shot of a burning mannequin before Amanda heads back inside. And now, everything is back to normal. All the kids and staff are running around, and no one but her and Colin and Felix remember what happened. Also, Felix is a human again, so he got a good ending, and that's all I could really ask for. And, well, that's the end. But it's not all the way the end. I have talked about the Midnight Society members a few times, but I have to talk about this final scene. It won't affect the score of the story, so don't worry about that. But as they finish the story, all the members of the club leave except for Sam and Gary. Since Sam's introduction to the group, Gary has had an obvious crush on her, and as the seasons continue, they grew closer and closer, and now they're here. Gary asked her out, and at first, Sam said no. She said she was too busy, she had too much going on, she couldn't be in a relationship, and that caused her to write The Tale of the Night Shift, a story of a girl too busy to find fun in her life, and vampires and stuff too. But when she finished the story, she realized that she was just afraid of taking a chance. So she and Gary decide to give it a shot. And it's so cute because they just sit at the fire, and instead of putting it out, they decide to watch the flames for just a little bit longer. And with that, the original series of Are You Afraid of the Dark ends. I'm not crying, you're crying. I'm not crying. But I'll say, I think Sam was saving her best for last because I absolutely love this episode. Being the final story in the series meant that my expectations were really high, and I will happily admit that this episode met those expectations and more. It's not the best episode in the series, but for an ending, it is pretty perfect. I love the setting and all of the characters. Each scene feels really chaotic, but as the story progresses, I love how that chaos calms because the people around Amanda are slowly disappearing.
Then there's Felix's whole story, which is just fantastic all around. I had a great time watching the entire episode, so I'm happy to give this story a full 10 out of 10. It also was pretty scary. We had a few good jump scares, some really good eerie moments, some great vampire stalking creepy stuff. The vampire in general is a super scary design, and I think Margot as a human had some equally scary moments when she would just like pop up here and there. I also think that this vampire might be the most evil monster we've seen so far. The way she talks about death and killing people, you know, she's so casual with it. And then we get other moments when, you know, she's like, I'm gonna drop you and eat you from the pavement. Like, she's fully aware of what she's doing and she loves doing it. She's big time evil. So with that in mind, I'll be giving this one an 8 out of 10 for the scares. And that just leaves us with some bonus points. I'm gonna do 1 for Felix. I'm so happy he got a good ending, but man, he had it rough. I'll do another for the setting of this one. Like I said, I love the vampire in a nighttime hospital idea so much. It's so fun. I'll do 1 more for that small Zeebo mention we got at the beginning, and I'll give a final point for the vampire being just plain evil and reveling in it. So that's going to be 4 out of 5 bonus points, which leaves Sam and the final episode, The Tale of the Night Shift, with a total score of 22 out of 25, and ending the original series with an incredible story. And here we are, another season behind us and a beautiful ending to an amazing show. It's crazy to me how good this series stayed. There are episodes from each season that I think about all the time, and this rewatch has deepened my appreciation for how much effort they put into every single story. So now, let's talk about the stats and figure out the best scares and stories in this season, as well as in the entire original series. I want to start off just talking about season 5 stats, and then we'll bring it all together with the other seasons to get our full series rankings. As with the previous seasons, I've kept a running total of everyone's story, scare, bonus, and total points. In this season, every member of the Midnight Society got to tell 2 stories, except for Kiki, who was able to tell 3 with the tales of the Jagged Sign, the Unexpected Visitor, and the Vacant Lot. My least favorite story of the season once again goes to Tucker with the tale of the Manaha, which bit off way more than it could handle and caused the story to suffer, earning it a score of 2 out of 10. But there were 2 stories that tied with scores of perfect 10 out of 10s this season. Sam's Tale of the Night Shift and Stig's Tale of Station 109.1. If I had to choose a favorite between the two, I'd have to go with Station 109.1 for this one. It was so cool and weird and topped off with little Ryan Gosling and Gilbert Gottfried. Like, yeah, it was a great story. The least scary story of the season goes to Kiki, who really harnessed her inner Kristen and gives us a tragic love story that was really well told, but just not scary, and it only scored a 1 out of 10. On the other hand, oh boy, Stig came in swinging with the tale of the Dead Man's Float, giving us one of the scariest monsters and really messing with my childhood fear of things hiding in deep water. And his story earned that perfect 10 out of 10. Taking all the points together and adding up all the story, scare, and bonus points, my least favorite episode of the season goes to Tucker with the Tale of the Manaha, which only totaled an 8 out of a possible 25. But then we've got the best storyteller this season, and I will say, I did not expect that we'd get such great episodes from Sam. She told 2 stories this season, the tales of C7 and the Night Shift. Each story was unique, well told, decently scary, and oh my goodness, did they score well. Sam tied herself for first place. Both of her stories got scores of 22 out of 25. So she definitely gets the title for my favorite episode in the season. And if I had to choose between her 2 stories, I think I'd say that The Tale of the Night Shift wins by just a hair. And now we've got all the numbers. 65 stories over 5 seasons told between 10 different storytellers in one amazing run of television. So let's put it all together and find out the best scary storyteller in Are You Afraid of the Dark? I've loved watching these numbers all come together. It's been so weirdly interesting for me. And now that it's all done, I've got to say this has been such a fun project to work on. So let's start off with my least favorite story of the entire series. The Tale of the Midnight Ride, Tucker's very first story and the one episode that I would happily remove from the show if given the chance. It scored the only 1 out of 10 for story in the entire series, and I have not changed my mind on it. It was a bad episode. My favorite story is a little bit harder to determine. There were a few that scored 10 out of 10s, but my top two have to be either Station 109.1 or the Ghastly Grinner. Both of these are super different from each other, but they both have so much style and intrigue. I love them so much. If I had to choose between them, I think I'd have to give it to the Ghastly Grinner, but man, it's by the tightest of margins. As for the least scary story of the series, well, that's another tough one. We've had a few score the lowest possible 1 out of 10, but I think the choice comes between either Kiki's Tale of the Jagged Sign or Sam's Tale of the Dream Girl. They're both just not really scary. I think the Jagged Sign is the lesser of the two, but once again, it's just picking between love stories and not really horror stories at this point. For the scariest stories, I had 3 that tied with horrifying 10 out of 10s. That's The Tale of Watcher's Woods, The Dead Man's Float, and The Crimson Clown. Obviously, last season, Crimson Clown won over Watcher's Woods, so now it's just trying to decide between the fear of psychological dream-entering clown warfare and blood-covered zombie skeleton that's trying to drown me in the bathtub. The consensus is pretty clear based off of the comments that I've gotten, that most people find The Tale of the Dead Man's Float to be the scariest in the entire series. Like without a doubt. The most common comment tends to be about how bad this episode messed people up, and I do agree that it's very, very scary. But for me, The Tale of the Crimson Clown is a little bit scarier. Not only is the clown scary, but we get to see it do so many horrifying things throughout the episode. We see everything from jump scares to dream entering and nightmare creating. We've got that big long arm coming from the TV, the exploding head part. There's just so much variety to the scares that with the Crimson Clown, you'd never be safe. So for me, the scariest episode has got to be The Tale of the Crimson Clown. As for the highest and lowest total scores for the entire series, well, that hasn't changed since season 4. Tucker's Tale of the Midnight Ride is still my least favorite episode, and I guess it's my least favorite in the entire series with a total of 5 out of 25. Meanwhile, Betty Ann's Tale of the Ghastly Grinner is without a doubt my all-time favorite episode, reflected with its nearly perfect 24 out of 25. So those will be saying the same. And all that's left is to see what changes to the averages we'll be getting with the addition of Season 5, which will let us finally determine the best scary storyteller in Are You Afraid of the Dark? In last place, with an average score of 12 between 5 different stories, is David. I had a hard time connecting with a lot of David's stories, and found that he focused more on lessons rather than scares, so his scores never got too high. My least favorite story he told is definitely The Tale of the Hatching, but my favorite of his stories, and one of the most beautiful episodes in the entire series, was The Tale of the Shiny Red Bicycle. So David's got a pretty great legacy, even though he's in last place. In 9th place, unsurprisingly, we've got Tucker, who averaged a total of 13.6 between 7 total stories. I say unsurprisingly because he's gotten my least favorite episode in the series and the least favorite episode in multiple seasons now, so he was bound to be a little bit lower on the list. His worst episode is definitely The Tale of the Midnight Ride, but I did love all of his stories full of sibling bonding and adventures. My favorite story told by Tucker is definitely The Tale of the Fire Ghost. It scored that 20 out of 25, and it just gave us such a rad villain and really cool ghost protagonist as well. In 8th place is the missing man from season 1, Eric, who averaged a 14.5 between his 2 stories. While Jake and the Leprechaun didn't catch me very well, his story, The Tale of the Dark Music, was my favorite of season 1, and I still think the giant doll is one of the scariest scenes in the entire series. In 7th place, we've got Kristen, who averaged a 14.8 between her 5 stories. She's the storyteller who definitely focused the most on the story. She averaged the least scary score out of any storyteller, as her average was only a 3.6 out of 10 on that scare meter. But man, she told some incredible stories with the Hungry Hounds, the Prom Queen, the Final Wish, and the Frozen Ghost. All incredible stories and great episodes. In 6th place, we've got Kiki with an average of 15.5 and a total of 10 stories told. Kiki won the least scary story of the series with The Tale of the Jagged Sign, but she also told some of my favorites. I especially loved her alien stories with the Tales of the Unexpected Visitor and the Closet Keepers. She's also one of the 3 original Midnight Society members that we've been able to follow since season 1, so even though she didn't score the highest, we still gotta put some respect on the Kiki name. Plus she's Francine from Arthur, so that's like a default favorite for me. So, something pretty crazy happened when I was averaging out these scores. The storytellers for 5th, 4th, 3rd, and 2nd were all a score of 0.1 away from each other. I did my best to look at these episodes without bias for the storytellers and just scored based off of the episodes as fairly as I could. And in the end, they were all so incredibly close that it kind of blew me away, and it just shows how much quality there really was in this show. Being 0.1 away from each other, it was just so cool. Like I said, it was a bit crazy, so who are they? In 5th place, there's Sam, who averaged 16 between her 6 stories. She had a good mix of scares and love stories. I mean, her starting season was Watcher's Woods and The Dream Girl, which were one of the scariest episodes and one of the sweetest episodes in the entire series. And then with season 5, she blew me away with the Tales of C7 and The Night Shift. Like, her run in the middle there was a bit rough, but she eventually found her stride and told us some amazing stories. In 4th place, we've got my pal Frank with a score of 16.1 and his 6 stories told. I think Frank is the storyteller that gave us some of the weirdest episodes. The Dangerous Soup is so fun and funny. The Full Moon has some of the most style that we've seen in the series. And of course, the Phantom Cab started it all. But for me, Frank's best contribution is without a doubt Dr. Vink. Frank gave us 4 tales starring the Nutbag Doctor, and I only wish we got a few more.
I am not a nutbag.
In 3rd place, with an average score of 16.2 and 12 stories in total, is the horror queen herself, Betty Ann. I said it in my video for season 1, and I still believe it. I think Betty Ann is the person responsible for the most nightmares of any storyteller in the show. So many of her monsters were just terrifying or visually disturbing. Think about the girl turning into a doll from the Dollmaker episode, or the baby transforming into a python from the Whispering Walls. But for me, her greatest story and villain are of course the Ghastly Grinner. It's my favorite episode in the series, and she's consistently been one of the best storytellers in each season. She's also the 2nd of the 3 remaining original members, so we've gotten to hear from her a lot, and each time we did, it was a fun and scary time. And then there were 2. The oldest member of the club and the newest. In 2nd place, with an average score of 16.3, is Gary, the leader of the Midnight Society and the 3rd member that we've been with since season 1. Gary told us 10 stories, and 9 of them were about magic or some kind of magical hijinks, so he definitely found his niche really early on. The only story he told that wasn't magic related was The Tale of the Renegade Virus. That one's just tech horror, but every other one of his stories was so unique and cool and fun. Not to mention Gary is the man responsible for giving us Mr. Sourdough.
It's Sourdough. No Mr. Accent on the dough.
Sourdough is one of my all-time favorite characters, ever. I love his incredible magical knowledge base that always falls flat when he's about to make a buck. I love that each time we meet him, he asks if the kids want to buy vomit, and I love how they always haggle him down to pennies for these magical artifacts. And that leaves first place and the title of the best scary storyteller in the series to the newcomer, Stig, who absolutely blew everyone out of the water with his average score of 20.5 between his two stories. Part of me kind of hated that Stig won first place. Like, it feels wrong saying that he's a better storyteller than the other members that we've been watching since season 1. But at the same time, Stig definitely earned his score. It's not his fault that we didn't get more seasons of the show and more stories that would have rounded out his score a little bit. What we did get was 1 season with this kid and 2 absolutely mind-blowing stories. He gave us the Dead Man's Float, most people's scariest episode, and he gave us Station 109.1, which was my second favorite story in the entire series. Stig comes in and just captivates everyone. He only tells 2 stories, but those 2 stories are all he needed to show us that he understands what makes good horror and what makes an interesting and fun plot. And that's what a great storyteller needs. So, I'm happy to give that first place to Stig and to crown him as the best scary storyteller in Are You Afraid of the Dark, the original series. For a few other fun stats and prizes, Betty Ann told the most stories with 12, so we technically heard from her 18% of the entire series. I averaged out the bonus points, and Gary scored the highest average bonus, getting an average of 3.6 bonus points per episode. So I definitely enjoyed the extra sauce that he put into his tales. Both Stig and Sam are the only 2 to have stories that scored perfect 10s in both story and scares. We obviously know Stig's, but for Sam, she got a 10 out of 10 story with The Tale of the Night Shift and a 10 out of 10 scare score with Watcher's Woods. And I still think Kiki gave us the single scariest scene in any episode. And not to mention a really fun and cool little effect with that flashlight scene from The Tale of Old Man Corcoran. I just thought these were some fun little extra bits, so thought it would be fun to include them at the end here. And with that, we can wrap up this amazing show and declare this meeting of the Midnight Society closed.
Till next time.
Thank you all again so much for watching this along with me. I had such a blast making these videos, and I can't wait for the next show that we'll be covering. I will also cover the Revival series at some point in the future, but for now, this is the end of our journey to find the best scary storyteller in Are You Afraid of the Dark? If you like this video, then please leave a like and consider subscribing. These videos take a ton of work to make, so if you're looking for extra ways to support the channel, then consider checking out some of the merch at our store. I'll include a link in the description, or consider becoming a member. It's only a couple of bucks a month, and you get early access to videos, as well as a bit of exclusive content. Plus, you'll get your name read out at the end of these videos, just like all of these lovely people. Thank you to Puke K97, Mr. Blasto, Author A. Lex, Ladbag1714, Random Fook, Jessica Martinez, Chris Ovac, Paul A., Sarah, JT, Jordan King, Danielle Green, Aaron Ritchie, Joseph Caldwell, Kicked Joe Ass, Brush Thoughts, Kay, Rory, Nicole Zerbleen, April Farmentino, I Was Like Emilio, Stu the Human, Bogmeyer Sandman, Quibi, Kurukula, Zed Sizigi, Reaver Approach, Shelly March, and Igor DaCosta. Until next time, try not to have too many nightmares of crimson clowns and floating bloody skeletons. Bye-bye! Clip of Badge jumping in and being like, "Returned has Badge." Is that thunder? That thunder just happened outside? Right when I yelled, "Return has Badge"? That's scary, dude.